At the edge of Old Li's orchard in the Tianqing Empire's Wood Village, a sharp, elderly roar shattered the quiet. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed repeatedly. "You little rascal! If you dare steal my demon flower fruits again, I'll break both your legs." A young figure darted through the orchard. It was none other than a boy named Zhang Xing. Though the demon flower fruit was a low-grade fruit consumed by ordinary folk, worth only a few copper coins on the market, to Zhang Xing, it was a precious source of sustenance. "Old Li, it's just a few worthless fruits. One day when I'm rich, I'll build you a bigger orchard and plant the finest fruits," Zhang Xing shouted back as he ran. Old Li watched the lively figure scamper away and couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity in his heart. This mysterious child, as it turned out, was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been a manager at a well-known anime network on Earth. After a freak electrical accident, his soul had crossed over to this world. The original owner of this body had been a boy who, after losing his grandfather to a wolf attack, was supposed to have starved to death near the village. In this magical world where strength reigned supreme, Zhang Xing seemed particularly fragile. He stumbled as he ran, his young and unsteady body swaying erratically before falling to the ground. His knees were scraped, and purple demon flower juice smeared his chin, leaving him in a sorry state. Just as he was lamenting his lack of any cheat ability, a crisp ding suddenly resonated in his mind. In an instant, he vanished from where he had fallen, only to appear in an unknown space. Before him stretched a vast island, lush and brimming with life. A series of system prompts filled his ears. "Congratulations on successfully summoning Dragon Island. Congratulations on obtaining the Dragon Cultivation System." Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zhang Xing looked utterly bewildered. Raising dragons? For what? The system's response sent his emotions on a roller coaster ride. At first, he was disappointed, thinking he was destined to be some kind of dragon merchant. But when he learned that dragons could help him conquer the world, his mood shifted to exhilaration. As the system issued his first beginner task, Zhang Xing was granted an initial fund of 2,000 gold coins. He tried to pick up the coins with his small hands, but could only grab 5 at a time. It wasn't until the system reminded him to use his mind to transfer them that he finally understood. Soon, he constructed a dragon nest worth 200 gold coins, earning 10 experience points and a reward of 100 gold coins. A glance at his status bar showed, gold coins, 1,900, experience, 020. The system's voice echoed once again, announcing the start of the second novice mission. Zhang Xing needed 300 gold coins to build a castle, a prerequisite structure for the dragon nest. As the system's notification rang out, a beam of white light suddenly descended, transforming the base camp into a majestic castle in an instant. "Congratulations on completing the mission," the system cheerfully announced. "You have earned 20 experience points and 200 gold coins." Moments later, the system added, "Congratulations on leveling up. You are now a beginner warrior." An overwhelming surge of power filled 6-year-old Zhang Xing's small body. Clenching his tiny fists, he could feel the strength coursing through him, filling him with confidence. He estimated that he could probably take down a dozen ordinary people with ease now. Leveling up as a novice is so fast, Zhang Xing thought to himself with satisfaction. Before he could dwell on it further, the system's voice chimed in again. "Novice Mission 3. Construct a level 1 dragon nest. This requires 400 gold coins and is essential for hatching dragon eggs." As soon as the words were spoken, a swamp appeared to the west of the castle, with a rocky cave emerging in its center. This was the dragon nest. "Congratulations on completing the mission," the system continued. "You have earned 30 experience points, 300 gold coins, and now have a remaining balance of 1,700 gold coins. Congratulations on leveling up to Intermediate Warrior." Zhang Xing exclaimed in excitement. "Wow, the leveling speed is insane. It's like riding a rocket." Feeling the growing strength within him, he thought to himself, "At this rate, I could probably take down a tiger with a single punch." The system wasted no time and immediately announced the next task. Novice Mission 4. Randomly select a dragon egg to hatch. No gold coins required. Before Zhang Xing could react, a giant 2-meter-tall slot machine appeared in the air. It had 24 slots. 12 of them contained dragon eggs, while the other 12 read, "Better luck next time." Zhang Xing groaned inwardly. "Only a 50 chance? What if I don't get one?" It was as if the system could hear his thoughts. "You can complete side missions to earn additional chances to draw," it replied. "Ugh," Zhang Xing complained to himself. "Why not just give me an egg outright? Why make it so complicated?" Despite his grumbling, Zhang Xing clasped his hands together and whispered a silent prayer. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the start button. The slot machine began spinning with a series of beeps. Finally, the marker stopped on a black dragon egg. "Yes, got it. Lucky me," Zhang Xing shouted in excitement. Out of thin air, a basketball-sized black egg materialized and gently landed on the ground. Ding! The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, Island Lord, on obtaining a black dragon egg. Please place the dragon egg in the dragon nest for hatching. With a single thought, Zhang Xing directed the dragon egg toward the swampy cave, where it settled firmly at the center of the dragon nest. Hey, system. Zhang Xing couldn't help but ask, how long is this going to take to hatch? One day, the system replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Xing marveled at the system's efficiency. He recalled stories from novels where dragon eggs took decades, if not centuries, to hatch unless, of course, a sufficient energy source was involved. The day passed quickly. The next morning, Zhang Xing eagerly returned to Dragon Island. He arrived just in time to hear a crisp crackling sound. His eyes were fixed on the dragon egg as tiny cracks began to spread across its shell. Then, with a sharp crack, the shell shattered, revealing a small, curled-up black figure inside. The dark silhouette quivered a few times, shaking off the sticky residue on its body, and slowly stretched itself out. Ding! The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have earned 40 warrior experience points and 400 gold coins. Huh, why didn't I level up? Zhang Xing wondered aloud. He opened his stats panel and saw that advancing to advanced warrior required 100 experience points. Oh well, no rush. It's still early, he reassured himself. The system continued. Magic talent unlocked. Current rank, Magic Apprentice. Experience, 020. Magic mission unlocked. Feed the young dragon with magic flower fruit. Each fruit provides 1 experience point. The young dragon's experience, 010. Magic flower fruit seeds can be purchased in the system shop. What? Magic flower fruit? Zhang Xing exclaimed, suddenly recalling. Oldly has over 30 of those. Rich people don't care for them, but poor folks treat them like treasures. I'll check later, maybe I can borrow one to try. Excitedly, he thought. Now I've got magic. I'm both a warrior and a Magia dual-class powerhouse. This is amazing. He had initially assumed the system would only grant him the role of a warrior, paired with a dragon, wielding a battle axe to eventually become the legendary dragon warrior. But now, he was also bestowed with the esteemed title of a mage. Does that make me a dragon warrior mage? Zhang Xing pondered, amused by the grand-sounding title. He quickly reviewed his current tasks, upgrading buildings, gaining experience for both his warrior and magic skills, and leveling up the young dragon. It all seemed manageable. Yep. A soft, adorable sound snapped Zhang Xing out of his thoughts. He looked up to see a half-meter-tall, pitch-black child standing before him. Zhang Xing froze, his mind racing in confusion. Wait, where's the dragon? How did I end up with a child? Zhang Xing took a closer look and was instantly stunned. What stood before him wasn't a child at all, but a tiny dragon that had just hatched from its egg. The little creature was pitch black, its body covered with a thin layer of shiny, dark scales. Its appearance was so grotesque that it left Zhang Xing speechless. The small dragon frowned, looking utterly miserable. Its eyes filled with an indescribable resentment as it stared directly at Zhang Xing. One big, one small, one yellow, one black. 2 children stood there, eyeing each other curiously. Zhang Xing couldn't help but break the silence. What on earth happened to you to make you look like this? To his shock, the little black dragon retorted with a line that nearly made Zhang Xing choke. And you think you look so great yourself? After delivering this sharp comeback, the little dragon tilted its head arrogantly, nostrils flaring, giving Zhang Xing a disdainful glance before casually picking up a piece of eggshell and crunching on it like a snack. Zhang Xing couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What the heck is going on here? This isn't how it's supposed to play out. Weren't these creatures supposed to imprint on the first person they saw after hatching and affectionately call them mom? Not only did this little black dragon transform into a humanoid form right after hatching, but it could speak fluently and had the nerve to talk back. Hey, little black dragon, I'm the one who hatched you. This attitude of yours is way out of line. Zhang Xing protested. The little black dragon snorted coldly. You don't look anything like me. Don't think I don't know you're a human and insignificant human. Zhang Xing was secretly amazed. This little creature really was something else. It had clearly inherited the dragon's powerful genetic memory right after birth. No wonder it wasn't easy to fool. Before long, the little black dragon finished munching on its eggshell, stretched lazily, and without another glance at Zhang Xing, crawled into the cave and promptly fell asleep. Well, see who gets the last laugh. Zhang Xing muttered indignantly as he left Dragon Island. That night, a small shadow quietly slipped into Old Lease Orchard. The magic blossom fruit trees, now in their full harvest season after 3 years of growth, were laden with ripe fruit. Zhang Xing leapt effortlessly onto a timber-high tree and, with a few swift movements, picked 20 fruits before sneaking back to Dragon Island. As soon as he returned, Zhang Xing spotted the sulky little black dragon. The creature, having slept all day, was now pacing outside its nest with its tail drooping, clearly hungry and searching for food. When it noticed Zhang Xing approaching, the little dragon immediately raised its head, putting on an air of arrogance. It turned its face away, making it clear it had no interest in acknowledging Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing chuckled to himself. Acting tough? Huh? Let's see how long that lasts. He casually sat down on a smooth rock, pulled out a magic blossom fruit from his pocket, and began eating it with loud, exaggerated bites. Crunch! The sound of eating froze the little black dragon in its tracks, as if it had been hit by a spell. It sniffed the air intently, then whipped its head around. The sight before it made the dragon drop its facade. Its head drooped, and a loud growl from its stomach echoed in the air. Hearing this, Zhang Xing deliberately took an even louder bite of the fruit, savoring it dramatically. Wow, this is delicious. The flavor is incredible, Zhang Xing exclaimed in mock delight, sneaking a glance at the little dragon, who was now hesitantly inching closer, its pride visibly crumbling. Zhang Xing smirked inwardly. Ha! Food is the ultimate weapon against kids. Even a proud dragon child has to bow to its instincts and to me. What are you eating? The little black dragon asked in a soft, childlike voice, its big eyes wide with curiosity as it swallowed hard. Its tone was now completely different from before, and the speed at which its attitude flipped was almost comical. Zhang Xing crossed one leg over the other and replied smugly, Magic blossom fruit. Can I have one? The little dragon asked timidly, licking its lips. Nope. Zhang Xing snapped, deliberately turning his back to the dragon. 2 seconds later, a pitiful voice came from behind him. Brother, I'm hungry. Zhang Xing felt a tug on his sleeve, which was being gently but persistently shaken. Heh, calling me big brother now, are you? Softening up already? Zhang Xing flashed a smug smile, but quickly put on a stern face. However, since I worked so hard to hatch you, you should call me Dad. The little black dragon stubbornly shook his head, his tiny hand still clutching tightly onto Zhang Xing's clothes. You're human. I can't call you Dad. I want to eat a demon flower fruit, he said, his voice tinged with defiance. Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow as an idea suddenly popped into his head. Fine, don't call me that. But how about you turn into a dragon so I can take a look? His tone carried a hint of anticipation. After all, he'd never seen a real dragon before. Hearing this, the little black dragon immediately began wriggling on the spot. He squatted down, clenched his fists tightly, and puffed out his cheeks, giving it his all. Zhang Xing couldn't help but chuckle at the comical sight, thinking to himself how much this posture resembled someone squatting in a restroom. Suddenly, with a soft poof, a small black dragon about half a meter long appeared midair. It had a large head with 2 tiny budding horns, deep-set eye sockets, for big claws, and a body covered in smooth, thin scales. Not bad. Zhang Xing nodded to himself, thinking this little form matched the image of a dragon he'd always imagined. He couldn't help but envision the future riding on the back of a full-grown dragon, soaring through the skies in style. In the blink of an eye, the little black dragon returned to his childlike form. I want to eat a demon flower fruit, he demanded persistently. Zhang Xing pulled a demon flower fruit from his pocket and waved it teasingly in front of the little black dragon. I can give this to you, but you'll have to acknowledge me as your master. The little black dragon pouted and replied seriously. No way. Only the strongest humans, with the dragon's consent, can become a master. And you, with that puny frame of yours, TSK, Tis? Zhang Xing shrugged nonchalantly and stood up. Fine, suit yourself. I'm leaving. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, ugh, all that effort hatching it, and now it's just going to starve to death. Should have just boiled the egg and eaten it instead. Grumble, grumble. The little black dragon's stomach growled loudly at the worst possible moment. Watching Zhang Xing walk 3 meters away, he finally bit his lip and said pitifully, all right, I'll acknowledge you as my master, but we can only form an equal contract. Zhang Xing felt a surge of satisfaction. Though an equal contract might not seem particularly advantageous now, the benefits would surely emerge as the little black dragon grew stronger. All right, let's sign the contract already, he blurted out, using a phrase from Earth. The little black dragon seemed to understand what Zhang Xing meant and began chanting an obscure, ancient incantation. In an instant, a beam of black light shot skyward, briefly illuminating the skies above Dragon Island. The moment the contract was sealed, Zhang Xing felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the little black dragon. Deep within his soul, he could faintly sense the dragon's presence. He felt the immense magical power contained within that soul, and, to his surprise, discovered that his ability to absorb magical elements from the air had significantly improved. The little black dragon appeared to be processing the changes within his own soul as well, but after just 2 seconds of contemplation, he shouted loudly, hurry up and give me the demon flower fruit. Zhang Xing shot him a glare. The little black dragon immediately shrank back, retracting his neck and switching to a more ingratiating tone. Master, your little dragon is so hungry. I need the fruit, please. Biffed, Zhang Xing couldn't hold back a laugh as he tossed the demon flower fruit to the little black dragon. Here, take it. From now on, I'll call you Heibao. And when you can fully transform into a human, in front of others, you have to call me Brother Xing, got it? The little black dragon buried its head in the feast, eating with great relish. The sounds of its chewing were indistinct, as if it was both responding and completely absorbed in its meal. As it swallowed the first demon flower fruit, a puff of black mist emerged from its body, and its size grew slightly larger. A timely system notification sounded. Ding! The young dragon requires 9 more fruits to advance to the first tier. Current experience, 110. Ding! Congratulations on completing the feeding task. Reward, 20 magic points and 200 gold coins. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level, Beginner Mage. Next level magic experience, 040. Warrior experience, 40100. Acquired skills, Beginner Mage Meditation, Beginner Black Dragon Fire Breathing, and Bite. Zhang Xing was overjoyed upon hearing this and couldn't wait to try out the meditation technique. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he was shocked to find that he could sense the magical elements around him without any deliberate effort. The entire world seemed to take on a new brilliance in his eyes, and his mental energy surged like never before. No way, I already mastered meditation just like that? Zhang Xing exclaimed in disbelief. He then decided to test the fire-breathing skill. A scorching flame burst from his mouth, displaying impressive power, though it consumed a considerable amount of his magic energy. Zhang Xing couldn't help but think to himself, if the esteemed Grand Mages found out that a 6-year-old child had become a beginner mage capable of breathing fire, they'd probably be shocked speechless. At that moment, the little black dragon, having finished its first demon flower fruit, was gazing at Zhang Xing with hopeful eyes. It communicated telepathically, Master, that wasn't enough. Can I have more, please? Zhang Xing snapped out of his thoughts and quickly handed over the remaining 19 demon flower fruits to the black dragon. Wow, so many. Thank you, Master. The little dragon wagged its body excitedly and affectionately nuzzled Zhang Xing with its head. It then began devouring the fruits ravenously. In no time, all 19 fruits were gone. Suddenly, the little black dragon's body expanded rapidly, growing to over a meter tall now, taller than Zhang Xing himself. The system chimed again. Ding! The young dragon has advanced to Tier 2. Current experience, 9100. Seeing this number, Zhang Xing couldn't help but gasp. The next stage required 100 demon flower fruits. He pondered to himself if he were to raid Old Lee's orchard, he'd probably have to clear out the entire place. But buying them wasn't a viable option either. Spending that many gold coins would surely arouse suspicion. Even with his newfound power, he couldn't bring himself to harm the kind-hearted villagers. Left with no other choice, Zhang Xing opened the system store and found demon flower fruit seeds. The price stunned him again, 200 gold coins per seed, and each seed could only yield 20 fruits. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and bought 5 seeds, spending 1,000 gold coins and leaving himself with 1,300. Zhang Xing planted the 5 seeds in the specially designated farmland on Dragon Island, thinking that in a month, they would bear fruit. He noticed that the store only displayed a few items on the first page, with the next page still locked. He wondered what treasures might lie within. For now, though, his remaining gold was far from sufficient, needed to find a way to earn more quickly. As Zhang Xing contemplated his next steps, the system offered no new tasks, signaling that the beginner missions had likely concluded. He exited the system space and returned to the real world beneath the fruit tree. Suddenly, a red glow in the distance caught his attention. Is something on fire in the village? Zhang Xing squinted at the light illuminating the night sky. The faint sounds of chaos reached his ears, mingled with deep, guttural howls. Oh no, it's a wolf pack. Zhang Xing broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't understand why a wolf pack would attack the village in the dead of night. Typically, even ordinary wild animals avoided human settlements, let alone low-level magical beasts. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing activated his intermediate warrior skills and sprinted toward the village. Only one thought filled his mind. He had to drive away the wolves and protect the villagers. At the same time, he vowed to avenge the grandfather of the original owner of this body. Quick, light the wood pile. The village chief's urgent voice pierced through the night as he rushed over with a group of a dozen young, robust men. In an instant, 2 towering stacks of firewood, over a meter high, were set ablaze, and the flames illuminated the surroundings in a fiery glow. A few wild wolves hesitated and retreated slightly, fear flickering in their movements. Yet their eyes remained fierce, and they let out low, menacing growls. The village chief frowned and muttered to himself, "Why are there so many wolves here?" It wasn't uncommon for a lone wolf or 2 to sneak into the village to steal livestock, but for 5 or 6 wolves to appear at once was highly unusual. He couldn't help but wonder if something had gone awry in the distant forest. Just then, one of the wolves on the far side of the fire let out a long, eerie howl. The villagers' expressions changed dramatically, and someone shouted in alarm, "This is bad. That wolf is calling for reinforcements." Sure enough, within less than a minute, a sea of glowing green dots appeared in the darkness surrounding the village wolf eyes. The villagers' hearts sank as they realized, with a rough estimate, that at least 40 or 50 wolves had encircled them. The pack exuded a chilling aura of menace, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the villagers, and some wolves had drool dripping from their jaws, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Suddenly, from the depths of the pack emerged a wolf the size of a young calf. Gasp! The sight of the enormous wolf drew audible intakes of breath from the villagers, their faces pale with shock. Dear heavens! That's a demon beast! Despair swept over the crowd like a tidal wave. One man, paralyzed by fear, let his hoe slip from his hand with a clang, seemingly unaware of the sound. Many others began trembling uncontrollably. This monstrous wolf was clearly the leader of the pack. It approached the fire with an air of calm dominance, showing no regard for the feeble humans before it. It moved as nonchalantly as a gang boss leading his crew to a feast. Letting out a low, guttural growl more like a disdainful snort, it issued the command to attack. The wolves' eyes gleamed with hunger and cruelty as they lunged forward. The village chief shouted with grim determination, "Everyone, gather together. Fight to the death. Take down as many as you can. We won't let these beasts devour us without a fight." The villagers gripped their farming tools tightly, bracing themselves for the battle of their lives. One by one, the ravenous wolves leapt through the flames, fanning out in formation. In mere seconds, they had crossed over 4 meters. On their second leap, they soared into the air, their forms growing larger and more menacing in the villagers' eyes, like the scythe of death itself. Just as the situation seemed utterly hopeless, a clear, resolute voice, youthful yet commanding, rang out across the night, "Foul beasts, how dare you!" In the next instant, everyone's vision blurred as an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. With a loud thud, a gray wolf midleap let out a pained howl as it was struck down. It flew backward faster than it had come and crashed onto the ground on the far side of the fire. The wolf tumbled across the dirt, rolling over a dozen times. Its fur scraped off in patches to reveal bloodied flesh. Finally, it lay limp and motionless. Bang! Bang! The rapid sound of impacts echoed as more wolves fell one after another, their howls of agony filling the air. The second, third, and fourth wolves collapsed in quick succession. The villagers, stunned at first, soon felt a surge of hope and exhilaration. Their spirits reignited as they witnessed the tide turning in their favor. Zhang Xing darted to the bonfire like a gust of wind, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with lightning speed, driving the pack of wild wolves away. Each strike he delivered was precise and powerful, as if he were effortlessly chopping vegetables. The wolves were forced to retreat step by step, eventually scrambling to the other side of the fire in disarray. The villagers stood frozen in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if to confirm what they had just witnessed. Just days ago, this frail 6-year-old boy could barely carry a bundle of firewood without stumbling. Yet now, he displayed astounding strength and agility, single-handedly fending off a pack of ferocious wolves with ease. As the shock subsided, the villagers' gazes instinctively settled on Zhang Xing's small, wiry figure. A strange sense of security began to take root in their hearts, though they themselves found it hard to believe. On the far side of the fire, a much larger and more menacing wolf let out a low growl, its fury evident as it glared at the defeated pack. The village chief's expression turned grim as he recognized the creature. "That's a demonic wolf, a first or second-tier one at least," he warned anxiously. "Be careful, child. It's far more dangerous than those wild wolves." Zhang Xing responded calmly, "Don't worry, chief. I'll be fine. All of you, stay back." His tone carried an unshakable confidence and determination that seemed far beyond his years. Though he knew little about this world's cultivation systems or the ranking of magical beasts, he could sense the violent energy coursing through the demonic wolf. The boy and the beast faced each other across the bonfire. The demonic wolf crouched low, its claws gripping the ground as its hind legs coiled in preparation to pounce. Zhang Xing, on the other hand, remained fully focused, observing the beast's every movement with a mix of concentration and nervous anticipation. Suddenly, the demonic wolf's fur bristled, and it lunged toward Zhang Xing with a terrifying speed. The stench of blood filled the air, almost nauseating. Zhang Xing clenched his jaw against the discomfort, his eyes locked on the wolf's trajectory. "Look out, child! Dodge, quickly!" The villagers cried out in panic. But Zhang Xing was already engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic wolf. As the beast swiped its claws toward his head midair, Zhang Xing swiftly ducked, countering with a backward kick aimed at its abdomen. The cunning wolf twisted in midair, narrowly evading the kick, though its own attack missed as well. The moment it landed, the demonic wolf leapt again without hesitation. Zhang Xing responded with equal agility, dodging and countering its relentless assaults. Through these exchanges, he realized that their strength and speed were evenly matched, making a quick victory unlikely. The wolf's thick hide gave it a natural resilience, while Zhang Xing, despite possessing the abilities of a mid-level warrior, was still limited by the physical constraints of his 6-year-old body. Recognizing the difficulty of ending the fight swiftly, Zhang Xing decided to treat this battle as an opportunity for live combat training. Though he had power, he lacked refined martial techniques, so he relied on his bare hands and feet to spar with the demonic wolf, using the encounter to build his combat experience. The demonic wolf launched relentless attacks, but its frustration was palpable, hanging thick in the air. Bang! After a fierce clash, the wolf staggered back 5 meters, while Zhang Xing's arm went numb, a sharp pain shooting straight to his heart. Yet, instead of continuing its usual aggressive assault, the wolf tensed its muscular limbs, raised its massive head, and let out a deafening howl into the night sky. A whoa! The chilling howl sliced through the darkness, reverberating across the heavens and reaching the ears of the villagers. An involuntary shiver ran through each of them as an icy dread climbed their spines, leaving goosebumps in its wake. The oppressive atmosphere was almost tangible, gripping everyone in its grasp including Zhang Xing. He could sense the wolf was preparing something, and a foreboding sense of danger prompted him to brace himself immediately. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes flared with an eerie red glow. Its jaws opened wide, releasing a razor-sharp gust of energy that tore through the air like a blade. Child, dodge quickly. It's a wind blade. This is the beast's, the village elder's warning was abruptly cut off as he froze mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stared at Zhang Xing as though witnessing the most unimaginable sight. To everyone's shock, Zhang Xing confronted the wind blade Hedon and exhaled a stream of fire. The elder's mind went blank, and his legs gave out beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. This boy, he's one of the most revered mages on the continent. A 6-year-old mage. Memories of witnessing mage performances in his younger days in the grand cities flooded back, stirring waves of astonishment in his heart. The other villagers stood frozen in sheer bewilderment, oblivious to the elder's collapse. Their eyes were fixed on the scene before them, where the wind blade collided with the flames and dissipated into nothingness. The demonic wolf seemed momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment flashing in its eyes before its ferocity returned. It unleashed a barrage of wind blades without pause. Zhang Xing, already at the level of a mid-tier warrior and a novice mage, may have been slightly lacking in physical strength, but his magical prowess more than made up for it. With each burst of flame, the wolf's wind blades grew weaker. Confidence surged within Zhang Xing as he thought, the fire-breathing talent of my little black dragon is my talent too. How could a dragon be outdone by a wolf? Without deliberate effort, the fire elemental magic in the air surged toward Zhang Xing as he executed his fire-breathing technique. The wolf's momentum waned, its magical reserves depleted, and the signs of defeat became evident. A glint of retreat crossed its eyes. As the wolf turned to flee, Zhang Xing shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, his fist aimed straight at the beast. Simultaneously, a flame darted ahead of him, igniting the wolf's massive body in a roaring blaze. A war! The wolf howled in agony, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. But Zhang Xing's fist reached it first. Bang! Bang! The wolf's pained howls echoed through the night, its former menace reduced to pitiful desperation. It scrambled to its feet, fleeing like a beaten stray. The magical fire engulfing it burned fiercer, filling the air with the acrid stench of singed fur and a faint, unsettling hint of roasted meat. The villagers' spirits soared, their despair and fear vanishing in an instant. Zhang Xing gave chase, pursuing the wolf relentlessly for several miles into the desolate hills beyond the village. Black treasure. Time to stretch your wings. Zhang Xing called out loudly, preparing to summon his dragon companion to join the fray. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, a shadowy figure of a small black dragon appeared out of thin air, its 1-meter-long body swaying gracefully in midair. Its gaze fell on the demon wolf, and with the innate superiority of the dragon race, it looked down upon the lowly creature with disdain. The demon wolf seemed to sense something amiss behind it as an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped its entire body. Its legs gave out instantly, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Turning its head, terror flashed in its eyes, and its body trembled violently like a leaf in the wind. The sheer disparity in power left it utterly devoid of the will to resist. However, when the demon wolf realized the black dragon was only a meter in size, its fear gradually gave way to ferocity. With a sudden roll, it regained some strength, letting out a low growl from its throat, as though it still wanted to challenge the small black dragon. Hey Bao, This is a second-tier demon wolf. Go ahead and use it for practice, Zhang Xing said. But even without his command, He Bao was already eager to attack. Combat was an instinct deeply rooted in the dragon race's very genes. Even though they were both second-tier creatures, this injured demon wolf was no match for He Bao. In a flash, the black dragon darted toward the demon wolf with lightning speed. Under the oppressive force of the dragon's aura, the demon wolf's responses lagged behind its brain's commands. With a sharp swish, a chunk of its flesh was torn away by He Bao's razor-sharp claws. The following moments were filled with the wolf's agonized howls as blood sprayed and its flesh was ripped apart. Within moments, the demon wolf lay limp on the ground, its eyes filled with despair. Finally, the black dragon ended its misery with a decisive bite to the throat, killing it instantly. Zhang Xing took a deep breath and silently thought to himself, Zhang Xing, consider this revenge for your grandfather. May you and your grandfather rest in peace. As for his dying wish, I will definitely attend the Magic Academy. Later, Zhang Xing and He Bao enjoyed a hearty meal of roasted demon wolf meat. By the end of the feast, only the wolf's head remained, while most of its massive, calf-sized body had ended up in the black dragon's stomach. Satiated, He Bao let out a contented burp before returning to Dragon Island for a well-earned rest. Carrying the wolf's head on his shoulder, Zhang Xing returned to the village, shouting, "Everyone, come and get your share of the wolf meat." The villagers, who had been anxiously waiting at the edge of the village, were stunned when they saw Zhang Xing triumphantly returning with the demon wolf's head. They couldn't believe their eyes. This kid is unbelievable. In such a short time, he managed to reduce a 700 to 800-pound demon wolf to just its head. He's even fiercer than a magical beast. Zhang Xing tossed the demon wolf's head onto the ground with a heavy thud, dusted off his hands, and flashed a confident smile. Village chief, these wolves are all yours to handle. I'm a bit tired, so I'm heading off to rest. Just as he turned toward his humble lodging, the village chief called out, "Wait, Zhang Xing. Check the demon wolf's head to see if it has a magical core. Magical beasts capable of casting spells have about a 20-30 chance of producing a core. If there's one, you could sell it for a good price in town." The villagers chimed in with gratitude. "Yes, the chief is right. We owe our lives to you. Thank you so much." In response to their heartfelt thanks, Zhang Xing replied calmly, "We're all from the same village, like one big family. No need to be so formal. You all gave me food and shelter these past days, treating me like one of your own. Haha, and I haven't exactly been trouble-free either, so let's not make a big deal out of it. It's late now. After dividing the wolf meat, everyone should get some rest." Zhang Xing's composed and humble demeanor filled the villagers with admiration. Grabbing a sturdy axe, he split the demon wolf's head open and discovered a gray magical core about the size of a quail egg. He carefully stored it away before heading back to his room. Who would have thought killing a demon wolf would boost both my warrior and magic experience points? Zhang Xing muttered to himself before stepping into the realm of Dragon Island. While killing those ordinary wolves earlier, Zhang Xing noticed that his warrior experience bar increased by 52 points. When the little black dragon bit the demon wolf to death, both his magic experience and warrior experience bars increased by 40 points each. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, Island Master. You have leveled up. Current rank, Advanced Warrior." "Ding! Congratulations, Island Master. You have leveled up. Current rank, Intermediate Mage." Zhang Xing was pleasantly surprised to find changes in his body. He felt he had grown taller, estimating his height to now be around 1.1 meters. His strength had more than doubled, and he quietly thought to himself that if he encountered another Tier 2 magical beast like the Demon Wolf, he could probably defeat it with just a few punches and kicks. With great anticipation, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Xing, male, 6 years old. Title, Dragon Island Master. Own buildings, Level 1 Castle, Level 1 Black Dragon Nest. Warrior level, Advanced Warrior, current EXP, 32500. Mage level, Intermediate Mage, current EXP, 0100. Combat skills, none. Magic techniques, Beginner Meditation Technique. Magic skills, Fire Breath, Bite. Own pet, 1 Black Dragon. Black Dragon level, Tier 2, current EXP, 49100. Gold coins, 1,300. After reviewing this information, Zhang Xing gained a deeper understanding of the system. He realized that killing ordinary beasts earned warrior experience points, while killing magical beasts granted both warrior and mage experience points. What delighted him even more was that when the little black dragon killed magical beasts, he also received experience points, showcasing the benefits of their contract. However, Zhang Xing quickly became aware of his limitations. Aside from Fire Breath, he had not mastered any other level 1 magic. Despite having the strength of an advanced warrior, he lacked a complete set of combat techniques. He couldn't help but wonder if the system offered rare treasures or legendary techniques. Even if it did, with the limited gold coins he currently had, he wouldn't be able to afford them. Zhang Xing understood that to earn more gold coins, he needed to leave the village and head to a larger, more prosperous city. Recalling the St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts mentioned in his memories, he decided to ask the village elder about the academy's details the next day. As night fell, Zhang Xing chose to meditate on Dragon Island to practice the meditation technique. He understood that meditation was a fundamental skill for every mage, helping them sense magical elements in the air and train their mental strength. The stronger one's mental strength, the faster they could absorb magical elements and cast spells. Even with the system's assistance, Zhang Xing did not allow himself to slack off. He was fully aware that survival on this perilous continent required diligence. While mages were powerful, their physical frailty was their greatest weakness. Even an intermediate mage might struggle against a beginner warrior due to the long casting time required for spells. Determined to make the most of his young age, Zhang Xing resolved to solidify his foundational skills. He believed that with the system's guidance, his future growth would be extraordinary. In fact, the original owner of this body had mediocre magical talent. Under normal circumstances, this boy named Zhang Xing might have remained a beginner mage for his entire life. However, since Zhang Xing had transmigrated into this world, the body had been completely transformed, becoming exceptionally strong. Especially after reaching the advanced warrior level, his 6-year-old physique was already comparable to that of an adult advanced warrior. Considering that he was still in his growth phase, his physical prowess would undoubtedly become even more remarkable in his teenage years. As he practiced the meditation technique, magical elements in the air swarmed toward Zhang Xing as if drawn by a magnet. Among them, fire elemental magic seemed particularly active and lively, likely due to his shared connection with the little black dragon and their fire breath skill. As his training deepened, Zhang Xing felt his mind becoming increasingly clear, and Dragon Island around him seemed to grow brighter. The magical energy he had expended during the battle with the demon wolf was quickly replenishing. Moments later, his magical power had fully recovered to its peak state. Zhang Xing did not stop cultivating. He continued to focus intently on absorbing the magical elements in the air around him. As the magic within him accumulated, the process became increasingly challenging, like trying to force more air into an already overinflated balloon. However, Zhang Xing was not a simple vessel. He was carefully exploring the limits of his magical capacity. Surprisingly, just when he thought he had reached his limit, he discovered he could still absorb more. This realization left Zhang Xing puzzled, but he decided to set aside his doubts for now and concentrate on his training. Time ticked by, and Zhang Xing's body began to show signs of strain. His eyes bulged, his skin swelled as if it might split open at any moment, and faint traces of blood seeped through. Despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just as he resolved to endure a little longer, a muffled sound echoed, and Zhang Xing collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the agony. That night, Zhang Xing drifted in and out of consciousness. Each time he woke, he immediately resumed meditating to absorb more magic, only to faint again from the pain. This cycle continued until dawn. When sunlight spilled into the room and Zhang Xing finally woke, he was astonished to find that all the pain had vanished. Even more shocking was the realization that the magical energy stored within him had doubled. If an average mid-level mage possessed 100 units of magic energy, Zhang Xing now had 200. Furthermore, his mental strength had significantly improved, allowing him to control fire element magic more quickly and over a wider range. What Zhang Xing didn't know was that the system could have helped him grow rapidly without such intense effort. Yet it was precisely his mature, determined mindset and tenacious spirit that had enabled him to overcome initial hardships, earn a substantial fortune, defeat higher-level magical beasts, and acquire magic crystals. As for why his body could hold more magic, he soon figured it out. Though small in stature, he was already an advanced warrior. At that moment, the little black dragon, having slept through the night, groggily woke up. The moment it saw Zhang Xing, it eagerly ran over, as if the aroma of last night's roasted magic wolf meat still lingered in its nostrils. "Master, I'm hungry again." The little creature conveyed its longing with its big, expressive eyes. Zhang Xing scratched his head. He didn't have any Riatatoet food at the moment. Suddenly, his hand brushed against the magic crystal he carried, and an idea struck him. "How about this?" he asked, holding the magic wolf crystal in front of the dragon. The little dragon's eyes lit up instantly, as if a sliver of ancestral memory had been unlocked. "This is even tastier than magic wolf meat," it exclaimed, smacking its tiny lips. "Here you go." Zhang Xing tossed the magic crystal to the dragon. The quail-sized crystal was snapped up in one bite. Crunching sounds followed, and in no time, the crystal was gone. Yet the little dragon still looked unsatisfied, gazing up at Zhang Xing with its big, pleading eyes, though it remained adorably obedient. Zhang Xing let out a sigh, realizing how much effort it would take to feed this little glutton every day. However, he soon discovered that a second-tier magic crystal could provide the dragon with 10 experience points, an unexpected but welcome revelation. Both the system and the real world seemed to offer opportunities for gaining experience, which was certainly an advantage. Although the magical flower fruit still needed a month to ripen, Zhang Xing realized he couldn't rely solely on it. The little dragon, like him, needed 3 meals a day. The magical flower fruit was akin to an upgrade pill, immensely beneficial for the dragon now, serving as both a meal and a future snack. After weighing his options, Zhang Xing decided to take the little black dragon out hunting. "Let's check out the forest and the mountains," he said. "Maybe we can figure out why the magic wolves came to the village last night." With that in mind, Zhang Xing stood up and stretched. "Come on, hey Bao," he said to the dragon. "Let's head into the forest and find some food. Hopefully, we'll come across some magical beasts. Their meat is the tastiest." Hearing this, the little black dragon wagged its tail excitedly, clearly thrilled and ready for the adventure. Zhang Xing quickly made his way to the mountainous region over 10 miles away from the village of Mu. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ancient forest. The village elder's words echoed in his mind. The wolves had used this very path to sneak into the village. Normally, the outskirts of this mountain range were a popular hunting ground for the villagers, teeming with pheasants and wild rabbits. But today, an eerie silence hung over the area. Even the birds had stopped singing, and the air carried a strange, foreboding tension. Determined to investigate, Zhang Xing cautiously advanced, using the terrain, rocks, and undergrowth for cover. Step by step, he made his way to the edge of the forest. With agile movements, he climbed a tall tree and scanned the surroundings with a sharp, wary gaze. Suddenly, a massive black shadow entered his line of sight, a bear of astonishing size. This black bear stood over 4 meters tall, upright on its hind legs, scratching its back against a tree. Scattered around it were piles of bleached white bones, a clear indication that this area was its territory. Zhang Xing's heart tightened as he realized this might very well be a Tier 3 magical beast. No wonder the wolves had chosen to abandon the forest and risk entering a human village to find food. Faced with this colossal beast with its thick hide and immense power, Zhang Xing knew his current physical strength was no match. However, he had the advantage of agility, not to mention the aid of magic and He Bao. As he considered his next move, the black bear suddenly froze, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Its gaze gradually shifted upward. Whoosh! Even from 100 meters away, Zhang Xing could feel the icy chill of those piercing eyes locking onto him. His heart skipped a beat, marveling at the bear's extraordinary sense of smell. "Hey Bao, time for dinner," he called out in his mind. In a flash, the little black dragon shot out, its excitement palpable at the mention of food. But when it caught sight of the massive black bear charging toward them, its demeanor instantly changed, revealing the ferocity unique to black dragons. A surge of even more violent energy erupted to meet the bear's oncoming assault. Crash! The black bear barreled forward, smashing through thick trees as if they were mere twigs, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Yet as it approached the black dragon's aura, it abruptly skidded to a halt, sliding a short distance before stopping altogether. Despite being a level higher than the magical wolves and possessing significant intelligence, the unfamiliar energy emanating from the dragon caused it to hesitate with a hint of fear. However, when it saw only 2 seemingly insignificant figures before it, its hesitation turned to confusion, but not retreat. "Hey Bao, you take the skies, they'll handle the ground. Let's take it down together," Zhang Xing commanded. With a light push off a tree branch, his body shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, He Bao ascended into the air, spreading its wings wide as it transformed into its full form. The black bear, momentarily startled by the dragon's transformation, roared skyward, displaying its strength. It dragged its massive frame and charged at He Bao, completely ignoring the diminutive Zhang Xing. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were less than 10 meters apart. The black bear didn't spare Zhang Xing a glance, swiping a massive paw in a sweeping arc crack. But instead of the expected scene of carnage, only 2 trees crashed to the ground, split cleanly in 2. The bear blinked in confusion. Its seemingly insignificant human target had vanished into thin air. Boom! A thunderous impact exploded behind the bear. Zhang Xing had landed a powerful punch directly on the vulnerable spot of its back, the force of the blow propelling him away. At the same time, He Bao unleashed a searing stream of dragon fire from above. Enraged by the pain, the black bear instinctively wanted to turn around, but after weighing its options, it chose to evade the dragon fire, temporarily ignoring the strange little human. However, Zhang Xing was ready. Using the bear's thick hide to his advantage, he rebounded and landed a spinning kick squarely on its flank. The sheer force of the strike caused the 3,000-pound bear to stumble, its massive body nearly toppling over. In that instant, the dragon fire roared in, hitting the bear with unerring precision. If anyone had witnessed a 6-year-old child nearly knocking over such an enormous beast with a single kick, they would surely have been left utterly dumbfounded. Once the black dragon's fiery breath scorched these low-level magical beasts, it was nearly impossible to extinguish. The large black bear quickly recognized the danger and used its thick paws to shield its face, letting out an enraged roar. As the roar grew louder, its body visibly swelled in size. Suddenly, the black bear's entire body contracted sharply, and with a powerful spring-like push from its hind legs, it leaped over 3 meters high. The massive shadow unfolded in midair, towering even taller than the black dragon. With both paws raised high, it struck down toward the black dragon, creating a gust of wind as it descended. The black dragon easily dodged with a sidestep, maintaining a 3-meter distance. Another precise blast of scorching dragon fire hit the giant bear. At the same time, Zhang Xing seized the moment and leaped forward, landing 2 swift kicks on the bear's side. The bear's powerful strike hit nothing but air, and with its energy spent, it lost balance. It let out a frustrated growl as its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. Rolling uncontrollably, it smashed through 3 or 4 large trees before coming to a halt in a cloud of dust. Desperately, it dug into the dirt with its paws, trying to smother the dragon fire on its body. Soon, the flames were extinguished by the dirt, but the 2 successive attacks had thoroughly enraged the giant bear. Its eyes locked onto Zhang Xing with a murderous glare, clearly harboring a deep hatred for the child who had repeatedly foiled its plans. Ignoring the black dragon in the sky, which was out of reach, the bear focused all its attention on Zhang Xing. In a flash, the bear charged forward, grabbed a 5-meter-long, half-meter-thick tree trunk, and leaped into the air, aiming to smash it down on Zhang Xing. But Zhang Xing was prepared. With a nimble sidestep, he easily dodged the attack and quickly jumped onto a nearby tree. Stupid black bear. Did you really think I was that easy to bully? Let me show you the power of my magic. Zhang Xing taunted as he silently channeled the fire elements around him. Just as the bear prepared for another leap, its vision was suddenly engulfed in a blazing red light. Without warning, a sea of fire erupted around it. Zhang Xing had ignited the fire elements in the air. Swallowed by the inferno, the bear lost its target and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. It tried to repeat its earlier tactic, using dirt to extinguish the flames. However, the black dragon unleashed another blast of fire at just the right moment, adding fuel to the blaze. Hey Bao, let's roast this magic bear alive. Control the fire carefully, don't burn it to a crisp. Zhang Xing called out as he skillfully controlled the fire elements with his mental power to intensify the flames. Yeah, I can already smell the aroma. It looks delicious. The black dragon in the sky chimed in, adding another fiery breath for good measure. The giant bear thrashed wildly on the ground, roaring in pain as it rolled around, trying to evade the flames while frantically piling dirt onto its burning body. After a fierce struggle, the bear finally realized that these 2 small opponents were far more formidable than it initially thought. A sense of retreat began to take hold. In an instant, the bear sprang to its feet and, without looking back, bolted toward the forest's edge, its body still ablaze. It was clearly aiming to escape to a large river in the nearby mountains. However, its plan was quickly thwarted. The black dragon, ever alert, anticipated the bear's intentions and swiftly flew ahead, cutting off its path with another burst of dragon fire. Zhang Xing followed closely behind, continuously fueling the flames with his magic. The bear, now in excruciating pain, ran even faster than usual. It occasionally glanced back at Zhang Xing, baring its teeth in fury, its eyes filled with a desperate desire to devour the infuriating child. But when it came to the black dragon in the sky, it was completely subdued. Somewhere deep in its instincts, the bear understood the hierarchy of magical creatures and knew that this black dragon was a foe it could not afford to provoke. After this failed attempt to challenge the black dragon's dominance, not only had the bear gained nothing, but it was also left scorched and battered. Finally, fear overtook it. The bear realized that this battle was one it was destined to lose from the very start. The road ahead seemed endless. What usually took just a few steps now felt like an eternity. The massive bear's pace slowed noticeably, the dragon flames burning inside it causing excruciating pain. Its consciousness began to fade, its roars growing weaker and weaker until it finally collapsed helplessly onto the rocky ground. Gasping for breath, it exhaled more rapidly than it could inhale. In its final moments, the great bear cast its gaze toward the roaring river in the distance, unwillingly closed its eyes, and succumbed. Well done, Hey Bao. Zhang Xing praised with a thumbs up. The small black dragon circling in the air snorted dismissively. It's just big and strong. Nothing impressive. All right, let's enjoy a feast. Zhang Xing commanded with a thought, transporting the bear and the little black dragon to Shenlong Island. They seasoned the demon bear's meat with spices and salt, carefully roasting it to perfection. Throughout the process, the little black dragon drooled incessantly, its gaze fixed on Zhang Xing's every move. Once the meat was ready, the dragon devoured it ravenously, prompting Zhang Xing to chuckle, "You're just too adorable." This unexpected encounter not only resolved the safety concerns for the hunters of Mutsuan village, but also boosted the little black dragon's abilities. Although no magic crystal was found in the bear's brain, Zhang Xing decided not to dwell on it. Both of them gained 80 experience points, enough for the little black dragon to advance to Tier 3, with its current experience at 39,500. Zhang Xing's advanced warrior experience reached 112,500, and his intermediate magic experience rose to 80,100. The little black dragon now stood at 1.56 meters tall and, when transformed, could likely reach 3 meters in height. Yet, it retained its childlike nature and might only begin to resemble a young adult after turning 5. With this rank advancement, its dragon breath evolved from fire to a more powerful acid, capable of completely dissolving the fur and skin of lower-level beasts like magic wolves. Even creatures like the demon bear would now steer clear, too afraid to let out even a single roar. Zhang Xing returned to the village and informed the elderly village chief that the mountains were now safe for hunting. He also inquired about the location of the St. Roland Academy of Magic and Combat. The next day, the entire village gathered at the entrance to bid him farewell. "Zhang Xing, don't forget us when you become a renowned mage across the continent. If life gets tough out there, you're always welcome back to Mutsuan. Little Zhang Xing, don't forget your promise to build me a bigger orchard. Take care, Zhang Xing, and stay safe on your journey. Don't worry, uncles, aunties, grandpas, and grandmas. I, Zhang Xing, will never forget you." The villagers waved their goodbyes with heavy hearts, and Zhang Xing turned back to look at them repeatedly as he walked away. Despite his reluctance to leave, the thought of achieving his goals and fulfilling his grandfather's last wish steeled his resolve. He turned forward, eyes firm, and strode determinedly into the distance. The villagers stood watching, their eyes following his figure until it disappeared from sight. Among them, Oldly felt particularly heavy-hearted. Without children of his own, he had found a special joy in Zhang Xing's presence over the past few days. Absent-mindedly reaching into his pocket, he felt something hard. Pulling it out, he discovered 12 gold coins. Who else but Zhang Xing could have silently slipped them into his pocket? Tears welled up in Old Li's eyes. Similarly, those in the village who had helped Zhang Xing found a few gold coins tucked into their belongings. The St. Roland Academy of Magic and Combat is located in the western part of St. Roland Fortress, the sixth largest city in the Tianqing Empire and an iconic landmark of the region. Determined to reach the academy as quickly as possible, Zhang Xing traveled tirelessly, walking during the day and riding his companion, Heibao, at night. A journey that typically takes over half a month was completed by them in just 7 days. Their nighttime travels were not merely about covering distance. Whenever they hunted magical beasts, they would feast and then rest inside the realm of Shenlong Island. Heibao, now over 3 meters in size, had grown significantly. Over the past few days, Zhang Xing had adapted to working seamlessly with Heibao, making it much easier to hunt down magical beasts. Heibao's growth was astonishing, achieving in just a few days what would normally take a young dragon 10 years to accomplish. Along with its rapid development, Heibao began to exhibit traits characteristic of black dragons. Firstly, it grew increasingly ferocious. During hunts, it no longer relied solely on its fire-breathing abilities, but took pleasure in tearing its prey apart with its claws and teeth. Secondly, Heibao developed a fascination with shiny stones. It would carry these treasures back to its lair, and was highly vigilant toward anyone approaching them, Zhang Xing included. Despite Zhang Xing's teasing remarks about the stones being nothing more than useless rocks, Heibao paid no mind and became even more determined to collect these prized items. Lastly, Heibao started showing a desire to challenge stronger magical beasts, especially during the late hours of the night. After each battle, it would enter a prolonged meditative state. Zhang Xing understood that this was a sign of Heibao's potential to grow even stronger in the future. Upon arriving at St. Roland Fortress, Zhang Xing quickly located the Academy of Magic and Combat. From a distance, he could see the sprawling medieval European-style architecture on the western edge of the city. Its grandeur and scale surpassed even the most renowned universities on Earth. At the academy gates, 4 fully armed guards stood watch. A prominent sign near a smaller side entrance read, "Entrance Exam Pathway." Zhang Xing joined a group of young men and women entering through this gate, eventually arriving at a spacious square, one of the designated testing sites. A line had already formed, with many people waiting for their turn. The St. Roland Academy offers 2 main programs, the Warrior class and the Mage class. Although it ranks 6th among the Empire's academies, its graduates are often highly sought after by noble families or the imperial court, with promising prospects ahead. With a history spanning 800 years, the academy has produced countless powerful warriors and mages. The current headmaster is Jeg, one of the Empire's 6 remaining magic emperors and vice president of the Mage Guild. The vice headmaster and head of the Warrior Academy is Slit, one of the 6 warrior emperors and vice president of the Warrior Guild. The testing process was swift. At the front of the square, 5 glowing, multifaceted crystal spheres were mounted on stands. 5 candidates could be tested at a time by simply placing their hands on the spheres. A boy of around 15 or 16, dressed in coarse gray clothing, stepped up for his test. After placing his hand on the crystal sphere, a red aura appeared, indicating he possessed a fire element magic affinity. The boy, overjoyed, pumped his fist in celebration and walked toward the area for successful candidates. For those from impoverished backgrounds, becoming a mage was the best path to rising above their circumstances, as mages were held in higher regard than warriors. Low-ranking warriors often ended up as bodyguards, estate enforcers, or hired muscle. Some joined the military, where survival might eventually lead to a minor leadership position. Zhang Xing noted that most of the people ahead of him were failing the test. Not only did these individuals lose the 8 gold coins required for the test, but they also faced the heavy emotional toll of uncertainty about their future paths in life. A middle-aged man in a gray robe stood before the testing platform, the 3 silver streaks on his cuffs gleaming brightly, a mark of his status as a senior mage. His gaze fell upon Zhang Xing, standing before him, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This 6 or 7-year-old boy gave off a unique impression, not just because of his bright, gem-like black eyes or his healthy, sunny demeanor, but because of an indescribable air about him. Zhang Xing calmly handed over 8 gold coins, placing his small hand steadily on the faceted magic orb. The senior mage noticed a glimmer of determination in the boy's eyes, a composure far beyond what one would expect from someone his age. Suddenly, the magic orb lit up, and the surrounding crowd instantly held their breath, craning their necks to see the results. The middle-aged mage's expression grew intrigued. The orb's glow became increasingly intense, quickly surpassing the brightness of anyone tested before. Without warning, the orb began to tremble violently, radiating a dazzling white light. Zhang Xing felt a powerful force pulling at the magic and spiritual energy within him. He had no choice but to release these energies passively, and as the orb absorbed more and more, its brilliance only increased. This level, it's already on par with the beginner mage. The senior mage thought, utterly stunned. St. Roland Academy has truly struck gold this time. Just as everyone thought the test was coming to an end, the white light began shifting to a deep red hue. The crowd erupted in shock, their faces a mix of envy, awe, and, from some, even hostility. The senior mage abruptly stood up, while the 2 intermediate mages beside him widened their eyes in disbelief. In St. Roland Academy's 800-year history, no student had ever reached the level of a beginner mage at this age. Zhang Xing had clearly surpassed even White, the prodigy of 500 years ago. The orb's light continued to transform, shifting from deep red to a lighter shade. This indicated the potential for an intermediate mage. But Zhang Xing wasn't ready to stop. A fierce determination burned within him, as though he was challenging the magic orb itself. He concentrated on absorbing magic elements from the air to replenish his strength while simultaneously striving to prevent the energy within him from dissipating. Intermediate mage potential. The senior mage stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Boom. The entire crowd erupted in chaos. People stared at the scene in disbelief, as though witnessing the birth of a miracle. Even those who had harbored ill intentions toward Zhang Xing now abandoned their hostility, replacing it with deep reverence. Everyone present realized that, barring any unforeseen events, this boy named Zhang Xing was destined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 great mage emperors, or perhaps even surpass them. Stop! The middle-aged mage's voice thundered through the air, startling Zhang Xing so much that the magical orb in his hand nearly slipped out of his grasp. A flicker of amusement crossed the mage's eyes, but it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of admiration for this persistent young boy. One cannot fault the ignorant, the mage said slowly. This magical orb was crafted by the headmaster himself. Even a group of grand magisters wouldn't be able to make it explode, let alone a mid-level mage like you, young one. He paused for a moment. Zhang Xing, your magical power and mental strength are both exceptional. Stand behind me and wait until the others finish their tests. We'll make arrangements afterward. For a moment, the entire testing ground fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Xing. Not far away, the heirs of the noble families of St. Roland Fortress, their mentors, and representatives from other city clans all stared at the small figure with fiery gazes. Each of them was calculating in their hearts. No matter what, they had to bring this prodigy into their fold. And if that wasn't possible, they'd at least need to establish a good relationship with him. After the testing was over, Zhang Xing was assigned to a 2-person dormitory. Despite his mid-level magical talent, he was still placed in the beginner magic class. A mentor spoke to him earnestly, The first thing you must learn in magic is the basics. While your talent is extraordinary, that doesn't mean you're already an extraordinary mage. Nor does it guarantee you'll become a great one in the future. Listening to these alto-familiar words, Zhang Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. From elementary school to high school back on Earth, he had heard enough of this kind of talk. And now, in this new world, he was once again subjected to the same kind of ideological education. How tiresome. I'm only 6 years old and already a mid-level mage. Who's calling me arrogant? Did I ever say I didn't want to start in first grade? He grumbled to himself. The young female mentor, who had been chattering non-stop since the dormitory assignments, finally paused after showing Zhang Xing around the academy's classrooms, dining hall, library, physical training center, and magical laboratory. Before leaving, she smiled and said, Zhang Xing, in all my years as a mentor, this is the first time I've ever acted as a guide for a student. This is your first and last time receiving special treatment because, honestly, you're just too adorable. With that, she playfully pinched Zhang Xing's cheek, giggled, and walked away. Watching the graceful and beautiful yet overly talkative young mentor's retreating figure, Zhang Xing couldn't resist muttering under his breath, with a face and figure like that, it's a shame she's not acting in movies. But seriously, she talks so much my ears are about to fall off. Suddenly, from 20 meters away, the female mentor abruptly turned around. Her face still carried a smile, but her eyes gleamed with something unreadable. Zhang Xing, are you talking about me? Zhang Xing jumped in surprise, thinking to himself, she must have wind-based magic talent to hear me from that far away. He quickly waved his hands and pointed to a tree near the dormitory area. No, I was talking about this tree. The mentor gave him a meaningful look before turning to leave. As she walked away, she thought to herself, this kid is quite amusing. His words and actions make him seem like a little adult. What a funny child. But then, recalling Zhang Xing's final comment, her expression darkened. This little rascal, calling me talkative. He acted so serious earlier, even nodding like an adult to show agreement. I felt so proud to be a mentor in that moment. It's hard to put into words. But it turns out this little brat was already tired of listening to me and was just pretending the whole time. What a mischievous child. Zhang Xing, oblivious to her thoughts, was brimming with excitement. Tomorrow marks the start of my magical journey in this fantastical new world. The next day, the new students officially began their academic journey. The commotion caused by Zhang Xing gradually faded as more novel experiences took center stage. Like everyone else, he settled into the routine of studying magical theory and made no special effort to socialize with the noble family students. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed since arriving at the academy. There were only 10 minutes left until a full month had elapsed, which also marked the ripening of the magic flower fruit. However, He Bao seemed to have lost interest in the fruit. Over the past month, Zhang Xing had only sneaked out of the academy 3 times in the dead of night, riding He Bao deep into the forest to hunt magical beasts for sustenance. He knew this behavior would inevitably be discovered by the powerful senior magicians and realized he needed to find a solution quickly. Zhang Xing understood the urgency of upgrading the island's buildings. The level 1 dragon nest was no longer sufficient to house the ever-growing He Bao. However, upgrading the dragon nest required over 10,000 gold coins, and constructing the administrative hall would cost 5,000. While the administrative hall could generate 400 gold coins daily and seemed like a worthwhile investment, Zhang Xing had only 1,200 gold coins left, including the 100 coins he had shared with the villagers of Musi Yuan. Fortunately, their magical beast hunts during this period had earned them substantial experience points. Zhang Xing's magical experience points had reached 280,1000, his warrior experience points were at 312500, and He Bao's experience points stood at 239,500. Despite having enough experience to advance to a higher-level magician, Zhang Xing refrained, worried that the resulting attention would bring unnecessary trouble. Instead, he decided to focus on earning money and training He Bao, believing that as long as He Bao became powerful enough, there would be no need to fear anyone. As Zhang Xing racked his brains for ways to make money, the system suddenly chimed. The magic flower fruit had ripened, and at the same time, the store and skill technique tabs were unlocked. Excited, Zhang Xing eagerly explored the new options and discovered that the store now offered magical potions of various levels, along with instructions for crafting them. What thrilled him even more was the pricing of the potions. Basic magical potions were 200 gold coins, intermediate ones were 500, and advanced potions were 1,000. These prices were far cheaper than the market rates, especially for advanced magical potions, which sold for a staggering 12,000 gold coins and had a buyback price of around 8,000. Zhang Xing immediately recognized the enormous business opportunity and couldn't contain his excitement, practically jumping for joy. He Bao curiously leaned in and asked, Master, did you strike it rich? Why are you so happy? Zhang Xing grinned and replied, That's right, He Bao. From now on, we'll never have to worry about money again. Just stick with me, and you'll live the good life. However, After his initial excitement subsided, Zhang Xing began to think rationally. He realized that as a 6-year-old first-year student, openly selling advanced magical potions would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Even using a transformation potion wouldn't work, as his height would still give him away. Zhang Xing glanced at He Bao, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He understood that no matter how much He Bao transformed, sharp-minded individuals would inevitably notice something suspicious. The plan was simply too risky to pursue recklessly. Zhang Xing thought for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. By noon, a peculiar customer appeared at a magic potion shop in the western part of the city. A frail young man dressed in a gray robe, leaning on crutches. This was Zhang Xing in disguise. The shop assistant, seeing the customer's disability, showed less enthusiasm. "How can I help you, sir?" he asked flatly, his tone indifferent and dismissive, not even bothering to step forward to greet him. "I'd like to sell a bottle of high-grade magic spirit potion," Zhang Xing said, deliberately lowering his voice. The assistant's eyes flickered with surprise as he secretly speculated. Could this man be a mage? But there were no insignias on his cuffs, so perhaps he was just an apprentice. A disabled person practicing magic? He suppressed his doubts and stepped forward. After all, profit mattered more than anything else. Taking the potion, the assistant inspected it carefully. He opened the small glass bottle to take a sniff and then dropped a single bead onto a testing reagent. A few seconds later, the results confirmed its authenticity. "Our shop's buying price is 6,000 gold coins," he said, a sly glint in his eyes. Zhang Xing snatched the potion back and turned to leave, his tone icy. "The shop next door is offering 8,500. Wait, the assistant panicked. 8,500? That's impossible. I can give you 6,500 at most. 8,003, or he'll sell it elsewhere. 7,000 at most. 8,002, 7,005, 8,001, 7,008. Zhang Xing pretended to walk away, prompting the assistant to grit his teeth. "Fine, 8,000. Deal." Zhang Xing smirked faintly. As Zhang Xing left, the assistant scoffed under his breath. Almost a mage and still so stingy, what a miser. Finding a secluded spot, Zhang Xing quickly ducked into the shadows. 7,000 gold coins in the bag. He then purchased 8 more bottles of high-grade spirit potions and headed to the largest potion shop in the area. These shops, mostly owned by prominent families of St. Roland Castle, were both competitors and allies. Zhang Xing's departure from the previous shop had already drawn attention from nearby businesses. When he reappeared, suspicion brewed among the onlookers. Could this cripple have more potions to sell? After selling 7 more potions, Zhang Xing was satisfied, feeling as though he was sitting atop a mountain of gold. As he walked, he noticed something unusual behind him. A cold smile tugged at his lips. So, they were planning to rob him? Did they seriously think he was just a helpless cripple, and that the 60,000 gold coins he carried made him an easy target? Indeed, to them, a mysterious, disabled magic apprentice with a large stock of high-grade potions was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zhang Xing walked leisurely on his crutches toward the city outskirts, a faint spiritual force trailing closely behind him. Reaching a forest outside the city, he stopped and turned to face 6 individuals who had been following him. Among them were 1 advanced warrior, 2 intermediate warriors, 1 advanced mage, and 2 intermediate mages. This lineup, assembled to deal with a crippled man, seemed excessive even to them. However, the shop owner had been cautious, aiming not only to reclaim the gold coins spent on the 7 potions, but also to gain additional spoils. "Hey kid, why did you stop? Feeling tired? Need a break?" A few men chuckled maliciously, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. Zhang Xing joined in with a sly laugh, thinking to himself, "These 6 gentlemen must have quite a stash of gold coins on them. Rushing over here to hand them to me, huh?" The group froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Was this cripple out of his mind? As they burst into raucous laughter, a sudden wave of heat filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fiery magic balls streaked through the sky like meteors, hurtling toward the 6 men. The fireballs moved so swiftly that the group barely managed to dodge them, stumbling awkwardly. Their laughter vanished, replaced by expressions of shock and alarm. "Damn it! You little punk dared to make the first move. Grab your weapons," and the warrior's command was cut short as another trio of fireballs whizzed through the air. Instant cast magic. He's no mere magic apprentice, he's at least an advanced mage. One of the mid-level mages exclaimed, cold sweat forming on his forehead. So what if he's an advanced mage? At this close range, with 3 warriors here, speed won't save him. Surround him, the senior warrior sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The 3 warriors quickly drew their weapons, their great swords and battle axes glinting menacingly under the sunlight. They moved swiftly, forming a triangular encirclement around Zhang Xing. Meanwhile, the 3 mages positioned themselves 3 meters behind the warriors, their magic wands at the ready. Attack! In the blink of an eye, the group had completed their assault formation. At the command, the three warriors charged at Zhang Xing like ferocious tigers unleashed from their cage. The advanced mage smirked disdainfully. What a foolish cripple. Facing warriors Hedon and not retreating? Standing there like a complete idiot. Haha, he's a cripple, retreating isn't exactly convenient for him. The mid-level mage sneered mockingly. Then, with a smirk, he added, looks like there's nothing left for us to do. Let's just enjoy the show. At the same time, the senior warrior leaped into the air, his massive battle axe slicing through the air as it aimed for Zhang Xing's head. The other two warriors swung their greatswords in horizontal arcs, aiming for his chest like streaks of silver lightning. TSK, TSK. Can't bear to watch. This kid's about to be chopped into. The mid-level mage shook his head, a cruel grin forming on his lips. But in the next instant, his expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Zhang Xing suddenly propelled himself upward with his crutches, shooting into the air like an arrow leaving the bowstring. In a flash, he collided with the airborne senior warrior at an astonishing speed. A flicker of surprise crossed the warrior's eyes, quickly replaced by a contemptuous sneer. You, a frail mage, dare to clash with me, Hedon? You're courting death. The warrior's powerful axe swing clearly missed its target, and he used the momentum to launch himself fiercely toward Zhang Xing. Just as they were about to collide, the senior warrior tensed his bulging muscles. Let's see how you handle this. I'll crush every bone in your body and make you a complete cripple. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw a small fist emerge from Zhang Xing's gray robe. It was tiny, childlike, no larger than the palm of his hand. Before he could process what he was seeing, his body collided with that little fist. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The senior warrior felt as though he'd slammed into a mountain. A searing pain coursed through his body, and his strength drained away as he hurtled uncontrollably toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, the impact created a massive crater in the earth. His internal organs felt as though they'd been pulverized by a meat grinder. Ugh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale with disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Zhang Xing, who had gracefully landed on a large rock nearby. The two mid-level warriors, whose attacks had missed, stared at Zhang Xing in equal astonishment. No, this is impossible. The senior warrior struggled to speak. How can a cripple possess such immense strength? You can't possibly be an advanced warrior too. What? He's also an advanced warrior? The three mages in the distance gasped, instinctively stepping back. Their faces were etched with fear. A mid-level warrior suddenly noticed something unusual. Zhang Xing seemed much shorter than before. You? How are you standing without a crutch? The warrior stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Because I was never crippled to begin with, Zhang Xing sneered coldly. With that, he tore off the long gray robe and tossed it to the ground, revealing his short stature. As the effects of the transformation potion wore off, his true appearance gradually re-emerged. The 6 men witnessing this were utterly stunned, their faces frozen in shock. Their facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and their trembling fingers pointed at Zhang Xing. Seeing their disbelief, Zhang Xing's lips curled into a sinister smile. Well then, he said darkly, you can keep being surprised in hell. The chilling words, spoken in a voice that still carried the innocence of youth, sent shivers down their spines. The three mages exchanged uneasy glances and instantly understood what the others were thinking. Run. Facing a high-level mage who could cast spells instantly, as well as a high-level warrior, they dared not take any risks, even if their opponent appeared to be just a child. The lifeless body of the elite warrior on the ground was warning enough. Without hesitation, the three mages cast levitation spells and darted 6 or 7 meters away in an instant. Trying to run? Hey Bao, time to stretch your wings, Zhang Xing commanded with a thought, and Hey Bao, his dragon companion, eagerly emerged. The remaining 3 warriors, seeing the mages flee, were also tempted to retreat. But just as they were about to act, they witnessed something that made their blood run cold. Third brother, is that a dragon? One of them stammered. Big brother, we're in serious trouble. Warriors with dragons are said to be. The words were cut off by the eldest warrior, who barked sharply, silence. That's forbidden. Don't speak of it. Meanwhile, the fleeing mages were still congratulating themselves. Good thing we ran fast. That kid will probably go after those warriors first. One mage suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned his head, and what he saw made him collapse to the ground in terror. A dragon? It's a dragon. Hey Bao hovered before them, his eyes glinting with mockery. His toothy grin widened. You seem to be in such a hurry. Why stop now? He taunted. The 3 mages fell to their knees, trembling, pleading for their lives. Mighty dragon, please spare us. We have gems, gold coins. We'll give you everything. They shakily offered up a collection of glittering jewels. Hey Bao's eyes lit up with greed at the sight of the treasures. But before he could act, Zhang Xing arrived, his tone commanding. Hey Bao, what are you waiting for? Kill them. All of this will be yours anyway. With his master's order, He Bao wasted no time. In an instant, the three mages were torn apart, their cries silenced. He Bao then gathered the scattered gems and gold coins, his satisfaction evident, before returning triumphantly to Shenlong Island. After returning to Dragon Island, Zhang Xing swiftly constructed an administrative hall with a wave of his hand, spending 5,000 gold coins. Immediately afterward, he upgraded the dragon nest to level 2, which cost him another 10,000 gold coins. He Bao excitedly dashed toward the newly upgraded nest. The 5-meter-high cavern, with its sprawling tunnels, was spacious enough to allow his 4-meter-long body to move freely. After thoroughly inspecting the area, he chose the innermost cave to settle down. Just as He Bao was about to spit out the gems he had collected, a sense of caution crept over him. He quietly flew outside, glancing around and listening carefully in the direction of the castle. Once he confirmed that Zhang Xing was indeed inside, he returned to the nest. Carefully, he hid a few gems and a pile of gold coins in a corner, then lay on the heap of coins, admiring the shimmering red and blue gems. He Bao had secretly kept the over 10,000 gold coins taken from the three mages, knowing full well that his master would demand them back if discovered. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing counted his remaining gold coins. Including the loot from the three warriors, he had 55,000 coins left after deducting construction expenses. He noticed that the daily gold production of the parliament was 800 coins, double that of the administrative hall. After some calculations, he decided to construct the parliament, spending 15,000 gold coins. Upon checking his experience points, Zhang Xing realized that these constructions hadn't brought him any additional rewards. However, he didn't mind. Currently, the system had no active quests, and leveling up relied mostly on sporadic monster kills, which sufficed for the time being. The biggest shortcoming at present was his magical skills. Despite spending a month studying theoretical knowledge, he could only cast Fireball in combat, which felt rather inadequate. Zhang Xing opened the magic skills section of the store and began browsing through the available skills. Beginner magic skills 200 coins each. Magic arrow, Fireball, attack boost, magic shield, slow spell, stone skin, and more. Intermediate magic skills 500 coins each. Flame dance, blindness, thunderbolt, chain fireball, flame wall, among others. Advanced magic skills 1,000 coins each. Meteor shower, rapid fireballs, landmine placement, magic resistance, earthquake, mind control hypnosis, and more. Additionally, there were skills exclusive to magisters and archmages. The warrior skill section also featured abilities like Skybreaker Punch, Heaven Shattering Punch, and Heaven Destroying Punch, priced at 200, 500, and 1,000 coins respectively. Zhang Xing decided to learn every skill he could. Overcome with excitement, he burst into laughter. He Bao, drawn by the noise, poked his head out curiously, wondering what had brought his master such joy. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across Zhang Xing's body. He Bao, startled, was about to retreat when another flash followed. One after another, dazzling lights lit up, making the entire Dragon Island look as though it were hosting a fireworks display. He Bao stared blankly, utterly amazed at how many magic skills his master had just acquired. Zhang Xing knew well how difficult it was to learn these spells at the academy. Without a significant amount of credits, acquiring advanced magic skills was nearly impossible. Some students spent 8 years diligently studying yet still couldn't save enough credits to exchange for advanced skills. Credits were earned through assignments, quests, or even joining clubs to venture into the wild. But Zhang Xing had accomplished in less than 10 minutes what others could only dream of. Spending 11,400 gold coins, he mastered nearly 20 magic skills. If the entire academy students and faculty alike found out about this, they would likely be in utter disbelief, perhaps even moved to tears. Zhang Xing's face was glowing with excitement, his cheeks flushed from the thrill of his recent extravagant spending spree. The new magic skills and warrior techniques he had just mastered filled him with confidence. Now seemed like the perfect moment to advance to the rank of advanced mage. Right on cue, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, Island Master, you have leveled up to advanced mage. Current experience, 80500. New task unlocked, evolve the Black Dragon to Tier 4. Current experience, 239500. Build a pond and cultivate aquatic creatures to provide food for the Black Dragon. Zhang Xing frowned thoughtfully. I could just hunt magical beasts outside to feed the Black Dragon and earn experience points. Isn't building all this a bit redundant? The system immediately answered, Dragon Island is like a nation, it needs continuous development to grow stronger. In the future, this island will feature vast forests, wooded lands surrounded by mountains, scorching deserts, roaring oceans, snow-capped peaks, and lava-spewing volcanoes. All of this requires the island master's personal effort to construct. These words struck Zhang Xing deeply. He nodded in understanding, a thoughtful expression on his face. Opening the system's building menu, he selected Build Pond. A dazzling white light flashed in the direction of the orchard, and a 12-kilometer-long river suddenly appeared out of thin air. So that's what the system considers a pond, this entire river. No wonder it cost 10,000 gold coins, Zhang Xing realized with a start. He then opened the store to browse aquatic creatures. The cheapest option was carp, with 100 fish fry costing just 1 gold coin. The most expensive, however, cost 1,000 gold coins per fish, clearly beyond his budget. After careful consideration, Zhang Xing purchased 10,000 carp fry, 10,000 crucian carp fry, 50,000 river shrimp fry, and 30,000 dogfish fry. These dogfish could grow over a meter long and weigh over 100 pounds when fully grown, more than enough to feed his black dragon. As he watched the 100,000 fry happily swim into the river, Zhang Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his new identity as a fish farming tycoon. With 17,000 gold coins left, he had enough for now, but it was clear that this amount fell far short of what was needed to realize his grand vision of planting forests, carving out mountains, and creating oceans. When Zhang Xing returned to the academy, there were still a few minutes before afternoon classes started. He walked straight into the classroom, where his classmates were chatting and joking in small groups. "Zhang Xing, over here!" shouted Linda Clive, the class monitor. This freckled, pale-skinned 13-year-old was the young master of the Linda family, an influential noble house in the western city. Backed by his family's status, he had gathered a group of lower-ranking nobles and enjoyed lording over the class. He had already tried 3 times this month to recruit Zhang Xing into the Linda family. "Zhang Xing, as long as you join my family, my grandfather promises to give you 3 gold coins every month. Plus, I'll treat you to wolf meat buns every week." Clive began his pitch again. "I've had enough of wolf meat," Zhang Xing replied with a sneer. "What? Had enough?" The entire class burst into laughter. To them, this talented mage from a poor background was going nowhere without noble support, no matter how gifted he was. Everyone knew that despite his intermediate mage-level talent, Zhang Xing couldn't even earn a single academic credit, let alone afford the resources to strengthen himself further. Zhang Xing ignored the mocking laughter that rippled through the classroom, lowering his head and focusing intently on flipping through the basics of elementary magic theory. In this hierarchical world of magic, much like on Earth, the harsh reality of mocking the poor but not the immoral remained unchanged. The nobility stood high above, while the fate of the poor was passed down through generations, their value often less than that of a noble's guard dog. However, Zhang Xing understood clearly that as a poor individual with magical aptitude, being admitted to the Magic Academy was his chance to escape the shackles of poverty. Though in the eyes of the nobility, this so-called social ascent was merely a transition from servant to vassal, it was still far better than being trapped forever at the bottom. "Zhang Xing, stop bragging." Clive tilted his chin up, his eyes gleaming with disdain. "Have you ever even seen wolf meat? You probably don't even know what it smells like." As soon as he finished, a few other students from impoverished backgrounds chimed in with mocking laughter. Zhang Xing's calm demeanor was interpreted by his classmates as weakness. 2 students of similarly poor origins immediately seized the moment to ingratiate themselves with Clive, standing up and fawning over him. "Zhang Xing, you're lucky Clive even notices you. If you're willing to serve him, you won't have to worry about getting decent food." "Exactly. Clive has invited you 3 times already. You'd better stop being so ungrateful." Clive nodded slightly in approval at their sycophantic remarks. While these 2 poor students were eager to curry favor with him, their mediocre magical talents rendered them unworthy of being valued by the Clive family as retainers. At that moment, Zhang Xing suddenly slammed his book shut, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Shut up. Who do you think you are? Look at you groveling like a pair of lapdogs. If you're going to pick a dog master, at least choose a better one. Why settle for a mangy mutt?" Standing at the classroom doorway, Instructor Salina, who had just arrived, nearly burst into laughter upon overhearing this. She discreetly stepped to the side, her interest piqued, and decided to observe the situation unfold. The 2 10-year-old students froze, rendered speechless by Zhang Xing's cutting words. The classroom erupted into laughter, but the moment the students realized who Zhang Xing's words were targeting and noticed Clive's darkening expression, the laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone shrank back, hiding behind their books and sneaking glances to see what would happen next. Clive's entire body trembled, his face flushed with fury, and his fists clenched tightly. As the young heir of a duke, he had never been humiliated like this before. Outside the academy, his guards would have already beaten this insolent boy to a pulp. To be called a mangy mutt by a mere commoner in front of the entire class was an insult he could not tolerate. "O great god of fire, your loyal servant Clive beseeches your aid. Grant me your strength." Clive silently chanted the incantation, and a level 1 fireball spell began to form in his palm. "Die, you filthy commoner." A blazing fireball suddenly appeared in Clive's hand, and without hesitation, he hurled it toward Zhang Xing's back. Clive's face twisted with rage, and as the fireball left his hand, his expression shifted from ferocious to merciless. If this doesn't burn you to a crisp, I'll at least have you bedridden for a month, he thought darkly. The entire class was stunned into silence. Someone gasped. Has young Master Clive lost his mind? Doesn't he know fighting is strictly forbidden in the academy? Indeed, casting any magic in the classroom could endanger other students, and anyone caught breaking the rules faced severe consequences, including fines, public apologies, or even expulsion. Zhang Xing, watch out behind you, a classmate shouted in alarm. Outside the door, Instructor Salina witnessed the scene and immediately rushed into the classroom. Despite being a junior mage herself, the 15 or so meters between her and Zhang Xing rendered her powerless in this moment. Frantically, she gestured for Zhang Xing to duck under the desk, shouting, Zhang Xing, get down now. While Clive smirked coldly, the other students panicked, and the instructor grew increasingly desperate. A faint trace of disdain appeared on Zhang Xing's young face. He had already sensed the disturbance in the fire elemental magic in the air, but hadn't expected Clive to actually dare to cast a fireball in the classroom. If you're starting this, then I won't hold back, Zhang Xing thought to himself. He raised his left hand and extended a single finger. Miraculously, the fireball Clive had thrown landed gently on Zhang Xing's fingertip, shrinking into a spinning orb about the size of an egg. Clive, your level 1 fireball spell is seriously underwhelming, Zhang Xing mocked. Slow, weak, and the fire elemental magic isn't even pure. Have you been daydreaming all these years of meditation, or just sleeping? The entire class was dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen Zhang Xing make a move. He had simply raised his hand. Clive, on the other hand, was completely stunned, while the other students stared in shock at the small fireball hovering on Zhang Xing's fingertip. Instructor Salina froze mid-step, her initial panic giving way to disbelief. Quickly regaining her composure, she shouted urgently, Zhang Xing, extinguish that fireball immediately. Before she could finish her sentence, the fireball vanished from Zhang Xing's finger. In the next instant, Clive let out a piercing scream and leaped into the air. I'm on fire. Somebody, help me. Flames burst from his chest, rising nearly half a foot high. It was only then that the class snapped out of their daze. They scrambled out of their seats, retreating as far away as possible. Clive flailed wildly, slapping at the flames on his silk shirt, his face a mask of panic. He was on the verge of tears. Quick, get me some water, he yelled. But none of the students moved, frozen in fear. Zhang Xing, maintaining a perfectly serious expression, suggested, why not use books to put out the fire? No sooner had he said it than a thick copy of Introduction to Basic Magic Theory smacked Clive square in the chest, damping the flames significantly. The other students, seeing this, quickly followed suit. One after another, heavy books were hurled at Clive. Hey, ow, stop. I said water, not books. Clive cried out, dodging the incoming books while still trying to extinguish the fire. Suddenly, one particularly hefty book hit Clive right in the face with a loud thwack. That book had to weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds, about the equivalent of 2 bricks. Even Zhang Xing winced at the sight. In just 3 breaths since the fire started, the scent of roasted meat already lingered in the air. A few books, instead of extinguishing the flames, had only managed to set Clive's pants on fire. At this critical moment, Salina's water orb came whistling through the air, dousing the flames with a loud splash. Young Master Clive was instantly reduced to a drenched mess, collapsing awkwardly to the ground and gasping for air. Salina, remaining calm, issued her orders. Clive, go to the infirmary to treat your burns, and then come to my office. Zhang Xing, you're coming with me now. She gave Zhang Xing a deep, meaningful look before turning and walking away. Zhang Xing followed her closely to her office. Before his mentor could even take a seat, he blurted out defensively, Mentor Salina, I'm innocent. I'm the victim here. He put on such a pitiful expression that Salina almost burst out laughing. Her mind wandered briefly to the first day of school, when Zhang Xing had naively remarked, what a pity I'm not in one of those movies. This child always had such animated expressions and a head full of peculiar ideas. The movie he had described sounded like a mix of noble clown performances and some profound magic. Salina had to admit that her imagination was nowhere near as vivid as his. After sitting down, Salina composed herself and spoke sternly. Zhang Xing, I know this wasn't your fault. Defending yourself against Clive is understandable, but actions like this will only bring you trouble. You're still young, and don't understand that these noble kids are not people you can afford to provoke. The academy treats all students equally and doesn't discriminate against commoners like you, so you don't need to worry. But from now on, no matter what happens, you must not leave the school grounds alone. If you're in real trouble, come to me. Do you understand? Hearing this, Zhang Xing felt a surge of gratitude welling up in his heart. Pressing his lips together, he nodded earnestly. I understand, Minter Salina. His demeanor was so mature for his age that Salina couldn't help but chuckle softly. Salina thought to herself, this child is exceptionally talented, diligent, and composed. Though a bit mischievous, his control over magical elements is already quite refined. Unfortunately, he never participated in any activities, so he had no credits and couldn't learn basic magical skills. Although she was quite fond of the boy, she couldn't violate academy rules to teach him privately. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up. Zhang Xing, there's a placement test for new students in 3 days. If you make it into the top 10, you'll earn a good amount of credit rewards, which will allow you to start learning basic magical skills. Zhang Xing hesitated. Before he could finish, Salina cut him off decisively. It's settled. No more holding back your abilities. Honestly, where did a kid like you learn to keep such a low profile? Don't worry, the academy's instructors all think highly of you. They won't care about your little secrets. As she finished speaking, a subtle, knowing smile played on her lips, as if to say, we already know about that little secret of yours. Zhang Xing's mind was in turmoil. Have I been found out already? But outwardly, he remained calm and replied, all right, Minter Salina, I'll do as you say. Salina studied Zhang Xing's every minute expression as he spoke, searching for any trace of unease, but found none. She began to doubt her own suspicions. Finally, she concluded, that's all for now. Take the next couple of days to prepare well, and aim for a high rank in the test 3 days from now. Zhang Xing stepped out of the office, only to run into Clive, who was just returning after receiving treatment. The moment Clive saw Zhang Xing, his fury erupted. Gritting his teeth, he growled, you lowlife. Just wait for the endless revenge of the Lind family. You little brat, don't let me catch you alone. Before Clive could finish, Zhang Xing coldly raised his middle finger, a fireball the size of a head hovering at his fingertip. Clive's words abruptly stopped, and his face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, the icy voice of Minter Salina came from the office. Clive, what are you doing? Get in here now. Clive shot Zhang Xing a venomous glare before hastily pushing the office door open and rushing inside. Back in the classroom, Zhang Xing ignored the hushed whispers of his classmates and sank into deep thought. Moments later, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. The secret was safe, and Minter Salina was merely testing him. Wary now, he resolved to remain vigilant toward everyone from now on. As for Clive's threats, Zhang Xing didn't think much of them, believing Clive lacked the ability to pose any real danger. As the school day neared its end, Clive finally returned to the classroom. He cast a lofty glance at Zhang Xing before sitting down. His lackeys greeted him quietly, and Clive responded with arrogance, Humph, what could possibly happen to me? No one can touch me. He then whispered orders, spread the word anyone who beats up Zhang Xing gets 100 gold coins. Break an arm, 500. A leg, 1,000. One of his lackeys tried to ask more questions but was silenced by Clive's impatient glare. Oblivious to the bounty placed on his head, Zhang Xing pretended to focus on flipping through his brand new textbook on the basics of magic. His desk mate glanced enviously at Zhang Xing's pristine book, then down at their own worn copy, jealousy bubbling in their heart. After school, Zhang Xing had his free dinner in the cafeteria before heading back to his dormitory to meditate. His roommates rarely saw him around, which suited him just fine. Late at night, Zhang Xing opened his eyes, changed into all-black clothing, and nimbly scaled a 5-meter-high wall, vanishing into the darkness. He didn't notice 2 shadows silently following him. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing arrived at the desolate northern mountains behind the academy. The area was littered with abandoned mines, said to have been sealed off due to resource depletion. Just as he was about to summon He Bao, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. Acting on instinct, he quickly cast Stone Skin and Divine Shield for protection, while simultaneously using Speed Boost to dodge to the side. Even so, he was a fraction too slow. A powerful force slammed into him, sending him flying over 5 meters before he crashed into a half-meter-tall boulder. Despite the impact, Zhang Xing rolled twice and immediately got to his feet. Well, still standing? A deep, mocking voice broke the silence of the night. Another voice followed, laced with amusement. Haha, little brother. You're a mid-level ice mage, and you couldn't kill a kid? What have you been doing these past 40 years? Big brother. Did you see him stack 2 beginner-level defensive spells on himself? His casting speed is incredible. Little brother. He also used a beginner-level speed boost. Impressive, truly impressive. This kid's a rare talent. It'd be a shame to kill him. The voices of the 2 mysterious figures echoed through the night. Zhang Xing kept his eyes fixed on the shadows in the darkness, his mind racing to devise a strategy. If Zhang Xing hadn't cast his spells in time, his life would likely be hanging by a thread right now. The power of a sneak attack from a mid-level magus is terrifying, even for a warrior of the same level to handle. let alone Zhang Xing, who was merely an advanced warrior. However, Zhang Xing's magical power and mental strength have long surpassed the level of an advanced mage, rivaling that of a junior magus. Furthermore, the attacker did not go all out, which allowed Zhang Xing to narrowly escape disaster. Even so, Zhang Xing's fury had been ignited. A mid-level magus stooping to such despicable tactics utterly outrageous. He silently vowed to make these arrogant magi taste the consequences of their actions today. With a wave of his hands, Zhang Xing conjured two basic magic arrows that shot through the air, whistling as they flew towards the two magi. However, the two merely sneered in disdain. With a casual wave of their hands, they easily neutralized the seemingly insignificant attack. Such petty tricks, and you dare show them off in front of us? They mocked with contempt. A faint smirk appeared on Zhang Xing's lips. Inwardly, he was pleased. Their arrogance played right into his hands. In the next moment, he swiftly cast two basic support spells, Slow and Blindness, enveloping the two magi instantly. Without hesitation, he followed up with a powerful advanced spell, Thunderbolt Strike, tearing through the air. Caught off guard, the two magi suddenly felt their bodies slow down. Just as they were about to chant a spell, they realized an even greater threat was imminent. Hastily, they attempted to cast protective magic, but darkness consumed their vision, leaving them blind to everything around them. In the blink of an eye, two silver bolts of lightning shot out from the darkness, striking them squarely on their heads. Instantly, their hair was singed, and their robes were left tattered, evidence of the severe damage they'd sustained. As the attack subsided, the blindness effect wore off, and they regained their sight. Due to the disparity in strength, the slow spell's duration lasted only a brief 3 seconds. Once their bodies returned to normal, the two magi were seething with rage. "You little brat," all one of them began, only to immediately find his movements slowing once more. The other, who was preparing to counterattack, found his incantation turning into a sluggish drawl. Frustration and regret boiled within them. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that the so-called novice mage, who only knows Fireball, described by Master Clive, could be so formidable. This young man's abilities had clearly surpassed those of an advanced mage, and his mastery of spellcasting was so adept that they were caught completely off guard. As countless thoughts raced through their minds, Zhang Xing unleashed another blindness spell. Darkness engulfed them once again, and their flow of magical energy became sluggish. A wave of fear surged through them like a rising tide. Crack, crack. Two more bolts of thunderous lightning descended, this time shattering their protective magic entirely and leaving them significantly injured. Though they still had the strength to fight, Zhang Xing had no intention of giving them a moment to breathe. He continued his relentless cycle of spells, slowing their movements, robbing them of their sight, and striking them with lightning again and again. The two once proud magi were now like helpless wooden stakes, unable to defend themselves and at the mercy of their opponent. Their hearts brimmed with anger, frustration, and humiliation, but their faces, distorted by the relentless lightning strikes, betrayed no readable expression. The most unbearable part was that they couldn't even speak, left only to scream and roar in their minds. Zhang Xing played a rapid sequence on his magical instrument, casting a spell of slowness. A flash of magical light swept across, and the two sorcerers' movements instantly became sluggish. "So, gentlemen, how does it feel?" Zhang Xing asked with a cold smirk. "Not so great, huh? Good, that's exactly what I intended." Without pausing, he swiftly cast a blindness spell. "Tell me, why do you grown-ups always pick on a kid like me? Do you really think I'm an easy target? Let me guess, Clive sent you, didn't he?" Crackling lightning began to form in his hands. "I didn't want to use such extreme methods to deal with you, but you just had to push me, didn't you?" A relentless barrage of magical attacks struck the two sorcerers. By the time Zhang Xing finally stopped, both of them had already taken their last breath. Still, he remained cautious, leaving even the faintest glimmer of life in opponents of this caliber could lead to dire consequences. Only after confirming that they were truly beyond recovery did Zhang Xing withdraw his magic. He quickly looted the sorcerer's magical rings, and then tossed two fireballs to incinerate the scene. Summoning his mount, Hei Bao, he rode off toward the hunting grounds. With limited time, they only managed to hunt a few second and third-year magic wolves on the outskirts of the forest before quietly returning to the academy. Back in his dormitory, Zhang Xing reviewed his spoils with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The wealth of these two sorcerers far exceeded his expectations, a haul of over 100,000 gold coins. Combined with his previous savings, his total assets were now approaching 120,000. Suddenly, he noticed a few blue gemstones were missing. Alarmed, Zhang Xing immediately entered Shenlong Island and meticulously counted his loot in the Grand Hall. Sure enough, some gems were gone. He repeatedly called out for Hei Bao but received no response. Recalling He Bao's sneaky demeanor the last time it transformed into human form, Zhang Xing had an epiphany. He slipped into He Bao's lair, navigating its winding passages until he reached its dwelling. Peeking inside, he saw He Bao crouched over, comparing a few gems while muttering to itself, "This blue one is the biggest and the prettiest." In one corner of the cave lay a pile of more than 10,000 gold coins, with a few scattered stones nearby. It dawned on Zhang Xing that this mischievous little dragon had secretly stashed away a good portion of the sorcerer's treasures. He couldn't help but chuckle. He Bao's hoarding wasn't about spending money, but rather a natural instinct of its dragon lineage. In the end, he decided to let it continue collecting. After all, the treasure would eventually belong to him anyway. Back in his dormitory, Zhang Xing sat down to carefully analyze the battle. With his current advanced level dual cultivation in magic and martial arts, he felt confident facing even high-level sorcerers and warriors. This victory, however, was largely due to his opponents underestimating him. If they had prepared defensive spells in advance, his current magical abilities alone might not have sufficed. That said, Zhang Xing still had an ace up his sleeve. He was also an advanced warrior. A well-timed barbaric charge to close the distance, followed by a devastating skybreaker punch, could easily knock out even a high-level sorcerer in a single blow. 3 days later, the long-awaited test questions for the preliminary exam were finally revealed. 50 newly recruited young trainees would answer the questions on-site to demonstrate the results of their month-long study of magical theory. The exam consisted of 100 questions, each worth 1 point, with scores determined on the spot by Mentor Salina and the review panel. In the spacious 500-square-meter examination room, 14 children were already seated, the air thick with tension. Chief Examiner Salina stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the young faces before her. What she saw was a sea of apprehension. Some children were wringing their hands nervously, while others sat with their heads bowed, as if trying to bury their faces in their desks. Salina sighed inwardly, noting that these children seemed to harbor an inexplicable fear of the word exam. Suddenly, she noticed an empty seat. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that Zhang Xing from Group 5 was absent. The 50 students had been divided into 5 groups, allowing for both group discussions and individual responses. 50 points were allocated for group mandatory questions, while the remaining 50 points were reserved for individual buzzer questions. A new rule introduced this year allowed for debates in case of disputes, with the winner determined by the chief examiner and the review panel. Salina glanced at the magical clock. There was only 1 minute left until the exam began. She started to worry whether Zhang Xing would miss the test. However, Zhang Xing's delay was not intentional. Just as he stepped out of his dormitory, 2 senior students intercepted him. One of them, a boy with a friendly smile, greeted him warmly. "You're Zhang Xing, right? We could use your help with something small." Though puzzled, Zhang Xing nodded in agreement. The boy suggested they talk somewhere quieter, and Zhang Xing followed them toward a nearby corner. The 2 older students exchanged a sly, triumphant look behind his back, clearly harboring ulterior motives. The 3 soon disappeared around the corner, out of sight from anyone who might witness what happened next. A few seconds later, a muffled thud echoed from the corner. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Xing emerged unscathed, a faint smirk of disdain playing on his lips. "Trying to pull that trick on me? Please, I was over this in elementary school," he muttered under his breath. When Zhang Xing finally arrived at the exam hall, the clock struck precisely on the hour. Salina gave him a brief glance before turning to address the entire group with a smile. "All right, everyone is here. Let's begin the test." She walked over to a long table and picked up a steaming beaker. Salina softly chanted a few words, waving her hands gently above the beaker. In an instant, the steam vanished. "I've just cooled this boiling water down to around 5 degrees, she said. "If anyone feels too warm, feel free to take a sip to cool off." The students burst into laughter, the tension in the room easing slightly. "Let the questioning begin," Salina declared. At once, the exam hall fell into complete silence. Ding! As the timer hit 0, the bell rang right on time for the first group. "Clive, please answer the question." Clive stood up, a confident smile gracing his face. As the meticulously groomed heir of his family, he had mastered the fundamentals of magic inside and out. Mentor Salina used advanced ice magic to rapidly cool boiling water to demonstrate that magic should be efficient and swift, he declared boldly. The students in the first group looked at him with admiration, and a few sycophants even gave him a thumbs up. Although Mentor Salina wasn't entirely satisfied with his answer, she chose not to point out its shortcomings directly, considering they were all beginners. A 5-second countdown began, and the classroom fell silent. Just as Clive thought he had secured this easy point, the timer froze on the final second. "Zhang Xing, please share a different perspective," Mentor Salina said with a faint, enigmatic smile. All eyes instantly turned to Zhang Xing. Among them, Clive's gaze burned with a mix of resentment and malice. His hand unconsciously brushed against his chest though the wound had healed, The memory of the pain was still vivid. He couldn't help but wonder how Zhang Xing had managed to make it to class unscathed. Hadn't those two intermediate-level students been instructed to stop him? Now, with his point hanging in the balance, Clive seethed inwardly, though his expression remained one of disdain. After all, what could a kid from a poor family possibly know about complex magical theories? What happened next, however, left everyone in the room wide-eyed with astonishment. Mentor Salina's question is about the fundamental principles behind magic. Zhang Xing began calmly. Clive's answer is too superficial. This actually involves the theory of sono-quantology. Raising his index finger, he continued, sono refers to what we commonly call magical elements, as clearly stated on page 365, line 19, of our textbook. Magical elements are neither matter nor energy, yet they are omnipresent. They exist in the air around us as well as within our bodies. At this point, Zhang Xing paused to clear his throat, a small gesture that drew amused smiles from the mentor and the panel of evaluators. To understand how ice magic rapidly cools boiling water, the key lies in the concept of the mediator explained in detail on page 366, line 46. The mediator allows sono to transform into both energy and matter, forming the basis of all magical abilities. While the energy in boiling water is high, it's still lower than the ice element energy within the mediator. It's like a big fish eating a smaller one. Thermal energy is consumed by ice energy, and the temperature instantly reaches equilibrium. Zhang Xing glanced at the pale-faced instructor on the review panel before continuing. The second mistake is that the history of magic predates the establishment of the Tianqing Empire by a long shot. Magic existed in ancient times and was believed to be a divine gift. The first recorded use of magic can be traced back to the era of the ancient magical civilization, which predates the founding of the Tianqing Empire by over 1,000 years. As for the Six Towers Association, while they indeed played a pivotal role in the development of magic, their initial ideas were inspired by relics from the ancient magical civilization. They then built upon this foundation through relentless research to create the modern magical system. While Clive's answer was correct in describing the development of magic within the Tianqing Empire, it completely overlooked the broader history that preceded it. The Six Towers Association's contributions to the empire's magical education are noteworthy, but they cannot claim credit for the origins of magic. Furthermore, magic is not an exclusive privilege of the nobility. In fact, its use among commoners predates its adoption by nobles. While the nobility contributed to its refinement and dissemination, it was the tireless efforts of countless commoner mages that truly advanced the art of magic. That concludes my answer. When Zhang Xing finished speaking, the room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone, including Mentor Salina, was completely taken aback. This information wasn't something found in introductory magic texts. Many advanced mages might not even be aware of it. Where had Zhang Xing learned all of this? Clive's face turned ashen. He knew he had been thoroughly outclassed. After a long pause, Mentor Salina finally regained her composure. Clearing her throat, she said, Zhang Xing's answer is excellent, very thorough and insightful. He earns full marks for this question. Clive, while your answer contained some minor inaccuracies, it was still well presented. I will award you half a point for your effort. What? He still gets half a point? Clive's indignation erupted. That's not fair. He made mistakes. Why does he get any points at all? I want to appeal. Clive, Salina said sternly, her gaze piercing. You need to remember your place. Are you sure you want to escalate this over half a point? That would involve notifying your father. Do you believe he would consider this worth making a fuss over? Clive froze, his body trembling slightly. He quickly lowered his head, swallowing his protests. Good. Now, let's move on to the third question, Salina announced. This will be a practical magic test. Please perform a basic fireball spell. Who would like to go first? All right, even if this is just a trivial matter, Zhang Xing remarked nonchalantly, as if the earlier argument was hardly worth mentioning. Taking a deep breath, he continued, the second mistake. The origin of magic isn't 1,000 years ago, it's 2,500 years ago. The moment his words fell, the examination hall erupted in commotion. Clive shot to his feet, shouting angrily, Zhang Xing, you're talking nonsense. At the same time, the pale-faced instructor Tarl slammed his hand on the table and barked sternly, utter nonsense. Zhang Xing, you lose 1 academic credit, and your test qualification is revoked. The room buzzed with agitation, whispers flying around. This kid was so impressive on the first question, but now he's losing it? The history of magic clearly states it's 1,000 years old. Someone muttered under their breath. Just then, Salina lightly tapped a small bell. Silence. Everyone sit down. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, and the hall quickly returned to order. Instructor Tarl, his face dark and stormy, turned to Salina and suggested grimly, Instructor Salina, this student Zhang Xing is undisciplined and shows no respect for history. I propose deducting his credits and removing him from the examination hall. Salina gave Tarl a meaningful glance, her tone calm yet firm. Instructor Tarl, you're overreacting. The purpose of this test is to encourage students to express differing viewpoints. Mistakes should be corrected, and correct insights should be encouraged. That's the rule of this examination. If a slip of the tongue counts as disrespecting history, shouldn't Clive be the first to be removed from the hall? Tarl's face flushed with embarrassment, and he sat back down begrudgingly. Turning to Zhang Xing, Salina offered a warm smile. Zhang Xing, let's set aside the question of the origin timeline for now. Please, continue. At this point, nearly everyone in the room was glaring at Zhang Xing with unfriendly eyes, especially Tarl, whose expression was as if he wanted to devour him whole. Yet Zhang Xing stood there as steady as a mountain, showing no trace of fear. His composure and calmness left Salina quietly impressed, and a hint of admiration flickered in her heart. Zhang Xing surveyed the room, his tone unwavering. Very well, I'll continue. But if anyone interrupts me again, I might as well drop out of this so-called test. Clearing his throat, he went on. Let's return to the topic of the origin of magic. In ancient times, the sages referred to magic as Ling arts, while what we now call magic was known as Fa arts. Ling arts could be cast directly, whereas Fa arts required the construction of a medium to channel the magic. As Zhang Xing spoke, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Salina and the panel of examiners wore peculiar expressions, their gazes toward him now tinged with respect. Their previously straight postures had subtly slouched, and the entire hall became eerily silent, leaving only Zhang Xing's slightly youthful voice echoing in the space. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Xing subtly cast a spell while continuing his explanation. In his palm, a small copper mirror materialized, and he discreetly used it to glance behind him. He almost gasped aloud. Reflected in the mirror was a dense crowd of figures, at least 50 of them. What's going on? Why are so many instructors here? Zhang Xing wondered, astonished. Adjusting the angle of the mirror carefully, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. His surprise deepened. It was an old man with a cheerful smile, winking at him. Wait, isn't that the dean? What's he doing here? Feigning composure, Zhang Xing flicked his wrist, making the copper mirror vanish instantly. Steadying himself, he resumed. However, not just anyone with magical talent could master Ling arts. To address this challenge, a group of sages came together and formed the Orito organization. This organization became the precursor to what we now know as the Magic Guild. They combined Ling arts with Fa arts, creating a new form of magical practice. His voice grew increasingly powerful, resonating through the hall. This new form of magic was more mysterious and potent than anything before it, so much so that it remains unparalleled to this day. Later generations came to call it the Orito magic system, a unique and unrivaled system of magic. Zhang Xing paused for a moment, realizing that Clive had already covered most of the points, leaving little room for further elaboration. He noticed that the audience seemed to know very little about the magical history of his continent. Their understanding was confined to the Tianqing Empire, oblivious to the fact that it was merely a tiny speck on the vast Shenglong continent. Inwardly, Zhang Xing judged them as narrow-minded and self-satisfied, like frogs at the bottom of a well. He slowly sat down and declared, "That concludes my speech." The next 5 seconds were filled with an eerie silence. No applause, no response at all. The students appeared as though they had just listened to a fantastical tale, still trying to process it. The panel of judges exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unsure how to evaluate the authenticity of his statements. One of the judges hesitated before speaking. What Zhang Xing mentioned seems to be folklore, lacking credible evidence. Let's proceed with Clive. He shot a quick glance toward the door, confirming that the dean showed no reaction, then continued. For the second question, due to significant disagreements, the judges and the examiners voted. The result is Clive with 9 votes and Zhang Xing with 2. Clive earns 1 point, while Zhang Xing neither gains nor loses points. Zhang Xing sat in silence, unable to suppress a flicker of disappointment. He thought to himself, what can I possibly learn in an environment like this, surrounded by sycophantic instructors? That mentor named Tao is clearly a lackey of the Lin Clive family. To go to such lengths to curry favor over a simple test, it's utterly disgraceful. Clive shot Zhang Xing a smug glance and muttered under his breath, ignorant fool, spouting nonsense. Salina gave Zhang Xing a helpless smile, as if to say she wished she could do something but was powerless. She vaguely remembered some of the things Zhang Xing had mentioned, but back then, as a child, she had found those dry texts too dull to take an interest. She had intended to support Zhang Xing, but ultimately held back. The test continued. Salina announced, now for the third question. Based on the incantation I will provide, you must complete the magic spell within 1 minute and identify its type and historical origin. With a wave of her hand, a sequence of characters appeared on the magical boards in front of each group. Zhang Xing glanced at the question and immediately found it far too simple. Determined not to give Clive any opportunity, he buzzed in without hesitation. The sharp ding of the bell startled everyone. Some students hadn't even had time to fully read the question. Zhang Xing, please proceed with your answer, Salina called out. Zhang Xing stepped to the open space in front of the groups. With an exaggerated flourish, he began muttering in Mandarin, "Oh God, please save me. I'm getting old, and I don't even have a partner yet, Amin. Grant me your strength." Salina frowned, utterly baffled by the strange syllables, wondering if such gibberish could possibly result in casting a spell. After estimating the timing, Zhang Xing spread his arms and looked skyward. In an instant, a silver-white protective barrier enveloped him. Wow, did he really cast it that fast? What a genius. I barely finished reading half the question. I read the whole thing but couldn't memorize it. Oomph. He must have already known this spell beforehand. A mix of astonishment and skepticism rippled through the crowd. Ignoring the murmurs, Zhang Xing calmly explained, "This is a basic support-type spell, shielding spell. It is a defensive magic shared across all 5 elemental schools. Its origins trace back to ancient times, and it remains one of the few widely used spells that has been passed down from antiquity. It belongs to the Vossesburg magic system, which followed the Orido magic system." That concludes my answer. Clive stood up, a look of disdain on his face. He called out loudly, "O great god of magic, your loyal servant Clive humbly seeks your protection. Grant me your power." As soon as the words left his mouth, a beam of white light descended suddenly, enveloping him. However, the radiance lasted for only 3 brief seconds before vanishing completely. In stark contrast, Zhang Xing's shield remained as sturdy as ever. Clive quickly added, "The question didn't specify a duration, completion suffices." Besides, Zhang Xing's answer is utterly nonsensical. Everyone knows that the shield spell originates from the Six Towers Association. That concludes my response. The 10 judges on the panel displayed a variety of expressions, but a shared question arose in their minds. Why does Zhang Xing always base his answers on obscure and unverifiable folklore? The textbooks of the Tianqing Empire, especially the foundations of basic magic theory, cover these topics in great detail. By all accounts, Zhang Xing should have already studied them. They soon reached a conclusion. Zhang Xing likely only memorized the content of the first question, which led to his subsequent bizarre responses. After a brief, hushed discussion, one of the judges spoke up. "Zhang Xing, we, the mentors, unanimously believe that for questions you don't fully understand, you should refrain from making baseless guesses. In the upcoming questions, do not treat unsubstantiated rumors from commoners as historical facts. If you repeat this mistake, we will represent St. Roland's Academy of Magic and Martial Arts." Enough. A sudden, commanding voice interrupted the mentor. The speaker was none other than Jeg, the 3rd headmaster of the Academy, one of the 6 remaining magic emperors of the Empire, and the vice president of the Mage Guild. Striding purposefully to the front, Jeg thundered, "You dare call yourselves representatives of St. Roland's Academy? You represent nothing, not even yourselves. Commoners and nobles, you say? Without commoners, where would any of you be? If we trace back far enough, 300 years ago, your ancestors were nothing more than savages." At these words, all 10 judges hastily stood, bowing their heads while placing their right hands over their chests in the highest gesture of respect from a subordinate to a superior in the magical world. "Greetings, headmaster," they said in unison. The students also rose quickly, bowing and saying in chorus, "Greetings, headmaster." No one dared to lift their heads. Headmaster Jeg continued, "From the second question onward, Zhang Xing's answers have been entirely correct. Your reactions, while understandable due to ignorance, are still disappointing. Some of you, though, have behaved disgracefully. As mentors of the Academy, you should lead by example, always mindful that the students are watching your every word and action. Even if you find it difficult to judge the third question, can you not recognize Zhang Xing's extraordinary magical talent? His shield spell is still active. Are you blind to that?" Hearing this, the 10 judges trembled, bowing their heads even lower, their shame palpable. Salina, standing among the students, silently rejoiced, feeling a surge of pride at her father's righteous words. Zhang Xing lifted his small face and looked at Headmaster Jeg, thinking, "Finally, someone is standing up for justice. This white-beard grandpa is amazing. I knew there's no way such a grand academy could be entirely devoid of reasonable people." Headmaster Jeg was of modest height, with a round face and smooth skin, almost devoid of wrinkles. If not for his white hair and beard, he could easily pass for someone in their 40s. What Zhang Xing didn't know was that despite his appearance, Headmaster Jeg was not particularly old, had only recently turned 50. Dean Yeager entered the examination hall, his stern gaze sweeping over every student and instructor present. His fiery temper was well known, as was his meticulous attention to detail. He tolerated no mistakes. The origins of magic can indeed be traced back 2,500 years, Dean Yeager began, his voice tinged with restrained anger. It's all documented in the ancient texts buried deep within the Academy's library. Yet not a single one of you bothered to read them. He turned to Zhang Xing, his tone softening slightly. Zhang Xing's answer is correct, or rather, his understanding is accurate. He didn't simply regurgitate textbook theories, but presented an objective explanation based on his own comprehension. While his response wasn't entirely exhaustive, understandably so, since he's only been studying for a month and is just 6 years old, this 6-year-old has taught all of you a valuable lesson today. Dean Yeager's voice rose again. With his level of theoretical understanding, he could practically serve as a mentor to you instructors. I've emphasized time and again that studying magic isn't about clever tricks or blindly chasing innovation. True innovation must be built on a solid foundation of knowledge, not on cherry-picking concepts or baseless speculation. After a brief pause, his tone mellowed. That's all I have to say. Carry on. With that, Dean Yeager walked to the door and motioned for the other senior members of the Academy to take their seats in the observation area, ready to attentively listen to the students' answers. Salina stood up and addressed the students. Class, we instructors made an error in judgment earlier, and for that, we owe you all an apology. Whether you're a teacher or a student, mistakes must be acknowledged and corrected. For the second question, 1 additional point will be awarded to Zhang Xing, and 1 point will be deducted from Clive. Of course, Clive's theoretical level is also impressive, and I hope this deduction doesn't affect your performance going forward. After speaking, Salina led the applause, and the others quickly followed suit. The examination hall erupted into thunderous applause, especially from the 10-member panel of evaluators, whose clapping was particularly enthusiastic. Let's move on with the exam, Salina announced. Hey, race, the 4th question. What is your understanding of instant magic? Begin. Ding. A system notification sounded. Zhang Xing, please answer. Under the envious gazes of his classmates and the astonished looks from the instructors, Zhang Xing calmly stood up. He began his explanation. Instant magic refers to magic cast using pure mediums. This introduces 2 key concepts, pure mediums and construct symbols. I won't go into the details here. Many of you may have seen or heard of powerful magicians who can cast a series of spells without chanting incantations, as effortlessly as tossing stones. People often believe these magicians have reached the pinnacle of magic, fully comprehending its essence. While this belief isn't entirely wrong, it's not the full truth. No one can directly use pure mediums to cast magic. Zhang Xing continued. The so-called instant magic performed by these extraordinary individuals still requires time to cast, but the speed varies. In my understanding, their ability to cast so quickly stems from their use of array-based magic. Each array, each symbol, forms what we call construct symbols. These symbols are like blueprints, already stored in their minds. If you, too, could store these arrays and symbols in your mind, instant magic would no longer be an unattainable dream. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, Dean Yeager was the first to rise and applaud, followed by the Academy's senior members, the evaluator panel, and all the students. The applause was unrelenting, and the entire examination hall was filled with excitement and admiration. That damn commoner. How does he know so much? Clive's heart burned with anger as he reluctantly clapped his hands. A deep sense of frustration washed over him, leaving his spirit deflated. Zhang Xing's answer was absolutely perfect. 1 extra credit, announced Salina, elegantly brushing back her golden locks. Her sapphire blue eyes remained fixed on Zhang Xing. Don't be discouraged, everyone. This is just the beginning. There are plenty of opportunities ahead. As the applause gradually subsided, the test continued. Next is the 5th question. The examiner cleared his throat. Please state how many foundational theories of magic exist and explain their contents. Begin. Buzz. The response buzzer sounded. Zhang Xing, please answer. Zhang Xing immediately began. There are 2. The Winchester Doctrine and the Gorgard Theorem. Winchester, a renowned magic scholar during the Gagata dynasty, proposed that all things in the world contain a medium of induction. Later, in the post-magic era, year 573, the famous spell theory scholar Gorgard introduced the idea that all spells during their casting process must involve mediums of energy and state. He developed the foundational rune structure formula and the Gorgard constant, allowing spell formulas to calculate the magical energy or runes required for a spell. This theory later became known as the Gorgard Theorem. That concludes my answer. The room erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating Zhang Xing's fluent and rapid response. Now for the 6th question, the examiner continued. Please state the universal mage ranking standard issued by the 6 Tower Association. Begin. Buzz. An apprentice mage must be able to cast at least 1 entry-level spell. A junior mage must be able to. An intermediate mage. Arg. I'm so furious. It's Zhang Xing again. Clive was nearly beside himself. Next time, I'll beat him to it. However, in the next 44 individual buzzer questions, Zhang Xing claimed every single one without suspense, securing an undeniable victory. Clive tried to nitpick, but his limited knowledge left him unable to find any flaws. During the midday break, the spacious dining hall buzzed with chatter. Zhang Xing sat quietly in his chair, his small frame nearly swallowed by his taller teammates surrounding him. Their table of tin stood out in the hall, as the group excitedly relived the highlights of the competition. Zhang Xing, I admire you so much, one teammate exclaimed with enthusiasm. Especially with that second question, even the instructor looked baffled. Did you see the expressions on the other group's faces? Another teammate laughed. They were all stunned. Zhang Xing, we're counting on you for the group exam this afternoon, someone said earnestly. Our knowledge is pretty limited compared to yours. Group first place means 10 extra credits for everyone. A girl cheered. We can finally train in beginner magic with the practical instructors. I'm so excited. Zhang Xing simply nodded in acknowledgement, keeping his interaction minimal. From their expressions, he could tell these noble classmates weren't genuinely interested in befriending him. Whether at school or within the empire at large, practical skills were valued far more than theoretical knowledge. The 6 major magic academies trained only the elite. Upon graduation, students were required to serve in the imperial military. After completing the 3-year service period, noble-born students usually secured minor ranks or titles. Meanwhile, common-born students were often sent to the front lines or assigned to high-risk missions alongside military units. Zhang Xing, who had been quietly eating his meal, suddenly noticed an unusual silence. He looked up and saw that all 9 of his tablemates were hunched over, shoveling food into their mouths as if completely detached from the outside world. Scanning the cafeteria, he noticed other students wearing peculiar expressions. Some even had a glint of schadenfreude in their eyes. A few students dressed in coarse clothing kept glancing behind him, their eyes signaling something. Zhang Xing turned around and saw a group of young men dressed in gray robes walking toward him. Leading them was a strikingly handsome youth with a square face. He wore a polite smile, but his eyes betrayed a hint of malice. The group quickly approached Zhang Xing, and the air in the cafeteria buzzed with hushed whispers from the girls. That's Lyndon Grand from the advanced magic class. He's my idol, so handsome. Oh my god, my heart is racing. I think I'm going to faint. Look, he's coming this way. Don't get your hopes up. He's heading for that little kid over there. Which little kid? The youngest one among the 10 new students. That kid? He's so tiny. Is he from the Lyndon family too? Nonsense. Look at his clothes, he's a commoner. Grand's obviously here to mess with him. Meanwhile, the boys in the cafeteria focused intently on their meals, not daring to look up. Grand stood towering over Zhang Xing, smiling as he said, Zhang Xing, my little friend, enjoying your meal? Zhang Xing merely nodded and replied, Yeah. Have you eaten yet? Grand's smile froze awkwardly, clearly unprepared for such a response. Zhang Xing, unfazed, lowered his head and resumed eating, leaving Grand staring at the back of his head. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone scram. Grand barked, his voice echoing through the cafeteria. Zhang Xing's 9 tablemates scrambled to their feet and fled. Grand pulled out a chair, sat down, and propped his right elbow on the table, resting his chin on his fist as he stared intently at Zhang Xing eating. The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Zhang Xing chewing. It was as if the entire room had been frozen in time. Students remained motionless in various postures, some with heads bowed, others mid-bite, and a few sneaking glances at the scene. A group of girls covered their mouths, wide-eyed, holding their breath. The bizarre standoff didn't last long. Suddenly, Gran let out a loud ah and sprang to his feet. Raising his right hand high, he swung it down toward Zhang Xing, who was still calmly eating. You little brat. Stop acting tough with me. Gran snarled through gritted teeth. Seeing an 18 or 19-year-old about to slap a 6-year-old with full force, many of the girls couldn't bear to watch and squeezed their eyes shut. Some of the boys turned their heads away. Everyone imagined the horrific aftermath. The small boy would surely be sent flying several meters, bleeding from his nose and mouth, his face swelling like a balloon. A loud smack reverberated through the cafeteria, followed by a thunderous crash. To everyone's shock, Zhang Xing remained seated, calmly eating as if nothing had happened. Even more astonishingly, Gran was nowhere to be seen. Following the direction of the crashing sound, Gran's group of followers turned their heads in unison. The rest of the students also looked toward the source of the noise. What they saw left them utterly stunned. A dozen advanced class students stormed towards the trash bin by the restaurant door like a hurricane, their urgent cries of Master Glenn echoing in the air. When they finally pulled Glenn out of the 1-meter-high trash bin, an eerie silence fell over the room as every student froze in shock. Glenn was drenched in the sour stench of leftover food, sticky soup dripping slowly from his pale cheeks. His eyes were shut tight, and he was completely unconscious. Quick, get Mintertina for help, someone shouted. Without further thought of confronting Zhang Xing, The group lifted the unconscious Glenn and hurried away, leaving a trail of hurried footsteps behind. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Zhang, sharp and piercing like arrows. The students' faces were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Although no one had seen exactly how it happened, it was undeniable that it was this small figure who had sent Glenn flying. Low murmurs rippled through the cafeteria like waves. How could that little guy possibly do it? Glenn is ranked 10th in combat strength at the Magic Academy. With his agility, speed, and strength, there's no way he should have been knocked 20 meters by a kid in a single hit. Amid the shock, curiosity began to take hold, and the students started asking around about the mysterious boy. After some inquiries, both intermediate and advanced class students finally learned his name, Zhang. All eyes remained fixed on Zhang as he calmly finished his meal, his movements unhurried and composed. He stood up, walked to the sink, carefully washed his lunchbox, placed it back in his designated locker, and left without a word. Throughout the entire process, his expression remained serene, as though the earth-shattering scene moments ago had absolutely nothing to do with him. Influenced by Zhang's demeanor, the other children in the cafeteria unconsciously slowed their eating, chewing more deliberately and taking care to clean their dishes thoroughly. Meanwhile, Mentor Tina was attending to Glenn. At 22 years old, Tina was not only the academy's pharmacist but also an accomplished healer. With her flawless figure, dark red shoulder-length hair, and delicate, refined features, she was as beautiful as a painting. Alongside Serena, she was regarded as one of the most stunning mentors at the academy. The two frequently traveled to impoverished areas to provide free medical care and deliver essential supplies. Their compassion extended not only to ordinary citizens, but also to fallen nobles. As a result, they enjoyed high esteem within the academy and were deeply respected throughout the entirety of St. Laurent Fortress. Despite the foul odor emanating from Glenn, Tina showed no sign of disgust. She meticulously cleaned away the trash while carefully examining his injuries. Soon, she reached a conclusion. Glenn's primary injuries were caused by the impact. Judging by the fractures in his ribs and spine, he had been launched at least 20 meters. First, his head had struck a wall, rendering him unconscious, and then his body had landed on its side, colliding with a sharp-edged object. The broken bones are menorthel heal with medication and rest. The real issue is the head injury, which might affect his ability to use magic in the future, Tina explained to the students. Inform his family while I stabilize his condition. After the students left, Tina let out a soft sigh and muttered to herself, that slap was far too ruthless. Who knows if Glenn will ever be able to use magic again. The group exam concluded in the afternoon, with the team led by Zhang unsurprisingly clinching first place. As the individual with the highest score, Zhang earned an additional 50 bonus points, bringing his total to 100 academic credits, sparking envy among his peers. As soon as the exam ended, Zhang was called aside by Mentor Salina. With a serious expression, Salina asked, Zhang, did you injure Clive's brother, Glenn? Feigning confusion, Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt as he replied, No, I didn't. Salina frowned, her tone laced with urgency. Still denying it? So many students in the cafeteria saw it happen. The Linda family has already gone to the dean about this. Zhang maintained a calm demeanor and countered, Who saw me do it with their own eyes? Which hand did I use? Was it magic, or something else? I'm so small, how could I possibly hurt him? Though everyone knew the truth, he couldn't admit it. Admitting it could mean he'd lose his place at the academy. He calculated in his mind. The Linda family likely wouldn't dare to pursue one of the 6 great academies too aggressively. If the academy blindly pinned the blame on him, there wouldn't be much reason for him to stay there anyway. Salina sighed, her tone softening. Ah, you kid, you went too far. Luckily, Tina treated him in time. Glenn will recover after a few months at home. Oh, and the dean personally healed Glenn's head injury, regained consciousness immediately. Otherwise, the Linda family wouldn't have let this go so easily. Just focus on your studies and stop causing trouble, all right? Hearing this, Zhang let out a sigh of relief. The image of the Deanna silver-haired, white-bearded elder dressed in a plain gray robe with no mage insignia on the cuffs flashed in his mind. He silently congratulated himself for not misjudging the man. Just the dean's impassioned speech earlier that morning to clear his name had shown Zhang that the dean was a just and principled person. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Zhang said sincerely, Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Mentor Salina. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Salina. Salina smiled and said, All right, if you want to thank someone, thank the dean in person. He asked me to bring you to him. Taking Zhang's small hand, Salina led him toward the dean's office. Along the way, she seemed in high spirits, occasionally asking him about his past. Zhang briefly recounted his days, living in the village of Mu, and the passing of his grandfather. Upon learning that Zhang was now an orphan, Salina's heart filled with sympathy. Salina offered to take Zhang Xing into her home to care for him, but he politely declined. He thought to himself that Salina's home was also the dean's home, and living there would feel too awkward. Besides, he had too many secrets, like the fact that the Black Gem would occasionally need to go out hunting. These were things he simply couldn't let anyone know. When they arrived at the dean's office, Salina left. Zhang Xing knocked lightly on the door twice, and the dean's deep, authoritative voice sounded from inside. "Come in." Dean Jagger, upon seeing Zhang Xing's polite demeanor, lit up with excitement, like a big husky greeting a little husky. From the look on the dean's face, Zhang Xing could tell this was a man with a playful and childlike personality. "Good day, Dean. Thank you for standing up for me," Zhang Xing said respectfully. Jagger chuckled and replied, "Haha, so what you're saying is, if I hadn't stood up for you, I'd be on the side of evil." Zhang Xing cleverly responded, "Not necessarily. The opposite of justice isn't always evil, there's also neutrality." As he spoke, he gestured with his small hands, making the conversation all the more amusing. Jagger burst into laughter. "Oh, you're quite the talker, aren't you? No wonder you managed to snag those 50 bonus points all for yourself." Pointing to a purple wooden chair carved with Roland flowers across from him, he said with a grin, "Take a seat. Do you know why I called you here?" Zhang Xing thanked the principal for the seat, then fell into brief contemplation before candidly admitting, "I can't figure it out, but I'm sure it's not about fighting." Jaeger nodded approvingly and pressed further. "Why do you think it's not about fighting?" Zhang Xing spoke confidently. "The academy has strict rules, and serious violations lead to expulsion. The principal is a busy man. He wouldn't personally reprimand me for something so trivial. Otherwise, wouldn't that render the mentors, grade directors, and vice principals useless? If the principal called me here, it must be related to something important about the academy. As a junior class student, the only thing I can contribute is the magic knowledge taught by my mentor. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably about some kind of competition." Principal Jaeger was stunned, his jaw slightly agape. He mused to himself, "Does this kid have a tree of wisdom growing in his brain? His analysis is so clear, logical, and methodical, even using perspective taking to get to the root of the issue. A rare talent indeed, someone who could achieve great things." Stroking his beard with satisfaction, he smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. You guessed correctly. The Triennial Magic Skills Tournament between the 6 academies will take place at the end of the year. There's just over a month to prepare, and I want you to represent the junior class and spar with the other 5 academies." He emphasized the word spar heavily, as if it held deeper meaning. Zhang Xing immediately picked up on this subtlety and asked, "Principal, is it a competition of magic skills?" Jaeger gave a brief explanation. "Yes, all 3 grade levels will compete in skill-based challenges. The rules are straightforward: junior against junior, senior against senior, but cross-level challenges are allowed too, such as juniors against seniors or vice versa." With that, he leaned back in his chair and gazed at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Xing silently contemplated the seemingly chaotic rules. He realized that this setup might be designed to simulate real battlefield scenarios, where there are no distinctions between grade levels. Understanding this, he waited quietly for the principal to continue. After a brief pause, Jaeger seemed to remember something and asked, "Zhang Xing, your current strength has already reached the level of an advanced magician, hasn't it?" This was clearly a rhetorical question. How could a mage of Jaeger's caliber not discern how Gran had been injured? Zhang Xing answered honestly, "Well, just barely." Telling the truth to the principal was certainly the wiser choice, and might even work to his advantage. Jaeger appeared satisfied with the response and continued, "How many magic skills have you mastered?" He was aware that Zhang Xing hadn't learned his skills from the academy's mentors, but he didn't pry into their origins. To him, basic magic skills were relatively easy to acquire. Zhang Xing clearly carried many secrets, but Jaeger wasn't interested in uncovering them after all. Prodigies like him always had their mysteries. Zhang Xing, now feeling playful, replied, "Well, not many, really. Just barely enough. Principal, why don't you teach me a few?" Jaeger rolled his eyes. "Cut the nonsense, kid. Just tell me how many is not many." Zhang Xing murmured softly, 17. What? Jaeger was stunned. 17? And that's considered not many? By this kid's standards, how many would count as a lot? "Follow me and show me the magic skills you've mastered," Dean Jaeger said as he walked toward the wall. With a subtle wave of his hand, the surface shimmered, rippling like water as a translucent barrier emerged. Zhang Xing curiously studied the magical barrier. When he reached out to touch it, his fingertips met a cool, damp sensation, as if it truly were flowing water. Tentatively, he leaned half his body through the barrier, his mind racing with analysis. This must be some kind of illusionary magic formation, likely triggered by a precise arrangement of metals, gemstones, and other materials. At his current level, such advanced formations were far beyond his grasp. "Stop analyzing and get in here already." the dean's voice called impatiently from the other side. Stepping through the barrier, Zhang Xing found himself in a corridor lined with spacious stone chambers, at least a dozen of them. They entered one of the rooms, which was over 100 square meters in size, perfect for practicing magic. Dean Yeager waved his hand again, conjuring a shimmering water element barrier to encase the room. All right, let's see what you've got, the dean prompted. Zhang Xing nodded and began casting. Oh, divine power, aid those who suffer, he intoned theatrically, weaving his fingers through the air. With a playful Bayu, 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 he launched 3 rapid magic arrows. They zipped forward, disappearing harmlessly into the water barrier. He followed up with a few more offensive spells before stopping. Dean, this is pretty much it, he admitted. I don't know many attack spells. Yeager gave a small, approving nod. Your magical energy is impressive, far beyond what's typical for someone at your level. Your casting speed and power are commendable. But even as he spoke, the dean's mind was already calculating. Zhang Xing's raw talent was undeniable. If he performed like this in the upcoming competition, he could likely place in the top 50. However, his lack of real combat experience was a glaring weakness. Against seasoned opponents, his power might falter. The priority now was to cultivate his composure under pressure. A mage's role in battle is very different from that of a warrior, Yeager began to explain. Mages often hold the rear lines, forming magical armies to suppress and overwhelm the enemy. But this makes them prime targets. Both sides will send strike units to disrupt the mage formations. If the mages fall into chaos, the battle is half lost. And then there are times when mages must fight alongside the warriors on the front lines, an even riskier position. Only the Academy's elite are expected to endure such trials. Turning to Zhang Xing, Yeager instructed, now, unleash those attack spells again, as fast as you can. Keep going without pause until I tell you to stop. Zhang Xing steadied his breathing, focusing deeply. He channeled more power into his spells, raising his output from 60 to 100%, though he still held back slightly. He knew the dean wouldn't push him to total exhaustion after all. A mage drained of magic was as good as defenseless. Magic arrows streaked through the air in a near-continuous stream, their speed rivaling that of an advanced mage. Fireballs detonated against the barrier in rapid succession, their bursts lighting up the chamber. Seconds turned to minutes. The sand in an enchanted hourglass fell steadily, marking the passage of time. Yet Zhang Xing's breathing remained steady, his attacks relentless. Yeager stroked his beard, observing in silence. When the last grain of sand dropped, Zhang Xing was still casting. He had become utterly absorbed in the rhythm of his magic, his movements fluid and instinctive. The sight left Yeager astounded. This is the micro-realm, he murmured, his voice tinged with awe. After mastering this magic, Zhang Xing had never devoted himself so wholeheartedly to casting it. For an entire hour, his mind was completely immersed in the repetitive casting of magical skills. When the hourglass had emptied by a third, his body suddenly jolted, pulling his consciousness out of the enchanting magical realm. A flash of unfamiliar magical elements crossed his vision, filling him with doubt. To verify what he saw, Zhang Xing fired off several magic arrows in succession, followed by a mid-level spell, Thunderbolt, and an advanced spell, Meteor Firestorm. His eyes sparkled as he carefully sensed the magical elements in the air, his gaze gradually deepening in thought. While casting these lower-level spells, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of cohesion. Upon reflection, he noticed that the magic he released had become smaller in size, yet significantly more powerful. It was as if a loose snowball had been compressed into a solid ice sphere, its force clearly amplified. Muttering to himself, Zhang Xing's eyes lingered for a moment on the glowing magic arrow in his hand. He closed his eyes and focused intently on perceiving the changes within his body. A few seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within them. Without hesitation, he conjured a fireball and hurled it at the water barrier. With a boom, the fireball shattered and disappeared. Zhang Xing frowned, dissatisfied with the result. He formed another fireball, this time only half the size of an average head. When it struck the barrier, it caused a noticeable tremor. This discovery exhilarated Zhang Xing. He quickly applied the same compression technique to his other magical skills and found that their power indeed increased. Thrilled, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on the barrier, reveling in the excitement. When the hourglass was halfway through, Zhang Xing's excitement waned, and he recalled the competition he would represent the Academy in a month later. He realized that his current strength was still insufficient. After all, St. Roland Academy ranked 6th last place. The other academies were sure to be filled with prodigies and formidable opponents, some even capable of challenging those above their level. I can't rely on summoning the Black Treasure to fight. I must keep improving myself. Zhang Xing resolved firmly. As the sands of the hourglass continued to fall, he tirelessly cast spells, completely absorbed in his training. Unknowingly, his fireball had shrunk to the size of an apple, and his magic arrows had transformed from the thickness of wooden staffs to the sleekness of long spears. Thunderbolt had grown less wild and ferocious, becoming more refined and concentrated. As 2/3 of the hour passed, the fireball further compressed to the size of an egg, its power multiplying several times. Each impact against the water barrier caused it to tremble violently. In the final 5 minutes, Zhang Xing suddenly felt a shock in his mind, and his perception of the world shifted dramatically. He sensed a rainbow-like bridge forming between his body and the magical elements in the air. The once lifeless elements now seemed lively and harmonious, merging seamlessly with him. Although his internal magic reserves hadn't noticeably increased, Zhang Xing was astonished to discover that he could simultaneously manipulate fire, air, and water elements with just a single thought. Whoosh! 3 magic arrows appeared simultaneously, leaving the headmaster, Jiega, wide-eyed with astonishment. The first arrow radiated intense heat, glowing fiery red. The second arrow shimmered silver, solid and forceful. The third arrow glistened like crystal, reflecting the light with a watery brilliance. The 3 arrows shot forward in an instant, striking the water barrier together. Boom! The resulting explosion shook the entire chamber. Headmaster Jiega swallowed hard, his face alight with joy and his lips trembling slightly. This is the pinnacle of the subtle realm. Whether a mage or a warrior, once they have mastered a certain skill, they may reach an entirely new realm of understanding. This realm, while not directly connected to their cultivation level, is deeply intertwined with it. It represents a profound insight into the application of their abilities. The sages of old have categorized these realms into 6 stages: the realm of basics, the realm of subtlety, the unity of heaven and man, the true essence of the realm of domain, and the complete realm. In the Tianqing Empire, reaching the realm of subtlety is an achievement that places one among the elite, standing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Yet, Zhang Xing, at the mere age of 6, had already touched upon this level. This feat not only shattered records within the magical community, but also rewrote the history of cultivation in the Tianqing Empire. As he concluded his practice, Zhang Xing furrowed his brows slightly, sensing there was still room for improvement. However, that elusive spark of inspiration remained just out of reach. He quickly let it go. Cultivation relies on serendipity, and forcing it would be futile. Headmaster, I've finished my practice. Can we start learning magic now? Zhang Xing asked, rubbing his small hands together, his innocent smile lighting up his face. He thought to himself, why not learn if it's free? After all, the system charges for everything. A chance to pick up free magic is not to be missed. Headmaster Jejer gazed at the prodigy before him, sighing inwardly at the sheer talent of this boy. For someone like Zhang Xing, beginner-level magic was utterly meaningless. As a mage of the emperor rank himself, Jejer wouldn't have come here just to teach basic spells. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to impart magic more suited to an advanced magus. I'll teach you some spells commonly used by magi. Use this month to practice them diligently, Jejer said, a faint smile playing on his lips as he imagined the astonished reactions of his fellow elders. With a wave of his hands, Jejer unleashed 7 spells in quick succession: Frostbind, Ice Spear, Flame Blade, Blizzard, Sea of Fire, Light of Life, and Elemental Shield. As each spell materialized, the corresponding incantations were transmitted directly into Zhang Xing's mind. That's it. These are the limits of what you can currently grasp. A month should be enough for you to master them, Jejer said as he turned to leave. But then, as if remembering something, he stopped and added, oh, I nearly forgot. Let's follow the standard procedure. Show me each spell once, using the incantations I just taught you. Zhang Xing quickly reviewed the incantations in his mind, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. These spells hadn't even been unlocked in the system's store yet, and here he was learning them ahead of time. He swiftly devised a plan for casting, prioritized defense, then organized the offensive spells. Though Blizzard and Sea of Fire were high-consumption area effect spells rarely seen in duels, as long as he controlled their range, they wouldn't violate any rules. Light of Life, being a healing spell, could be set aside for now, while the other 3 attack spells could be directed along upper, middle, and lower paths. Leveraging the immense advantage of his mastery in the realm of subtlety, Zhang Xing executed the spells instantly. In an instant, Elemental Shield enveloped him, while 5 meters ahead, a blizzard raged on the left and flames surged on the right. Simultaneously, 3 attack spells roared down the middle. Jejer, who had been prepared to offer guidance, was left utterly stunned. In less than a minute of instruction, this child had already mastered all the spells and could cast them seamlessly within a single second. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If those so-called geniuses heard about this, they'd probably want to crawl into a hole out of embarrassment. Jejer returned to his office with an expression of barely contained excitement, humming a cheerful tune. The St. Laurent Academy of Magic and Combat is about to shine brighter than ever. Even this old face of mine will bask in the glory, haha. As night fell, Zhang Xing returned to his dormitory. His first stop was the Divine Dragon Island to check on the fish pond. The little fish swam leisurely, some darted playfully after each other, others rested motionlessly, while a few hunted tiny shrimp in the water, creating a scene of serene, untouched beauty. He Bao remained deep in meditation, as he had been ever since advancing to the 4th tier. Since unlocking the door to his inheritance, he had focused entirely on digesting the wealth of knowledge that came with it. After a quick survey of the island, Zhang Xing exited, noting that the wolves he had previously caught were still enough to sustain He Bao for the next few days. Tonight, there would be no need for hunting. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing drifted in from the darkness outside his door. If not for Zhang Xing's finely tuned spiritual senses, it would have gone entirely unnoticed. The dormitory's magical lock was standard issue throughout the academy, supposedly unbreachable by anyone other than the occupant or the administrators. Yet, at this moment, the narrow gap of the door began to widen ever so slightly. Zhang Xing's instincts sharpened immediately. The eerie scene unfolding in the dead of night sent a chill down his spine. He feigned deep sleep, letting out soft snores, all the while heightening his spiritual awareness to its peak. A few seconds later, the gap widened further, and a masked figure slipped silently into the room. Though the moonless night obscured most details, it was still possible to discern that the intruder was a middle-aged man. The shadowy figure crept closer to the bed, a sinister smile of satisfaction forming beneath his mask. "You little brat," he thought. "Did you really think you'd be safe hiding in the academy? After laying hands on second young Master Gulen, you want to escape unscathed. Tonight, they'll cripple your cultivation. Let's see if the academy will still protect you then. Once you're expelled, the second young master and the little young master can deal with you however they please. No one will care." He reached out toward Zhang Xing's head, preparing to cast a spell of mental disruption, a cruel magic designed to turn even the most brilliant mind into that of a fool. He intended to stage it as an accident, a case of someone losing control during training. But just as the magic began to take form, the intruder's expression shifted to one of horror. His movements slowed dramatically, as though he were wading through an invisible mire. The final inch separating his hand from Zhang Xing's head felt like an insurmountable chasm, and the spell he was casting began to unravel. It dawned on him, too late, that he had fallen victim to a slowing spell. His panic surged as his eyes darted to the bed only to find it empty. The realization struck like a thunderclap. Frantically, the intruder began channeling his inner magic, silently chanting a dispelling incantation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing, unfazed, walked calmly to the window. He pushed it open and glanced down. The dormitory, built in a grand castle-like style, was at least as high as a modern 2.5-story concrete building. A fall from this height would almost certainly result in serious injuries, if not worse. Hearing Zhang Xing muttering to himself, the panic of the man in black grew even more intense. At that moment, a surge of newfound magical energy erupted from Zhang Xing's body, instantly dispelling the slow spell. "You little brat, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve," the man in black snarled through gritted teeth. "I let my guard down, but now you're going to—" Before he could finish the word die, a sharp whoosh echoed, and his vision went pitch black. His hand, which was reaching for Zhang Xing, froze midair, and he exclaimed in shock, "A blindness spell." Zhang Xing let out a cold chuckle. "Oh, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's Minter Tal. Visiting so late at night, what's the occasion?" He immediately recognized the voice. It was none other than Tal, the same Minter who had repeatedly tried to expel him from the theoretical tests. Tal curled his lips into a sly smile. "Binding spell. I may not be able to see you, but I can still hear you. Let's see where you can run now, you little rascal." With a sharp swish, Tal's body stiffened, and his spell missed its target. "What a cunning little brat," he cursed under his breath. Tal didn't dare to use any powerful magic, fearing the academy's dean would punish him if his actions were discovered. Although the dean seemed to hold Zhang Xing in high regard, the boy's association with the Lin family meant Tal had no choice but to obey orders from above. This operation was the result of meticulous planning, even requiring him to collude with the dormitory manager. He had assumed the task would be easy, but this kid was proving to be a thorn in his side. Tal perked up his ears, trying to locate Zhang Xing, but to no avail. He began to suspect the boy might have used some kind of magical array or talisman to hide himself, likely something given to him by the dean. Internally, he cursed, wondering what kind of ridiculous luck this lowly boy must have had to earn the dean's favor. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing was hesitating. His initial thought was to throw this guy out the window and be done with it. Even if the academy found out, he could claim he had eliminated an intruder, and no one would fault him. But the situation was complicated. Tal was a mentor at the academy. Killing him here would bring severe consequences. No one would believe a student's accusation against a mentor. Even if the dean trusted him, the other higher-ups wouldn't let it slide. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Xing. Since killing him wasn't an option, why not teach him a painful lesson instead? Make him fear the very sight of him, so much so that he'd avoid him at all costs in the future. By now, Tal had managed to dispel the blindness spell and spotted a small shadow standing motionless in the corner. A smug grin spread across his face. Heh, relying on a few talismans from the dean and thinking you can escape me? Let's see how long that lasts. He assumed Zhang Xing was cowering in fear, unaware that a storm was about to descend upon him. Feigning blindness, Tal fumbled around in place while silently chanting, "Binding spell. Let's see where you'll run now." But just as he was about to cast his spell, a sudden whoosh echoed, and a preemptive strike of magic hit him 0.1 seconds earlier. Tal's body froze, his spell interrupted yet again. A wave of indescribable discomfort swept over him, akin to being forcibly stopped at the most critical moment. It was agonizing. Zhang Xing approached him unhurriedly, casually waving a small fist in front of his face. The next second, with a resounding thud, Zhang Xing delivered a full-force punch to Tal's stomach. Tal instantly experienced a whirlwind of sensations: bitterness, sweetness, sourness all at once, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. Still unsatisfied, Zhang Xing quickly yanked Tal's black robe over his head and grabbed a soft pillow to smother his face. Then, raising his fists, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The next morning, students from all grades, dressed neatly, began heading to their respective classrooms. The calm atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a piercing scream. A female student let out a shriek as she was throwing a milk bottle into the trash can. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she pointed at the bin with a trembling hand. Her voice quivering, "There's a bloody pig's head in there." Her scream immediately grabbed the attention of nearby students. A few brave male students were the first to approach, peering cautiously into the trash can. "It really is a pig's head," one of them exclaimed, motioning for others to come closer. "Guys, come check this out." In no time, a crowd of curious students had gathered around the trash can, craning their necks to get a better look. The chatter grew louder. "That's horrifying. Why would the cafeteria dump a pig's head here? What a waste. Pig ears and cheeks are so delicious." Suddenly, one of the boys noticed something odd. "Wait, this pig's head. It looks like it's moving." He picked up a clod of dirt and hurled it at the head. With a soft thud, the head indeed shifted slightly. "Oh my God, it's alive. Could it be a pig demon?" The crowd erupted into chaos, with students scrambling back several meters in fear. Yet, their curiosity kept them rooted at a safe distance, watching the situation unfold. The pig's head in the trash can slowly began to rise. It was only then that the students realized it wasn't some pig demon but a disheveled human being. The person's face was so swollen and distorted that they were unrecognizable. From afar, Tina noticed the commotion and hurried over to investigate. When she saw the person climbing out of the trash can, she froze for a moment. Quickly regaining her composure, she began casting a healing spell. Her hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals, and a divine light enveloped her body. A gentle, pure orb of light emerged from her hands and floated toward the person, covering their head and gradually seeping into their skin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the swelling on the person's face began to subside visibly. Within seconds, a familiar face emerged. It was none other than Minter Tal. The surrounding students recognized him and began whispering among themselves. Some couldn't help but stifle giggles. Clive, standing among the crowd, wore a much graver expression. He had been anxious for the past 2 days about the disappearance of the 2 mage bodyguards sent by his family. Seeing Tal in such a state, combined with the recent incident involving his brother being attacked, filled him with an ominous sense of foreboding. He resolved to find an opportunity to question Tal privately about what had happened. Tal finally regained full consciousness. At first, his eyes were filled with confusion, but as his memories returned, his expression twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he spat out 2 words, "Zhang Xing." Zhang Xing stood amidst the crowd, a look of feigned surprise plastered on his small face, while inwardly, he was beaming with delight. This was only the beginning of his revenge. The real spectacle of making Tal look foolish was yet to come. Tal quickly became aware of his predicament. Seeing the peculiar expressions of suppressed laughter on the faces of the surrounding students, his vision darkened, and he nearly stumbled back into the trash bin. Fighting through the pain coursing through his body, he struggled to climb out of the bin and, with his head hung low, made his way toward the office. To avoid the awkwardness, Tina had already left by the time he regained consciousness. The other instructors also deliberately avoided him. Some tilted their heads to gaze at the sky, while others pretended to be lost in thought, tapping their foreheads, doing anything to avoid meeting his eyes. After taking a few steps, Tal felt an uncomfortable friction inside his robe. He gave the black robe a vigorous shake, and several items fell to the ground with a series of soft thuds. He instinctively glanced down, intending to keep walking, but suddenly froze, his expression one of utter disbelief. Slowly, his gaze shifted to the ground on his right. When he confirmed what he was seeing, his entire body stiffened. The instructors, who had been pretending to look elsewhere, also noticed the items on the ground and were left speechless, their mouths agape. The surrounding students were even more shocked. Rendered completely silent, scattered on the ground were women's underwear. It's not me. I don't know how this happened. It's really not me, Tal stammered, spreading his hands in panic as he looked around helplessly. Instructor Delcy, you know me, this isn't something I would do. Instructor Delcy averted his gaze from Tal's face and hurriedly walked away, pretending not to hear. The other instructors, seeing this, also turned and left in a rush. What are you all staring at? Don't you have classes to attend? Do you still want to graduate and get a decent job? One of the instructors barked at the students as they strode off. Within moments, the crowd of students scattered like startled birds. In the now deserted academy courtyard, Tal stood there alone, frozen in place. After a moment, his arms dropped limply to his sides, and he looked as though all the energy had been drained from his body. How could this happen? Who's framing me? Who would be so cruel? Suddenly, his body stiffened. Zhang Xing, it must be that wretched Zhang Xing. Why would he do this to me? Before the morning was over, news of Instructor Tal's shocking behavior had spread throughout the entire Magic and Martial Academy. No one cared about why he was in such a miserable state. Instead, everyone was gossiping about the theft. Soon, a version of the story claiming he had been beaten up for stealing began circulating around campus. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Xing, sat in the classroom with a serious expression, diligently focusing on the lecture. Zhang Xing, can you tell us about the drawbacks of spell materials? Instructor Salina asked with a smile. The materials we commonly refer to in spells are those used in semi-material incantations or semi-material array-based spells. Excellent, a very thorough answer. Please take your seat. Class, Zhang Xing is an exemplary student, both in character and academics. You should all strive to learn from him. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask him for help. After praising Zhang Xing, Instructor Salina announced the end of class. The students surged out of the classroom like a flood. In the western district of St. Roland Fortress, the Lind family's conference hall was packed to capacity. Count Lind Edra sat at the head of the table, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room as he listened attentively to reports from the heads of various departments. At 55 years old, this senior Grand Magus held considerable prestige within St. Roland Fortress. He nodded in satisfaction. Revenues had seen a slight increase compared to the previous month. Though the growth was modest, it was commendable given the current circumstances. Suddenly, the butler entered hastily, announcing that Tal sought an audience. Edra's brows furrowed slightly as a wave of doubt crossed his mind. Shouldn't that boy be in class? With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Tal to enter. Tal walked into the conference hall with heavy steps, his face clouded with frustration. His report caused Edra's expression to darken. Recalling his youngest son's words from the previous night, a surge of anger welled up within him. In a cold tone, he said, "Since the headmaster told you to rest at home, then do so. I'll call for you if needed." After Tal left, Edra turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Keep an eye on that Zhang Xing kid. Don't get too close to the academy, just observe for now. That's all." With that, he stood and exited the hall. Around midday, Zhang Xing was passing by the dining hall when he noticed a group of students excitedly gathered at the entrance. Pushing his way through the crowd, he discovered they were all focused on an announcement. The Sky Tower trial had been launched. This was the most anticipated event of the year for the students, offering generous rewards and a chance to quickly enhance their abilities. The notice detailed the rewards of the trial. The tower consisted of 108 floors, divided into stages every 9 floors. The prizes ranged from rare materials to skills essential for mages of all levels, from beginner to advanced. Zhang Xing glanced briefly at the list, but his interest quickly waned. For him, these items were either unnecessary or easily obtainable through the system store. Nearby was the trial tower's leaderboard. The top 3 names were highlighted in gold: Zhantian, Kobal, and Saya. Zhang Xing lost interest and turned to head to lunch. Just then, a voice called out to him. It was Kildo, a classmate and a down-on-his-luck noble. Kildo, taller than Zhang Xing by a head, had a comical appearance. His eyes were set unusually close together, giving him a cross-eyed look when he spoke. "Zhang Xing, want to join the trial with me?" Kildo asked. Zhang Xing was about to reply when a mocking voice interrupted from behind him, as if head dare. "Look at that poor excuse of a Studenthi, doesn't even have any credits. How's he supposed to join?" "It's none of your damn business whether I go or not," Kirdo snapped, not even bothering to look back as he threw the words over his shoulder. "Oh, really? Kirdo, you've got some nerve talking back, huh? Been too long since your last beating, and now you're itching for one." A menacing voice sounded from behind him. Kerdo quickly darted behind Zhang Xing for cover. His voice trembled, but he still tried to sound defiant. Go ahead. Hit me, Teddy. I dare you. But let me tell you something, unless you kill me, a gentleman always gets his revenge, even if it takes 10 years. When I grow up, I'll make sure to settle the score with you. The scene made Zhang Xing chuckle to himself, reminded of his previous life when he too had been bullied by older kids. He remembered those moments when, despite being outmatched, he couldn't resist talking tough so long as he could run far enough afterward to avoid the consequences. Now, though, he was witnessing a similar scenario. Only this time he wasn't the one at risk of getting beaten up, and he certainly wouldn't ever let that happen again. Turning around, Zhang Xing saw 3 boys standing behind him. One tall and broad-shouldered, one short and stocky, and one lean and wiry. It was obvious they were from the advanced class. Leading the group was Teddy, a boy of about 16 or 17, already standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.75 meters. Zhang Xing's head barely reached Teddy's waist. Slap him. This brat never learns his lesson, always running his mouth, the short boy snarled, his eyes glinting with malice. Without even sparing Zhang Xing a glance, Teddy reached out to shove him aside. But before his hand could make contact, Zhang Xing caught it firmly in his grasp. Hey kid. What? You want to play hero? Let go of my hand now. Teddy glared down at Zhang Xing, his tone dripping with disdain. So, your name's Teddy, huh? Zhang Xing said calmly. Kerdo's my friend. From now on, leave him alone. And honestly, don't you think it's a little pathetic for guys from the advanced class to be bullying someone from the beginner class? The words left Teddy and his lackeys momentarily stunned. What the hell? This little punk's acting all high and mighty, like he's some big shot standing up for his lackey. Teddy growled. Let go of me. I'm giving you until the count of 3, or you're getting a beating too. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xing didn't budge an inch, still holding Teddy's hand firmly and smiling as if nothing was amiss. Fight's about to break out. Come on, let's go watch. In no time, a crowd of students gathered at the entrance to the cafeteria, eager to witness the commotion. Hey, isn't that Zhang Xing? Yeah, it's him. I recognized him right away. Who's the tall guy? That's Teddy, from the advanced class. Wait, the Teddy? The mention of Teddy's name caused a stir among the students. Teddy, ranked 8th in the Tower of Triumph. Whispers buzzed through the crowd. What's he doing going up against Zhang Xing? This is gonna be good. Hearing the murmurs, Teddy's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned back to Zhang Xing. You're Zhang Xing? That's right. Zhang Xing replied, still smiling. The 2 boys flanking Teddy immediately tensed up. Zhang Xing's reputation had spread like wildfire across the senior classes. Stories of his victory over Garen had been exaggerated to the point of legend, with every move and technique in the fight described in dramatic detail. Teddy hadn't believed the rumors at first, but Garen was a childhood friend of his, both of them 17-year-old heirs, one from the west side of the city, the other from the east. After visiting Garen during his recovery, Teddy had started taking this mysterious kid more seriously. Garen had warned him that Zhang Xing was no ordinary opponent, and that it was best not to act recklessly without understanding what he was capable of. On top of that, the academy's headmaster had been showing Zhang Xing special favor lately, even calling him in for a private discussion that lasted nearly 2 hours. Rumors were flying that the headmaster had personally guided Zhang Xing in the use of magic. Oh, so that's who you are, the rising star everyone's been talking about, Zhang Xing. Teddy forced a smirk, trying to mask his unease. All right, I'll cut Kerdo some slack today, out of respect for you. But don't you think you owe me a little respect in return? As the words left his mouth, Teddy felt a wave of discomfort. In front of all these onlookers, he was actually negotiating respect with a kid? No matter how he framed it, it felt like a hit to his pride. Zhang Xing released his grip on Teddy's hand and said with disdain, That's me showing you mercy. I'll hold back. Teddy took a deep breath, doing his best to suppress the fury burning within him. He knew all too well that regardless of Zhang Xing's strength, now was not the right time to act. He had no intention of ending up like Glenn, who was inexplicably sent home nursing injuries. Zhang Xing, Teddy said calmly, how about we test our skills in the Tower of Ascension? Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow, his face still carrying that composed, confident smile. Are you challenging me? That's right, Teddy replied, locking eyes with Zhang Xing. Word has it you're the self-proclaimed leader of the beginners class, enjoying quite the spotlight lately. A lot of your classmates have grievances, saying you're overly domineering. He paused for a moment, then continued. I have no interest in bullying someone weaker. Besides, petty squabbles are for kids. If we're going to do this, let's make it worthwhile. Finally, he added a provocative remark. Or are you afraid? Zhang Xing ignored Teddy's words, deliberating silently whether to accept the challenge. After a moment's thought, he decided there wasn't much to hesitate about. If he wanted to go, he'd go. If not, he wouldn't. All right. Zhang Xing agreed readily, his eyes glinting with a sudden idea. Let's have some fun in there. But we should raise the stakes a bit. How about this? Zhang Xing said, a shrewd look flashing in his eyes. As mages, without gold coins, there's no progress. Let's bet some coins, what do you say? Hearing the mention of betting coins, Teddy scoffed in disdain. Had heard Zhang Xing was poor, and it seemed the rumors were true. This guy actually wanted to win his coins? Teddy's family might not have much else, but they certainly had mines. Fine by me, Teddy said with a smug smirk, his eyes full of condescension. How much are we betting? Zhang Xing gave it some thought. Betting too little would be boring, and judging by the sapphire storage ring on Teddy's finger, it was clear his family was wealthy. Zhang Xing carefully counted the coins in his own space, just over 120,000. He decided not to put everything on the line. I'm not as rich as you noble heirs, Zhang Xing said, feigning modesty. Let's keep it small, how about 100,000? Thud. Teddy nearly lost his footing and stumbled. What? How much? Did you just say 100,000? Teddy asked, repeating the question 3 times, convinced he must have misheard. Zhang Xing looked puzzled. 100,000? Why? Is that too little? Realizing Zhang Xing was serious, Teddy's expression froze. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he swallowed hard. No, it's not. Not too little. Teddy stammered, forcing the words out. Inside, Teddy was in turmoil. I only get 1,000 coins a month from my family. Between trading credits for magical materials and covering daily expenses, I'm left with 500 or 600 coins at most. I've never saved up 100,000 coins in my entire life. And this so-called pauper casually throws out 100,000 like it's nothing, acting as if he's even embarrassed about it. What's going on? Does he think that's not enough? Who's the real poor one here? Zhang Xing, on the other hand, had an entirely different perspective. To him, the wealthy heirs on Earth could casually pull out stacks of high-tier credit cards, VP cards, VIP cards, gold cards, diamond cards, even globally limited Supreme King cards, reserved for those worth over $1 billion. In his mind, Teddy's wealth must far surpass that of Earth's rich kids. After all, in this world, people used gold coins for even the most trivial of things. How could they compare to Earth's second-generation elites? Zhang Xing's assumptions were wildly off the mark. If Teddy knew what Zhang Xing was thinking, he'd probably be so furious he'd dive straight into the nearest toilet. The students watching the scene unfold were equally dumbfounded. One student holding a lunch tray had been inching closer to get a better look. When he heard Zhang Xing casually bet 100,000 coins, his hands shook violently. With a loud crash, the tray fell to the ground, scattering food everywhere. Teddy froze for a moment, realizing something was off. Narrowing his eyes, alarm bells went off in his mind. Himself couldn't come up with that many gold coins. How could Zhang Xing possibly have them? This kid must be playing some kind of con, trying to pull a fast one. Hold on a second. Teddy spread his arms wide, turning to address the surrounding classmates, his voice rising dramatically. Everyone, I have serious doubts about Zhang Xing's character. A small bet is one thing, but jumping straight to 10,000 gold coins? Isn't it obvious he's trying to scam us? Hey, Teddy. Zhang Xing interrupted coldly, cutting off his impassioned speech. Stop stirring up trouble and badmouthing me. Do you think you can ruin my reputation with just words? If you're so confident, take a look at this. With that, Zhang Xing began pulling gold coins out of his spatial storage device. The clinking sound of coins filled the air as he stacked bag after bag onto the ground. 1,000 coins per bag, this is 10,000. He then casually pulled out another 10 bags. Hey, race 20,000. Want to check if the coins are real? As the 20 large bags were opened, the dazzling golden gleam of the coins lit up the room, leaving everyone stunned. The male students were slack-jawed, while the female students' eyes practically sparkled with admiration. Even Teddy, who prided himself on being a wealthy aristocrat, stood there dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Your turn to bring out the money, Zhang Xing urged, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was secretly amused at how miserly this so-called noble young master was turning out to be. Sweat began to bead on Teddy's forehead as he reluctantly fumbled with his storage ring, slowly producing small pouches of coins one by one. He hesitated with every movement, placing the bags on the ground as if it pained him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing, with a flourish, tossed another 20 bags of gold onto the pile. Seeing Teddy stop, he pressed him again. Come on, hurry up. At this rate, the food will be cold before you're done. I don't have any more, Teddy finally admitted in a low voice. What? Seriously? You're that broke? Zhang Xing exclaimed, widening his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. He picked up one of the bags, shaking his head while slowly collecting the rest of his coins. His gaze swept over Teddy repeatedly, full of mockery and disdain. Zhang Xing had seen through Teddy from the very beginning, knew the arrogant noble had no way of producing such a large sum. This was the perfect opportunity to humiliate him. These so-called noble young masters, always flaunting their supposed sophistication and looking down on commoners, deserved to experience the sting of disgrace for once. Teddy's face flushed red as his uneasy gaze flickered toward the two classmates beside him. The two of them helplessly patted their empty pockets and spread their hands. 10,000 gold coins was no small amount. Who could possibly carry that much with them? How about we bet this? I have about 3,000. Teddy's voice trailed off, growing fainter under the watchful eyes of his classmates. The mounting embarrassment and shame nearly rendered him speechless. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a second, my family is rich, and I'm ranked 8th in the Tower of Trials. I challenge it every year, and have loads of experience. What does a mere freshman like him know? With that realization, Teddy's eyes lit up, and a surge of confidence filled him. Fine, just wait here, I'll go home and get the money. With those words, he bolted off without looking back, leaving his two classmates staring at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Xing watched Teddy's retreating figure and smirked to himself. Heh, another one bringing me free money. It's hard not to get rich like this. Right after lunch, Teddy appeared at the cafeteria entrance, brimming with excitement. I've got the money, 10,000 gold coins, he declared triumphantly. He glanced around at the stunned faces of his peers, his smugness reaching new heights. Let's go, Zhang Xing. We're settling this now. A crowd of students abandoned their trays and eagerly followed them toward the Tower of Trials. On the way, Keldo explained, the Tower of Trials is a mysterious relic brought back by Dean Jagger from an ancient site. It originally had 108 floors, corresponding to the levels of magic cultivation in this world. However, it's just a replica of a divine artifact and was heavily damaged. The Dean spent decades repairing part of its functionality, but its rank dropped from divine artifact to imperial artifact, and its floors were reduced to 63, equivalent to the level of a magic emperor. Still, it's more than sufficient for training students. The area in front of the Tower of Trials was bustling with activity. While it was common to see challengers there, the crowd was unusually large this afternoon. Zhang Xing and Teddy handed over their student cards, each losing 5 points. After a brief explanation of the rules from their instructor, the two stepped into the tower. From the outside, the Tower of Trials appeared to be only a few dozen meters tall, with entrances on all 4 sides that allowed up to 4 challengers to enter simultaneously. However, challengers never encountered one another inside, as they entered not with their physical bodies, but through the projection of their spiritual energy. As soon as Zhang Xing entered, he found himself standing at the edge of a primeval forest. The environment felt startlingly real. Before he could take in his surroundings, 2 low-level magic wolves lunged at him from the front and back. With a casual flick of his hand, he released 2 magic arrows, and the wolves disintegrated into specks of elemental energy. The first floor was cleared with ease. The subsequent levels grew increasingly difficult. The second floor had 4 magic wolves, the third had 8, the fourth had 16. By the time Zhang Xing reached the 9th floor, he was surrounded by a dense pack of 432 magic wolves, a sea of black fur encircling him. But Zhang Xing was well prepared. From the 5th floor onward, he had already devised a strategy. While these wolves were numerous and capable of spitting out low-level wind blades, they followed predictable combat patterns. The first wave would charge forward, followed by reinforcements in the second wave, with magical attacks reserved for specific phases of the battle. Starting from the 6th floor, the Tongtian Tower becomes a true test of endurance and intellect for the students. However, for Zhang Xing, it was hardly a challenge. Unlike the other students who had to employ Hitandran tactics and constantly skirmish with the demon wolves, Zhang Xing stormed through the floors with overwhelming force, crushing everything in his path. Even on the 9th floor, Zhang Xing maintained his dominant advantage. With just a single high-level area attack, Spell Meteor Firestorm obliterated over 400 demon wolves in one fell swoop. From the 1st floor to the 9th, every level was conquered with a single move. It only took Zhang Xing 9 breaths of time to achieve this feat. Outside the Tongtian Tower, the display screen showed Zhang Xing's progress halted at 9, while Teddy's number was still at 7. This astonishing speed sparked an uproar among the students. Zhang Xing is insanely fast. Could he be any more ridiculous? The Grand Magus Pigu, tasked with guarding the tower's entrance, shook his head and sighed, silently musing to himself. Ah, such youthful impulsiveness, why rush so much? The purpose of the Tongtian Tower is to temper one's mental fortitude, not to compete for speed. No first-year student has ever charged through so recklessly. His mental energy must be draining rapidly. How will he manage the later floors? His temperament is still unstable, not as perfect as the headmaster claimed. Let's see how he performs in the long run. On the 10th floor, Zhang Xing faced mid-level beasts, the wind snakes. These serpents were incredibly fast and capable of fire-based magical attacks. Their fire arrows carried a paralyzing toxin, making them even more dangerous. Kairuo stared intently at Zhang Xing's progress number, clenching his fists and whispering under his breath, "Come on, Zhang Xing. beat Teddy into the ground. A short, stocky student slung an arm around Kairduo's shoulder with a sly grin. Why are you so worked up, Kairduo? Kairduo struggled to free himself. Let go of me. Stop messing around. The short student persisted. Don't think you're all that just because you're backing that Zhangxing guy. He's still nothing, far from it. Kairduo retorted stubbornly. Zhangxing is way stronger than you. If you've got the guts, why don't you challenge him yourself? Humph. What's the rush? Teddy's going to crush him anyway. Let's see how cocky he is after that. Kairduo excitedly pointed at the display screen. Teddy doesn't stand a chance against Zhangxing. Just look at the numbers up there. The short student stared at the screen in disbelief, stammering, W? How is this possible? 18 layers. For Zhangxing, the difficulty from the 10th to the 18th floor was no different. The number of wind snakes doubled with each level, but they posed no significant threat. Meanwhile, Teddy had just cleared the 9th floor and was using the allotted rest time to recover his energy. A few minutes later, Teddy stood up, feeling rejuvenated and wearing a satisfied expression. I was faster this time, and my energy consumption was lower too. Zhangxing, no matter how monstrous your talent is, they'll beat you today. You must still be struggling on the 9th floor, right? Huh. For 100 demon wolves charging at you relentlessly, that's a battle you've never faced before. Sure, you might be stronger in single combat, but in a group assault, you'll meet a miserable end. However, reality painted a very different picture. Zhangxing had already reached the 19th floor. He surveyed his surroundings. A scorched wasteland stretched out before him. Rivers of molten lava surrounded the area, bubbling and hissing as waves of heat radiated through the air. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lava began to churn violently. Two monstrous creatures with glowing crimson eyes emerged from the molten depths. Zhangxing's heart sank as he immediately recognized his formidable new adversary, high-level beasts, the fire lizards. From the Academy Library's ancient texts, Zhangxing learned about the unique characteristics of a magical beast called the fire salamander. Through billions of years of evolution, this creature had transformed itself into a living, indestructible rock, dwelling perpetually in the blazing heat of magma. Not only did it possess speed surpassing that of wind serpents, but it could also spew mutated magma capable of instantly melting solid steel swords. Furthermore, it was completely immune to fire-based magic. Even seasoned mages would only dare to flee upon encountering it. On the Tower of Trials leaderboard, the top-ranked fighter, Zhan Tian, had only managed to reach the 25th floor. The second-ranked Cobalt and third-ranked Saya had also failed to surpass this stage, though their times of survival varied. This clearly demonstrated that this level was a true test of a student's strength. At this point, Zhangxing had already mastered fire magic to a near-perfect level, but here it was utterly useless. His proficiency in ice magic, however, was far inferior. To make matters worse, defeating the previous magical beasts had not yielded any experience points, indicating that only defeating the real beasts would lead to growth. Two fire salamanders slowly crawled toward him. Their spindle-shaped bodies were over a meter long, slender at both ends and thick in the middle. Each step of their glowing claws crushed rocks effortlessly. Their deep red, glassy eyes radiated a chilling, menacing light. Zhangxing steadied his mind, focusing on how to defeat these living rocks. He first attempted ice magic, launching two ice spears taught by the Academy's headmaster. However, the spears dissipated instantly upon striking the fire salamanders' backs, leaving no effect. The beast's small eyes seemed to flash with a mocking glint. Suddenly, both salamanders opened their jaws simultaneously, spewing streams of magma streaked with black, hurtling toward Zhangxing from both sides with lightning speed. Dodging seemed nearly impossible. Before this, Zhangxing had repeatedly cast slow and blindness spells, but all attempts failed, as a mysterious power nullified them. This was highly unusual, as aside from the elven race, these spells had a success rate exceeding 90% on other creatures. After narrowly avoiding the magma attack, Zhangxing did not give up. He cast slow 10 more times, and on the final attempt, the spell finally worked. Only a 10% success rate? This spell is practically useless, Zhangxing thought to himself. At this point, he had lost all his advantages and was feeling increasingly cornered. He couldn't help but question why the Whitebeard headmaster had set up such a difficult challenge. Even a magus would struggle to overcome this. Still, Zhangxing refused to despair. There must be a weakness in these fire salamanders, he told himself firmly, observing their movements from every angle. After some time, he noticed that no matter how the salamanders moved, their bellies remained pressed against the ground, even when they turned around. Could their weakness be on their undersides? Zhangxing decided to test his theory by casting a high-level spell, Earthquake Tremor. With a deafening rumble, the surrounding rocks tumbled, and the ground shook violently. The two fire salamanders were thrown into the air, flipping over several times. At that moment, Zhangxing spotted a small, coin-sized gray mark in the center of each salamander's belly nearly imperceptible without close observation. He cast Earthquake Tremor once more. As the salamanders lost their balance again, he swiftly launched 2 ice spears. With a faint cracking sound, the fire salamanders froze in place, their bodies disintegrating into the air moments later. Upon discovering the fire lizard's weakness, Zhang Xing felt a surge of excitement. His eyes sparkled with the light of victory, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. I knew it, he thought to himself. No matter if it's a human or a magical beast, everything has a weakness. He pondered further. Those top 5 ranked fighters must have already known about this weakness, but they kept it to themselves. Otherwise, Kelder would have told me by now. In the ensuing battle, Zhang Xing moved as though he were unstoppable. Each time he unleashed his ice spear, the ground trembled violently, and fire lizards fell one after another. The numbers on the tower's display outside kept climbing, soon reaching the 22nd floor. Impossible! The short student standing next to Kelder exclaimed in disbelief. He's already tied Teddy's record. Kelder's eyes were glued to the screen, so wide with excitement he nearly went cross-eyed. No one was more thrilled than he was at that moment. Zhang Xing's victory was his victory. Not only could this humiliate Teddy and his crew, but it would also earn him a hefty reward of 100,000 gold coins. Years of being bullied by those people felt as if they were finally being avenged. Grand Magus Pigu stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with approval. No wonder the headmaster values him so highly, he remarked. To possess such immense spiritual and magical power at such a young age is extraordinary. Before he could finish speaking, the display numbers jumped again. Floor 23. He surpassed Teddy and now ranks firmly in the top 7, Pigu said with a nod and a smile. To rank 7th in the entire Magic Division at only 6 years old is truly remarkable. However, he added thoughtfully, going any higher will be much more difficult. Teddy's noble friends were livid, their faces dark with anger as they glared at the display screen. This competition had long since devolved into a battle between the commoners, represented by Zhang Xing, and the nobles, represented by Teddy. The 100,000 gold coins were trivial to Teddy's family, but their pride was on the line. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Magic and Martial Academy, even reaching the students in the martial arts division. Soon, crowds gathered outside the Sky Tower, and the instructors had to step in to maintain order. The arrival of Serena and Tina, 2 stunningly beautiful instructors, caused an even bigger commotion. Many male instructors who were in the middle of teaching conveniently found excuses to end their classes early and hurried over to help. At this point, Teddy had only reached the 19th floor, but no one was paying attention anymore. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Xing's performance. Serena, your student is really making you proud, Tina said with a soft laugh, glancing at Serena, whose joy was evident. Then, she tugged lightly at Serena's sleeve and whispered, "Stop smiling so much those male instructors can't take their eyes off you." Serena's lips curled into a faint smile. Let them be. Can I control where they look? She glanced at the commotion in the distance, silently marveling at how Zhang Xing always managed to steal the spotlight, whether it was the last defense test or this time around. You're so lucky, Serena. It's rare to have such an outstanding student in a lifetime, Tina said, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. Tina, here comes your prize student, Serena said with a slight tilt of her head, gesturing toward a group of people approaching from afar. Tina glanced over and sighed, shaking her head. Sigh. Zhang Tian is far too arrogant. He thinks being ranked first in the Tower of Ascension gives him the right to look down on everyone. Even I, his mentor, can't rein him in anymore. What's worse is his petty nature. He never forgives or forgets, and can't tolerate anyone surpassing him. Young people go through phases like this, Serena offered comfort. Besides, he's the youngest son of Sleet, the dean of the Martial Academy. Growing up pampered, it's no surprise he turned out this way. Tina waved her delicate hand dismissively. Spare me the sympathy. His behavior is a carbon copy of his father, overbearing and aggressive in everything he says and does. Look at him now, strutting around with an entourage bigger than the dean's. As they spoke, Zhang Tian approached the crowd. He wore a sleek black mage's robe, the cuffs adorned with 3 silver fleur-de-lis insignias, a mark of a certified senior mage, far beyond the status of an ordinary academy student. This privilege was reserved for the top 3 ranked students in the Tower of Ascension. While other students might claim to be junior, intermediate, or senior mages, they wouldn't officially earn such recognition until certified by the Mage Guild upon graduation. As Zhang Tian walked closer, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. Students who thought they had any chance of catching his attention eagerly stepped forward to flatter him, as if exchanging just one word with him would elevate their own prestige. Those who managed to greet him cast smug glances at the others, brimming with self-satisfaction. Zhang Tian strode forward with an air of indifference, not even bothering to acknowledge the surrounding instructors. His gaze briefly flickered toward the numbers displayed on Zhang Xing's side, and he let out a cold scoff. Suddenly, an excited gasp erupted from the crowd. Look, Zhang Xing just cleared the 23rd floor and is now on the 24th. All eyes immediately turned to the updated numbers on the tower. Haha. Kyoto's cheer rang out especially loud. I doubt he'll get much further. Breaking into the top 3 is out of the question, but 4th place seems secure enough, Zhang Tian sneered, his voice low but calculated loud enough for everyone to hear. Before his words could settle, the number on the tower screen jumped to 25. For a moment, the entire crowd fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the glowing red number, too shocked to utter a single word. Zhang Tian's face darkened instantly. A fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes as he realized he had misjudged the situation. That kid named Zhang Xing had also reached the 25th floor, standing on the same starting line as him. The feeling of his authority being challenged unsettled Zhang Tian, like a beast king whose territory had been invaded by a younger rival. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Tian had only one thought in his mind: fight, conquer, destroy. Forcing himself to calm down, Zhang Tian began to think rationally. The 25th floor housed 108 fire lizards, creatures not so easily defeated. He had already exhausted all his mental strength and magic power to kill 100 of them. Only 8 remained, and with unshakable confidence, he was determined to clear this level in one fell swoop. Time ticked by, but the numbers on the Tower of Ascension remained unchanged. Zhang Xing neither reappeared nor caused the numbers to shift. Everyone watching was baffled. By now, Zhang Xing should have either slain all the fire lizards, causing the numbers to update, or been defeated and ejected from the tower. Yet, there was no movement. What on earth was happening? Inside the tower, Zhang Xing had already slain over 1,600 magical beasts. As he struck down the last fire lizard on the 25th floor, he suddenly grasped an elusive realization he'd been chasing ever since entering the micro-level state. After casting numerous ice spears, he began to distinctly sense the connection between his mental energy and the magical elements in the air. If controlling magical elements during the micro-level state could be likened to weaving fine threads of mental energy, these threads would form a dazzling rainbow bridge. On the surface, the required magical elements surged forward eagerly, but in truth, many still drifted outside the threads. This caused tiny inconsistencies in the magic, not enough to disrupt the spell but noticeable if magnified 1,000 or 10,000 times. Zhang Xing stopped using Earthquake and instead directly struck the fire lizards' backs with ice spears. 100 attacks, 1,000 attacks, 1,500 attacks. He gradually noticed a phenomenon. No matter how much mental energy he used to control the magical elements, even if the attack appeared indestructible, there was always a slight vulnerability. This weak point was like a martial artist's vital spot. Once struck, it would collapse instantly. If he could pinpoint this weak spot, even the strongest magic could be evaded or destroyed. Next, Zhang Xing began casting ice spears with his left hand and flame blades with his right, testing each spell's vulnerabilities against the other. Meanwhile, the last fire lizard continued circling him, occasionally spewing molten lava. Zhang Xing casually shattered the lava with an ice spear and charged at the fire lizard, but the flame blade trailing the ice spear collided with it, and both spells dissipated. After hundreds of experiments, in one sudden attack, the flame blade struck a specific point on the ice spear, causing it to disintegrate instantly. The flame blade continued forward and hit the fire lizard. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Had found it. That point was the weakest spot in the formation of magic. Through countless trials, Zhang Xing's accuracy in identifying the weak points of both the flame blade and ice spear improved dramatically, reaching a success rate of 90. Yet, he did not stop there. Completely immersed in the process, Zhang Xing devoted himself entirely to this exploration, losing himself in the thrill of discovery. Zhang Xing's magical prowess advanced rapidly, no longer confined to a single skill. He had mastered various offensive spells such as magic arrows, thunderbolts, and chain fireballs with absolute precision, achieving a 100 success rate. He felt completely immersed in the world of magical elements, as though every part of his body was composed of them. When casting spells, he could instantly identify weak points, a state that had quietly elevated to the realm of microscopic precision, reaching a harmony between man and magic. Although Zhang Xing was unaware of his breakthrough, he could clearly sense his mental strength growing exponentially. After slaying the last fire lizard, the scene before him shifted abruptly, revealing the 26th floor. 216 fire lizards stood in neat formation, poised to attack. What followed was an effortless battle. Dozens of magma spells launched at him were no longer a threat. Zhang Xing's hands moved with agility, neutralizing them with ease. Outside the tower, the teachers and students were stunned. Their eyes fixed on the ever-climbing numbers, their faces filled with disbelief. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by thunderous cheers. Zhang Xing is invincible. First place in the Sky Tower rankings. Kyoto pumped his fist into the air, shouting with all his might. His voice, distorted by excitement, echoed repeatedly. The students from poorer backgrounds raised their fists in unison, cheering fervently, and soon even the noble students joined in, no longer hiding their admiration. The deafening cheers reached even the office of Dean Jiega, who burst into laughter, clapping his hands like an elated child. Zhang Xing, my boy, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You never fail to amaze me. You've rewritten the Academy's history. Among the crowd, many eyes flickered toward Zhang Tian. Zhang Xing had surpassed him, claiming the top spot. The complex gazes seemed to carry a hint of expectation, as if silently urging, Zhang Tian, go, get in there and catch up. Take back the first place. Zhang Tian's domineering aura had slightly diminished, but he maintained his cold demeanor. Deep down, however, he was shocked, thinking to himself, unbelievable as it is, your magic and mental strength must be completely drained by now. On the 26th floor, with even more fire lizards, there's no way you can hold out. You won't have the strength to stall for time. He kept convincing himself, clinging to the belief that this young upstart couldn't truly defy all odds. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Tian felt his confidence surge once more. He raised his head to look at the top of the tower, only to be utterly stunned. The number had just jumped to the 27th floor the moment he looked up. What? The noisy scene fell into an instant hush, leaving everyone deeply shaken. A single incredulous thought crossed their minds. No matter how extraordinary, this level of achievement was beyond belief. Tina and Serena, the two beautiful instructors, widened their eyes in shock, their delicate hands covering their lips as they stared in utter astonishment at what had just unfolded. Although Zhang Xing's level hadn't increased, his understanding of magic had reached unprecedented heights. Among young individuals under the age of 20, his mastery of magic was unmatched, truly unparalleled. After effortlessly defeating 432 fire lizards on the 27th floor, Zhang Xing stopped in his tracks. He calculated silently, confident that this achievement would secure him the 100,000 gold coins reward. Even if Teddy gave it his all, he wouldn't be able to catch up. With that thought, Zhang Xing decisively exited the Tower of Trials. The moment he stepped out of the tower, the scene before him left him stunned. A massive crowd had gathered outside, their sheer numbers forming a dense, dark mass. For a moment, Zhang Xing was at a loss. Just then, another door glimmered with light, and Teddy emerged from the tower as well. Teddy's face was beaming with excitement, clearly satisfied with his performance. He had successfully cleared the 22nd floor and even managed to defeat half of the fire lizards on the 23rd floor. Based on his current results, he could at least advance 2 ranks, securing a solid 5th place. Teddy was secretly overjoyed, convinced that Zhang Xing couldn't have made it past the 22nd floor. To him, the 100,000 gold coins were already as good as his. With a smug grin, he approached Zhang Xing, the corners of his mouth curling into a victorious smile. Oh, Zhang Xing, you're out too? Teddy asked, feigning surprise. Yeah? Zhang Xing replied absent-mindedly, his gaze still fixed on the crowd around him, his face filled with confusion. Teddy misinterpreted Zhang Xing's expression, assuming it was the dejection of failure. Puffing up with pride, he said smugly, don't be discouraged by failure. Zhang Xing, you're still young, and you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Youth is your greatest asset, haha. But for now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Hand over the money 100,000 gold coins, not a single one less. Hearing their exchange, the surrounding students and teachers exchanged peculiar glances, their eyes collectively turning to Teddy with an odd mix of amusement and pity. Zhang Xing finally snapped back to reality, a wide grin spreading across his face. Rubbing his hands together, he said, oh, right? I almost forgot about that. Senior Teddy, are you sure you're thinking straight? Our bet was that the loser pays the winner. Teddy immediately retorted, you must be the one not thinking straight. Of course, the loser pays. That's the rule of the game. I've never heard of a winner paying instead. Isn't that right, everyone? Seeing the mocking expressions on the faces of those around him, Teddy grew even more confident. In a condescending tone, he continued, Zhang Xing, are you trying to weasel out of this in front of so many people? What's the matter? Can't handle losing? You were the one who proposed the bet. Stop stalling and hand over the money. Zhang Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Pointing directly at Teddy, he said, are you an idiot? Open your eyes and take a good look behind you. Where did you dig up the confidence to act so cocky? Teddy followed Zhang Xing's finger and looked back toward the Tower of Trials. In an instant, he froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, and his lips quivered, unable to form words. This can't be real. It's fake. After a few seconds, Teddy erupted in a roar. He turned to the crowd, shouting desperately, everyone, tell me the numbers on the tower are fake. It's a prank, right? Minter Salina, this isn't real, is it? Minter Tina, Even if he's some kind of prodigy, there's no way a kid could achieve this. You're all in on this joke, aren't you? The students, seeing Teddy acting like a madman, took a few steps back, unwilling to engage. Even Teddy didn't dare grab the arms of the mentors to demand answers. From their expressions, he could see a mix of pity, disdain, and a hint of disgust. No, no, this can't be, Teddy mumbled to himself, still unable to accept the reality before him. He scanned the crowd again, hoping someone would step forward, laughing, and tell him, Teddy, we're just messing with you. But the miracle he longed for never came. At this moment, Teddy could only endure the crushing blow of failure under the complex gazes of the onlookers. Hand over the money. Zhang Xing impatiently interrupted Teddy's daydream, his voice dripping with the arrogance of a victor. Teddy snapped back to reality, his body trembling as he shakily pulled a storage ring from his pocket. Forcing down the bitterness in his heart, he spoke with a hoarse voice. There's 100,000 gold coins inside.
Take them, but return the ring to me afterward.
His eyes betrayed a deep pain, as though each coin was carved from his own flesh. At that moment, Teddy recalled the scene of asking his father for money. He had confidently assured his father that he had a 100 chance of winning 100,000 gold coins from Zhang Xing. His father, without saying much, silently handed over the money. In his father's eyes, this beloved son had performed satisfactorily in day-to-day life, and besides, 100,000 gold coins were a drop in the bucket for their family. The old man believed that for young people, competitiveness was natural, and winning or losing wasn't the issue, the experience mattered more. But Teddy didn't see it that way. To him, this loss felt like the sky was falling. Concepts like personal dignity, noble pride, and individual honor flooded his mind, inflating the significance of this competition to colossal proportions. In reality, he was overthinking it. None of the surrounding students or teachers cared about the outcome of the match, let alone felt sorry for the loss of his 100,000 gold coins. To them, Teddy's family might as well own a gold mine. At this moment, all eyes were on Zhang Xing. This 6-year-old boy had not only shattered the academy's long-standing trial records, but had also far surpassed Zhang Tian. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Tian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He couldn't afford to lose again, at least not now, not against Zhang Xing. Inwardly, Zhang Tian made a silent vow. Zhang Xing, don't get too comfortable. I will surpass you. Mark my words. From this day forward, there's only one path for me: training, relentless training. Next year, I'll make sure to put you beneath my feet. Though his walking posture remained noble, his retreating figure lacked the arrogance he once carried. The #1 spot on the Tongtian Tower combat rankings now bore Zhang Xing's name in bold, glowing characters. His name had once again echoed throughout the academy, and even the Martial Arts Academy had heard of this 6-year-old prodigy. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xing, who had become the center of attention, he was already on the move. He rushed to exchange his newly earned Tongtian Tower points for a large supply of materials used for setting up magic arrays. Array studies were a required course for all mages, and the best way to learn was through hands-on practice. Without materials, one could only stare blankly. In real combat, others could effortlessly deploy a few formation talismans, and no matter how high your level was, you'd struggle to catch up to a fleeing opponent. Formation talismans were particularly practical on the battlefield. With their greatest advantage being efficiency, they required almost no magic power or energy to use. After gathering his materials, Zhang Xing headed straight back to his dorm, refusing to meet with any of the noble students trying to curry favor or recruit him. He had no patience for idle socializing. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Once inside his spatial island, Zhang Xing noticed that the fish in the pond had grown significantly. It was time to feed He Bao. However, he quickly realized his concern was unnecessary. He Bao was already squatting by the pond, happily fishing for himself. The dog-headed fish had grown over a meter long, while the crucian carp and koi were each over half a meter. He Bao strolled along the pond with his hands behind his back, casually picking out the biggest fish to eat. When he saw Zhang Xing enter, He Bao's excitement was evident. Zhang Xing pulled up He Bao's status panel and saw that his experience points had reached 480,500. An upgrade was imminent. Just 2 more large dog-headed fish, and He Bao would advance to the 4th tier. He Bao, eat 2 more fish. You're about to level up, Zhang Xing urged. He Bao seemed to sense the approaching breakthrough as well. With a sudden shake of his body, he transformed into a formidable black dragon, exuding an overwhelming dragon's might. The fish and shrimp in the pond froze in terror, unable to move. With a swift swipe of his massive claw, He Bao snatched up 2 dog-headed fish and devoured them in an instant. As he hovered in the air, his body suddenly radiated a faint, eerie glow. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, He Bao's body rapidly expanded to over 6 meters in length, fully evolving into a fledgling giant dragon. Ding! The system notification sounded as He Long successfully advanced to Tier 4. A new mission immediately began. Elevate He Long to Tier 5. Target experience, 2,500 points. Current experience, 0. On the western side of the castle, a magnificent dragon trial ground suddenly emerged. After spending 20,000 gold coins, a dazzling white light flashed, revealing a massive open-air rectangular structure. The building, roughly the size of 2 football fields, featured a pair of towering red gates over 100 meters tall at its front. Above the gates, 3 dragon-shaped characters spelled out, Trial Ground. He Bao gazed intently at the massive gates, a symbol of challenge, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Without hesitation, he spread his wings and flew inside. The moment he and Zhang Xing passed through the gates, the scenery transformed in an endless expanse of misty clouds stretched out before them. The system promptly announced the start of the bronze trial, with a 3-minute time limit. Both sides began with an initial combat power of 1,000 points. From within the mist, another Tier 4 black dragon of similar size emerged. The 2 dragons, each around 6 meters long, faced off at a distance, their throats rumbling with low, provocative growls. Ancient bloodline instincts told them that battles among their kind were the ultimate form of sharpening their skills. After a few seconds of tense standoff, He Bao launched the first attack. The 2 dragons clashed midair in a fierce battle, employing biting, clawing, tail strikes, and dragon saliva attacks in rapid succession. For He Bao, who had never fought another of his kind, this was his first chance to fully unleash his strength, and the fight became increasingly exhilarating. After a prolonged struggle, He Bao gained the upper hand, forcing his opponent to the ground. Pinning the other dragon down, He Bao delivered a powerful tear, ripping the black dragon into 2. The opponent dissolved into specks of white light and vanished. The system announced the completion of the bronze trial in 1 minute and 50 seconds. He Bao earned 300 experience points, and his combat power increased to 1,100 points. Before the system could prompt him, He Bao eagerly requested the next challenge. Yes. The silver trial began immediately, with the time limit extended to 5 minutes. Crimson clouds swirled in the sky, and a massive Tier 5 red dragon, 12 meters long, appeared 100 meters away. Its combat power was an intimidating 3,000 points. He Bao instantly recognized the disparity in strength. With each tier advancement, a dragon's physical power and magical abilities multiplied. To make matters worse, red dragons were naturally arrogant and enjoyed tormenting weaker opponents with claws and teeth rather than resorting to magic. As expected, the red dragon's eyes gleamed with disdain as it extended its massive claws and charged. Despite understanding the overwhelming gap in power, the pride of the black dragon race would not allow He Bao to retreat. The battle quickly turned brutal. The red dragon's first strike sent He Bao flying, and it relentlessly pursued him, slamming him from the sky to the ground. Zhang Xing shook his head silently. With He Bao's current combat experience, relying solely on brute force, survival seemed nearly impossible. He Bao was caught off guard by the sudden assault from the red dragon. His limbs flailed wildly, and dragon breath spewed uncontrollably in all directions. The red dragon's tail lashed out like a whip, striking He Bao's abdomen with a brutal force. A piercing, heart-wrenching howl tore through the skies as He Bao's body plummeted like a kite with its string cut, leaving a trail of blood raining down through the air. Boom! He Bao hit the ground with a deafening crash, raising a cloud of dust and leaving a massive crater in his wake. The red dragon dived down, stopping midair about 50 meters above the ground, gazing down at He Bao in the pit with a mocking, disdainful glare. Moments later, the ground trembled as He Bao struggled to claw his way out of the earth. His body was battered and bruised, with scales hanging loose or completely torn away. The once majestic dragon now looked utterly ragged, his snout and nostrils smeared with a mixture of blood and dirt. Despite his wretched state, the fighting spirit in He Bao's eyes remained undiminished. Time was running out, and victory was all but impossible. Yet He Bao was determined to fight to his last breath. He raised his head to the sky and let out an earth-shaking roar, unleashing a blast of dragon breath aimed directly at the red dragon above. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, charging forward once more. The red dragon scoffed and retaliated with a burst of flames, instantly evaporating He Bao's dragon breath. While He Bao's fire abilities were formidable, his true trump card was his corrosive acid. Unfortunately, the red dragon, with its innate mastery of fire and a higher tier of power, effortlessly neutralized He Bao's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. He Bao was sent flying repeatedly, yet each time he rose and charged again. Even knowing it was futile, he continued attacking relentlessly, determined to fight to the bitter end. The red dragon hovered in midair, seemingly savoring the one-sided battle and its overwhelming dominance. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Xing was filled with frustration and helplessness. The system's rules restricted his actions, leaving him unable to intervene. All he could do was watch as He Bao was mercilessly beaten. Though the red dragon was merely a virtual opponent, its haughty and ruthless personality was vividly displayed. It reveled in toying with weaker adversaries, prolonging their suffering until they were completely drained of strength before delivering the final blow. A fifth-tier dragon's power was equivalent to that of advanced battle masters and high-level magicians, though their actual combat prowess often surpassed these ranks. According to the hierarchy, magicians advanced through 3 levels, followed by Magus, Grand Magus, Archmage, and Mage Emperor. Warriors, on the other hand, progressed through Battle Master, Battle Spirit, Battle King, and Battle Emperor. A 5th-tier Red Dragon's strength was on par with a Grand Magus or Battle Spirit, making it nearly impossible for Zhang Xing and He Bao to prevail, even if they fought together. Finally, the 5-minute trial period came to an end. The system notification chimed. Ding! Trial failed. Please keep trying. The Red Dragon's figure dissipated into the clouds, and the trial arena returned to its original state. He Bao reverted to his human form, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted and motionless. Zhang Xing rushed to his side, barely recognizing him. He Bao's head was swollen to nearly 3 times its normal size, and his body was covered in wounds with not a single patch of unscathed skin remaining. It was a pitiful sight. Yet, in He Bao's dark, gleaming eyes, there was still a burning desire to fight again. You did great, He Bao. Zhang Xing encouraged him. Rest up, heal, and we'll try again. He quickly accessed the system's shop and purchased a sacred elixir to heal He Bao's injuries. After consuming the medicine, He Bao's formidable regenerative abilities kicked in, and he was soon back on his feet, ready to face the next challenge. The next day, He Bao continued his journey of battles. Although each fight ended in defeat, his combat experience steadily grew. Starting with a power level of 1,100, he had increased it to 1,500. However, over the following days, his progress slowed significantly, gaining only 100 points and eventually plateauing at 1,600. At this point, there were only 15 days left until the end of the year. Dean Jiega led the top 10 students from each grade, along with their mentors, on a journey to the imperial capital, Tianqing City, to participate in the Triennial Magic Tournament. Vice Dean Silite also accompanied 30 other students. After several teleportations and flights on magical mounts, they finally reached the capital of Tianqing Kingdom on the morning of the 14th day. Exhausted from the journey, everyone retreated to their assigned accommodations to rest and prepare for the competition the next day. That evening, Zhang Xing once again entered the virtual island to observe He Bao's battles. Before leaving the academy, he had already realized that He Bao's stagnation at 1,600 points was due to a bottleneck. Once this bottleneck was broken, He Bao's power would undergo a significant transformation. Zhang Xing's strategy was to continuously teach He Bao the intricacies of utilizing mental energy. From learning a magical skill to mastering it and eventually perfecting its execution, Zhang Xing meticulously guided He Bao on how to communicate with magical elements and precisely manipulate them with mental energy. He even shared his deepest insights from reaching the states of micro-perception and unity of heaven and man. This wasn't about having He Bao replicate Zhang Xing's magical combat style to defeat the Red Dragon. After all, dragons are immune to all low-level magic, rendering spells like slow, blindness, and hypnosis ineffective against them. Instead, Zhang Xing aimed to inspire He Bao to adapt this mindset and find opportunities to break through the bottleneck during battle. Dragons are both powerful sorcerers and formidable warriors, but their combat style primarily relies on physical attacks. He Bao did not disappoint Zhang Xing's expectations. Through his battles with the Red Dragon, he gradually began to comprehend the subtle use of power and discovered the dragon's weaknesses. After more than 10 days of relentless fighting, the once arrogant Red Dragon no longer underestimated the increasingly resilient little Black Dragon. In particular, over the past 3 days, He Bao's claws had successfully injured the dragon's tail at its most vulnerable spot. The Red Dragon could no longer treat He Bao as a mere punching bag, as it had before. In their 22nd battle, just 2 minutes in, the unexpected happened. As the Red Dragon's claws were about to strike He Bao's soft underbelly, He Bao's jet-black eyes suddenly gleamed with extraordinary brightness. His body then trembled as he dodged the attack with an almost impossible agility. The Red Dragon's claws swiped through empty air, and before it could react, it felt a powerful force slam into its body. Boom! The Red Dragon was sent tumbling several times by the impact. For the remainder of the battle, no matter how the Red Dragon attacked, it could never land a hit on He Bao. In contrast, every counterattack from He Bao was precise and devastating. Zhang Xing watched from below with a satisfied smile. It was clear that He Bao had experienced an epiphany, reaching the realm of micro-perception. To He Bao, the Red Dragon's once dizzying speed was no longer an issue. When he focused completely, the scene before him seemed to slow down by tenfold. To onlookers, the Red Dragon's massive tail appeared to have struck He Bao, making an escape seem impossible. Yet, He Bao performed what seemed like a miracle under such circumstances. The system displayed that He Bao's power level had surged from 1,600 to an astonishing 2,000. But this was not the end. Over the next 2 minutes, his power level continued to climb steadily, reaching an incredible 3,000. Ding! As the chimes signaled the end of the challenge, the trial arena instantly returned to its original state. He Bao's majestic figure froze midair, his front claws poised for a vicious tear, his gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. He was just about to deliver a fatal blow to the red dragon when, at this critical moment, the attack was interrupted. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. You've already won. Zhang Xing waved at He Bao, who transformed into his human form and landed gracefully beside him. He Bao's eyes glimmered with a hint of frustration. Tomorrow, I'll shred him to pieces, he declared. That night, Zhang Xing meditated in quiet contemplation. By dawn, the representatives from the 6 academies gathered at the Royal Training Grounds in Tianqing City, marking the official start of the annual ranking competition. The rules followed tradition. Matches were held between junior students and senior students separately. The tournament offered impressive rewards. In the individual competition, the champion would receive 1 million gold coins and a high-grade offensive magic artifact, while the runner-up and third place would earn 500,000 and 300,000 gold coins respectively. In the team competition, each team of 10 would vie for the championship prize of 1 million gold coins, distributed equally among the members. The rewards for second and third places mirrored those of the individual competition. The most anticipated event, however, was the unrestricted individual challenge, open to all regardless of level or specialization in magic or combat. The champion of this category would be awarded 5 million gold coins, along with 3 top-tier artifacts, one each for offense, defense, and amplification. The runner-up would receive 3 million gold coins and 2 artifacts for offense and defense, while the third-place contestant would take home 1 million gold coins and an offensive artifact. These prizes were so enticing that even the instructors found themselves envious. The Imperial artifacts, in particular, were priceless treasures. The scarcity of materials for crafting such artifacts, combined with the exorbitant costs and the need for skilled master artisans, meant that most mages and magicians had to settle for subpar staffs. Advanced mages often had no choice but to carry decorative, impractical items. The artifacts offered by the Empire, however, were forged from the finest materials and surpassed the monetary rewards in value. A total of 360 contestants from the 6 academies participated. Emperor August Kith of the Empire personally attended the opening ceremony, delivering a rousing speech that ignited the students' passion. The possibility of a bright future, filled with titles and honors, seemed within reach. While noble students relied on their hereditary privileges, the competition offered commoner students a rare chance to change their destinies. Zhang Xing, however, was unimpressed by the grandeur and found himself drowsy. He had no interest in politics or power. His only concern was nursing He Bao back to full strength and eagerly awaiting when the system might provide him with a second dragon egg. Gazing at the elderly emperor on stage, clad in an ornate robe and crowned with a jewel-encrusted crown, Zhang Xing couldn't help but reflect on the monarch's dual identity, a member of the Empire's elite 6 martial sovereigns. It was said that Emperor Kith had demonstrated extraordinary magical talent in his youth, achieving the rank of magician at just 15. However, after losing his magical abilities during a palace coup, he resolutely turned to martial arts, ultimately breaking through to the martial sovereign realm at the age of 45 and claiming the throne. After Emperor Kith's passionate and inspiring speech, the grand competition officially commenced. 60 elite students from the 6 academies' junior magic classes stepped forward one by one to draw lots, setting the order for their intense face-offs. The tournament followed a progressive elimination format. The first round halved the participants, leaving 30 contestants to draw lots again for the next round of duels until only 15 remained. From there, 7 finalists were determined, 1 received a bye, while the remaining 6 competed for the top 3 spots. In the semifinals, the winners vied for the championship, while the defeated battled for third place. The Martial Arts Academy's competition followed the same rules, with the 2 arenas located close enough for spectators to enjoy the thrilling matches from both sides. Zhang Xing breezed through the early rounds, but it wasn't until he advanced to the top 7 that his exceptional performance began to draw attention from the other academies. When the leadership of the academies and the Emperor of the Empire reviewed his profile, they were stunned to discover that this freshman from St. Roland Magic Academy was only 6 years old and had been enrolled for just 2 months. The 5 academy deans cast scrutinizing gazes at Dean Jiega, who wore a self-satisfied expression. Dean Nelson of the Golden Peak Magic and Martial Academy couldn't hold back his admiration, though it was tinged with envy and jealousy. Dean Jiega, this child has remarkable talent. To be so composed and battle-experienced at such a young age is truly a rare gem. Which family cultivated him? Zhang Xing is an orphan, with quite a pitiful background, Jiega replied succinctly. Nelson acknowledged the response, but refrained from further inquiry, though a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he was already scheming. The other deans, upon hearing this, also began to quietly plot how they might poach this prodigy from Jiega. Meanwhile, the competition carried on, and the top 3 contestants were soon decided. Zhang Xing faced off against a freshman from the Blazing Flame Magic and Martial Academy. Despite their impressive strength, they were defeated by Zhang Xing in a single move. The other finalist, refusing to be outdone, launched an advanced spell, Chain Fireballs, right at the start. Yet they failed to even graze Zhang Xing's cloak and ultimately conceded after exhausting their magical energy. When the court archmage announced, the first place in the individual competition goes to Zhang Xing from St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy's junior class. All eyes were on him. Zhang Xing, overjoyed, returned to his team, where his peers looked at him with envy. After all, the prize of 1 million gold coins and a magical artifact was enough to make anyone green with jealousy. Teddy, impressed by Zhang Xing's combat prowess, believed he was ready to join the advanced class outright. However, Dean Jiega stood firm in his stance. The study of magic must be methodical, starting with the basics. Skipping grades purely based on combat strength is against the rules. If he wants to move up, he'll need to pass rigorous examinations. Well discussed this after the competition. In truth, Dean Jiega had a different plan in mind. He wasn't considering promoting Zhang Xing to the advanced class. Instead, he intended for him to take the graduation exam directly. However, Zhang Xing's young age posed a challenge. Upon graduating, he wouldn't be eligible to serve in the military. Jija's ultimate goal was to send Zhang Xing to a higher-level institution to further his education, not only in magic but also in military strategy and governance. The Star Empire had only one top-tier military academy, the Royal Military Academy. Graduates from this elite institution either became high-ranking military officers or entered the imperial court as officials. Yet Jija's ambitious plan faced a harsh reality. The Royal Military Academy only admitted noble children of Viscount rank or higher. Since Emperor August Keith's ascension to the throne, the authority to grant noble titles had been tightly controlled by the emperor alone. While the dukes and lords often grumbled about this, any dissenters risked facing fatal consequences under August Keith's autocratic rule. Zhang Xing patiently waited for an entire hour as the competitions for other grades finally came to an end. He wasn't interested in who claimed the first place. What he did know was that Zhang Tian from the advanced class managed to secure a spot in the top 10, while a student from the intermediate class also made it, although their rankings were low and neither reached the top 5. Next up was the event. Zhang Xing had been eagerly anticipating the individual challenge tournament. The massive prize of 5 million gold coins seemed to beckon him. Such a fortune could bring about a rapid transformation on Dragon Island, potentially leading to the hatching of not just a second dragon egg, but even a third or fourth in a short span of time. At the thought of this, Zhang Xing rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he could already see the mountains of gold piling up before him. Only the top 10 students from each grade were eligible to participate in the challenge, amounting to 30 contestants from the advanced, intermediate, and beginner classes combined. These students were recognized as the strongest in the 6 academies, with past champions almost always hailing from the advanced class. The Emperor of the Empire actively encouraged younger students to challenge their seniors, emphasizing that even in defeat, such attempts were honorable. "I want a challenge," Zhang Xing declared without hesitation, drawing the attention of everyone in the crowd. Many nodded in approval, admiring the courage of the small-framed boy. The challenge followed 2 possible formats, choosing an opponent directly or drawing lots. Zhang Xing recalled the headmaster once mentioning that students usually opted for the random draw, as directly naming an opponent often implied personal grudges. However, Zhang Xing wasn't concerned about such matters. He only cared about the opportunity to participate. 29 bamboo sticks were placed into a bamboo tube, and Zhang Xing casually drew one. An imperial official announced in a loud voice, "Golden Cauldron Academy, beginner class, Bill." As soon as the words left his mouth, Bill quickly stepped forward and conceded. It was clear that the beginner class students from the 6 academies all knew they were no match for Zhang Xing. "Draw again." Zhang Xing reached out once more and pulled out another stick. "Golden Cauldron Academy, advanced class, Tian." The official held up the bamboo stick for everyone to see. "Tian accepts the challenge," a rough voice boomed. Both contestants stepped forward. Tian was ranked 6th in the advanced class, and his appearance was more akin to that of a warrior than a mage. The two stepped into the center of the arena and exchanged respectful bows according to the customs of magicians. Tian glanced at Zhang Xing's short stature, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Junior Zhang Xing, I'll let you make the first move. If you can't land a hit on me after 10 moves, you'd better admit defeat," Tian said with a grin. "You're so small, I'd feel bad hitting you." "Haha." Zhang Xing sighed and shook his head. "Do I really need 10 moves to beat you? Even one feels like overkill." "What? 1 move?" Tian laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. "All right, enough laughing, Senior Tian," Zhang Xing said kindly. "You'd better prepare your defenses. I'm about to start my attack." Tian, still chuckling, rested his hands on his knees and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead, Junior Zhang Xing, do your worst." Before he could finish his sentence, everyone saw Zhang Xing casually launch a simple magic arrow. In the next instant, Tian was sent flying backward as if struck by a massive tree trunk, landing with a heavy thud. 10 seconds passed, and Tian remained motionless on the ground. An Imperial Archmage stepped forward to inspect him, then promptly declared Zhang Xing the winner. It wasn't until then that Tian regained consciousness, looking around in confusion, seemingly still trying to locate Zhang Xing. The remaining 20-something contestants witnessed the scene with wide eyes, their expressions filled with shock. A seemingly ordinary magic arrow had instantly incapacitated Tian, revealing the immense power it contained. They couldn't help but ponder how they would fare if faced with such an attack. Could they withstand it, or would they fall just as easily? Of course, not everyone was convinced. Some dismissed the incident as Tian's overconfidence leading to his downfall. After all, how could a simple magic arrow be anything more than a trivial attack easily deflected with a wave of the hand? Is Zhang Xing still up for the challenge? Someone asked. Of course, he replied without hesitation, striding confidently toward the lot drawing area. His fingers moved deftly through the bamboo cylinder. An Imperial official, his gaze sharp as a blade, watched Zhang Xing draw the bamboo slip. A flicker of an inscrutable expression crossed his eyes as he read it. Stormwind Magic Academy, Advanced Class Champion. Vini, the official announced, his voice carrying a faint trace of surprise. A wave of gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. What? He drew Vini, the top-ranked fighter of the advanced class, someone exclaimed. Poor Zhang Xing. What terrible luck, another voice chimed in. Indeed, his challenge ends here. Still, he's got some skill managing to defeat Tian, who ranked 6th, a mentor murmured in a low voice. However, Zhang Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing the announcement. He thought to himself, not bad. I get to face the strongest opponent right away. 1 match, and 5 million gold coins are mine. Then he added, oh, wait, I still have to accept challenges from others. But who would dare challenge me after this? Both challengers, please step into the arena. The referee's voice snapped Zhang Xing out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw Vini walking toward the arena alongside him. Vini was the epitome of aristocratic elegancia, a handsome young man with every step exuding a noble's grace. When the match was announced, Vini merely gave Zhang Xing a slight nod, a gesture that seemed to say, this is already a great honor for you. Zhang Xing didn't make a move right away. Instead, he placed his hands on his abdomen, adopting a casual, confident stance like a self-assured little adult, seemingly waiting for Vini to say something first. Seeing this, Vini scoffed inwardly. A mere child dares to act superior in front of me? You're nothing. Where do you get the nerve to put on airs? I've already been granted the title of Baron by His Majesty the Emperor. And you? You're just a lowly commoner. After a moment, Zhang Xing finally broke the silence. Senior Vini, do you have nothing to say? If not, let's begin. Vini was already struggling to suppress his impatience. Yet, as a noble and a baron, he forced himself to maintain his composure. He refused to be the first to strike against a mere child. Suddenly, Zhang Xing casually launched a magic arrow. Vini's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk as he countered with a magic arrow of his own. However, what happened next left him utterly stunned. His magic arrow was effortlessly shattered, as fragile as a soap bubble, while Zhang Xing's arrow surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Alarmed, Vini hastily fired 3 more magic arrows in quick succession, trying to block it to no avail. Boom! Zhang Xing's seemingly delicate, yet precise magic arrow struck a critical point on Vini's wind elemental protective barrier. The wind shield shattered instantly, and the arrow's force continued unabated, slamming into Vini's chest. The impact sent Vini flying off the ground, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily 10 meters away. This can't be. Vini lay sprawled on the ground, his mind blank. He knew his own strength well. Even against a mid-level mage, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Could it be he's not a beginner-level mage? The thought flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed just as quickly. No. Even if he's an advanced mage, he couldn't possibly have such overwhelming magical power. The arena fell silent. Every student stared at Zhang Xing in shock. That was Vinith, top fighter of the advanced class, defeated by a single magic arrow? It was beyond anything they could comprehend. He'll continue the challenge, Zhang Xing declared decisively, striding back toward the bamboo cylinder, ready to draw another lot. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted. I forfeit. I surrender too. One by one, the surrounding students raised their hands in quick succession, admitting defeat before even stepping into the ring. Zhang Xing froze, his hand hovering midair. Turning back, he asked in confusion, but I haven't even drawn yet. Zhang Xing, there's no need for you to draw anymore. We all admit defeat. The top-ranking students from the advanced class shouted in unison, their voices filled with admiration and frustration. They exchanged glances, none of them willing to become Zhang Xing's next opponent. Hearing this, Zhang Xing's lips curled into a faint smile, and a gleam of pride flashed in his eyes. Well, that's just perfect. I appreciate your generosity, everyone. Haha, he said with a hearty laugh, scanning the surroundings as he awaited the final announcement. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone struggled to keep their balance, stumbling backward. Calligraphy scrolls and stationery slid toward the edges of the tables, while weapons on the racks clattered noisily against one another. The voice that was about to declare Zhang Xing the winner abruptly fell silent. Moments later, the sound of a guard's urgent announcement echoed closer and closer. Report the delegation from the Leiwu Empire requests an audience. The Leiwu Empire? The Emperor of the Tianqing Empire and his civil and military officials turned pale, while the 12 academy principals exchanged puzzled looks. Confusion flickered in their eyes as they speculated about this unexpected visit. Emperor Keith's voice was steady as he commanded, "Let them in." Before long, the tremors subsided, and a group of more than 20 individuals, dressed in opulent attire, strode confidently into the arena. When everyone saw the figure leading the group, the pupils of the 12 principals and the emperor involuntarily contracted. Lei Dongtian, someone whispered in astonishment. Leiwu Empire's foremost battle emperor, the grand general of the army, a prince, and the emperor's own uncle, effectively the true power behind the empire, was now standing before them. Behind him followed a group of arrogant young individuals who regarded their surroundings with disdain. Lei Dongtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, blatantly disregarding the diplomatic formalities. He laughed boisterously and said, "Haha, Emperor Keith, it's been 10 years. How have you been?" Emperor Keith remained composed as he sat on his throne, his expression unreadable. "May I ask what brings Lord Lei Dongtian to our empire?" Lei Dongtian's gaze swept over Zhang Xing and the other 30 participants, his expression tinged with scorn. "Oh, nothing much. I heard about your triennial martial arts tournament and thought I'd bring some of our younger generation over to observe and learn." Haha. Keith smirked coldly. "Exchange and learning, it's not the first time. The past few times, we were evenly matched. This time, with Prince Lei personally leading the delegation, I assume you have something extraordinary in store?" Lei Dongtian feigned nonchalance, though the smugness on his face was unmistakable. "Oh, nothing extraordinary. I just brought a dragon with me." "What? A dragon?" Emperor Keith and the 12 principals were visibly shaken, their eyes brimming with shock. They all understood the implications of possessing a dragonet was a symbol of an empire's military might and could even alter the fate of a nation. If the Leiwu Empire truly possessed 2 dragons and their authenticity was confirmed by the Holy Dynasty's envoys, it could lead to the annexation of the St. Roland Empire into Leiwu's territory. This was a matter of national survival, and no emperor would willingly hand over their ancestors' legacy. A shadow of grim determination flickered in Keith's eyes as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Prince Lei Dongtian surveyed the surroundings, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. He turned to Keith, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. "Where's your dragon? Why not summon it so we can all take a look?" "Keith, I know you understand the truth, but it seems you won't give up until you see it with your own eyes." Keith clenched his fists, his face dark with tension. Lei Dongtian chuckled lightly and continued, "Oh, this isn't my dragon. It belongs to my personal disciple. For the past 10 years, I've been training him." Turning to a boy of about 17 or 18 standing behind him, his tone grew commanding. "Lei Zhan, summon your dragon." Lei Zhan bowed respectfully. "As you command, master." With that, he turned and quickly strode out of the arena. Moments later, the ground began to tremble, a low rumble growing louder with each passing second. All eyes were drawn to the entrance, and soon, a colossal creature emerged. Standing 6 meters tall and over 12 meters long, the massive earth dragon moved with a weight that made the ground quiver beneath its steps. Its scales glinted coldly in the sunlight, exuding an intimidating aura. Atop its back sat Lei Zhan, who appeared tiny in comparison, like a child riding a moving mountain. The citizens of the St. Roland Empire stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. This legendary creature had materialized before them, its immense size and imposing presence sending chills down their spines. Emperor Keith and his court felt their hearts sink as their faces turned pale. Among the crowd stood Zhang Xing, his brow furrowed as he observed the scene. Inwardly, he mused, "Is this really a dragon?" As a former anime editor in his past life, the image of a dragon in his mind was wildly different from the behemoth before him. This looks more like a dinosaur, though calling it a dragon isn't entirely wrong. Lei Dongtian took in the frightened expressions of the St. Roland Empire's people with satisfaction. His purpose was intimidation, and one dragon alone was enough to strike fear into the Empire's border forces. However, his gaze soon landed on a small boy in the center of the arena. The child, no more than 6 or 7 years old and barely over a meter tall, stood out. Unlike everyone else, he showed no Farenly a faint, disdainful smirk. Clearing his throat, Lei Dongtian addressed Lei Zhan with authority. Lei Zhan, go spar with some of the academy students. Be careful not to hurt them. His eyes lingered meaningfully on Zhang Xing as he spoke. Lei Zhan followed his master's gaze to the boy shaking his head. Instantly understanding the implication, Lei Zhan cracked his 3-meter-long whip and pointed it at Zhang Xing, his tone taunting. Hey, you there. The kid shaking his head, what's the matter? Don't think much of my dragon, do you? Zhang Xing met his gaze calmly, his expression unflinching. Are you talking to me? Lei Zhan looked down at him from atop the dragon, his voice dripping with mockery. Yes, I'm talking to you. What's your name, little one? Care to spar with your senior? Zhang Xing's tone was indifferent, yet his words carried an edge. My name is Zhang Xing. I hope, for your sake, that my name doesn't haunt your dreams. Lei Zhan burst into laughter at the remark. At that moment, Dean Jagger intervened, his voice stern and cautionary. Zhang Xing, don't let your emotions get the better of you. All of you, return to your seats. Though Jagger was well aware of Zhang Xing's capabilities, he knew the odds against a dragon were slim. Feigning surprise, Lei Dongtian interrupted. Well, if it isn't Dean Jagger, is this Zhang Xing one of your students? Without waiting for a response, he continued smugly. Don't worry, Jagger. It's just a friendly match. Let my disciple teach him a thing or two about an Earth Dragon's basic attack moves. Zhang Xing smirked faintly, his tone laced with disdain. Relax, Dean. I've been meaning to see what this dull, gray beast is capable of. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, the students from the Thunder Empire erupted into loud, mocking laughter. They jeered one after another. Is this freshman out of his mind? Calling a dragon a magical beast. With that scrawny frame of his, he wants to take it on? Haha, this is priceless. Does he think it's some scruffy gray wolf? Zhang Xing, unfazed by the ridicule, maintained a calm demeanor. If laughing makes you happy, then go ahead and laugh to your heart's content. I'll wait. But make sure you laugh now, because soon, you won't even have the strength to cry. His words instantly silenced the Thunder Empire students. Their laughter faded, replaced by darkened expressions. What arrogance. This kid keeps insulting us, getting more and more outrageous. Senior Lei Zhan, teach him a lesson. Lei Zhan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he pointed his whip at Zhang Xing. Thunderstorm. Show him his place. The Earth Dragon let out a deep growl in response, its thick limbs moving with deliberate steps toward Zhang Xing towering over him. It looked down with a disdainful gaze even more condescending than its master's. Stop. Principal Jagger suddenly stood up. Zhang Xing, don't. Minter Salina called out anxiously. The faces of Zhan Tian and the other students were filled with alarm and dread. Just as Emperor Keith was about to declare, we concede this match, his words abruptly halted, frozen in his throat by the sight before him. 11 principals rose to their feet simultaneously, with Principal Jagger's hand still suspended midair. The Academy's faculty and students, as well as the Empire's officials, all stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Zhang Xing's voice rang out across the arena. Hey Bao, it's time to fight. Let them see what a real dragon looks like. In an instant, a massive dragon appeared in the sky. Measuring 13 to 14 meters in length, its body was covered in scales that gleamed with an obsidian-like luster. A black dragon. No, this can't be. Lei Zhantian stared blankly at the sky, his gaze fixed on the small figure perched atop the colossal dragon's back. His students craned their necks, their faces frozen in utter shock. Emperor Keith muttered, almost incoherently, a black dragon. A black dragon. We have a black dragon. Minter Salina gasped, her delicate hands covering her mouth in disbelief. A fifth-year dragon. Lei Zhantian stammered, swallowing hard. It turned out that while they were mocking Zhang Xing, He Bao had successfully completed the silver trial, skyrocketing its experience points from 300 to 2,500, reaching the threshold for a level up. Under He Bao's overwhelming presence, the Earth Dragon felt a tremendous sense of danger. It let out a series of low growls, its body instinctively retreating. As a subspecies of dragons, it was torn between the urge to flee and its innate pride to stand its ground. After retreating 10 meters, it dug its claws into the ground, gathering all its strength. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a fiery blast aimed directly at He Bao. He Bao shook its head and let out a light sneeze, releasing a blast of dragon breath that instantly overpowered the Earth Drake's flames. Without hesitation, a fierce glint flashed in He Bao's eyes as it dove down like a streak of lightning. Its massive, razor-sharp claws struck with deadly precision, slashing at the Earth Drake. Bang! The Earth Drake's enormous body was sent hurtling over 10 meters away, crashing heavily into the ground. It tumbled several times, carving a trench over a meter deep into the earth. Lei Zhan, who had been thrown aside, now stood near Lei Dongtian. The Earth Drake, realizing it was no match for the far larger black dragon, instinctively shielded its master. Stop. We surrender. Lei Zhan's heart ached as he saw his companion in such a pitiful state. He hurriedly shouted, hoping to end the fight. But before his words could fully register, He Bao had already arced through the sky like a fighter jet, executing a perfect trajectory. In an instant, it was above the Earth Drake's head, its tail raised high, preparing for the devastating dragon's tail strike. Boom. The impact was overwhelming, causing everyone present to flinch involuntarily. The students from the Leiwu Empire shut their eyes in terror. The Earth Drake, still reeling from its earlier shock, felt a tremendous force slam into its head. Its massive body flipped uncontrollably through the air before crashing far into the distance. The ground trembled violently, and the Earth Drake lay motionless, its faint breathing revealing the severity of its injuries. A deathly silence fell over the arena, so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Oops. Sorry, Senior Lei Zhan. Looks like you were just a tiny bit too late. Zhang Xing playfully held up 2 fingers, indicating a minuscule gap. Taking Zhang Xing's cue, He Bao withdrew its ferocious demeanor, hovering in the air with an awe-inspiring and majestic presence. You. Lei Zhan's bloodshot eyes glared in rage, his face ashen. He trembled as he rushed toward the Earth Drake, torn between anger and heartbreak. Meanwhile, Emperor Keith's initial shock had turned into uncontainable joy. The god of war has not abandoned my St. Roland Empire. The demon god has not forsaken Keith. My empire now has a dragon. Even as a martial emperor, he could not suppress the overwhelming excitement in his heart. The emotional roller coaster from despair to euphoria was nearly too much to bear. Ah! Keith laughed heartily, releasing all the pent-up emotions within him. His laughter carried a mocking tone toward Lei Dongtian, as if to proclaim to the entire court of officials and nobles who the true victor was. Perched on He Bao's back, Zhang Xing gleefully stroked the dragon's horns. His small figure appeared towering and mighty in the eyes of the crowd. Zhan Tian stared blankly at the giant dragon in the sky, his fighting spirit utterly extinguished, replaced by a profound sense of desolation. Battling an opponent with a dragon was nothing short of suicidal, especially when Zhang Xing, with his own strength, had already crushed the prodigies of the 6 great academies. Adding a dragon to the equation meant that even if all of them teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against a single breath of dragon fire. Dean Yeager's shock was no less than that of the emperor. He had always known Zhang Xing carried a tremendous secret, but he had never imagined it would be a dragon. He firmly believed that fortune could not be forcibly seized, and those who obtained it often paid a steep price. Now, as the truth was unveiled, it was an outcome he had never anticipated. Lei Zhantian arrived with great fanfare, shaking the heavens and earth, but when he left, he slinked away like a defeated dog, not daring to utter a single word. As he departed, he cast a venomous glare at Zhang Xing, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Emperor Keith did not attempt to stop Lei Zhantian's retreat. He understood all too well that someone bold enough to come alone must have prepared a contingency plan. Besides, he and the dozen academy heads present were not fully prepared to detain him. However, none of that mattered now. The empire had Zhang Xing, the Dragon Knight, under its wing. With proper training, dealing with Lei Zhantian in the future would be as easy as turning a hand. Zhang Xing, step forward to receive your title. Emperor Keith's commanding voice echoed throughout the grand hall. In his more than 80 years of life, not even the moment of ascending to the throne had made him this excited. In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhang Xing. Everyone understood that the emperor was about to bestow a monumental reward. Envy, jealousy, and resentment flickered in their gazes, while some appeared lost in thought, plotting their own schemes. It was the same kind of reaction one would see on the streets when a child was spotted carrying a bag of gold coins. But Emperor Keith's choice was clear, intended to bring this child into his palace and use his gold coins to expand the empire. Zhang Xing stepped forward with the grace and respect of a magician, waiting patiently for the emperor's decree. Zhang Xing, for claiming first place in the 6 Academy Beginner Magic Tournament, you are awarded 1 million gold coins and the title of Viscount. For winning first place in the 6 Academy Challenge, you are awarded 5 million gold coins and the title of Baron. Emperor Keith paused briefly, his gaze lowering as if in thought. Then, with a resolute glint in his eyes, he continued, and for leading the Black Dragon to defeat the Earth Dragons of the Leiwu Empire, bringing unparalleled glory to the Tianqing Kingdom, I hereby bestow upon you the title of First-Class Earl. The hall erupted in astonishment. A reward of 6 million gold coins was already an astronomical sum, but the leap in nobility was even more shocking. Going from a commoner to an earl, bypassing the ranks of baron and marquis, was unprecedented in the history of the kingdom. Emperor Keith's actions left no doubt intended to secure Zhang Xing's absolute loyalty. Zhang Xing silently calculated in his heart. He had read The Deer and the Cauldron, where Wei Xiaobao was granted the title of first-class Duke of Looting at a young age, though it was little more than an empty honor. Zhang Xing preferred more tangible benefits: gold coins, tax-free territories, or better yet, properties that generated monthly rent without requiring his management. As if hearing his thoughts, Emperor Keith continued, the city of Zijing is hereby granted to Zhang Xing as his territory, with a 10-year exemption from tax payments. Furthermore, Headmaster Jagger, arrange for Zhang Xing's graduation certificate immediately, so he may begin advanced studies at the Royal Academy of Magic. The cascade of rewards left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Headmaster Jagger, who had been considering requesting a noble title for Zhang Xing, was stunned by the magnitude of the emperor's generosity. Zijing City was not only wealthy but also a gateway to the imperial capital. Situated near the border with the Leiwu Empire, it boasted a crucial seaport and served as a hub for international trade. Emperor Keith's decision was both strategic and generous, tasking Zhang Xing with guarding the empire's gateway while granting him substantial personal benefits. Zhang Xing, being young, wouldn't need to personally oversee the territory for now, but with the prestige of a dragon knight behind him, who would dare encroach on his land? After the ennoblement ceremony, Dean Jiega called Zhang Xing over. His expression was stern, and his tone low as he cautioned. Once you're at the Royal Academy of Magic, you must keep a low profile and build good relationships with your classmates. Every student there is either royalty or from a prestigious family. The academy gathers the brightest minds of the Tianqing Kingdom. There was a hint of warning in the dean's voice. If you offend them all, even His Majesty Keith won't be able to protect you. Sure, you have a dragon, and they wouldn't dare confront you head-on, but their underhanded tactics are boundless. You can't even begin to imagine what they're capable of. He paused for a moment before adding, besides, your black dragon hasn't matured yet. It's not strong enough to intimidate the high-level mages and warriors among the nobles. Zhang Xing listened intently, his heart filled with gratitude. He bowed deeply, expressing his commitment to remember and heed the dean's advice. Upon arriving at the Royal Academy of Magic, Zhang Xing was assigned a private dormitory. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but marvel at what he saw. A spacious room, exquisite furniture, and a full array of magical facilities. This wasn't a dorm, it was more like a suite in a five-star hotel. It truly lived up to its reputation as the Empire's most prestigious academy, radiating luxury and grandeur in every detail. After a day of rest, Zhang Xing officially became a transfer student. That evening, he eagerly entered the system space to check his new missions. The first task was to raise Heibao to the 6th tier. Aside from the brutal trials, he could also level up by feeding it various magical beasts. The second task, which he had long been anticipating, was to hatch the dragon egg. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xing accepted the missions. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, he pressed the start button on the slot machine-like interface. Beep, beep, beep. The pointer wavered around the screen like a drunken wanderer before landing on a white dragon egg, only to skip past it and stop at the words, "Thank you for participating." The system's notification chimed. Unfortunately, you didn't win. Complete a side quest to earn another spin. Seriously? My luck is this bad? Zhang Xing muttered, clearly disappointed. Immediately, the details of the side quest appeared. Learn beginner herbalism, purchase dragon spirit grass, ground fire flower, and ancestral dragon blood from the system shop, and refine 5 bloodline pills to feed Heibao, enhancing the purity of its ancient bloodline. Seeing the task, Zhang Xing felt slightly relieved. Improving Heibao's bloodline was no trivial matter, and this task seemed manageable. He sprang into action, spending 100 gold coins to purchase beginner herbalism from the system shop. A flash of white light later, the knowledge from the book was instantly embedded in his mind. He then spent another 150 gold coins on 5 sets of ingredients and 1,000 gold coins on an alchemy furnace. Sitting in front of the furnace, Zhang Xing began refining the bloodline pills step by step. Swish, swish, swish. In less than a minute, the process was complete, though he only succeeded in creating 2 pills. Still, this marked the awakening of his alchemy talent. Checking his attribute panel, he saw that his current alchemy talent points were 2,100. It seemed that each successful refinement added 1 point. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately bought 10 more sets of ingredients and continued refining. By the time he had used up all the materials, he had managed to produce 5 bloodline pills, and his alchemy talent had increased to 5 points. Elated, Zhang Xing thought to himself, if I keep this up, I'll max out my talent in no time. Motivated by this thought, he purchased another 10 sets of materials and resumed his efforts. Swish! Another successful refinement. Sure enough, his talent points increased again. Energized, Zhang Xing muttered to himself, let's keep going. Before long, he had successfully refined 5 more bloodline pills. When his talent points reached 25, the system suddenly notified him that he could now learn intermediate herbalism and provided the recipe for the 10 herbs needed to make intermediate bloodline pills. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing dove in. As his herbalism talent reached 60 points, he unlocked advanced herbalism. Ultimately, he mastered the craft, maxing out his herbalism talent and producing a stockpile of bloodline pills across all 3 levels. Not bad. Another skill under my belt, Zhang Xing said to himself with satisfaction. According to the system, He Bao could only consume 5 bloodline pills per day. Zhang Xing decided to test their effects right away. He Bao, come here. Time for some candy, he called out. Hearing the summons, He Bao trotted over, blissfully unaware of the transformation that was about to take place. The 5th-tier He Bao had grown into a towering figure, a robust man standing at 1.85 meters, his body brimming with bulging muscles and skin so dark it gleamed. His perpetually stern and wrathful expression remained unchanged, as if an eternal fire of anger burned within him. Yet Zhang Xing knew that behind this fearsome exterior, He Bao's heart remained as pure and childlike as ever. The moment He Bao heard there was food, he appeared instantly. When his eyes landed on the 5 bloodline pills, he couldn't stop his drool from dripping. He sniffed the pills' enticing aroma with all his might, his eyes glinting with greed. Although he didn't know what they were, the very sight and scent of them caused the blood in his veins to surge. He instinctively realized that these 5 pills in his master's hand were far more precious than any beast meat. Initially, he intended to bite into them as he would a bone, but the pills dissolved the moment they touched his tongue. After swallowing all 5, his attribute panel reflected the change. Level 1 bloodline points, 5100. Feeling the stirring of his bloodline within, He Bao rushed back to his lair to begin refining the energy. Congratulations, you've completed a side quest and earned 1 lucky draw chance. The system notification chimed. Zhang Xing silently made a wish and clicked the activation button. This time, his luck did not disappoint. The pointer stopped on a white egg. Congratulations, you've obtained a white dragon egg. Build a level 1 white dragon lair to incubate the egg. Opening the construction menu, Zhang Xing selected the option to build. A beam of white light descended on the northern part of Dragon Island, and a towering, snow-covered mountain materialized out of nowhere. At the mountain's base, a sloping tunnel led deep underground. This was the white dragon's lair. He carefully placed the dragon egg in the depths of the cave before exiting Dragon Island, eagerly anticipating the moment the little white dragon would hatch the following night. The next morning, Zhang Xing was assigned to the Magus class of the Royal Magic Academy. The class instructor, a male junior Grand Magus named Vitas, didn't hold back his praise, showering Zhang Xing with compliments. He called him the pride of the empire and the hope of the future, delivering a speech so exaggerated it drew quiet resentment from the audience. Amid scattered applause, Zhang Xing quietly made his way to the corner seat in the back row, ready to attend the lecture. It was clear that both the teachers and students were deliberately keeping their distance from him, if not outright ostracizing him. Zhang Xing, however, showed no signs of dissatisfaction. He was here to learn, not to compete with the noble heirs for status. Unfortunately, others didn't see it that way. At his young age, Zhang Xing had already been granted a noble title and land by the emperor, not to mention owning a massive black dragon. This posed a serious threat to the ruling class. Some sought to recruit him, others aimed to suppress him, and a few harbored ill intentions. But before taking any action, the noble factions typically liked to flex their strength first, just to show who was really in charge. Of course, no one approached him on the first day. Everyone was simply waiting for the right opportunity. Zhang Xing spent his day quietly attending lectures, eating, and returning to his dormitory, living out an uneventful first day. In truth, he barely understood the Magus theory being taught. He pretended to listen attentively, but his mind was elsewhere, eagerly anticipating the end of the day, so he could check on the white dragon's progress in his spatial realm. That evening, with nothing else to do, he arrived early at Dragon Island to await the white dragon's hatching. An hour later, the dragon egg finally showed signs of movement. In the frigid depths of the icy cave, the egg trembled lightly before rolling down the smooth, sloped tunnel. Crack! The egg struck the icy cave wall, and its shell shattered. Moments later, a tiny dragonling emerged, a piece of eggshell still perched on its head, staring up at Zhang Xing. "Ya!" A tender, childlike cry instantly melted Zhang Xing's heart. The little white dragon that had just hatched from its egg resembled an adorable pet, small and endearing. Compared to He Bao when it was born, this little one was slightly smaller, standing less than a meter tall. Its soft, plump body was faintly covered with a thin layer of shimmering scales, and it had a short, stubby tail trailing behind. To Zhang Xing's pleasant surprise, the little white dragon didn't exhibit the prideful demeanor He Bao had shown. Instead, it gave him a warm, affectionate smile. This sight instantly put Zhang Xing's mind at ease. He had been worrying about how to tame this little dragon. Gently picking up the eggshell from the top of the white dragon's head, Zhang Xing held it out to the creature and said softly, "Here, eat up, little dragon." The little white dragon let out a playful chirp and nuzzled Zhang Xing's hand with its soft cheek before slowly beginning its first meal. Before long, after finishing the eggshell, its eyelids began to droop, letting out a quiet yawn. It curled up on the cold, crystalline ice and fell into a deep sleep. Leaving the underground ice cavern, Zhang Xing opened the system shop and located a quest item, the ice dragon fruit. He knew that white dragons lived their entire lives in the icy depths of underground caves, feeding exclusively on frigid substances. Even when they hunted magical beasts, they would first breathe icy frost to freeze their prey solid before consuming it. At the entrance of the cave, Zhang Xing planted 5 ice dragon fruit trees, intending to let them mature overnight, so they would bear fruit for the little white dragon to eat when it woke up. After a night of meditation, Zhang Xing opened his eyes to find that the 5 ice dragon fruit trees had already produced 100 crystal-clear, frost-covered, pear-shaped fruits. From a distance, the trees looked like exquisite sculptures, radiating a mesmerizing beauty. At that moment, the now-awake little white dragon instinctively emerged from the cave in search of food. Before it even reached the entrance, it caught Zhang Xing's scent and excitedly dashed out. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xing turned around to see the little white dragon beaming at him again as it affectionately ran to his side. "Since you love to smile so much, how about I name you Xiaolong, or Little Bai for short?" Zhang Xing suggested with a grin. The little white dragon blinked its large eyes, seemingly pondering the name for a moment before letting out a delighted chirp. It appeared quite pleased with the choice. "Yeah, I have a name now," Xiaolong exclaimed, shaking its big head happily. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound broke the moment. Zhang Xing glanced in the direction of the noise and saw Xiao Bai clutching its belly, looking up at him with a longing expression. "Yeah, big brother, I'm hungry." Xiao Bai's eyes seemed to plead. Zhang Xing chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I've already prepared some ice dragon fruit for you. Look." With a wave of his hand, a basic magic spell, Vine Ensnarement, swept all 100 ice dragon fruits into the air and brought them over. "Eat up, little one," he said, gently stroking the 2 small horns on Xiao Bai's head. "Wow." Xiao Bai's eyes lit up at the sight of the feast and immediately pounced on the fruits, devouring them with gusto. By the time it had eaten its 10th fruit, a flash of white light suddenly enveloped its body. A system notification echoed in Zhang Xing's mind. "Congratulations! The white dragon has advanced to Tier 1. Current experience points, 020. Innate abilities unlocked. Frost Breath, Bite." Xiao Bai continued eating ravenously, and soon, 2 more notifications followed in quick succession. "Congratulations! The white dragon has advanced to Tier 2. Current experience points, 0-100. Congratulations! The white dragon has advanced to Tier 3. Current experience points, 0-500. Watching the little white dragon ascend 3 tiers in such a short time, Zhang Xing couldn't help but feel elated. Raising this dragon was progressing at lightning speed. The early stages, which were supposed to be the toughest, had been made effortless all thanks to a handful of fruits. He began calculating in his mind, determined to nurture Xiao Bai to Tier 5 as quickly as possible. He was eager to find out what kind of dragon would come next. Just then, Zhang Xing noticed a faint rustling sound nearby. Turning his head, he spotted He Bao lurking in the shadows, secretly watching the scene unfold. "Hey Bao, come over here. Let me introduce you to a new friend," Zhang Xing called out, waving his hand. The massive figure of He Bao trudged through the hard ice and snow, leaving deep footprints behind. It slowly approached, forming a stark contrast to the smaller, more delicate Xiao Bai. Surprisingly, instead of showing fear at the sight of this fierce new companion, Xiao Bai wore an innocent, cheerful smile. Zhang Xing introduced them solemnly. "This is your little brother. His name is Xiaolong, but we call him Xiao Bai. When I'm not around, I need you to take good care of him. Understood?" He Bao nodded knowingly and began circling Xiao Bai, sniffing him carefully to familiarize himself with the new member of their little group. From He Bao's expression, Zhang Xing could tell it was pleased, likely happy to have a new playmate. As it was almost time for class, Zhang Xing prepared to leave Dragon Island but suddenly remembered something important. "Xiao Bai, we need to form a contract, just like the one I have with your brother He Bao. It should be an equal pact." Xiao Bai nodded sweetly, agreeing without hesitation. Moments later, a strange connection was established between Zhang Xing and Xiao Bai, and Zhang Xing's attribute panel now included Xiao Bai's innate magical skill Ice Magic. "Alright, you two have fun here. I'm off to class." Zhang Xing waved goodbye to the 2 dragons before vanishing from Dragon Island. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, 2 students, around 17 or 18 years old, feigned surprise and greeted him. "Oh, what a coincidence. Zhang Xing, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Want to join us?" "Sure, let's go." Zhang Xing smiled and agreed, walking with them toward the cafeteria. Though these 2 classmates were strangers to Zhang Xing, Everyone in their class knew who he was. One of them introduced himself. Zhang Xing. I'm Vic. My father is Prince Maurice of Tianqing Kingdom. I was wondering if you'd like to come over to my place tonight. Are you free? The other quickly chimed in. I'm Bell. My father is General Lambert of Wei Yuan. His Highness Vic has invited a few of us close classmates for a casual gathering tonight. Zhang Xing thought to himself, a prince and the son of a general? They're clearly trying to win me over. He had long grown weary of the scheming and political games within the royal circles. His only focus now was on improving his cultivation and training his dragons, ensuring he could secure a place for himself in Tianqing Kingdom in the coming years. As for the dean's advice to avoid offending these people, it seemed inevitable. Your Highness Vic, I appreciate the kind invitation, Zhang Xing replied politely but declined, but I have extra lessons tonight. I can't let His Majesty's expectations of me go unmet. He deliberately mentioned the Emperor, subtly signaling his alignment. Vic, unfazed, responded calmly, that's all right. Once you've caught up with your lessons, we can meet another time. Bell echoed, His Highness is right. There's always next time. In the end, they didn't share a table during breakfast. Vic naturally sat alone, while Zhang Xing also ate by himself. No one approached him for conversation, but Zhang Xing didn't mind in the slightest. Zhang Xing muddled through his theory class in the morning, as usual, but showed a bit more energy during the afternoon's magic practice session. Still, his interest was lukewarm. To him, magic skills were limited in variety, just a contest of magical power and mental strength. The truly remarkable thing was how quickly one could level up. As night fell, Zhang Xing locked his dormitory door, closed his eyes, and instantly entered Dragon Island in his consciousness. With practiced ease, he brought up his attributes panel and carefully reviewed his progress. Name, Zhang Xing, male, 6 years old. Title, Master of Dragon Island. Own structures, Level 1 Castle, Level 2 Black Dragon Nest, Level 1 White Dragon Nest. Warrior level, Advanced Warrior, current XP, 180500. Magic level, Advanced Mage, current XP, 120500. Combat skills, Sky Splitting Fist, Heaven Crushing Fist, Heaven Annihilating Fist. Magic techniques, Basic Meditation. Magic skills, Fire Spit, Ice Dragon Breath, Bite, Level 14 spells. Magic realm, Unity of Heaven and Man. Own pets, 1 Black Dragon, 1 White Dragon. Black Dragon level, Tier 5, current XP, 010000. White Dragon level, Tier 3, current XP, 0500. Gold coins, 6.13 million. Although his XP hadn't increased much in recent days, he'd unlocked a new magic realm, reaching the Unity of Heaven and Man stage. This made his power comparable to that of a junior Archmage. Combined with his Tier 5 Black Dragon, even a senior Archmage wouldn't be a serious threat. However, Zhang Xing knew this was far from enough. To ensure his survival in the imperial capital, he needed to reach at least the level of a junior Grand Archmage. I need to get Black Bao and Xiaobai to Tier 6 as soon as possible, Zhang Xing thought to himself. With a flick of his mind, he summoned Xiaobai. Moments later, Black Bao appeared in the distance, leading Xiaobai toward him. Judging by their direction, they'd just left Black Bao's nest. Watching the inseparable pair, Zhang Xing couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. All they do is play around. They don't take their training seriously. Black Bao, Zhang Xing said sternly, you need to train seriously tomorrow. It's time for you to tackle the Golden Trial. He briefly explained the higher difficulty level and greater XP rewards of the Golden Trial compared to the Bronze and Silver ones. After all, Tier 5 magical beasts no longer provided much XP for Black Bao. Zhang Xing's thoughts then turned to the upcoming trial in the Philid Forest, organized by the Royal Magic and Martial Academy. The forest was a haven for magical beasts of all levels, attracting students from nearby empires' academies, as well as mercenary groups and lone adventurers seeking to hone their skills. The system hasn't issued any exciting leveling tasks lately, Zhang Xing calculated. When the time comes, I'll join the trial to familiarize myself with the terrain. After that, I can hunt magical beasts on my own to earn XP. Turning to the cheerful Xiaobai, Zhang Xing asked, Xiaobai, have you eaten anything today? Xiaobai shook his head, blinking his big eyes. I forgot while playing. I think I'm a little hungry now. Zhang Xing chuckled helplessly. Although Xiaobai was at a stage where going a few days without food wouldn't matter, there was plenty of food in the pond. Black Bao, however, had clearly neglected to care for Xiaobai, likely because he himself could go a month without eating and assumed Xiaobai was the same. Come on, I'll take you to catch some fish, Zhang Xing said, walking toward the pond. Black Bao and Xiaobai followed behind, playfully roughhousing as they went. Black Bao even acted like a mentor, teaching Xiaobai how to attack and bite properly. When they reached the pond, Xiaobai's eyes lit up at the sight of the plump fish swimming below. With an excited "yeah," Xiaobai transformed into his true dragon form and soared into the air. In one swift and graceful dive, the white dragon caught a large pike in his jaws. He then unleashed a blast of icy dragon breath, freezing the fish solid, and swallowed it whole in one gulp. Watching Xiao Bai's clean, bloodless yet efficient feeding technique, Zhang Xing had only one thought: so cold. After devouring a dogfish, Xiao Bai gained 10 experience points. Its appetite continued to grow, and it swallowed 2 more in one go before stopping. Zhang Xing estimated that Xiao Bai could eat up to 10 large dogfish in a single day, which would be enough to help it reach Tier 4 in just 5 or 6 days. Xiao Bai, remember to eat at least 10 fish tomorrow and level up as soon as possible. Zhang Xing reminded it, then turned to He Bao. You need to help Xiao Bai stay focused too. Stop playing around all the time. Watching the two little creatures wander off, Zhang Xing felt like a young father, constantly worrying and nagging. Shaking his head, he sat down on the ground and began to study the ice magic talent that Xiao Bai Long had shared with him. Through his research, Zhang Xing learned that most mages could only perceive and practice one type of magic. For example, Dean Jiega could only cultivate wind magic, while Minter Sua Lina specialized in water magic. However, Zhang Xing seemed to have broken this limitation. Dean Jija's astonishment stemmed from Zhang Xing's rare ability to harness both fire and wind magic. Such a magical constitution was exceptionally rare. What was even more surprising was that he now possessed ice magic as well, yet he felt no discomfort from this addition. Clearing his thoughts, Zhang Xing began experimenting. With his left hand, he conjured a fireball, while his right hand simultaneously cast an ice arrow. The two spells collided 3 meters ahead of him, neutralizing each other. This scene made him ponder deeply. He Bao's fire magic talent and Xiao Bai's ice magic talent coexisted peacefully within him. Could it be possible to fuse these two talents into one? Zhang Xing recalled some famous battles he had read about in the library. 1,000 years ago, during the undead army's invasion of the sacred dragon continent, one battle stood out as particularly remarkable. 3,000 advanced magisters faced off against 5 million undead soldiers. That battle shook the entire continent and struck fear into the hearts of the undead. Half of the magisters cast the ultimate fire magic forbidden spell, Descent of the Fire God, while the other half unleashed the ultimate ice magic forbidden spell, Frozen Continent. However, this was no ordinary spellcasting. The magisters infused their blood and lives into the magic, creating a perfect fusion of ice and fire. When the fused forbidden spells erupted, the entire sacred dragon continent trembled. The undead army's very souls were nearly shattered. In an instant, a third of the 5 million undead soldiers were annihilated, but all 3,000 magisters perished heroically. The sheer power of this attack forced the undead army to abandon their invasion plans, terrified of facing such a devastating magical assault again. Murmuring to himself, Zhang Xing said, later generations of magic scholars tried to develop a true fusion of different magic types but failed. But I'm different. These two types of magic already exist within me. Whether it makes sense or not, the fact that it exists is proof enough. Bloodlines confuse, so why can't magical elements? If you think about it, aren't different magical elements just another form of bloodline? However, reason quickly took over. Zhang Xing realized that he knew nothing about bloodline fusion or elemental fusion. Recklessly experimenting could lead to catastrophic consequences. No, I can't act so impulsively. If I mess this up, I could blow myself up. Determined, Zhang Xing sprang into action. I need to find more information. The Royal Academy of Magic's library must have records on this topic. Without hesitation, he left his dormitory and dashed toward the library. With 2 hours left before it closed, he resolved to gather as much information as he could today and continue his research tomorrow if necessary. A burning desire for unknown magic surged within him, driving him toward the vast ocean of knowledge. The Royal Academy library was enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint rustling of pages and the soft scratch of pens on paper. Students, deeply engrossed in their studies, buried their heads in their desks, absorbed in the vast ocean of knowledge before them. Zhang Xing, holding his freshly issued library card, moved quietly between the towering bookshelves, searching for books that piqued his interest. The library's immense scale was staggering, several times larger than the one at his university in his past life. However, Zhang Xing had no time to marvel at the grandeur of his surroundings. His eyes darted quickly across the spines of books until he found titles related to the fusion of magic and bloodlines. He chose a secluded corner to sit down and eagerly opened one of the books. At first, he read line by line with care, but he soon accelerated his pace, skimming through 10 lines at a glance and flipping through pages rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of turning pages was particularly noticeable in the otherwise quiet library. Immersed in his reading, Zhang Xing was completely oblivious to the changes around him. Useful information from the books seemed to come alive, flowing directly into his mind, while irrelevant content was automatically filtered out. His entire being was absorbed in the book, deaf to the outside world. However, the unusual sound of his rapid page-turning caught the attention of other students and even the library's head librarian, Senior Archmage Moore. Frowning, Moore followed the source of the noise, thinking to himself, which student is being so disruptive in the library? When Moore spotted Zhang Xing in the corner, his expression shifted from irritation to surprise. He recognized the boy, the special student with the black dragon. Moore recalled the rumors he'd heard about Zhang Xing, a first-year student at St. Roland Academy who, if not for the Emperor's personal intervention, would never have been admitted to the Empire's top academy. The surrounding students began whispering among themselves, most casting Zhang Xing looks of disdain and skepticism. Some murmured that he often daydreamed in class and couldn't even follow the instructor's lectures. Moore shook his head inwardly, assuming Zhang Xing was merely putting on a show by flipping through books far beyond his comprehension. Yet Zhang Xing remained completely unaware of the murmurs around him. His focus was entirely on the book, his eyes scanning lines of text at an incredible speed, his brain processing the information with astonishing efficiency. Then, suddenly, he realized that his reading speed and memory retention had significantly improved compared to before. He briefly relaxed and tried to revert to his usual reading pace, only to find it far less effective. It didn't take long for him to understand why this was the manifestation of the unity of heaven and man, state in the realm of magic. Without his persistent efforts to hone his magical skills, achieving such a state would have been impossible. This revelation strengthened Zhang Xing's resolve. He was determined to fuse magical elements with bloodline elements. With the help of his system, he was confident he could succeed. With renewed determination, Zhang Xing threw himself back into his reading. Remarkably, he managed to finish 2 books, each half a foot thick, before 10 o'clock that evening. After completing his reading, he closed his eyes to meditate for a few minutes, organizing his thoughts, then stood up to return the books to their shelves and left the library. Moore watched Zhang Xing's departing figure, noting the boy's expression of excitement. Shaking his head, Moore sighed inwardly, the Emperor may have misjudged this one. After returning to his dormitory, Zhang Xing immediately entered his personal space and embarked on an arduous journey of experimentation. His eyes burned with focus, sweat beading on his forehead as he repeatedly attempted to fuse magical elements. The entire night slipped away unnoticed, yet his efforts yielded no progress. Even during the daytime classes, his thoughts remained locked on the perplexing challenge of fusion. 8 days passed in this relentless cycle. On the 8th night, Zhang Xing finally entered an unprecedented state of harmony. His mind and spirit synchronized perfectly. His mental energy surged to its peak, enveloping the opposing elements of ice and fire like a pliable, ethereal force. Under the intense compression of his mental power, the 2 elements began to intermingle, each claiming half of the other's territory. Yet, this delicate balance was short-lived. The elements suddenly became volatile, swelling uncontrollably before erupting in a violent explosion. The blast shattered Zhang Xing's mental barrier, leaving his face ashen as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This failure plunged Zhang Xing into deep contemplation. He realized that the natural world already harbored countless magical elements of various types coexisting in harmony. If the universe itself was a unified whole, why force these elements into an unnatural union? With this epiphany, Zhang Xing consumed a specially refined pill to restore his mental strength and began meditating to recover. On the 9th night, he adopted an entirely new approach. Instead of using his mental energy to forcibly contain the elements, he allowed his spirit to merge seamlessly with them, patiently guiding the ice and fire elements to sense and adapt to each other. As time passed, his mental energy facilitated a fragile yet profound equilibrium among the 3 forces. And then, the miracle happened. Ice and fire fused into a single, cohesive entity. Zhang Xing held his breath, observing this delicate state with rapt attention. After a minute, he withdrew his mental energy, causing the balance to collapse instantly. The resulting explosion obliterated a massive boulder, towering over 10 meters high, within the experimental space. Success! Zhang Xing's jubilant cry startled He Bao and Xiao Bai, his 2 dragon companions. Seeing their wary expressions, Zhang Xing chuckled and reassured them. Don't worry, your master often exhibits unconventional behavior. You'll get used to it. Master is incredible, He Bao exclaimed with genuine admiration. A month later, on February 2nd, 3880 in the sacred dragon calendar day known as Dragon Raising Its Head, which also coincided with Zhang Xing's 7th birthday, had made remarkable progress. Over the past month, he had split his efforts between refining his fusion magic and training Xiao Bai. Though Xiao Bai's playful nature delayed his advancement to the 4th tier by 2 extra days, Zhang Xing wasn't bothered. After all, the young dragon was still a child, and he wasn't one to impose overly strict expectations. Under He Bao's guidance and the rigorous trials of the training grounds, Xiao Bai had grown into a 5th-tier dragon, all while retaining his cheerful demeanor. That evening, Zhang Xing entered the harmonious state once more, ready to tackle an even greater challenge, internal fusion. Unlike his earlier experiments, which relied on an external mental bridge to momentarily fuse elements, this time he aimed to merge them entirely within his own body. Drawing on countless prior attempts, he had finally mastered the technique of transitioning from external to internal fusion. He transformed his body into a conduit, carefully maneuvering the inherently opposing forces of ice and fire closer together. Thanks to his experience with external fusion, this process came more smoothly. As long as the elements remained within his body, they fused flawlessly. Outside his body, however, they would erupt into devastating magical explosions. At last, Zhang Xing had achieved mastery in both external and internal fusion, reaching the pinnacle of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. Over the past month, Zhang Xing has devoted himself to the study of magic with extraordinary determination. The intensity of his training would be enough to exhaust an ordinary mage to the point of collapse, but thanks to his background as an advanced warrior, he not only endured it but also, through pushing the limits of his mental strength, faintly touched the threshold of the oneness with the heavens realm. This was undoubtedly the most precious gift he could give himself for his 7th birthday. On February 3rd, the long-anticipated hunting event in the Phyllade Forest, organized by the Royal Academy of Magic, was about to begin. Early in the morning, crowds gathered outside the gates of the imperial capital. Members of noble families were busy giving their children last-minute reminders. Take care of yourself, stay safe, stick with the group, and don't wander off alone. The mentors were repeatedly trying to reassure these worried aristocrats. Zhang Xing's team was originally supposed to consist of 12 members, 6 warriors, and 6 mages, as per standard configuration. However, because he owned a black dragon, numerous royal relatives of Emperor Keith vied to have their children join his team. In the end, the team expanded to 20 members, 14 mages, and 6 warriors. After 3 days of travel, involving multiple teleportations and the use of flying mounts, the group finally arrived at the edge of the Phyllade Forest. Coincidentally, over 300 students and faculty from the Royal Academy of the Leiwu Empire had also set up camp in the same area. Though both sides exchanged polite greetings, they were well aware that this was an annual competition. Beyond dealing with magical beasts, they had to be on guard against ambushes from the other side. Life and death were left to fate. There were no rules between these rival factions. The next morning, all participants were ready to set off. Zhang Xing had intended to act alone but was compelled to join a group with Wei Ke, Belle, and others. The team also included 4 pampered princesses and 6 warriors wielding broadswords. As they entered the graded magical beast zone, Wei Ke reminded everyone that they were about to step into the territory of the Fire Cloud Leopard. At that moment, Princess Dalini arrogantly spoke up. Zhang Xing, summon your black dragon and let us see it. Princess Irsha chimed in. Exactly. The students from the 6 academies have all seen it. Yet we at the Royal Academy haven't had the chance. Dressed in a custom black mage robe, Zhang Xing casually kept his hands tucked into his wide sleeves and replied lazily, Apologies, Your Highness, but my black dragon is resting. He has quite a temper, and disturbing him might make him angry. Who knows? He might even eat you all. Hearing this, the 2 princesses' expressions changed dramatically. Sleeping in broad daylight? Are you trying to scare us? Zhang Xing, how dare you defy an order? Kneel and apologize at once. Zhang Xing observed the scene before him with a cold gaze, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Acting all high and mighty like a princess in front of me? Other noble sons might bend over backward for you, eager to grovel at your feet, but not me. You don't have the qualifications to make me kneel. Even in front of His Majesty Keith, I don't kneel. So who do you think you are? The 4 princesses daughters of Emperor Keith's concubinage had been pampered and domineering since birth. Upon hearing Zhang Xing's audacious words, everyone's expression in the room turned grim. You think just because father favors you, you can look down on everyone? That having one dragon means you can ignore all orders. Princess Dalini shrieked, her face contorted with rage. You low-born peasant from the countryside. Without my father, you'd be nothing. You ungrateful litter. Smack. A shadow flickered past, and Zhang Xing appeared in front of Dalini in an instant. His hand shot out from his sleeve, delivering a resounding slap to the princess's face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the air. Dalini let out a scream, instinctively clutching her cheek, which now bore a vivid red handprint. She stared at Zhang Xing in stunned disbelief. The crowd around them froze, and everyone held their breath. The mere boy had dared to strike a princess. Wake, Belle, Gary, Hill. Dalini screeched hysterically. Tie him up. I want this little wretch beaten to death. Smack. Another crisp slap rang out. Zhang Xing's voice was icy as he said, Every time you insult me, you get a slap. If you're into that sort of thing, they'll gladly accommodate. Dalini immediately fell silent, trembling in anger and fear. Zhang Xing, don't go too far. The senior warrior Gary shouted, drawing his broadsword and glaring at Zhang Xing with hostility. The princess is His Majesty's daughter. Your actions are nothing short of treason. The other warriors followed suit, unsheathing their weapons, and the air grew tense with the threat of violence. What's this? You plan to fight me? Zhang Xing calmly tucked his hand back into his sleeve. The warriors involuntarily took a step back. Though their hands gripped their weapons tightly, none dared to make the first move. You're too arrogant, Zhang Xing. Bell bellowed furiously, though a glint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. Striking His Majesty's daughter makes it clear you have no respect for him. That alone is enough to cost you your head. Meanwhile, Wake stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the scene unfold with an air of amusement. Though Dalini was his half-sister, they were not allies. This slap could be a trivial matter or a colossal scandal. If anyone else were involved, it would be a grave offense. But with Zhang Xing? If he insisted on escalating the matter, it could indeed spiral out of control. Of course, this minor incident wouldn't be enough to truly ruin Zhang Xing, though it might result in a demotion. However, from then on, Zhang Xing would undoubtedly become a target of hatred for all the imperial family and nobility. His chances of thriving in the capital would likely be extinguished. A group of burly men, armed with weapons, had a child completely surrounded. Despite their numerical advantage, not one of them dared to make the first move. Zhang Xing sneered disdainfully, tilting his chin upward as he pointed at the senior warriors among them. Beheading? Go ahead. Who's first? You? Or you? Each time he singled someone out, that person would instinctively take a step back. Logically speaking, warriors facing off against a Magi specially at such close range shouldn't be this hesitant. After all, casting spells takes time, and a warrior's sword could easily end it with one strike. Even with a dragon protecting Zhang Xing, their reaction seemed excessively fearful. Zhang Xing keenly noticed that the warrior's eyes kept flicking toward Wick, standing off to the side. Uninterested in getting to the bottom of their hesitation, he seized the opportunity to make his exit. I'm leaving. With a casual wave of his small hand, he turned and walked away. The crowd behind him froze in disbelief. Just left like that? Wick's eyes flickered, but he made no effort to stop him. While the others harbored resentment toward Zhang Xing, none of them found the words to stop him either. The four princesses immediately panicked. Without the dragon's protection, it's too dangerous. Princess Darini gritted her teeth. Let him go. Hopefully, he gets eaten by the beasts in the deeper forest. What's there to be afraid of? There's so many of us. Haven't we made it through this every year? Are we going to die just because he's not here? One warrior bellowed. Enough. Let's focus on the hunt, Wick said, though he couldn't quite shake his confusion about Zhang Xing's actions. The stillness of the outer edges of the beast forest was shattered as flocks of birds took flight, heading deeper into the valleys. Zhang Xing hadn't gone far before encountering a few low-level magical beasts. Mistaking him for easy prey, they lunged at the lone child with ferocity, only to be struck down by a few ordinary magic arrows, their lifeless bodies falling to the ground. The beast forest stretched endlessly, its vast expanse marked by rolling mountains and mist-shrouded peaks. Compared to this, the woods near the village of Mu seemed like nothing more than a grove. According to the senior archmage leading the group, even a war emperor like His Majesty Keith couldn't penetrate the depths of this forest. Zhang Xing's goal wasn't the forest's heart. He only intended to reach an area where 4th or 5th tier magical beasts roamed. Traveling on foot would take a month, so he was just about to summon Heibao when the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. He paused, retracting his summoning spell, and waited quietly. A few seconds later, four disheveled figures came running toward him. Upon spotting a lone child standing there, their faces filled with confusion. But there was no time for questions. The ground behind them seemed to writhe as a swarm of snakes poured out from the underbrush, tree trunks, and branches. The sight made Zhang Xing's scalp tingle. Run, kid, run. The snakes are coming. A man and a woman shouted simultaneously. The four of them looked like mercenaries in their 20s, with 3 men wielding broadswords, and the woman dressed in a black robe adorned with 4 magical flower emblems at her cuffs. Seeing Zhang Xing seemingly frozen in place, the female mage rushed forward, intending to scoop him up. But the next moment, she froze mid-motion, her gaze locked on something behind Zhang Xing. The other 3 men looked equally horrified. The Snake King, they exclaimed in unison. Why is there a Snake King here? It's a 3rd-tier magical beast. The female mage conjured 2 ice spheres, each the size of a dragon's egg, in her hands, ready to strike at any moment. Just as they rushed over, Zhang Xing had already sensed the commotion behind him. The sudden appearance of a Tier 3 magical beast on the outskirts of the forest left him startled. 4 strangers quickly surrounded him, forming a protective circle. Brother Desi, hurry and sprinkle the snake repellent potion, the female mage Mei Li urged anxiously. The burly Desi immediately pulled out a small vial from his pouch, his hands trembling as he poured a light blue liquid in a circle around the group. Mei Li, we're surrounded. Is there any way to break through? Desi gripped his broadsword tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Meili tried to remain calm, but her voice quivered uncontrollably. Brother Desi, there are just too many snakes, tens of thousands of them. I don't have a solution. Damn these snakes. Of all things, why did we have to run into this? We're doomed, doomed. Matthew, a short man with a large nose, wailed miserably, muttering incessantly. Zhang Xing tugged on Desi's sleeve and said innocently, "Big brothers and sisters, can you step aside? You're blocking my view." The group couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and amusement at Zhang Xing's words. Meili coaxed gently, "Little brother, be good and stay inside. Your big brothers and sisters will protect you." Matthew, his eyes fixed warily on the snake swarm, muttered under his breath, "Kid, stop messing around. There are so many snakes out there, it's terrifying. You really don't want to look." But Zhang Xing seemed unfazed. "It's just a few little snakes. 2 fireballs should take care of them." Hearing Zhang Xing's bold claim, the group's foreheads immediately filled with black lines. Desi sighed and explained helplessly, "A few little snakes? Kid, you've got quite the imagination. There are tens of thousands of them, many of which are tier 1 or tier 2. And there's a snake king out there, a 6 or 7 meter long beast as thick as an adult's thigh. Forget 2 fireballs. Even 100 might not be enough to hit it." Suddenly, 3 sharp hiss 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 sounds echoed through the air, causing the snake swarm to grow agitated. Not good. The Snake King just signaled an attack. The group instantly broke into a cold sweat, their backs drenched. From all directions, hundreds of snakes shot toward them like arrows loosed from a bow. Ignoring the scent of the snake repellent potion on the ground, they opened their gaping jaws, exposing sharp, venomous fangs as they lunged ferociously. "Stay alert and conserve your strength," Desi shouted, swinging his broadsword with such force that it seemed like a gust of wind. Snakes were sliced into pieces, their bodies still twitching on the ground. The others fought valiantly as well, cutting down wave after wave of venomous snakes. But more and more snakes kept coming, relentless and unending. Minutes later, the ground was piled high with snake corpses. The thick stench of blood hung heavy in the air, making it hard for them to breathe. "We need to break through quickly, or the smell of blood will attract even more magical beasts," Desi said gravely after slaying a few airborne tier 2 venomous snakes. The group nodded solemnly, their eyes scanning the still surging snake swarm. Meili suddenly remembered the young Zhang Xing behind her. She reached back to check on him, but her hand grasped nothing but air. Alarmed, she quickly turned around. "The boy is gone." Meili cried out in shock. "I'm over here." Zhang Xing's voice called out from a short distance away. The group turned swiftly, only to see Zhang Xing standing right in front of the Snake King, staring at the massive creature with wide, unflinching eyes. "Little brother, come back." "The Snake King loves eating children," Meili yelled in panic. "Don't worry, it can't eat me," Zhang Xing replied calmly, standing face-to-face with the Snake King and muttering to himself, "It's even uglier than He Bao." To the surprise of Desi and his group, the Serpent King did not immediately devour Zhang Xing. There was no time to dwell on the matter, as they had to fend off the attacking swarm of snakes with their weapons while retreating, hoping to get close enough to Zhang Xing to assist him. The third-tier Serpent King, possessing a certain level of intelligence, flicked its crimson tongue repeatedly, seemingly sensing something unusual. At the same time, the massive creature began to retreat slowly, keeping its distance from Zhang Xing. Strange, why isn't this giant snake attacking? Zhang Xing wondered to himself. He recalled hearing that magical beasts have an extraordinary sense of perception. However, he had already concealed his presence to appear no different from an ordinary person. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the aura of He Bao? With this realization, Zhang Xing became increasingly certain of his theory. Spending every day with He Bao and Xiaobai, and having signed a contract with them, it was only natural that their scent lingered on him. A third-tier magical beast is a valuable source of experience points, for Mei can't let it escape. Zhang Xing resolved firmly. As if sensing Zhang Xing's intent, the Serpent King turned abruptly before he could act. It hissed twice and prepared to flee. The swarm of snakes, which had been attacking Desi's group, immediately withdrew like a receding tide upon receiving the command. What's going on? The four were bewildered, exchanging confused glances. When they turned their gaze back to Zhang Xing, they were utterly stunned. Not only was Zhang Xing completely unscathed, but the Serpent King itself was now in danger. Despite its rapid escape, Zhang Xing's magic was even faster. As Desi and the others watched in awe, Zhang Xing casually released a small magic arrow, piercing the Serpent King's head in an instant. Splurt! The foul-smelling snake blood gushed out, staining half the sky red. Thud! The once imposing king of the snakes crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. 80 experience points gained. Warrior experience, 260. Magic experience, 200. Zhang Xing silently calculated his gains. He's a mage. Desi's group was in shock. A third-tier Serpent King, killed in one strike. Such skill was almost beyond belief. Even Meili, an intermediate mage herself, admitted she couldn't achieve such a feat as for Desi and the others. Though they were seasoned warriors, it would have taken significant effort to take down the Serpent King. They quickly approached, curiosity evident in their expressions as they examined the young boy before them. Meili crouched down and asked gently, "Little brother, what's your name? Who are you here with?" With his hands tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe, Zhang Xing replied in a mature tone, "My name is Zhang Xing. This place is dangerous, you should leave quickly." Thud. The group nearly stumbled at his words. For a moment, they felt as though they were standing before a seasoned master with unfathomable abilities. But they quickly snapped out of it, realizing he was just a child. Being dismissed by a kid left them speechless. Meili was about to explain their purpose for being here when Zhang Xing interrupted her. "Sure. Listen." He raised a hand, focusing intently on his surroundings. The others also held their breath, straining to hear. Desi immediately lay on the ground, pressing his ear to the surface. After a few seconds, he heard something unusual. "This is bad. A large number of magical beasts are heading this way, and it sounds like more than one type. We need to leave now," he said urgently. Matthew speculated. It must be the scent of the snake's blood attracting them. Lete shook his head. "No, it's worse than that. Something major must have happened in the forest today. Otherwise, so many magical beasts wouldn't suddenly appear in the outskirts. And even second and third-tier beasts are showing up. Enough talk. Let's move," Meili urged. Zhang Xing scanned their surroundings and said calmly, "It's too late." "You're surrounded again." Matthew shot Zhang Xing a sideways glance and grumbled. "What do you mean you're surrounded again? Doesn't that include you too?" Internally, he thought, "Why does this kid talk so strangely? Of course, that doesn't include me. I can leave whenever I want. These beasts are no match for me," Zhang Xing said with a faint smile, his tone dripping with disdain. "Wow, whose kid is this? Bragging without even blinking," someone muttered. But before the words had fully settled, a commotion erupted from the jungle. Out of nowhere, 600 or 700 ferocious boars with tusks, nearly a foot long, charged in from all directions. "This is bad. It's the Razorfang demon boar's third-tier magical beasts," Desi shouted in alarm, his voice still hanging in the air when more beasts surged forth from the forest. Fiery red bears, crystal fang jackals glinting with cold light, swift Chongyang leopards, and hulking ground bulls all pouring in, filling the entire view with a dense, overwhelming mass. "Oh my god, this has to be a nightmare. Why are all these third-tier magical beasts here?" Matthew cried out in terror. These creatures each have their own territories and usually fight to the death when they meet. How are they all gathered together? This is insane. "Quick, climb the trees, get as high as you can." "It's useless," Meili said despairingly. "With 4,000 or 5,000 of them, one charge could knock down every tree here. We're done for." Desi brandished his broadsword, roaring at the oncoming horde. "Fight them. Take one down and it's worth it. Take two and you're ahead. Come on, bring it on, you bastards." Suddenly, the usually silent Les spoke up. "No, something's not right. These beasts are being controlled." "What? Controlled? Are you saying?" Desi asked, his disbelief evident. Le nodded firmly. "If my guess is correct, there's a beast tamer behind this. Not far from here." "A beast tamer? Controlling this many creatures? That's impossible." Matthew shook his head in denial. "What if," Le continued, his voice dropping ominously, "the beast tamer is also a necromancer?" Those 4 words sent a chill through everyone present. A necromancer? Matthew, usually quick with his words, stammered in shock. "But weren't they wiped out from St. Dragon Continent ages ago?" Le, gripping his broadsword tightly and ready to strike at any moment, explained, "That's just a legend. Dark magic hasn't disappeared. Even though it's forbidden, there are always those who dare to study it."
Look at the eyes of these beasts.
Meili gasped. "Their eyes, they're all glowing green." Le continued calmly, "The earlier snakes we encountered were likely driven here by the aura of these third-tier beasts. The stronger the necromancer, the higher the tier of beasts they can control. Judging by this, I'd say the necromancer isn't that powerful, probably around level 4 or 5, similar to us." Matthew sighed heavily. "Looks like we're not the only unlucky ones. The other students from the Empire's royal academies are probably in just as much trouble." Meili turned to Zhang Xing. "Zhang Xing, are you a student at a magic academy?" Zhang Xing's response was unexpected. "I'm from the Heavenly Star Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts," he said, his face lighting up with an almost unsettling enthusiasm. Meili couldn't help but feel puzzled. While everyone else was terrified, this kid looked like had just spotted the most delicious prey. She wondered to herself, are all students from the Heavenly Star Kingdom this bold? Still, His magical prowess was undeniable. At least they wouldn't have to worry about protecting him in battle. This is perfect. Zhang Xing suddenly burst into laughter. I was just thinking about hunting them down one by one, and now they've all come to me. Mei Li and the others stared at Zhang Xing as if he were insane. Just as they were about to speak, a scene unfolded before their eyes that left them utterly speechless. At this moment, Xiao Bai was on Dragon Island, listening to He Bao brag. In his human form, Xiao Bai stood tall and striking at over 6 feet, with fair skin and a handsome, commanding presence. Sitting cross-legged by the pond, he listened to He Bao describe the deliciousness of magical beasts, unconsciously drooling as his eyes sparkled with longing. He Bao gestured dramatically as he spoke. Back when I was a kid hunting with my master, we came across a third-ear magic bear. That thing was massive. Just one swipe of its paw could knock down a whole row of sturdy trees. I was only this big back then, but I wasn't scared at all. I charged right at it and gave it a good beating. And then what happened? Xiao Bai asked, his wide eyes full of fascination. That magic bear got down on its knees, begging for mercy, bawling its eyes out. He Bao said smugly. I don't even bother with third-tier magical beasts anymore. Master said he's taking us to the magical beast forest in a couple of days to hunt 4th and 5th-tier ones. And let me tell you, Master's grilling skills are unmatched, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and perfectly seasoned. Grilling magical beasts? Can you even eat that? Xiao Bai tilted his head thoughtfully. I prefer them frozen. He dreamed of freezing a magic wolf and swallowing it whole. What a delight that would be. Xiao Bai, come eat. Zhang Xing's call echoed in the distance. Master's calling me for a feast. Xiao Bai muttered excitedly. In a flash, he transformed back into his dragon form and vanished from Dragon Island. What's the rush? The magical beasts aren't going anywhere. You've got no sense of adventure. He Bao scoffed disdainfully. Zhang Xing's voice followed shortly after. He Bao, don't worry. Let Xiao Bai gain some experience first. When we encounter 4th or 5th-tier magical beasts, that's when he'll need you. Hearing this, He Bao felt appeased. A streak of white light flashed across the sky above the magical beast forest. Is that a dragon? Oh my god, it's a white dragon. Mei Li and her companions stared up at the massive creature, over 10 meters long, in stunned silence. Roar! Xiao Bai let out an excited bellow as he spotted thousands of third-tier magical beasts surrounding him. Xiao Bai, the hunt begins. Let's see who takes down more. Zhang Xing called out, eager to start. Hovering in the air, Xiao Bai shot him a playful glance. All right, let's compete. He'll definitely outdo you, master. Don't be so sure. Zhang Xing replied, casting attack speed and double shield spells on himself before charging forward. The magical beasts instinctively recoiled at the sight of Xiao Bai. Though controlled by necromancer's potions, their primal instincts were not entirely overridden, leaving them uneasy but unable to resist the potion's command. Suddenly, a strange, eerie wailing sound filled the air, like wind whistling through a hollow space. The retreating beasts grew more agitated, their eyes glowing an even more intense green. In an instant, the horde split into 2 groups, one targeting Xiao Bai in the sky with spells, the other launching an assault on the humans below. Zhang Xing, get out of there. You're a mage. Not a Mei Li's words caught in her throat as she and her companions stared in disbelief. Zhang Xing had charged straight into the magical beast horde, fighting with impossible skill. Stunned, Mei Li murmured, This can't be real. Is he a mage or a warrior? On the battlefield, Zhang Xing moved like a whirlwind, cutting through the horde of magical beasts. Each of his strikes was precise and deadly. One powerful punch sent a fire bear flying. A single kick ended the life of a crystal hound. A lightning spell instantly felled a charging autumn leopard, and a volley of fireballs precisely struck down 2 crouching bulls. Xiao Bai, your dragon breath is pretty impressive. Zhang Xing praised the little white dragon as it froze over a dozen magical beasts in one breath. Then, with a confident grin, he added, but this is just my warm-up. Wait till you see my ultimate move. Watching from the sidelines, Matthew, Desi, and the others were left dumbfounded. Matthew swallowed hard and asked in confusion, Desi, I can't even tell who's the magical beast anymore. I think the kid is the magical beast, Mary said, her eyes wide with astonishment. No, Desi muttered, his expression dazed. That kid isn't a magical beast. He's a divine beast. Do you think Zhang Xing might actually be a dragon? Wright speculated, his tone incredulous. Maybe, Desi mused, deep in thought. But honestly, he reminds me more of a little Tyrannosaurus. As the group wildly speculated, Zhang Xing's warm-up came to an end. Suddenly, his body began to radiate a dazzling light, and the system notifications started flooding in. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to Junior Battlemaster. Current EXP, 02500. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to Junior Mage. Current EXP 02500. The experience points kept rising rapidly. Though each magical beast now only provided 20 EXP down from 80, the numbers continued to climb at an astonishing pace. 20, 120, 190, until they hit 1800, then 2500. His magic experience points mirrored the same growth. This feels amazing, Zhang Xing exclaimed as yet another notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to Intermediate Battlemaster. Current EXP 010000. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to Intermediate Mage. Current EXP 010000. Though these third-tier magical beasts no longer yielded experience after this point, Zhang Xing could feel the power coursing through his body, surging endlessly. It was time to unleash a technique taught by the system Heaven-Shattering Fist. Boom! With one explosive punch, an overwhelming wave of combat energy swept across the battlefield. Is that combat energy? Desi's group stared in disbelief, their broadswords unknowingly slipping from their hands. They were utterly shaken. There's no way he's a dragon. Dragons don't use combat energy. This kid isn't even 10 years old, and yet his strength is leagues beyond ours. Even if the four of us teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance. What kind of absurd day is this? Magical beast chaos, necromancers, a white dragon, and now this monstrous kid. Matthew, overcome with excitement, shouted, I'm going to swear loyalty to him as my big brother. No, wait, I'll beg him to be my master. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xing had long been cultivating magic, spiritual energy, and combat energy simultaneously. To be precise, what flowed within him was dragon energy, fundamentally different from the combat energy wielded by warriors on the Holy Dragon continent. Ever since the system had taught him the three Dragon Fist techniques, Heaven-Shattering Fist, Sky-Splitting Fist, and World-Destroying Fist, his body had been accumulating an immense reserve of dragon energy. This recent level up finally allowed him to perfectly execute the first form of the Heaven-Shattering Fist. In the aftermath of his punch, the Autumn Leopard pack ahead was obliterated, their bodies flung into the air like ragdolls. Matthew gawked at the carnage and asked, Desi, how many beasts can you take out with a single punch? 3 or 4, maybe, Desi stammered, his voice shaky. And this kid just took out how many? Matthew pressed. Probably over 20, Desi replied, still in shock. Hearing this, Matthew threw himself into Desi's arms and began wailing, Wah! I can only take out one beast with my punch, and his combat energy is over 20 times stronger than mine's, even, or 8 times stronger than yours. Wah! I don't want to live anymore. Although Desi appeared calm and composed, he knew deep down that his true strength lay not in his fists, but in his swordsmanship. If he were to wield his sword with full force, he could seamlessly slay 3 or 4 massive beasts, each about 7 to 8 meters long, in one strike. By comparison, managing to kill 2 beasts with his fists in a single blow was already a commendable feat. Meanwhile, Little White Dragon was having the time of his life. After initially unleashing a few bursts of dragon breath, he began to conserve his magical energy, no longer wasting it recklessly. Instead, he resorted to his innate skill biting. Despite the beast's limited use of magic, their sheer numbers made them formidable. Among their attacks were sprays of pungent, poisonous liquid that made Little White Dragon wrinkle his nose in distaste. He deftly maneuvered through the air, dodging when possible and countering with his dragon breath when evasion wasn't an option. With razor-sharp claws that could rival blades, Little White Dragon shredded beast after beast into pieces. The creatures wailed in agony under his assault, instinctively overcome with fear, yet they were compelled to launch futile retaliations. Their efforts were utterly in vain. With a single sweep of his tail, Little White Dragon cleared an entire swath of enemies, leaving a vast area devoid of life. Amidst the thousands of beasts, he moved with ease, like a fish in water. Each dive claimed the lives of a string of creatures. In no time, the horde of over 4,000 beasts had been reduced by half. Just then, an eerie wailing sound echoed across the battlefield. It seemed to signal a reprieve, as the beasts scattered in all directions, fleeing in disarray. Zhang Xing, who was in the heat of battle, was far from ready to let them go. He was eager to outshine Little White Dragon. With a wave of his hands, he cast Slow. Instantly, 6 consecutive slow spells immobilized hundreds of beasts at the rear. Without hesitation, he followed up with Blizzard. 3 Tier 4 Blizzard spells roared into existence, freezing those hundreds of beasts into lifeless ice sculptures. Witnessing this display, Matthew was moved to tears. He flung himself into Desi's arms, sobbing, Brother Desi, I don't want to live anymore. Compared to this kid, my 20-something years have been a complete waste. Desi let out a heavy sigh. I know what you mean. Casting tier 4 spells as if it's child's play. If he were just a year or two younger than us, it'd still be acceptable. But, not to be outdone, Little White Dragon sprang into action upon seeing Zhang Xing's impressive performance. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, his body shrank rapidly midair before he dove like an arrow loosed from its bow. A thick torrent of icy breath erupted from his mouth, freezing everything in its path. Not only were the beasts turned into blocks of ice, but even the nearby trees, each with trunks as thick as a foot in diameter, were coated in a shimmering layer of frost. Haha, Little White, I admit defeat. My dragon breath isn't nearly as long as yours. Zhang Xing cheerfully conceded, waving his hand to signal for Little White Dragon to come down. Little White Dragon, full of pride, transformed back into his human form, his face beaming with the joy of victory. Master, that was exhilarating. Let me bring some of these beasts back for He Bao to eat, Little White Dragon suggested enthusiastically. Go ahead. Zhang Xing nodded in approval. Without hesitation, Little White Dragon gathered up a dozen or so beasts and vanished, returning to Dragon Island. Landing swiftly, he couldn't wait to shout, He Bao, He Bao, I brought you some food. He Bao perked up at the mention of food and flew over immediately, though he quickly feigned indifference. Oh, just a few tier 3 beasts? Not exactly my favorite. For once, Little White Dragon couldn't resist boasting. There's plenty more outside. Master, and I just took down over 2,000 of them. What? 2,000? And you only brought back a handful? He Bao exclaimed in disbelief. Come on, Little White, couldn't you have brought more? These won't even fill a tooth gap. If you leave them out there, Master is just going to discard them, and other beasts will eat them. That won't do. They'll bring all of them back and store them in your place. Then we can eat them whenever we want. Little White Dragon declared decisively. He Bao immediately reached out to Zhang Xing for confirmation. Once granted permission, he disappeared to retrieve the remaining spoils. He Bao greedily stared at the field littered with magical beast corpses, his eyes gleaming with hunger. Zhang Xing sighed helplessly, shaking his head, thinking to himself that this creature just couldn't break his old habit of eyeing food wherever he went. Suddenly, He Bao's figure materialized right next to Zhang Xing. His ugly, dark face was twisted with anger, and his booming, thunderous voice erupted, Master, I'm here to get food. The abrupt appearance startled Desi and the others, who gasped in shock, momentarily fearing someone was about to harm Zhang Xing. Just as He Bao was about to claim the spoils of the battle, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the forest. Moments later, an excited voice rang out, My goodness, Prince Lake, we've hit the jackpot. Look at all these magical beast corpses. Before the words even settled, a short, stout figure burst onto the scene. It was none other than Sastun, the lackey and steward of the first Prince Lake. Panting heavily, he ran straight up to He Bao, tilting his head back and shouting, Hey, big guy, are you deaf? I said stop. Every word Sastun spat out was accompanied by a sharp nod of his head, his finger jabbing repeatedly at He Bao's forehead. Are you deaf or blind? Or did a donkey kick you in the head? His tone dripped with disdain and provocation. He Bao's eyes burned with fury, almost as if flames were about to burst forth, but he held back, adhering to his agreement with Zhang Xing not to attack humans. Desi and the others watched the scene unfold, their emotions a mix of anger and anticipation. They secretly hoped He Bao would teach this obnoxious man a lesson. But Sastun wasn't done. He continued his taunts. I'm talking to you, big guy. Say something, will you? What are you mute now? In this tense moment, memories of Sastun's past bullying flooded Desi and his companions' minds. They recalled how this greedy man had once detained their captain over a 5th-tier magic crystal, forcing them to pay ransom in gold coins. It was because of him that they were compelled to take on dangerous hunts to gather money. Now, seeing Sastun walk straight into danger himself, they couldn't help but silently cheer. Bite him! Bite him! The eldest prince of the Lei Wu Empire, Lei Ku, was 25 years old, a senior battle master, and deeply trusted by the emperor. His steward, Sastun, was always scheming to amass wealth for him, often employing unscrupulous methods. This time was no exception. Lei Ku stood satisfied, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the thousands of magical beast corpses around him, calculating the spoils of his hunt. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Ah, my hand! Lei Ku whipped around, only to see Sastun's left hand severed cleanly at the wrist, blood gushing from the wound. A burly man with a dark face held the severed hand in his grip, his expression cold and unflinching. Sastun's face contorted in pain as he quickly retrieved a bottle of magical potion, pouring it over the wound to staunch the bleeding. Though he hadn't seen how his hand was cut off, Sastun could sense a faint magical energy. As a mid-level mage, his fury was palpable. Unbelievable. To be ambushed and lose a hand, this is a humiliation beyond words. He gritted his teeth in rage. It'll break every bone in his body and make him wish he were dead. While retreating rapidly, Sastin began chanting a spell. "O mighty Lord of Fire, your loyal servant." Before he could finish, the dark-faced man interrupted him with a mocking tone. "Servant of who? Your so-called Fire Lord is right here." With that, the man He Bao opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath. In an instant, the flames engulfed Sastin, reducing him to nothing more than a pile of ash. He Bao sneered disdainfully. "All that chatter. If ID waited for you to finish your spell, ID have had time to prepare your urn and grave too." With that, he turned away, resuming his task of collecting his food. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Lei Ku and his assembled battle masters and mages were left utterly stunned. Sastona mid-level mage had been killed so effortlessly? A collective gasp echoed among the group as they realized that this dark-faced man was no ordinary opponent. With a single glance from Lei Ku, the battle masters drew their weapons, while the mages prepared their spells, all advancing cautiously toward He Bao. Interrupted from his work, He Bao turned to face them, his gaze fierce and menacing. What he didn't know was that Zhang Xing had already given the order. If these people dared to attack, they were to be killed without mercy. He Bao scanned the group, noting that each of them was at least one major level above him in rank. 8 battle masters and 6 mage. Such a lineup was a formidable force anywhere. In a place like St. Roland Fortress, this group could likely dominate all the noble factions. If he didn't transform, He Bao knew he'd struggle against such opponents. After all, the limitations of a human form hindered the full extent of his powers. Confident of his advantage, Lei Ke's face lit up with a smug grin. "You there, dark-skinned boy, I don't care who you are. Kill my servant, and you'll pay with your life. Remember this, the one who ends you is none other than Lei Ku, Crown Prince of the Leiwu Empire."
Attack.
At Lei Ke's command, the 6 mages launched their assault. Slow Curse, Blindness Spell, Divine Shield. The first 2 spells flickered briefly against He Bao's body before dissipating without effect. The third spell, however, enveloped the 8 warriors in a protective glow. The 8 battle masters grinned wickedly as they closed in from all sides, swinging their massive swords down at He Bao in unison. But what happened next left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. He Bao's body suddenly shot into the air, effortlessly dodging all their attacks. The 6 mages froze in disbelief. He Bao's speed was completely unaffected. Had their magic failed? Before they could process what had occurred, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the ground. Thud. 2 of the mages crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the sheer mental shockwave of the roar. As the other 4 magic casters forced themselves to endure the intense mental assault, they lifted their heads to the sky once more, only to be so stunned by the sight before them that they collapsed to the ground with a thud. The 8 warriors' swords swiped through empty air, and as they froze momentarily in confusion, they quickly gathered their combat energy and pursued He Bao into the sky. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and an enormous black shadow materialized before their eyes. Before they could react, the shadow swung its massive body, unleashing a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave that slammed into the 8 warriors. Bang! 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 The 8 of them were sent flying like broken kites by He Bao's tail. The entire sequence of events happened so quickly, it left no room for response. Is that a black dragon? The 6 mages stared in utter shock and terror at the skies. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted sharply as he stumbled back several steps, his lips trembling as he uttered 2 words, "Black, black dragon." The 8 warriors, despite their broken limbs and bleeding wounds, paid no heed to their injuries or the blood at the corners of their mouths. Instead, they muttered blankly, "It's a dragon." Desi and his companions, though equally shaken, were also puzzled. They thought to themselves, wasn't it a white dragon? How did it turn into a black dragon? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out how Zhang Xing could possibly have 2 dragons. At that moment, the Crown Prince suddenly recalled the rumors about a black dragon from the Tianqing Empire and a boy named Zhang Xing. He turned his gaze sharply, his voice trembling as he asked, "Are you Zhang Xing of Tianqing?" Zhang Xing didn't answer directly. He simply uttered one word, "Leave." That single word was like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the mind of Crown Prince Like. Aside from his great-uncle Lei Zhantian, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Born into a royal family, he had always been the one to reprimand others, while others showed him deference and flattery. To hear the word "leave" from a mere child was an enormous blow to his pride. Yet, he was powerless to retaliate. He wanted to hurl threats, but didn't dare to. The terrifying black dragon in the sky was glaring down at him with eyes full of disdain, arrogance, and ferocity, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. He understood all too well that he stood no chance against a black dragon. Swallowing his rage and fear, the Crown Prince gritted his teeth and forced out a single word, "Retreat." His subordinates, battered and bruised, scrambled to follow him. When they had retreated dozens of meters away, the crown prince could no longer contain his fury. Blood spurted from his mouth, splattering against a thick tree trunk. Clenching his teeth, he growled lowly, "Zhang Xing, I will never let you go." Turning to Heibao, Zhang Xing said, "Heibao, that's enough. What's the point of catching so many Tier 3 magical beasts? Let's head inside and take a look later." Heibao seemed to have an epiphany. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" But its actions didn't slow down in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it had swept dozens more magical beasts into its spatial storage. Zhang Xing turned to Desi and the others and said, "Desi, big brother, Sister Meili, they'll leave these remaining 1,000 or so magical beasts to you. I've got other matters to attend to, so we'll take my leave." He left behind this bounty of magical beasts as a gesture of gratitude for their earlier act of selflessness. In such a dangerous situation, their willingness to protect a child they didn't even know spoke volumes about their kind hearts. "Zhang Xing, little no, younger brother, how can we accept this? These magical beasts were defeated by you and Heibao. We can't possibly take them." Desi and the others tried to decline, speaking from a distance and not daring to approach. That towering, black, and muscular man was clearly a dragon. If it weren't for their relatively good rapport with Zhang Xing, they would have fled long ago. "Exactly, Lord Zhang Xing. These magical beasts are worth a fortune. Many of them will have valuable magic crystals in their cores." They continued to politely refuse, their expressions a mix of awe and gratitude. Matthew, after a fierce inner struggle, finally mustered the courage to approach Zhang Xing. He took a deep breath, bent his knees, and with a loud thud, knelt down. Zhang Xing froze, staring at Matthew, who was suddenly on his knees, utterly puzzled. "Master Zhang Xing, please accept me as your disciple." Matthew's voice trembled with a mixture of determination and hope. Zhang Xing almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Suppressing his amusement, he replied, "Brother Matthew, you must be joking. Besides, I'm only 7 years old. My abilities are quite limited." But Matthew was undeterred. He resorted to the classic plea for a mentor. "Master Zhang Xing, if you don't accept me, I'll stay kneeling here and won't get up." Zhang Xing chuckled softly, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "Then stay right there," he said with a mischievous grin. With that, he leapt onto his black dragon and vanished from sight in an instant. Matthew remained kneeling for a moment, then finally stood up, dejected. "Ah, I missed my chance to follow the dragon," he muttered to himself. "But I won't give up. Even if I have to traverse the entire sacred dragon continent, I'll make sure to follow him." Desi and the others shook their heads helplessly. Matthew had a reputation not only for being talkative, but also for his remarkable persistence, or, as some might say, his thick skin. "All right, enough wasting time," Desi interrupted Matthew's self-pity. "Let's focus on finding the magic crystals and take the most valuable parts with us." "Desi's right," Mary chimed in. "Otherwise, someone else might come along and snatch them." With that, she started searching for the crystals. Soon, the group was bustling with activity, searching fervently. "I found one. There's another here. Haha, we're going to be rich." Excited voices echoed one after another. "When we gather enough for 200,000 gold coins, we'll use it to get the captain back," someone suggested. "But Sastin is already dead. Who do we even negotiate with?" another person asked. "We can't get close to the crown prince. What should we do?" "Let's focus on collecting the crystals for now. We'll figure it out when we get to the imperial capital," Desi said decisively. The group quickened their pace, carefully searching each magical beast's head. Suddenly, Mary paused, her ears perked up in alertness. "I think I hear footsteps nearby," she said cautiously. "I hear it too," others added, sensing the disturbance. Sure enough, within seconds, 4 different groups arrived in the area. Among them were Wick, Belle, and the 4th princess of the Tianqing Empire, along with some students from the Royal Magic and Martial Academy. From the Thunder Empire, the Earth Dragon rider Lei Zhan and his team had also appeared. Additionally, 2 mercenary groups with fierce and intimidating appearances joined the scene. "Haha, Desi, enjoying all this bounty by yourselves, are you? Didn't even think to invite us," a rough voice called out. Desi snorted coldly. "Prin, the noses of your Golden Lion mercenary group are as sharp as ever. You always manage to show up." He stopped what he was doing and stood up, while the others in his group warily moved closer to him. Another voice chimed in, "Desi, you've already collected enough. Why don't you step aside now?" Desi turned toward the speaker. "Harvey, your Purple Wolf mercenary group sure likes to meddle. How about we settle this with a fight?" Desi had long been at odds with both the Golden Lion and Purple Wolf mercenary groups. However, the 2 groups didn't get along either, often swinging between collaboration and rivalry for their own interests. "Step aside? Not so fast," Lei Zhan interjected arrogantly as he stepped forward. "Leave the magic crystals behind, and maybe we'll consider letting you go." Prin squinted at Lei Zhan, sizing him up. And who are you? You've got quite the attitude. Do you even know who I am? Prin, in his mid-30s, was a towering man and a beginner-level battle spirit. He was well known in the Thunder Empire's mercenary circles for his ruthless and brutal nature. Lei Zhan sneered dismissively. I know you're the leader of the Golden Lion mercenary group, but do you know who I am? Prin curled his lip in disdain. Aren't you just one of those spoiled young nobles from the Royal Magic and Martial Academy? You might throw your weight around at school, but out here? Huh. Lei Zhan shook his head with a smirk. So, you look down on us students? That's right. What about it? Prin mocked. If it were those senior students who've returned from the battlefield, I might be concerned. But you lot? Barely out of childhood? His face was filled with scorn, clearly not taking the group of young people seriously. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Remember my name, Lei Zhan. That way, when you die, you can rest in peace, Lei Zhan said nonchalantly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The moment Prin heard the name, his face froze. Lei Zhan? The Dragon Knight Lei Zhan, he blurted out involuntarily. Everyone present, except for those from the Tianqing Kingdom, displayed the same shock as Prin. As citizens of the Leiwu Empire, they were all familiar with the name of Lei Zhan, the rising star of their empire. At just 17, Lei Zhan stood before the crowd, his gaze commanding, as if he were the master of everyone present. That's right, I am the Dragon Knight Lei Zhan, he declared, his voice brimming with confidence and undisguised arrogance. Prin's mind raced. He recalled the rumors about Lei Zhan possessing a 4th-tier Earth Dragon. While his own rank as a beginner warrior spirit meant he wouldn't be completely outmatched, the real issue was Lei Zhan's master, Lei Dongtian. Lei Dongtian was not someone to trifle with. As the leader of the Golden Lion mercenary group, Prin could summon 1,000 or 2,000 men with a wave of his hand. But Lei Dongtian? He could move hundreds of thousands, even millions of soldiers with just a sneeze. He was, after all, the Grand Marshal of the Leiwu Empire's army. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Prin decided to change his approach. With a friendly smile, he respectfully said, Haha, so, it's the renowned Lei Zhan himself. I wasn't aware earlier, please forgive me. There aren't many people I admire in the Leiwu Empire, but Lei Zhan is definitely one of them. You are truly the youngest and most promising hero of our time. Flattered by Prin's words, Lei Zhan couldn't help but feel a little smug. His expression grew even more self-satisfied as he replied arrogantly, Good for you to know your place. Don't think that a few compliments will spare you. However, since we're both from the same empire, I'll let you off this time. Now, take your men and leave immediately. Wait. Prin quickly stepped forward. Lei Zhan, I noticed you don't have many people with you. How about letting our War Master's mercenary group lend you a hand? Lei Zhan nodded thoughtfully. These men offering their allegiance wasn't a bad thing. Figured he might as well take the opportunity to gather some forces for his future plans. Seeing Lei Zhan's willingness to accept, Prin moved closer and lowered his voice. Shouldn't we deal with the Tianqing Kingdom folks first? They seem like they're just waiting to swoop in and claim the spoils. Lei Zhan hesitated. He couldn't forget his last humiliating defeat at the hands of Zhang Xing. Deep down, he both feared and loathed that monstrously talented boy. If that brat was lurking nearby, Lei Zhan knew the Leiwu Empire's forces would likely end up fleeing in disgrace again. Vic, I don't see Zhang Xing from your academy. Didn't he come? Lei Zhan asked cautiously. Vic's eyes darted as he quickly grasped Lei Zhan's intentions. But before he could respond, Princess Dalini interjected angrily, That brat ran off on his own. Just because he has a dragon, he acts like we're beneath him. I hope he dies here and gets devoured by magical beasts. Vic nearly choked on his frustration at her words, silently fuming. Oh, my dear sister. It's not the formidable opponent you fear, but the foolish ally beside you. He couldn't scold her outright. Thuff, if it were anyone else, he might have slapped them into next week. Hearing this, Lei Zhan's face lit up with a pleased smile. Thank you, you foolish princess, he thought. Whether Vic claimed Zhang Xing was present or not, Lei Zhan wouldn't dare act rashly. Vic was notoriously cunning, well known among his peers. Trusting his words would only lead to disaster. But now, with confirmation that the brat wasn't around, Lei Zhan's mind began to churn with ideas. A sinister grin spread across his face as he thought, in that case, let's wipe out the Tianqing Kingdom's people. When they fail to return, who's going to take the blame? And with 4 delicate princesses here, they'll kill them too. The entire royal court will surely direct their hatred toward Zhang Xing. Let's see how he survives in the Tianqing Empire after this. Wick stared at Lei Zhan's sinister smile, feeling the growing murderous intent in the man's gaze. A chill ran down his spine. He cursed inwardly, Foolish sister. You've doomed us all. These people aren't the obedient servants of the palace. They're a pack of ravenous wolves that devour everything, leaving only bones behind. Quickly assessing the situation, Wick realized immediate action was necessary. He whispered to those nearby, Looks like we'll have to waste a teleportation scroll. I can only take a few of my sisters with me. There's no way to save everyone. Split up and send out a distress signal. Archmage Bill will come to rescue us. However, the reaction of the four princesses was nothing short of disappointing. They clung tightly to Wick's sleeves, their voices trembling on the verge of tears. Wick, use the teleportation scroll, please. Though their voices were soft, everyone present heard them loud and clear. In an instant, the attention of Wick's comrades and all the students from the Royal Academy of Magic and Combat of the Lei Empire shifted to the princesses. No one wanted to die. Everyone longed for a chance to escape alongside the magical scroll. Wick had planned to slip away amidst the chaos, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. But now, the situation had changed. If he abandoned the others, he would have no way to answer to the elders back home. As Wick was torn between choices, a piercing, bone-chilling laugh echoed through the air. Keh, little ones, don't waste your energy. None of you are going anywhere. The voice seemed to come from all directions at once, drilling into everyone's ears. Shivers ran through the crowd, and their hairs stood on end. Who's there? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks, someone shouted, trying to muster courage. I've been here for quite some time, the voice replied, dripping with malice. Watching you little ones squabble is rather entertaining. Ah, it's been ages since I've seen such excitement. But leaving? Oh no, that won't do. Only 100 or so of you, a bit too few, but you'll have to do. Before the last word had faded, everyone's eyes were drawn to a figure slowly emerging from behind a large tree. The person was clad entirely in a black robe, their face obscured, but the aura of death emanating from them was unmistakable. In their right hand, they held a sinister staff adorned with a black skull the size of a fist at its tip. The skull radiated an ominous and terrifying energy. Even more horrifying was what happened with every step the figure took. The grass beneath their feet withered instantly, and nearby insects collapsed lifelessly. Ah, ghost! The four princesses screamed in terror, huddling together and hiding behind Wick and the others. It's a necromancer, stammered Late, trembling as he pointed at the black-robed figure in horror. The moment that dreaded title was spoken, everyone instinctively backed up several meters. Some even turned to flee. But before they could get far, they felt something clutching at their feet. Looking down, they froze in terror. No. The ground beneath the grass undulated like waves, and shattered skeletons began clawing their way out of the earth. One after another, the skeletal remains surged forward with terrifying speed, lunging at those trying to escape. In their panic, the fleeing individuals unleashed desperate attacks, sending shards of bone flying through the air. But the wave of skeletons was endless, and soon the attackers were overwhelmed, vanishing beneath a sea of bones. The horrifying scene utterly shattered the resolve of the young elites from both empires. They would rather die at the claws of a ferocious magical beast than become the puppets of the necromancer they had only heard about in terrifying legends. Keh, that eerie, bone-chilling laughter rang out once more, echoing in their ears like a death knell, mercilessly hammering at their already broken spirits. Children, come into my embrace. The voice of the figure in the black robe echoed through the air, dripping with temptation. Join my army of the dead, and I shall grant you eternal death. No pain, no sorrow. The crowd's eyes began to glaze over, as if they were transforming into skeletons, mechanically moving toward the black-robed figure. Their consciousness slowly faded, yet they seemed to hear an even more alluring whisper. Come, surrender your souls to me. You shall neither ascend to heaven nor descend to hell. In another form, you will achieve immortality. At the tip of the skeletal staff in the black-robed man's hand, a green, ghostly light suddenly flickered. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the eerie glow, as if they saw an endless void of twisting tunnels spinning within the hollow eye sockets of the skull. Offer your souls. Surrender everything you possess, and you shall rest eternally in the realm of the undead. The black-robed figure chanted in a low voice, excitement barely concealed in his tone. The ritual was nearing completion. These would be the first undead servants under his command upon his return to the sacred dragon continent. Memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Centuries ago, he had been betrayed, poisoned, and left for dead, only to be granted the favor of the god of darkness at the brink of death. He inherited ancient necromancy from 1,000 years past. After 100 years of cultivation, he exacted revenge on his enemies, reveling in the intoxicating power of controlling others' fates. But his triumph was short-lived. Pursued by the holy mages of justice and light, he was forced to flee into the forest of beasts, where another century passed. Just as the black-robed man was overcome with glee, and the others were about to lose their souls, the skies suddenly opened, and a torrential rain poured down. The green ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets was instantly extinguished. The necromancer in black let out a furious roar. So close. Damn heavens, why rain now of all times? However, he quickly noticed something strange. There was an odd smell to the rain, pungent and overpowering. He stuck out his tongue to taste it and confirmed, no doubt about it, this tastes like urine. How peculiar. Isn't rainwater supposed to be sweet and refreshing? Meanwhile, the students and members of the mercenary group, startled awake by the rain, found themselves inexplicably gathered in this place. Panic-stricken, they began to retreat. The necromancer noticed another oddity. About 10 meters away, no rain was falling at all. He looked up and saw a small black cloud hovering directly above him. Unbelievable, he muttered, stepping to the side. Yet the rain continued to pour on him. He changed direction, but the rain followed. He looked up again. Dumbfounded, the black cloud was moving with him. The others were equally baffled, but they had no time to dwell on this bizarre phenomenon. They only wanted to escape, but the area was surrounded by an endless army of skeletons. To stay meant being enslaved as soulless puppets. To flee meant facing the skeletal Hordia dilemma with no easy solution. At that moment, a student pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, the black cloud is coming down." Everyone looked up in disbelief. The black cloud was indeed descending, stopping about 20 meters above the ground. As the cloud dispersed, a familiar figure emerged. Ah, it's Zhang Xing, the Black Dragon. Cries of joy erupted from the crowd. He's back to save us. Those who knew Zhang Xing wept with joy, while the four princesses were overwhelmed with tears streaming down their faces. Those unfamiliar with him stared at the sky in astonishment, murmuring, "The dragon god has not abandoned his people." When evil descends, the dragon god's messenger arrives to banish the darkness and save the world. In reality, Zhang Xing hadn't gone far. He Bao quietly informed him from the air that it had detected a foul and sinister presence deep within the forest. They decided to feign departure to lure the unknown entity into revealing itself. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the figure of a black-robed mage appeared among the trees. As the mage began casting a spell, He Bao recognized him from ancient memories as a vile necromancer. A clever plan suddenly came to He Bao's mind to disrupt the necromancer's casting using dragon urine. Zhang Xing burst out laughing midair and shouted, "O mighty necromancer, how does dragon urine taste?" "What? Dragon urine? Ugh, disgusting." The necromancer retched and clawed at his throat, his fury far greater than the revulsion of drinking dragon urine. Ma Xiao and his companions couldn't hold back their laughter, while others stared at the disheveled black-robed mage with bewildered expressions. After a moment to compose himself, the necromancer roared, "You little brat, come down here." But Zhang Xing was unyielding. "Old ghost, why don't you come up here?" He dared not descend recklessly, sensing that this necromancer was no ordinary foe. After all, why else would his name alone invoke fear in so many? As it turned out, the black-robed mage was indeed a high-ranking archmage, just one step away from becoming a magic emperor. Though not the most powerful among the empires, the sheer number of undead he could command was formidable. Initially, he had planned to wait for Zhang Xing and the Black Dragon to leave before taking control of the group of students and turning them into necromancers as his first batch of subordinates. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated Zhang Xing and He Bao's cunning. Frustration, rage, and reluctance filled the necromancer's heart. Yet he found himself utterly helpless against Zhang Xing, or more precisely, against the Black Dragon. With He Bao's immunity to magic below level 5, the archmage had no choice but to retreat. "You little brat, I'll let you live today," the necromancer snarled through gritted teeth. He knew he couldn't afford to linger any longer. If the archmages or battle kings outside sensed his presence, he would face relentless pursuit once again. Zhang Xing casually cast a slowing spell, but the necromancer remained unaffected as his figure gradually faded. Before vanishing completely, the necromancer taunted, "Think you can stop me? You're not even close. Go save your senior classmates." Ha ha ha. As his laughter faded, Zhang Xing finally noticed the skeletal army below, ferociously attacking the group of over 100 students. Among the chaos, the pleas of the four princesses rang out, "Zhang Xing, help us. Zhang Xing, we were wrong, we apologize. Please save us." Without hesitation, Zhang Xing made his decision. No matter friend or foe, no matter past grievances, saving lives comes first. "He Bao, go save them." At his command, He Bao shot downward like a bolt, sweeping through the battlefield with a powerful dragon tail strike, shattering a large swath of skeletal soldiers into fragments. Black Bao charged into the skeleton horde like a wolf among sheep, its massive claws sweeping through the enemies with devastating force. Each strike shattered dozens of skeletons, leaving nothing but fragments. With a blast of dragon's breath, it cleared entire sections of the battlefield in an instant. The skeleton soldiers were as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. Zhang Xing stood calmly, giving commands with ease. "Black Bao, over there. The skeletons are more concentratejo, clear them out. To the lefties, the left. Give them a good dragon's breath. Spin on landing and sweep them away like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Black Bao, invigorated by the battle, spun like a top upon landing. The sound of cracking bones echoed non-stop as the skeleton soldiers were reduced to fine dust. The effortless domination turned the surrounding onlookers into cheering spectators, their voices rising in support of Black Bao. 10 minutes later, the battlefield was in complete disarray. The trees were destroyed, and a thick layer of bone fragments covered the ground. Suddenly, silence fell. It was only then that everyone realized all the skeletons had been obliterated. After a moment of stunned quiet, a deafening cheer erupted. The people of Tianqing Kingdom and Leiwu Empire embraced one another in celebration of their survival. We made it. It's a miracle. Thank the dragon god. Thank you, Lord Zhongxing. The survivors instinctively formed a line, each taking turns to express their deepest gratitude to Zhongxing in their own ceremonial ways. However, at the back of the crowd, a few individuals wore complex expressions, especially Lei Zhan, who had previously been so arrogant. Now, his face shifted between emotions, his eyes glinting with conflicted thoughts. Lei Zhan's mind churned. He couldn't deny that he was not as strong as he had imagined. The necromancer had easily ensnared him, leaving him unable to even summon his earth dragon. Yet the same necromancer had fled in panic at the sight of Zhongxing. The disparity was a bitter pill to swallow. If I had a black dragon, I could do better than him. Lei Zhan consoled himself, finding a way to rationalize his inadequacy. With a cold snort, he said indifferently, Zhongxing, thanks. Then, without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away. Zhongxing glanced at Lei Zhan, but paid him no mind. He raised his voice to address the group. Everyone, regroup. That necromancer might still be lurking in the shadows. Return and report this to your mentors. Stay vigilant. With a wave of his hand, he added, I'll head off first. Hearing this, the crowd dispersed in a rush, unwilling to linger. The terror of the necromancer was deeply etched in their hearts. If the legendary undead army from the Tales of the Sacred Dragon continent were to descend, the entire land would face catastrophic destruction. The first day of their expedition in the Magic Beast Forest had been nothing short of harrowing. Though there were casualties, most of the students had narrowly escaped with their lives. However, the ordeal left them with no desire to continue the adventure. When the mentors learned of the situation, they were stunned and immediately ordered the cessation of all hunting activities, commanding everyone to return to the Imperial Academy at once. At the same time, their regard for Zhongxing grew significantly. Meanwhile, Zhongxing had already returned to Dragon Island. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes to rest. The day's events had been exhausting, and the night passed in silence. The next morning, he awoke, stretched his limbs, and felt reinvigorated. Xiaobai, you're coming with me today. Zhongxing called out softly. Xiaobai responded with a gentle smile, transforming into a white dragon and floating beside him. With a light step, Zhongxing leaped onto Xiaobai's back. With a single thought, they appeared above the Magic Beast Forest. Head to the Tier 4 Magic Beast area, Zhongxing commanded. Black Bao shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing into the horizon as if the dark cloud that had loomed moments before had never existed. Zhongxing thought of the terrifying necromancer, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. Yesterday's encounter confirmed his fierce support-type magic was completely ineffective against the necromancer. Judging by the aura emanating from his opponent, his magical power was no less than that of an archmage. Without the assistance of Heibao, Zhongxing wasn't confident he could defeat an adversary whose abilities surpassed his by 2 major levels. Even though he practiced both magic and martial arts and had achieved a state of mental harmony, facing such a formidable foe left him uneasy. Shaking his head, Zhongxing decided not to dwell on it for now. The priority was to help the 2 dragons level up. Riding on Xiaobai, who moved with lightning speed, they flew for an entire morning before finally spotting traces of a Tier 4 magical beast in the forest below. The area was vast enough for them to unleash their full potential. Zhongxing decided to let Xiaobai hunt a magical beast first to gauge how much experience they could gain. If it wasn't enough, they would have to delve deeper into the forest in search of Tier 5 or higher beasts. With this in mind, he directed Xiaobai toward a phantom tiger that was prowling in the grass on a hillside, waiting for prey. The phantom tiger barely had time to sense the danger before Xiaobai's massive claws came crashing down. With a sickening crunch, the tiger met its end under the dragon's talons. Overjoyed, Xiaobai grabbed the prey and somersaulted in the air several times, proudly showing off to Zhongxing like a child eager for their parents' praise after acing an exam. Zhongxing praised Xiaobai briefly, but his expression quickly darkened. Just a single point of experience. That meant they would need to hunt 10,000 Tier 4 magical beasts to level up once. It was utterly unrealistic. To make matters worse, Xiao Bei's dragon aura had scared away all nearby creatures. There wasn't even a mosquito in sight. Forget 10,000. Even finding 100 magical beasts in this area seemed impossible. At that moment, Zhang Xing found himself almost missing the necromancer. If only he could capture him to help hunt magical beasts, it would be quite the solution. Unfortunately, the necromancer was even more cunning than the beasts. Despite their journey so far, there hadn't been the slightest trace of him. Let's go, Xiaobai. The magical beasts here are too weak to be of any use to us. Xiaobai let out a low growl, his massive dragon head nodding slightly in agreement. With that, they once again flew toward the depths of the endless forest. Over the next 2 days, as they ventured further, they finally managed to hunt a few Tier 5 magical beasts, a firefox, 2 gray wolves, and a violent ape king. These creatures, which reigned supreme in their respective territories, trembled in fear the moment they saw Xiaobai and groveled for mercy. Though Xiaobai had a gentle temperament and often seemed cheerful, as a true dragon, hunting prey was an instinct etched into his very being, one that revealed a much harsher side. Zhang Xing checked the status panel and discovered that whether it was his martial or magical experience, or the experience points for He Bao and Xiaobai, they had barely reached a meager 411,000. Magical beasts of the same tier only provided 10 experience points each, making it clear to Zhang Xing that they needed to find a new strategy for faster leveling. As the tiers increased, the population of magical beasts dwindled sharply, resembling the pyramid structure of human society. Along their path, most of the creatures they encountered were still tier 3 or lower. Zhang Xing quickly lost interest in delving further into the forest. Besides, they had already been out for 3 days, so it was time to head back. The return journey was much faster, taking just over a day to reach the edge of the forest. However, when they landed, they found that everyone else had already left. Thanks to the necromancer's interference, what was supposed to be a productive training exercise had ended abruptly. If not for the instructors prioritizing the students' safety, the archmages might have already teamed up to hunt down the necromancer. Reflecting on the necromancer's behavior, Zhang Xing had to admit that the man was exceptionally cunning. He avoided confronting He Bao directly and even endured being drenched in dragon urine without reacting, as if nothing had happened. Such unfathomable patience and scheming were enough to make anyone wary. Zhang Xing didn't return to the academy immediately. Instead, he decided to take his time exploring. He was fully aware of Emperor Keith's intentions. It was nothing more than his desire for the dragon, aiming to tie Zhang Xing to the Royal Academy to serve the Empire. As for the theoretical magic courses, Zhang Xing was confident he could master them in just a few days. He began contemplating discussing with Emperor Keith the possibility of taking a leave of absence from classes. His gaze shifted to the distant horizon, and he murmured to himself, "The Wisteria City isn't far from here. That's the territory the Emperor granted me, and I haven't even visited it yet." With that, he turned and started walking in the direction opposite to the Imperial capital. Meanwhile, within the Royal Magic Academy in the Imperial capital, Emperor Keith was furiously reprimanding several senior magisters who had led the teams. Seated on an ordinary chair, his face was dark and stormy, his sharp gaze sweeping back and forth over the instructors. "It's been 4 days. Where is Zhang Xing? Didn't you say he'd return first? Get out there and find him," Emperor Keith commanded in a thunderous voice. One of the magisters straightened up, leaning forward slightly. With his right hand pressed over his chest, he respectfully reported, "Your Majesty." The moment Zhang Xing saw the necromancers appear, he fled on his dragon. "We fought a bloody battle and lost several students before we managed to escape. He's truly despicable, even snatched other students' magical beasts before." Impatiently, Emperor Keith waved his hand to cut him off. "Enough. I don't want to hear any more of this. Just send someone to find him." After dismissing the magisters, he adjusted his posture into a more comfortable one and fell into deep thought. "Ah, Zhang Xing," he muttered to himself, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Maybe he's just young and hasn't seen something so terrifying before. Running away is understandable. It seems he'll have to guide him more strictly in the future. I can't let him act recklessly. Initially, Emperor Keith didn't believe the magisters' accounts. He recalled Zhang Xing's valiant performance during the 6 Academies tournament, the resolute expression on his face, and the determination in his deep eyes. Zhang Xing didn't strike him as a coward. However, after further questioning, his 4 daughters and all the other students corroborated the story, forcing him to believe it, at least partially. As time passed and Zhang Xing still didn't return, Emperor Keith's irritation grew stronger. Just as Zhang Xing set off for Wisteria City, the Emperor finally ordered a search. Shaking his head with a sigh, Emperor Keith attempted to push these troublesome thoughts aside. He opened a thick book on his desk, the Historical Chronicles of the Celestial Star Empire, and turned to the section about necromancers. He began reading intently. Necromancers, also known as death mages or spirit callers, they summon and enslave the souls of the dead, turning them into undead creatures. 1,200 years ago, malevolent necromancers invaded the sacred dragon continent after a century of war. These necromancers, who gained immense power by selling their souls, were completely eradicated. The fallen warriors and mages of all nations became their servants, transformed into demons. As the war escalated, humanity was on the brink of extinction. Just then, a young man with short black hair and dark eyes appeared. Riding his deep blue sacred dragon, he saved humanity. In gratitude, people renamed the continent to Sacred Dragon Continent. Zhang Xing stood before the majestic gates of the Purple City, nodding in satisfaction. The bustling streets and the towering pavilions all spoke volumes of the city's prosperity. Emperor Keith truly has an extraordinary vision, he marveled to himself. Since I'm here, I might as well take a closer look at the lives of the people. Passing through the main city gate, he noticed two young soldiers staring intently at the women passing by, completely ignoring Zhang Xing's presence. He chuckled softly, tucking his hands into his sleeves and strolling down the lively streets like an ordinary boy. Not far ahead, a broad street caught his eye. As he approached, he realized it was a street lined with taverns and restaurants. Three-story establishments stood shoulder to shoulder, and the waiters at the doors were shouting enthusiastically, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, the second floor." "Ah, young Master Warren. Right this way to the third floor." The mouth-watering aroma of food filled the air, stirring Zhang Xing's appetite. Just as he was about to step forward, he paused. Eating alone is no fun. I might as well bring those two gluttonous dragons along. Turning toward the back of the taverns, he made sure no one was around before softly calling out. In an instant, two young men, one dressed in black and the other in white, appeared by his side. "Hey Bao, Xiaobai, let's grab some food," Zhang Xing announced. "But when we're outside, don't call me master or anything like that. Just call me boss." The two followed him, muttering boss as they walked, debating whether the title sounded more impressive than master. They soon arrived at the largest tavern on the street and were led to a table on the first floor by a waiter. Zhang Xing casually flipped through the menu, then ordered with bold confidence: steamed bear paw, steamed venison tail, roasted duck, roasted quail, roasted goose, baked pork, baked duck, marinated chicken, cured meat, pine flour sausage, spiced pork belly, smoked meats, assorted crispy platters, smoked chicken, and steamed 8 treasure pig. One of each, and if it's not enough, well, order more. The waiter froze, momentarily stunned. The entire first floor fell silent as everyone turned to look at the boy who had just ordered a table full of meat dishes. Esteemed guests, are you sure you can eat all that?" the waiter asked hesitantly. Zhang Xing slammed his hand on the table, his tone commanding. "Of course we can. Just bring it all out as I said." After double-checking the order, the waiter hurried to the kitchen to get everything prepared. Meanwhile, the diners on the first floor continued whispering among themselves, speculating whether these three were here to feast or packing a grand meal for some noble young lord. The onlookers nearby were enjoying their food and drinks while whispering among themselves. Amid the buzzing chatter of the tavern, a few clearer voices occasionally broke through. "Something seems off here. Could it be that these three are planning to dine and dash? No way, no way. Who would dare to dine and dash here? Everyone in Zijing City knows this place is run by Lord Holly's mistress. Even if they had the guts of 2 lions, they wouldn't dare to eat for free." Last time, a few rogue soldiers tried to pull something like that, but, hearing this, Zhang Xing couldn't help but sigh. So even in another world, things like this happen. Before long, steaming hot dishes were brought to the table. The waiter, stretching out his words, quickly placed the dishes down. "Enjoy your meal, dear guests." Just as he was about to turn and leave, he saw the burly man with the dark face grab a bear paw. With a loud slurp, he watched in shock as the entire paw belonging to a first-tier magic bear and weighing over 10 pounds was devoured in one gulp. Then his gaze shifted to the pale, refined young man. With a sudden whoosh, a burst of icy air shot from the boy's mouth onto the roasted duck, instantly freezing it solid. The steaming dish transformed into an ice-cold duck in mere seconds. Crunch, crunch. The boy began leisurely chewing on the frozen meat and bones, savoring each bite. Finally, the waiter turned his attention to the little child. Letting out a sigh of relief, he thought, "At least one of them seems normal. Otherwise, I might have really thought they were 3 demon beasts." Not bad, not bad. Tastes great," the child exclaimed in delight. Of the 4 dishes, He Bao devoured 2 in single bites. Glaring at the waiter, he barked, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and bring more food." Snapped out of his daze, the waiter turned and bolted, muttering to himself, "Goodness gracious, if Tianqing Nation ever held a food-eating contest, this big guy would definitely take first place." A short while later, 6 more dishes were brought out. To the astonishment of everyone watching, He Bao picked up the plates and shoveled 5 of the dishes into his stomach as if they were bowls of rice. Zhang Xing and Bai Xiao paid him no mind. turning their faces away as if they didn't know him at all. Ah, so satisfying. Delicious. He Bao smacked his lips, looking far from finished. Hey waiter, what's with the slow service? Go hurry them up. As he glanced around casually, He Bao noticed the people nearby. They weren't eating. They were staring at him with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Feeling a bit smug, He Bao thought to himself, wherever your dragon bro goes, he's the center of attention. Even a simple meal becomes a spectacle. The surrounding diners, intimidated by the dark-faced man's imposing demeanor, quickly lowered their heads. Some resumed eating, others drinking. One man lifted his small wine cup and took a cautious sip with a soft slurp. That sound seemed to trigger something in He Bao's memory. Wine. Waiter. Waiter. Bring me some wine, he hollered. The waiter rushed over in a fluster. What kind of wine would you like, sir? He Bao's eyes scanned the first floor. That one. Bring me 2 jars to start. The waiter returned with a jar of wine, but before he could even wipe the sweat from his brow, He Bao and Bai Xiao had drained it in one go. Not bad, not bad. He Bao smacked his lips. Waiter, this wine is good. Bring us 10 more jars. The waiter nodded mechanically, hauling over 10 more jars of wine. By this time, the remaining dishes had all been served. Zhang Xing and Bai Xiao quickly grabbed the plates of food they liked and pulled them closer. Meanwhile, the black and white duo of gluttonous dragons began toasting each other, drinking jar after jar in turn. In less than a minute, the 10 jars of wine were empty. Boss, I mean big brother. Look at us, so caught up in our own drinking that we forgot about you. Here, have some wine. He Bao said as he got up, holding an empty jar, pretending to pour wine for his master. No, no. Haha, I don't drink. Zhang Xing quickly waved his hands in refusal. Hey, big brother, don't be shy. Just 1 cup. He Bao insisted, grabbing a cup and pretending to pour. Huh, no wine left. Waiter, waiter, another 10 jars. The commotion on the first floor not only startled the shopkeeper, but also drew the customers from the second and third floors downstairs to dine. Just then, 2 girls dressed in school uniforms pushed the door open and walked in. Look, sister, the first floor is so crowded. I wonder what's going on. Let's go check it out. The shorter girl excitedly tugged at her sister's sleeve. Better not. Let's just head upstairs, grab a quick bite, and leave. We still have magic practice this afternoon, her sister replied, sounding a bit exasperated. Just a quick look. Besides, eating here or there makes no difference. We can eat and watch at the same time. Can't we, sister? The younger one pleaded, her tone full of mischief. You really are hopeless, always chasing after excitement. The older sister sighed, but eventually followed her younger sibling to the first floor. Scanning the room, the sisters noticed that only the table next to Zhang Xing was vacant. The older sister hesitated for a moment, but her younger sibling pulled her over, and they sat down. After ordering 2 dishes, the sisters quietly waited for their meal. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Oh, Feier and Schwer, you're here too. The sisters looked up, their faces instantly turning cold. Oh, it's Senior Peter, they said flatly before lowering their heads again, ignoring him. Feier and Schwer were sisters from a modest noble family, currently in their 2nd year at a 2nd-tier magic academy in Zijing City, studying in the intermediate mage class. Peter, on the other hand, belonged to a prestigious family in Zijing City, second only to the city lord's household in influence. Peter had been dining on the 3rd floor of a restaurant across the street when he noticed the sisters and hurried over, pretending it was a chance encounter. At Zijing Magic Academy, Feier and Schwer were known for their pure and delicate beauty. Peter had been pursuing Feier for over a year, though he also harbored certain thoughts about Schwer. Feier, Schwer, let me treat you. Order whatever you'd like. Peter said with an air of generosity. We don't need your treat. We've already ordered. Schwer retorted bluntly, clearly annoyed by Peter's leering expression. Peter, however, was unfazed and seemed even more intrigued, thinking to himself, so feisty. Sister, everyone seems to be watching that big guy eat, Schwer suddenly remarked, noticing the focus of the crowd. Yeah, I see him. He sure can eat, Feier replied. Peter followed their gaze and froze for a moment. Him? Isn't that kid from St. Roland Magic Academy? What's he doing here? It turned out that during a recent hunting trip, Peter had encountered Lei Zhan, who had arrived from another direction. The Peter family had some ambiguous dealings with Lei Wu Kingdom, and Peter and Lei Zhan got along reasonably well due to their similar temperaments. Noticing Lei Zhan's sour mood, Peter had asked about it. Lei Zhan didn't elaborate but had casually mentioned that if Peter ever had the chance, he should help teach Zhang Xing a lesson. Peter had seen Zhang Xing before when accompanying his father to St. Roland Magic Academy. All he knew was that Zhang Xing was a poor kid with no notable background. Thinking it would be easy, he had agreed without hesitation. Now, seeing Zhang Xing here, Peter's mind filled with malicious intent, and a sneer crept onto his face. Just look at him straight out of the countryside. He probably made some money and decided to splurge here. People like him, with no manners, should be kicked out. Those filthy, run-down taverns on the roadside are where they belong. Peter sneered disdainfully. At that moment, the sharp-eyed shopkeeper noticed Peter and hurried over with enthusiasm. Ah, young Master Peter, what an honor to have you dine at my humble establishment. This is truly a great privilege. This shopkeeper was no ordinary man. He was Rupert, the external steward of acting city Lord Holly and the elder brother of the tavern's owner, Vina. He rarely made appearances at the tavern, so receiving his personal attention was considered a great honor. Peter cast a smug glance at Schwer and Fair before turning to Rupert. Sir Rupert, you're too kind. Haha, young Master Peter, feel free to order anything you like. This meal is on me, Rupert said with a smile. Haha. Peter laughed heartily, and the lively exchange caused the atmosphere in the tavern to grow even more animated. Although Rupert served as the steward for Holly, the acting lord of the city, he was ultimately just a servant. In contrast, Peter, the eldest son of the most prestigious family in Purple Thorn City, held a vastly superior social status. Rupert was well aware that befriending Peter would be highly advantageous for him. Their relationship was nothing more than a tacit game of mutual benefit. Peter glanced around the restaurant, his gaze eventually settling on Zhang Xing's table. With a hint of implication, he remarked, "My two junior schoolmates and I will just have a casual meal, but the ambience here seems a bit lacking, don't you think?" Rupert's eyes darted from the two sisters to the trio at Zhang Xing's table, and he immediately caught on. He thought to himself, ah, the young master wants to show off in front of the ladies again and bully some outsiders. But this is tricky. If I don't help, Peter will surely hold a grudge. If I do help, and it turns out these people are not to be trifled with, I'll be in big trouble. After a brief moment of weighing the situation, Rupert decided to side with Peter. He reasoned, in Purple Thorn City, who else is worth fearing besides the acting lord and Peter's family? With the two most powerful forces in the city on the same side, what is there to worry about? Young Master Peter, rest assured, your food will be ready shortly, Rupert said with a cheerful smile, summoning a waiter and whispering something in his ear. Meanwhile, Heibao and Xiaobai had each downed 50 jars of wine, sampling all the dishes the restaurant had to offer. Their faces were flushed, and the heavy scent of alcohol filled the air as they swayed in a drunken stupor. Xiaobai, out of all these dishes, I still think steamed bear paw is the best. Heibao slurred, his words barely coherent. I think the steamed lamb is tastier, Xiaobai replied, her cheeks rosy, her tongue slightly twisted. Then let's order 10 more portions of bear paw and lamb, Heibao shouted, raising his voice as he called for a waiter. The waiter hurried over after hearing the command but hesitated instead of responding. Rubbing his hands nervously, he said, I'm very sorry, but you've eaten through all our stock. We have nothing left. I must kindly ask you to settle your bill now. Zhang Xing sensed something was amiss. He thought to himself, a restaurant this large couldn't possibly run out of food. They're probably worried we can't pay and want to collect the money up front. Calmly, he said, all right then, tell us how much we owe. Your total comes to 880,000 gold coins, the waiter announced, naming an astronomical figure. The moment those words were spoken, the other diners erupted in astonishment. Those with sharp minds quickly did the math and realized the amount was absurd. Clearly, this was a premeditated setup. Zhang Xing froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. 880,000? Seriously? This is daylight robbery. The food we ate is worth no more than 10,000 gold coins. You'd better recalculate. A smirk played on his lips as he added mockingly, let's see if you're just overcharging customers, or if there's some other scheme at work here. The waiter, unfazed, explained, there's no mistake. The calculation is precise. 40 portions of third-tier magical beast bear paw from the magical beast forest, each priced at 12,000 gold coins. 40 portions of second-tier magical beast snow lamb from the sacred dragon grasslands, each priced at 8,000 gold coins. Enough. Stop spouting nonsense, Zhang Xing interrupted impatiently. Bring me your manager. Internally, Zhang Xing sneered. He had eaten magical beast meat before and wasn't so easily fooled. These so-called third-tier magical beast dishes probably didn't even qualify as first-tier. Even if it were genuine third-tier bear paw, one portion would cost at most 5,000 gold coins, a high price, but far from the absurd amount they were quoting. I am the owner of this establishment. Rupert approached with a forced smile, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Though his voice was calm, his tone carried an unmistakable air of condescension toward the customer. Zhang Xing responded coldly, I know you're the owner. I said, call your boss here. His tone was filled with impatience, clearly irritated by the dismissive attitude. Nearby, Peter couldn't resist chiming in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If you can't afford it, Don't come here pretending to be someone important. He gave Zhang Xing a once-over, his eyes full of contempt. Peter continued, his tone growing sharper. I can't stand people like you. A couple of gold coins in your pocket, and you forget who you are. Especially you. Kiddo, you even realize how hard your family works to make money? And here you are, blowing it all on one meal like it's nothing. Zhang Xing's patience reached its limit. He snapped, cutting Peter off mid-sentence. Enough. Who do you think you are to lecture me? His gaze swept between Rupert and Peter, his tone laced with menace. I don't care what shady dealings you have going on here, but it's obvious this price is extortion. He had no interest in further arguments or figuring out Peter's motives for interfering. Deciding to make an example of the restaurant, Zhang Xing spoke with icy determination. If I don't teach you a lesson, how am I supposed to collect taxes in the future? If all your customers get scammed like this, they'll stop coming. And remember, you work for me. The less you earn, the less I collect. At that moment, a crisp female voice broke the tension. This restaurant is taking advantage of people. That bear paw and lamb are just regular animals raised at the ranch outside the city, not some tier 3 magical beasts. All eyes turned to the speakera petite, adorable young girl. The customers silently admired her courage. While they all knew the dishes on the first floor were made from ordinary animals, no one dared to voice it. Schwer, don't speak out of turn. Her older sister, Fair, whispered urgently, tugging at her sleeve. But Schwer stubbornly raised her voice. They're clearly in the wrong, and he'll say it. Look at that poor young man there bullying him. Rupert's face darkened instantly as he threatened her. Little girl, watch your words. If you damage our restaurant's reputation, I'll have you arrested. He emphasized the establishment's status. Our restaurant has been running for over a decade, with fair prices and honest dealings. That's why we're the biggest and most renowned in the entire Zijing city. If you don't want to eat here, then leave. He shot Peter a meaningful look. Peter quickly chimed in, pushing the dishes on the table forward. Schwer, stay out of this, it's got nothing to do with us. Just eat your food. Fair clung tightly to her sister, pleading softly. Schwer, please, don't make trouble. I'm begging you. Our family can't afford any more of your outbursts. Schwer's anger slowly subsided, replaced by a reluctant expression. Meanwhile, Heibao and Xiaobai, though not well-versed in human interactions, understood Schwer's words. Heibao muttered to Xiaobai, they're trying to scam the boss. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Yeah? Using regular animal ingredients and passing them off as tier 3 magical beasts to swindle the boss gold. Heibao growled in frustration. Looks like they're asking for it. Let's burn this place down and tear everyone here to shreds. Xiaobai grinned mischievously and added, you burn half, they'll freeze the other half. Let's make sure they suffer. Crash. The surrounding customers were startled by their ominous exchange. One patron couldn't help but speak up. You two sure talk big, threatening to burn the place down and kill everyone. You must be from some reckless mercenary group. Do you even know whose restaurant this is? Another customer shook his head with a sigh. You're doomed. You could have just paid up and walked away quietly. But now? You're not getting out of here so easily. Rupert chuckled instead of getting angry, taunting. Go ahead. Burn it. They'll stand right here and won't move. Tear it up. Let me see you try. Zhang Xing secretly transmitted his voice to Heibao. Scare them a bit, but don't actually burn it. This is all my property. Heibao understood and theatrically let out a drunken belch. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted from his mouth, and the scorching fire surged forward in an instant. What the? You're really burning it? Rupert's face changed dramatically as he sprang 3 meters back with agility, barely avoiding the flames. The tavern descended into chaos. The diners panicked, scrambling toward the door and gathering at a safe distance to watch the scene unfold. Exclamations rose from the crowd. That black-faced guy really set it on fire without hesitation. He's got some nerve. Peter hid among the onlookers, laughing to himself with schadenfreude. Rupert shouted furiously, call the city guards. You lot are finished. You've angered the owner of this tavern, and the acting city lord won't stand idly by. Even your academy's headmaster won't be able to save you. He immediately ordered a waiter to notify the city guards. Just then, a sharp, commanding voice came from outside. What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered around? Hearing the familiar voice, the crowd parted like a wave, respectfully making way. Lady Vina. Greetings, Lady Vina. The onlookers greeted in unison. The newcomer was none other than Vina, the mistress of acting city lord Holly and the owner of this tavern. Her alluring features and noble demeanor left no doubt about her status in the city of Zijingon of its renowned 3 flowers. Rupert hurriedly approached her, bowing and reporting deferentially, Lady Vina. These 3 not only refused to pay for their meal, but also tried to commit arson and murder. Vina lazily cast a glance at Zhang Xing and his companions, her tone dripping with disdain. Oh, from the Magic and Martial Academy, huh? They have no authority here. Handle them however you see fit. No need to worry. Zhang Xing met Vina's gaze steadily and said calmly, "So, you're the owner of this tavern?" Vina glanced at the seemingly unremarkable boy and replied condescendingly, "Yes, I am. What do you want, kid?" Zhang Xing spoke evenly, "I don't have much to say. Just letting you know that this tavern is officially closed for business starting now." Vina froze for a moment, then burst into mocking laughter. "Ha, are you insane? Guards, arrest them immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of synchronized footsteps and clinking armor echoed from outside. 20 fully armed city guards marched in, their presence imposing as they advanced toward Zhang Xing and his companions. Rupert seized the opportunity to fan the flames further. "Arrest these three." They dined and dashed, threatened to burn down the tavern, and even attempted murder. 20 city guards immediately tensed up at the order from the city lord's steward. They dared not show any negligence, especially with an even more distinguished figure standing nearby, observing coldly. At the sound of a command, the guards swiftly encircled Zhang Xing and his two companions. "Be smart and come with us quietly. Don't make us use force," the captain of the guards said coldly, his face devoid of emotion. His gaze swept briefly over He Bao and Xiaobai but was unexpectedly met with a response from a child. "And what if we refuse?" Zhang Xing asked calmly. The captain finally took a closer look at the seemingly harmless child before him, his brow furrowing slightly. "So, it's this kid in charge, huh? No idea which family's young master you are, but you've had some bad luck crossing the wrong people." He sneered. "Refusing to come along? Fine. We'll add resisting arrest to your charges and execute you on the spot." Zhang Xing's lips curled into a faint smirk, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Arresting people without even asking for an explanation? Are you the city guards of Zijing City, or just hired thugs for this tavern? Stop wasting time with them. Take them away now, I've got business to run." Vina, who had been standing nearby, interjected impatiently. "Yes, Lady Vina." The captain responded quickly. Suddenly, Zhang Xing slammed his small hand on the table with a sharp, resounding crack. "Let's see who dares." He turned to the two towering men beside him. "He Bao, Xiaobai, if anyone tries, throw them out." "Got it, boss." "Piece of cake, boss." He Bao and Xiaobai staggered to their feet, their drunken swaying failing to mask the glint of battle readiness in their eyes. "A fight, huh? We love a good fight, especially after a drink or two." The two burly men stood beside Zhang Xing, and coupled with the commanding aura emanating from the child, the onlookers couldn't help but feel that he truly carried the air of a leader. Though they might not fully grasp the term boss, they could sense its meaning. The guards unsheathed their swords in unison, cautiously advancing toward Zhang Xing and his companions. "Attack!" the captain barked, and in an instant, the space above the table was filled with glinting blades. However, before anyone could react, a blur of motion and a deafening clash of metal filled the air. When the dust settled, all 20 guards had been flung out the nearby windows. The gathered crowd gasped in shock. Incredible! They even dared to take on the city guards. They're fearless. They must have a death wish. The city lord's forces include powerful figure-level war spirits, novice grand magi, and even junior warlords. These two young men wouldn't stand a chance against them. "You're doomed. You've gone too far." Rupert, the steward, growled, his face darkening as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he made his move. Few knew that this seemingly ordinary steward and innkeeper was actually a mid-level mage, a full rank above Zhang Xing. "Vine Bind," Rupert muttered, releasing a fourth tier with spell. This magic, designed to ensnare and paralyze, was often used to subdue criminals. In an instant, countless vines sprang up around Zhang Xing and his companions, slithering like serpents to entangle them. Rupert smirked inwardly. Just because you sent a few guards flying doesn't mean you can act so arrogantly. I didn't want to dirty my hands, but you forced me." Yet his confidence was short-lived. His expression froze in disbelief the next second. "Impossible." Rupert stared in shock at the scene before him. The two seemingly young men, who appeared no older than 17 or 18, had effortlessly broken free of his fourth-tier spell. He Bao had burned the vines to ashes with a single burst of fire. Suppressing his astonishment, Rupert gritted his teeth. "Don't think that's all I'm capable of. If I weren't worried about wrecking the tavern, I'd have used a more destructive spell to take you brats out." Zhang Xing's cold gaze swept across the room before he finally spoke. "With just your meager abilities, you're not qualified to handle this. Go fetch your acting city lord." He thought to himself, "I had hoped this tavern's owner might handle things fairly, but instead, it's run by an arrogant woman who's quick to arrest people without hearing them out. We're not qualified? Calling us Lord City Master? Who do you think you are?" Rupert furiously demanded, his face flushed with anger. His heart was racing with anxiety if he couldn't handle even this minor issue today. How could he face the city master? Though he had secured the position of external housekeeper through his sister's connections, losing it due to incompetence would leave him with nothing but cold winds to swallow. Rupert found himself caught in a dilemma. He couldn't just tear down the tavern, but letting this group of insolent troublemakers off the hook was equally unacceptable. He seethed with frustration, thinking bitterly that none of this would have happened if not for that fool Peter. Suddenly, he realized Peter was missing. Turning to look, his fury reached a boiling point. There was Peter, shamelessly chatting up the two young women, who were clearly uninterested but still being harassed by his relentless advances like a pesky lapdog. Just as Rupert was stuck in this impossible situation, a commanding voice rang out from outside. Who dares cause trouble in my Zijing city? Do you have a death wish? The city master is here, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Rupert felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, the boss at Aravid wouldn't have to clean up this mess alone. City master? I'm the real city master, Zhang Xing thought to himself with a sly smile as he watched a dignified, stout old man stride in with an air of authority. The onlookers immediately changed their demeanor, as if they'd just seen their father or grandfather, practically ready to kneel and worship him. Vina quickly stepped forward, putting on a pitiful act. City master, please, you must stand up for me. She briefly explained the situation. Though everyone knew about her relationship with the city master, appearances had to be maintained in public. After all, the acting city master, Holly, had a formidable tigress of a wife at home who was not to be trifled with. Holly, aged 55, was an intermediate mage and a shrewd administrator, earning the trust of Emperor Keith. After the previous city master died in battle, Holly had been almost certain he would secure the position. However, a young upstart had unexpectedly swooped in and snatched it an inheritable title, no less. The humiliation felt worse than swallowing a fly. Still, Emperor Keith had appointed him as acting city master of Zijing City for 10 years, sweetening the deal with additional perks, such as exemption from taxes during this period. This allowed Holly to control the city's vast finances with a firm grip. If he declared the annual revenue to be 100 gold coins, then 100 it was. What could that immature brat of a city master possibly know? Zhang Xing found it odd how quickly the acting city master had arrived. His eyes flicked over to Vina, and a thoughtful smile played on his lips. Holly noticed Zhang Xing's expression and felt a surge of anger. Whose child is this? Not only does he fail to bow upon seeing me, but he also sits there so brazenly, daring to mock me? Holly had already felt it beneath his dignity to personally handle such a trivial matter. He had intended to make a brief appearance, intimidate the troublemakers, and leave. But now, these three were clearly showing him no respect. This was no longer a minor issue, it was about his authority. If he didn't make these three beg for mercy today, his reputation as city master would be thoroughly tarnished. Guards! Summon the knight captain! Holly barked sharply. Of course, he wouldn't dirty his own hands. What was the point of having subordinates otherwise? The knights. The Zijing Knights. The legendary Zijing Cyclone Knights who struck fear into the hearts of Liwis armies on the battlefield. These three are done for. The knights will torture them mercilessly. What a pity. The crowd murmured among themselves, shaking their heads in dismay at the trio's seemingly doomed fate. Zhang Xing remained calm and unmoving, while He Bao and Xiaobai behind him restrained their auras, awaiting their master's command. He was curious to see whether everyone in Zijing City top to bottom was the same, incapable of discerning right from wrong, with no one daring to speak a word of justice. As he had expected, in this aristocracy-dominated empire, no one would dare challenge Holly's authority. 3 minutes later, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Pedestrians on the streets were terrified, scrambling to the sides of the road for safety. 2 squads of fully armed knights, riding massive one-horned rhinos, charged aggressively toward the front of the tavern. The windows of every tavern on the street flew open in an instant, and people eagerly leaned out to watch. Come on, grab a drink and enjoy the show. This is better than any meal, someone shouted excitedly. Fight. Go all out. Smash that tavern to pieces, another voice chimed in. Sure. Are you crazy? Watch your mouth, someone hastily scolded. Through the shattered window, Zhang Xing could see a row of third-tier magical beast-sewn-horned rhinos, each about 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. The sharp, foot-long horn on their foreheads gleamed menacingly as they fixed their predatory gaze on the tavern. He Bao couldn't help smacking his lips. Never had one of these before. Zhang Xing coughed lightly, prompting He Bao to quickly rein in his greedy expression. These are city-guarding beasts. You can't eat them, Zhang Xing whispered as a reminder. Captain Murphy of the Knights greets the Lord of the City. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall with a dark, rugged face approached Holly. He was clad in jet-black metal armor, a broadsword hanging at his waist, and he saluted Holly with the standard knight's etiquette. Holly gave a simple command. Take these 3 people away. At Holly's words, Murphy unsheathed his broadsword with a sharp shing and began stepping toward Zhang Xing. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing with both tension and excitement. Some anticipated the impending clash, while others couldn't bear the thought of bloodshed and quietly sighed for the 3 seconds. Surrender, kneel, and await your fate or die, Murphy roared, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Despite the threat, Zhang Xing and his companions remained calm and composed. Acting City Lord Holly couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Even without drawing his weapon, Murphy's overwhelming aura was enough to frighten most teenagers to tears. Yet the young boy before him showed no fear, instead observing Murphy with curious interest. Holly turned to his steward, Rupert, and asked in a low voice, "What is this boy's name?" Rupert stammered awkwardly, "My lord, Fool. You don't know either, do you? You have no idea who he is or where he's from." Holly's tone grew harsher. Sweating profusely, Rupert stuttered, "My lord. Peter said he's a student from the St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts." Holly nodded slightly, thinking perhaps he had overthought the situation. By the time Murphy was just 2 meters away from Zhang Xing, his countdown had ended. Seeing no reaction from his targets, Murphy didn't hesitate. He swung his broadsword straight at their heads. As the crowd erupted in screams, a crisp clang suddenly rang out, halting the chaos. Everyone was stunned. The 4-foot-long, palm-wide broadsword had been effortlessly caught between the young boy's 2 fingers. Even more astonishing, with a casual twist of his fingers, a sharp snap echoed as Murphy's prized steel sword shattered into pieces. This can't be real," gasped someone in the crowd, their voice full of disbelief. Before anyone could recover from the shock, a little girl, no older than 5 or 6, suddenly emerged from the crowd. Pointing at Zhang Xing with her tiny finger, she exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice, "Your brother Zhang Xing. I know you. I saw your black dragon when Grandpa took me to the imperial capital." Her words landed like a bomb, plunging the entire scene into a dead silence. Zhang Xing? Who's Zhang Xing? This sudden mention of an unfamiliar name stirred a ripple of confusion among the crowd. Aside from the young girl who blurted it out, everyone else exchanged puzzled glances, clearly having no recollection of such a name. However, for a select few like Holly, the name struck a chord. While they had heard of Zhang Xing's reputation, none had ever met him in person. The tale of Zhang Xing snapping a broadsword in half with just 2 fingers was indeed remarkable, but in a world teeming with extraordinary individuals, it wasn't an earth-shattering feat after all. Xian iron was hardly a rare treasure. There were many forging materials far superior. Peter furrowed his brows in confusion. He vaguely recalled Lei Zhan offhandedly mentioning this name once, but he hadn't given it much thought at the time. After all, who would bother remembering the name of some impoverished kid? Yet, as the name resurfaced, Hollis' reaction was peculiar. His expression changed drastically, as if something had exploded in his mind. Murphy, holding a broken sword, asked in a voice tinged with shock, "You're Zhang Xing?" Rupert, Vina, and even Holly all perked up their ears in unison, their eyes widening as they held their breath, waiting for the child's answer. Rupert and Vina, in particular, were so tense that their palms were drenched in sweat. Zhang Xing casually twirled the broken sword in his hand, his demeanor calm and composed. "That's right, I am." Murphy's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice quivered. "Zhang Xing from the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic and Combat? The Dragon Knight Zhang Xing? The first-class earl personally appointed by His Majesty the Emperor, and the Lord of Zijing City?" "Yes, that's me," Zhang Xing replied, pulling out a purple gold identification token from his pocket. The token bore an intricately carved emblem of a Zijing flower. With a clatter, Murphy's broken sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Moments later, he dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Murphy, captain of the Lingxi Knights of Zijing City, pays his respects to the lord of the city. Murphy's kneeling set off a domino effect. All the knights inside and outside the building dismounted and knelt in unison, their voices ringing out in unison, "Greetings to the lord of the city." The synchronized chorus reverberated through the street, enveloping the entire area in an atmosphere of solemnity. Murphy's voice trembled as he spoke. "Murphy has committed the grave sin of insubordination. I await the Lord's judgment." Zhang Xing paid no attention to Murphy and instead shifted his gaze to Rupert. Feeling the weight of that look, Rupert instinctively glanced at acting City Lord Holly, only to find the latter's face devoid of expression. A chill ran down Rupert's spine, and he quickly fell to his knees. Rupert, external steward of Zijing City, pays his respects to the lord of the city. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and perspiration trickled down his forehead into his eyes, yet he dared not even raise a hand to wipe it away. Zhang Xing's gaze then turned to Vina. Still in a state of shock, she froze, unable to react. Holly cleared his throat twice, but when Vina remained unresponsive, He tugged at her sleeve, pulling her to her knees. Only then did Venus snap out of her daze and stammer, "Greetings to the Lord of the city." Zhang Xing remained indifferent to their reactions, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery as they landed on Holly. Holly forced an awkward smile. "Haha, so the Lord of the city himself has graced us with his presence. Forgive us for not welcoming you sooner." He gave a slight bow as a gesture of respect. As an acting city lord, duke, and grand magister, his status was on par with Zhang Xing's. Even if he had made a grave mistake, there was no need for him to kneel. As he spoke, Hollis' gaze drifted to the figures of Heibao and Xiaobai standing behind Zhang Xing. Something about them caught his attention. He had never seen anyone as pitch black as Heibao, and a realization dawned on him. That dark figure could only be the legendary Black Dragon. "The affairs of Zijing City must have troubled you greatly, Lord Holly." Zhang Xing sat upright, as steady as a mountain, his gaze sharp and piercing as he stared at Holly. Though the words seemed like an expression of gratitude, the tone carried the unmistakable disdain of a superior addressing a subordinate. Holly felt a surge of anger ignite in his chest. While he had mentally prepared for this meeting, the reality of facing this boy and the blatant sense of condescension still made his blood boil. Struggling to suppress his fury, he replied coldly, "And how long do you plan to stay in Zijing City? His Majesty Keith has been searching high and low for you, and here you are, leisurely showing up here. I'll be reporting this to His Majesty right away. You should return to school where you belong." Zhang Xing remained unfazed, countering with a sharp retort, "Oh, come now, Lord City Master. Surely you know I'm only here to fulfill my duties to His Majesty." Holly caught the underlying implication in those words. This brat was clearly reminding him, while you may hold the title of City Master and this territory may be under your rule, it all ultimately belongs to His Majesty. I serve His Majesty, and with just a word from him, everything you have could be taken away. Zhang Xing continued, "Well, we've had enough to eat. The food here is mediocre, though the service is decent." He paused abruptly at this point. Rupert, who was kneeling on the ground, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. He thought the young city master might let the matter drop. However, Zhang Xing's tone shifted sharply as he added, "But the management here leaves much to be desired. I've heard there are serious issues with price gouging. Such practices are unacceptable and could tarnish the reputation of Zijing City's entire dining industry. Don't you agree, Acting City Master Holly?" Hollis' face darkened, but he remained silent. Zhang Xing pressed on, "Acting City Master Holly, I suggest shutting this place down for a thorough investigation and reform." He fixed Holly with an unwavering gaze. Hollis' anger burned within him, but he managed to reply through gritted teeth, "Yes, the city master is absolutely right. A proper reform is indeed necessary. Rupert, shut the restaurant down for self-inspection immediately, and don't reopen until the city master is satisfied." Black Bao grinned widely, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth. His smile sent the onlookers scattering in fear. Among the crowd, Peter quickly slipped away, relieved he hadn't crossed paths with this formidable young master. Zhang Xing's attention shifted to the two sisters in the crowd. He waved them over, saying, "Feier, Schwer, come here for a moment." Schwer approached boldly and asked curiously, "Wow, you're already a city master at your age? Are you royalty?" Feier quickly pulled her younger sister back and bowed respectfully. Zhang Xing chuckled and said, "Schwer, Feier, if you ever have time, come visit me in the imperial capital. I'm at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. I'll treat you to the best food in the capital." Schwer beamed and replied excitedly, "It's a deal. My sister and I will definitely come." The surrounding nobles, knights, and merchants looked on enviously at the two sisters. They all thought to themselves, the Dorothy family is about to rise to prominence. Zhang Xing sat in the seat of honor at the city lord's mansion, with Holiday, the city lord, seated to his right. The steward of the inner residence stood below them, holding a thick account book and reporting on the city's revenue. Zhang Xing listened in a daze, only catching the key point that the monthly income was 100,000 gold coins, which added up to 1.5 million gold coins annually. In his heart, he thought, who are they trying to fool? But outwardly, he waved his hand in a show of generosity and said, "No need. I trust all of you." Holiday watched Zhang Xing silently from the side, his thoughts unreadable. The next morning, Zhang Xing used the teleportation array to leave Zijing City. He felt there was no point in staying, especially since Emperor Keisai had been urging him through magical communication to return to school. These past experiences made Zhang Xing realize that being a city lord was far from the simple, carefree role he had imagined. He had thought that becoming a city lord meant being the ultimate boss with full autonomy, but it turned out to be far more complicated. Reflecting on the things Emperor Keisai had bestowed upon him, Zhang Xing found them to be nothing but empty titles, with no tangible benefits. What frustrated him even more was the suspicion that the people in Zijing City were embezzling his gold coins. The second largest city in Tianqing Kingdom, yet it only generated just over $1 million in revenue per year? He couldn't believe it. However, there was no time to settle accounts with them now. With 6 million gold coins in hand, he had enough to get by for a while. The priority now was to improve his strength. A few days later, Zhang Xing returned to the academy. Emperor Keisai offered him a few brief words of encouragement, but didn't say much else. During the day, Zhang Xing attended classes as usual. At night, once he returned to his dormitory, he locked the door and entered his personal space. Inside, Xiaobai and He Bao were tirelessly challenging the Golden Trials. Their opponent was a 6th-tier Golden Dragon with a combat power of 12,000. In comparison, He Bao had only managed to increase his combat power from 3,000 to 4,900, while Xiaobai was at 4,300. The gap was still significant, and it was clear they had a long way to go. Zhang Xing opened the skill and technique menu but found no change. She had already learned everything available. The shop offered nothing that could boost his experience points either. However, when he opened the building menu, he noticed a new option. He guessed it might have been unlocked when Xiaobai reached the 5th tier. Zhang Xing decided to start constructing. He purchased seeds for evergreen flowers, purple roses, and green vines from the shop and initiated the building process. Instantly, neat flower beds appeared along the streets and alleys of his castle. He then clicked on the planting option, and in the blink of an eye, the flowers bloomed, filling the air with their fragrance. Green vines climbed up the castle walls, giving the entire place a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! Greening the castle has triggered a side quest. Zhang Xing's heart leapt with excitement, hoping for an easy task that would allow him to earn a reward. However, the system's mission made him freeze in disbelief. Ding! Side quest activated. Successfully complete the 5th-tier dragon trial. A 5th-tier dragon? That was equivalent to a silver trial. Zhang Xing vividly recalled the time He Bao had been utterly defeated by a 5th-tier red dragon. To make matters worse, these dragons were immune to magic. Without any weapons, he would have to rely on his fists alone. Dragon fist technique. 3 forms. Though he could choose to delay the challenge until he was stronger, Zhang Xing quickly dismissed the thought. He realized that ever since arriving on Shenglong continent, his life had been one challenge after another. He had never backed down from any difficulty before, so why start now? This challenge was no exception. It was simply not in his nature to retreat. Let's do this, he declared. As Zhang Xing raised his head to look at the 3 imposing characters, trial grounds, coiled like a celestial dragon above him, he hesitated not for a moment. With a firm chest and determined stride, he stepped forward. A crisp ding echoed, followed by the system's prompt. Do you want to begin the challenge? Yes. Zhang Xing replied decisively, instantly initiating the high-difficulty trial. With a thunderous rumble, the mist ahead of the trial grounds began to part, revealing a massive, 15-meter-long Tier 5 Ridgeback dragon. This colossal beast was covered entirely in black scales, with a pair of bronze-colored horns atop its head glinting coldly. Its most striking feature, however, was the black ridge running down its spine, extending all the way to the tip of its nearly 3-meter-long tail. Though it lacked wings, its enormous head bore 2 eyes the size of lanterns, gleaming with a fierce light. Beneath its thick lips, rows of sharp teeth, yellowed with streaks of black, gleamed menacingly. The Ridgeback dragon wasted no time. The moment it spotted the tiny figure before it, it let out an earth-shaking roar and charged forward like an out-of-control heavy tank. Zhang Xing, undaunted, immediately summoned the dragon battle energy within him, assuming a stance of unyielding determination. But just as the two were about to collide in a split second, Zhang Xing's body flickered in midair in a way that defied logic. The Ridgeback dragon missed its target, barreling forward another dozen meters before coming to a screeching halt. It then whipped around sharply, frantically searching for the little ant that had eluded its grasp. You've got to be kidding me. There's no way I'm going head-to-head with this big guy. Zhang Xing called out from a distance, a mischievous grin on his face as he waved tauntingly at the dragon. Come on, big fella. Let's see how well you can keep up. Zhang Xing calculated silently. A true warrior doesn't win by bravery alone. Smashing an egg against a rock isn't courage, it's stupidity. With his current strength as an intermediate battle master, taking on an intermediate battle spirit was a walk in the park, and he could even handle advanced battle spirits with confidence. But this Ridgeback dragon's power was equivalent to that of a beginner battle king. Engaging it in a heathen fight would be sheer folly. His only option was to outwit it. Like He Bao's legendary duel with the silver dragon, he needed to identify its weakness and exploit it relentlessly. Zhang Xing knew all too well that with his current physique, a single hit from the dragon would leave him either dead or crippled. As he dodged and evaded, Zhang Xing carefully analyzed the unfolding battle. He recognized that a dragon's weaknesses differed from those of other magical beasts, often hidden beneath a specific vulnerable scale. Taking a deep breath, he focused, striving to achieve a state of serene clarity, a harmony between mind and nature. Suddenly, the environment around him seemed to shift subtly in his perception. To his astonishment, he found himself able to sense the faint ripples in the air caused by the Ridgeback dragon's every movement. No, it was more than that could foresee its actions just moments before they occurred. When the dragon prepared to strike with its horns, Zhang Xing could feel the flow of energy within its body and even detect the subtle changes in the surrounding air. Yet, this newfound awareness alone wasn't enough. Zhang Xing knew that unless he inflicted significant damage on the Ridgeback dragon, these minor evasive maneuvers would be meaningless. He resolved to bide his time, patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The Ridgeback dragon charged back and forth over a dozen times, yet failed to even graze Zhang Xing. Enraged, it began to drip thick saliva from its razor-sharp teeth, its eyes blazing with fury. It seemed to summon every ounce of its strength, its speed doubling as it launched another ferocious assault on Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing continued to skillfully taunt the dragon while using the opportunity to study its physical structure from every angle. However, after 8 thorough observations, he still found no discernible weak points. This left him puzzled. Could this land-dwelling king truly have no vulnerabilities? Then, a bold idea streaked through Zhang Xing's mind like lightning. Could the dragon's weakness possibly be there? Fixating on the Ridgeback dragon's tail, Zhang Xing decided to test his theory. He deliberately ventured into the range of its tail and landed 2 punches near it. To his surprise, the Ridgeback dragon did not retaliate with its tail. Instead, it dragged its tail tightly along the ground, as if desperately guarding something. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up as he keenly noticed the spinal dragon's reaction. Magical beasts rarely expose their weaknesses, yet this one, despite having the chance to seriously injure him earlier, merely turned back to bite. Perhaps it had underestimated this seemingly frail opponent. Regardless, Zhang Xing decided to seize the opportunity. He quickly devised a plan. Enrage the spinal dragon to the point of losing its composure, then deliver a decisive blow. With that in mind, Zhang Xing wasted no time and began casting various spells. Immune to support magic, huh? Let's see how you handle this. Zhang Xing shouted as he unleashed magic arrows and bolts of lightning. Although the attacks inflicted minimal damage, the relentless harassment was enough to agitate the beast. The sky roared with thunder as countless lightning strikes rained down on the spinal dragon. The tactic worked. The massive creature bellowed in fury, its eyes flashing with dangerous intent. Slowly, it began to approach Zhang Xing, preparing for a sudden assault. But Zhang Xing had already seen through its ploy. Just as the spinal dragon lunged, he vanished from his spot in an instant. This game of cat and mouse repeated several times, each time further stoking the beast's uncontrollable rage, leaving it with no outlet for its fury. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Zhang Xing intensified his assault. Rapid fireballs, he yelled, summoning a barrage of fireballs that engulfed the spinal dragon. No matter where it tried to flee, the fireballs pursued relentlessly. The trial grounds echoed with the beast's enraged roars and Zhang Xing's triumphant laughter. Without missing a beat, Zhang Xing followed up with an ice spell, freezing the ground and turning the area into a slippery ice field. While it wasn't enough to completely destabilize the spinal dragon, it significantly hindered its movements. Trapped in this new environment, the spinal dragon began frantically smashing the ground. Before long, the ice was shattered into jagged fragments. The massive beast turned its gaze toward Zhang Xing, a glimmer of cunning flashing in its eyes. Seriously? This thing's smarter than I thought. Zhang Xing muttered, a bit surprised. But he quickly regained his composure. Still, your destruction speed can't match my casting speed. With that, Zhang Xing soared into the air and waved his hands, casting a 4th-tier spell blizzard. In an instant, snow poured down across a 100-meter radius, reducing visibility to less than a meter. Using the cover of the raging snowstorm, Zhang Xing quietly approached the spinal dragon, which was now blindly lashing out in the blizzard. As he neared the beast's tail, he suddenly activated Mirror Image, conjuring an illusionary double of himself nearby. This newly learned 4th-tier spell could only attack once, but it was more than enough to divert the spinal dragon's attention. Holding his breath, Zhang Xing prepared to deliver the final blow. The Spinosaurus suddenly sensed that the little grasshopper ahead had appeared once again. This time, it didn't recklessly pounce but opted for a more intimidating method of attack. Its tail rose high, its massive jaws opened wide, and a surge of scorching dragon breath erupted forth. This was the Spinosaurus's ultimate move, reserved only for moments of extreme anger or danger. Whoosh! The fiery blast instantly consumed the illusion in front of it, and toxic dragon saliva dripped along with the flames, corroding the ground into pits of varying sizes. At that moment, a flicker of intense fear flashed in the Spinosaurus' eyes. It was just about to swing its tail and use the momentum of its massive body to sweep behind when, thud, the sky-splitting fist struck precisely. The Spinosaurus's enormous body froze abruptly, its facial muscles twisting in agony as its eyes, as large as bronze bells, squeezed together involuntarily, forming a comical cross-eyed expression. Then came two more sharp thuds. The 15-meter-long behemoth began to sway violently, the light in its eyes quickly fading. 2 seconds later, with a deafening crash, the Spinosaurus collapsed to the ground. In its final moments, it struggled to turn its head toward Zhang Xing, who was approaching slowly. Its eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness. Being a highly intelligent dragon, it simply couldn't comprehend how it had fallen to a mere child. Heh, 3 punches did the trick. I knew its weak spot was just beneath the tail, Zhang Xing said casually. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 5 Spinosaurus. You've earned 150 experience points. You've gained 1 chance to spin the prize wheel. Ignoring the meager 150 experience points, Zhang Xing quickly exited the trial arena and opened the prize wheel system. Please, no empty spins, he muttered, staring intently at the spinning cursor. Beep, beep, beep. The cursor finally stopped on the tiniest, rainbow-colored dragon egg. Way to go, system, Zhang Xing shouted excitedly. This is my 3rd dragon egg, the system chimed in. Congratulations, you've obtained a gemstone dragon egg. Zhang Xing opened the construction menu and selected the option to build a level 1 gemstone dragon nest. A radiant rainbow light streaked across the southern sky of Dragon Island, and a towering mountain emerged out of nowhere. Midway up the mountain, mist swirled, and at the peak, a massive rock resembling a dragon's head jutted out, marking the entrance to the nest. He quickly entered the nest, carefully placed the dragon egg, and planted 5 emerald fruit trees at the mountain's base to prepare food for the Sunahatch dragonling. Meanwhile, Black Treasure and Little White, his 2 dragon companions, were curiously observing the newly built nest from not far away. Master's giving us a new little brother, Little White exclaimed excitedly. It's hatching, not giving birth, Black Treasure corrected. Stop nitpicking. It's the same thing. Haha, we're getting another playmate. More like another dragon to play with. Seeing Zhang Xing approaching, the 2 dragons enthusiastically ran up to greet him. Zhang Xing patted their now much sturdier bodies with satisfaction. If it weren't for the system's help, these 2 would still be little dragonlings in their infancy. Finally, Zhang Xing waved goodbye to his dragon companions and departed from Dragon Island. The next day, the classroom was just as dull and uninspiring. Zhang Xing sat in the corner, propping his right hand under his chin while rhythmically flipping through the pages of a book with his left hand. He thought to himself, instead of listening to content I can't understand, I might as well take this chance to memorize the textbook. After all, the instructor is just reading directly from it. Though Zhang Xing's movements were subtle and slow, they still caught the attention of those around him. A few classmates who had lied about him earlier, feeling guilty, had been avoiding him for days. Now, seeing his actions, they didn't dare make a sound. The other students, however, were indifferent. After all, they hadn't witnessed the battle in the magical beast forest and didn't hold much respect or fear for Zhang Xing. The instructor glanced at Zhang Xing and sighed inwardly. This boy's attitude toward learning is so passive. I fear he won't achieve much in the future. Even if he becomes a city lord, it will be thanks to Emperor Keith's protection. Without the Emperor's support, he wouldn't even be able to hold onto the title of Lord of Zijing City. He really lacks any foundation. At that moment, a mischievous student quietly picked up a small stone and aimed it at Zhang Xing before tossing it. The instructor noticed but chose not to intervene, thinking it might serve as a reminder for Zhang Xing to pay attention in class. However, to everyone's surprise, the stone abruptly changed direction midair and zipped back toward its sender. With a dull thud, the stone struck the mischievous student squarely on the forehead. He yelped in pain, clutching his head. All eyes in the classroom turned to him as a noticeable bump began to swell on his forehead, his expression a mix of confusion and agony. The instructor's face darkened at the sight, and his impression of Zhang Xing worsened. He thought, it was just a harmless joke between classmates. Was there any need to retaliate so harshly? How disrespectful. He clearly doesn't take me, his instructor, seriously. Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing. The instructor called out sharply. But Zhang Xing acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, continuing to flip through his book at the same leisurely pace. The instructor's anger flared. He grabbed his teaching ruler and marched over to Zhang Xing's desk, rapping it 3 times with a loud bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xing, stand up, the instructor barked. Only then did Zhang Xing rise, unhurriedly, but he still didn't bother to look at the instructor. The instructor continued to scold him. You're not paying attention in class, and on top of that, you used magic to injure your classmate. My class doesn't welcome students like you. Leave immediately. Zhang Xing smirked inwardly, thinking, how cunning of him to pin all the blame on me without a second thought. But he stayed silent, turned, and walked toward the door. From start to finish, he never once looked at the instructor, his attitude speaking volumes. The instructor was momentarily stunned. He had expected Zhang Xing to apologize, giving him the opportunity to deliver a stern lecture and assert his authority. But instead, the boy left without a word, so stubborn and defiant. Still, the instructor consoled himself. It's better this way. Out of sight, out of mind. All right, let's continue the lesson, the instructor said, addressing the rest of the class. Did you all see that? Winning one little student duel, and he's already so arrogant. Don't follow his example. Zhang Xing walked out of the classroom and returned to his dorm. The entire morning had been filled with lectures from that particular mentor. Skipping them didn't seem like a bad idea. With a furrowed brow, he pondered the strange occurrences of late. Over the past couple of days, he had keenly noticed something unusual about the atmosphere on campus. The teachers seemed evasive, their gazes flickering, and his classmates had grown distant, as if overnight. The once warm and friendly campus had turned cold and indifferent. Leaning against the headboard of his dorm bed, Zhang Xing recalled his heroic deeds in the forest of magical beasts. By all accounts, saving so many classmates should have earned him some recognition upon his return to the academy. Yet, not even a word of praise had been uttered. Even Dean Keith, who was usually kind and approachable, had become noticeably aloof. What went wrong? Zhang Xing muttered to himself, unable to figure it out. Feeling helpless, he decided to retreat to Dragon Island to meditate, temporarily escaping the troubles that weighed on his mind. During the afternoon's practical lesson, a Grand Magus was explaining the methods for concocting various potions. Zhang Xing found the topic intriguing and took detailed notes. He knew all too well that becoming an exceptional mage required a vast array of knowledge. Herbalism, mining, alchemy, enchanting, formation magic, jewel crafting, every subject was essential, and none could be neglected. The Royal Academy of Magic and Combat stood unrivaled among the 6 major academies precisely because of its comprehensive curriculum and abundant practical opportunities. At its core, it all came down to its immense wealth. Money really could make a difference. Currently, Zhang Xing had only unlocked herbalism through the system, which allowed him to craft several pills. The other auxiliary skills, however, were still unavailable. The content covered in the practical lessons was tailored for Magia-level students and was slightly beyond his grasp at the moment. Even so, he stayed focused, striving to imprint the knowledge in his mind. Can't skip every class, he thought wryly. They'll just take it slow and get the theory down first. As for those auxiliary skills, he sighed, remembering the strict rules of St. Roland Academy of Magic and Combat: no credits, no access to new skills. Tomorrow, I need to talk to old Keith, he planned silently. Why didn't I get any credits for the Forest of Magical Beast training? Everyone else earned dozens. After dinner, Zhang Xing eagerly entered Dragon Island. The day's frustration melted away instantly. Although most of his attention was focused on this magical realm rather than the academy, the lack of recognition for his efforts still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Forget it. No use dwelling on it. He shook his head and directed his focus to the soon-to-hatch gemstone dragon. Hei Bao and Xiao Bai gathered around curiously, their eyes fixed on the dragon egg. Before long, the slightly smaller, multicolored egg began to emit a radiant, 7-colored light. Our little brother is about to be born, Hei Bao whispered excitedly. Xiao Bai, meanwhile, stared intently at the egg without blinking. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp sounds echoed as 2 tiny golden hands and a small foot emerged from the egg. With a forceful shake, the limbs pushed outward, and with a sharp pop, the eggshell shattered. Out came an impossibly adorable dragon hatchling. The baby dragon's body shimmered with a rainbow-like glow, resembling a living, moving gemstone. Its features were somewhat comical: arched eyebrows, tiny eyes, and facial features so close together they seemed crammed. Standing less than a meter tall, the gemstone dragon's small eyes sparkled with intelligence as it curiously surveyed the 3 beings around it, sniffing the air softly. You're the black dragon brother. You're the white dragon brother. And you're a human, the gemstone dragon said in a sugary, childlike voice. Wow, so smart. Zhang Xing exclaimed in amazement. Just then, the gemstone dragon's stomach let out a loud rumble. Hei Bao and Xiao Bai immediately picked up halves of the eggshell and brought them to the baby dragon's mouth. Eat up, little brother, they said in unison. The gemstone dragon opened its tiny mouth and began munching on the eggshell with loud crunches. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully hatching the gemstone dragon. Feed it an emerald fruit to advance the baby dragon to tier 1. The gem baby dragon, unlike the other 2 dragons, did not fall asleep after devouring its eggshell. Instead, it smacked its tiny lips, looking as though it was still craving more. Seeing this, Zhang Xing waved his hand, summoning 100 emerald fruits that rained down in front of the hatchling. Go ahead, little one. These are all for you, Zhang Xing said gently. The gem dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement as it let out a joyful squeal and pounced on the fruits. Picking up one, it began crunching away, the sound eerily similar to ice being shattered. Curious, Zhang Xing picked up one of the emerald fruits. It felt icy cold, resembling the texture of frozen fruit. He took a bite, only to hear a loud crack, nearly chipping his tooth. Ouch! Zhang Xing exclaimed, quickly spitting out the fruit and rubbing his jaw. This isn't fruit, it's practically jade. Shaking his head in disbelief, he muttered, as expected of a gem dragon eating jade right from birth. In reality, these weren't actual jade, but extremely rare fruits from a unique tree. They were often regarded as precious materials, widely used in alchemy and potion making. Before long, the gem dragon had devoured 10 fruits. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across its body, and it instantly advanced to Tier 1. Yet its appetite remained unaffected as it continued munching away. It wasn't until it reached Tier 3 that it finally stopped. Zhang Xing stared in stunned silence at the dragon's now bulging belly, thinking, wow, this little one's a real foodie. Even 100 emerald fruits aren't enough to fill it up. Driven by curiosity, he checked the gem dragon's stats. The attribute panel displayed. Gem Dragon, Tier 3, EXP 0500. Type, non-combat. Innate skills, Dragon Breath, Bite, Devour. Special skills, Treasure Hunting, Gem and Rare Metal Identification. Preference, collecting treasures. Leveling method, consuming crystal ores, gem ores, and metal ores. Non-combat, treasure hunting. Zhang Xing murmured as realization dawned. So this dragon's main purpose is to find treasures. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Xing started cheering and dancing. I'm rich. I'm rich. Nearby, He Bao nodded in agreement and remarked to Xiao Bai, the master always goes a little crazy when he's about to strike it rich. Xiao Bai responded with a puzzled smile. He started acting like this after seeing the little one's stats. Do you think he's planning to sell it? He Bao shot Xiao Bai a disdainful glance. Xiao Bai, you're overthinking it. The master isn't that foolish. Xiao Bai looked at He Bao in shock. Wow, He Bao, you're so smart. You figured out the master's thoughts right away. That's amazing. Of course. He Bao said proudly, lifting his head high. I was the first to hatch, so I know the master best. Xiao Bai turned away, chuckling quietly, and gave He Bao a playful pat on the back, enjoying their banter. Despite reaching Tier 3, the gem dragon was still small, standing less than a meter tall and not even reaching Zhang Xing's height. Now full and content, it began to doze off, its eyelids drooping heavily. Zhang Xing sighed. Well, I have to admit, eating 100 emerald fruits right after hatching is quite the feat. Dragons truly are extraordinary. Before the dragon fell asleep, Zhang Xing quickly formed an equal contract with it and named it Jin Bao. The gem dragon accepted the name happily before curling up in its nest and falling into a deep slumber. Watching the adorable sleeping Jin Bao, Zhang Xing noticed how much it had changed since hatching. Its colorful scales had completely receded beneath its skin, leaving it looking almost human except for its appearance. Zhang Xing couldn't help but think, honestly, I'd be embarrassed to take it out in public. With that little nose, tiny eyes, and pointy ears, it looks just like a fox. And those eyes, even in its sleep, they keep darting around. He imagined the scene. If this were on a bus back on Earth, it'd definitely be the one everyone keeps an eye on. Reflecting on his 3 dragons, Zhang Xing concluded that Xiao Bai was the only one that resembled a human. While Jin Bao wasn't built for combat, its thick scales hinted at impressive defensive capabilities. Deep in thought, Zhang Xing mused, heaven gave it the gift of treasure hunting. Even though it lacks fighting power, it must have other compensating strengths. The following morning, Zhang Xing arrived at the dean's office, determined to reclaim the academic credits he deserved. Standing in front of the door, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from inside. Frowning, Zhang Xing was about to knock again when a cold voice came from behind him. Don't bother knocking. The dean isn't here. Zhang Xing turned around to see the vice dean, Jason Statham, standing in the hallway, his piercing gaze fixed on him. Jason's appearance was eerily identical to that of the famous action star from Earth, exuding a rugged and commanding presence. If you have something to discuss, you can talk to me, Jason said flatly. The dean only comes once a month. My office is downstairs. Before he left, the dean instructed that you could come to me directly with any issues. Jason had already seen Zhang Xing enter through the window and figured he must have something important to discuss. Without waiting for a response, he turned and headed downstairs, with Zhang Xing quickly following after him. As they entered Jason's luxurious office, Zhang Xing paid no attention to the lavish decor. He got straight to the point. Vice Dean Jason, why didn't I receive any credits for the hunt in the Magic Beast Forest? Jason's expression remained neutral. That. You might not be familiar with the Academy's rules. Credits are distributed based on group participation. Not only did you act alone, but you also returned late. The dean was already being lenient with you, otherwise you would have faced disciplinary action. Hearing this, Zhang Xing was furious. What? How could I not know about such a rule? The supervising instructor never mentioned it, he said heatedly. Before the hunt, everyone was given a handbook outlining the rules for rewards and penalties, as well as safety guidelines. Nowhere in there was it stated that acting alone or being late would result in punishment. Plus, multiple instructors went over the safety rules with us beforehand, and none of them mentioned this. Punishment? Without me, do you have any idea how many people would have died out there? Zhang Xing stood firmly in front of Jason's desk, and Jason made no effort to offer him a seat. The tension in the room grew thick. There's definitely something fishy going on here, Zhang Xing said sharply. I'm not leaving until I get this sorted out. Jason remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. This was a special case. After careful consideration by the vice deans, and with the dean's approval, the decision was made. And what exactly was so special about this case? Zhang Xing pressed, his tone growing more confrontational. Jason was visibly angered by Zhang Xing's attitude. So, the rumors are true. You're an arrogant, insubordinate brat, he said coldly. You abandoned your teammates in the middle of the hunt and have the audacity to come here demanding credits? The dean and the instructors didn't make this public because they wanted to save you some face. Or rather, they were saving face for the dean himself after all. He's the emperor of Tianqing Kingdom and personally appointed you. As his subject, how can you act so shamelessly? Do you really want this to escalate and disrupt the entire academy? How do you think the emperor would feel about that? Jason's voice grew louder, his anger boiling over. Zhang Xing, watch your tone. Who do you think you are, talking to me like this? Get out. In this entire academy, apart from the dean, no one dares to speak to me in such a disrespectful manner. You are just a 7-year-old kid barging into my office, yelling at me. Who gave you the nerve? At that moment, a knock on the door cut through the heated exchange. Come in. Jason barked. His personal assistant entered, reminding him, Vice Dean Jason, it's time for the meeting. Jason nodded curtly, his expression dark. Without so much as a glance at Zhang Xing, he stood up and left the office. Zhang Xing clenched his fists, his fury barely contained. Fine, very well. Everyone's playing games with me now. Let's see if I can't uncover the truth behind all this, he vowed silently. Damn it, if there's an issue, say it outright. First it's one rule, then it's another decisiondo. They think I'm just a clueless kid they can fool? After school, Zhang Xing raised his hand, and Heibao appeared silently beside him like a ghost. Boss, what do you need? Heibao asked in a low voice. A flicker of coldness flashed in Zhang Xing's eyes. Come with me. We're going to teach someone a lesson. Hearing the word fight, a gleam of excitement burst into Heibao's eyes. The two of them followed 2 students ahead quietly, keeping a 1-meter distance. These 2 students were part of the group Zhang Xing had helped before. Sensing Zhang Xing's cold gaze and the intimidating presence of the burly man in black behind them, the 2 students felt a wave of unease. They realized Zhang Xing had come to settle the score. Thinking back to when they were coerced by several instructors to lie, regret filled their hearts. But now, it was far too late for regrets. The 2 students quickened their pace, and Zhang Xing matched them step for step. When they stopped, Zhang Xing stopped. This bizarre game of pursuit finally broke their nerves. They turned around and pleaded, Zhang Xing, please stop following us. We don't know anything, we swear. The other student, his face full of despair, chimed in, Zhang Xing, we're truly grateful to you. But some things are out of our control. Zhang Xing let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with mockery. Don't know? Out of your control? He turned to Heibao. Let's show them what happens to ungrateful people. If others can make decisions for them, so can I. At Zhang Xing's command, Heibao clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking like a warning. He advanced toward the 2 students with the predatory air of a wolf eyeing helpless sheep. One of the students panicked and shouted, Zhang Xing, don't do anything crazy. My dad is. Zhang Xing cut him off coldly. I don't care who your dad is. Heibao, hit him. He knew all too well that words often fell on deaf ears, but fists had a way of awakening the soul. Heibao's hammer-like fist landed squarely on one student's face in an instant. The student's scream echoed as his face swelled into a panda-look blackened eyes, a flattened nose, and lips puffed up like sausages. Blood flowed from his nose, and 2 front teeth were knocked out. Although Heibao had only used a fraction of his strength, the student felt as if his world had collapsed. He crouched on the ground, clutching his nose, overwhelmed by the most excruciating pain he had ever experienced. Heibao flexed his fists, his gaze shifting to the other student. The thrill of dominance lit up his facete was a feeling head never experienced in his inherited memories. He let out a sinister laugh, ready to strike again. But before he could, the second student suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, pleading desperately, Master Hei Black Dragon, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied, it's all my fault. Please spare me. Heibao raised an eyebrow in surprise, mimicking his master's tone. "Oh, you know me?" The kneeling student stammered in panic. "Yes, yes. Everyone knows your name, Black Dragon. Your reputation echoes across the entire Tianqing Empire. When you unleashed your power in the magic beast forest, I was even kneeling and sending you my blessings." He Bao nodded in satisfaction, thinking this kid knew how to flatter. However, in the next second, his fist crashed into the student's face. "Don't give me that nonsense. If you knew how powerful I am and still dared to lie, it just proves you weren't sincere." Xiao Bei's words were the real deal. He Bao glanced disdainfully at the fallen student, muttering under his breath. Then, he raised his fist once more, ready for another round. "Stop! Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk!" the student shouted desperately, clutching his head. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he heard himself muttering incoherently. His heart sank. Cursing inwardly, he realized that if even he couldn't understand what he was saying, there was no way He Long could. In that moment of crisis, the student's survival instincts kicked in. He dropped to the ground and rolled like a lazy donkey, his mind racing. One roll wasn't enough, rolled 3 times in a row, finishing with a dramatic spin and landing on his knees. He kowtowed repeatedly, gesturing frantically with his hands and mumbling unintelligibly. Zhang Xing watched the scene unfold in astonishment, but quickly pieced things together. "All right, hey Bao, this kid's ready to confess," he said, walking over and tossing the student a small bottle of healing potion issued by the academy. After a short while, the student finally managed to speak. He recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Zhang Xing listened carefully, but instead of getting angry, he sent the 2 students away and fell into deep thought. He realized that people from different circles were destined to clash. They would go to great lengths to undermine you, even accusing you of being a necromancer. This wasn't paranoia. If they had the audacity to band together to deceive and defy authority, what wouldn't they dare to do? Zhang Xing wandered aimlessly, pondering his next move. Should he confront Emperor Keith? No. Even if the Emperor learned the truth, he wouldn't dispense justice. How many royal children or noble heirs ever truly received fair treatment? More importantly, this matter couldn't be exposed, that it mustn't reach the ears of the ministers or generals. While the truth might come to light, Zhang Xing couldn't just let this go. He resolved to find an opportunity to settle the score with interest. Meanwhile, on Dragon Island, He Bao stood atop a towering rock, his burly figure exuding power. Below him, Xiaobai and Jin Bao sat on smaller rocks, listening intently as He Bao told a story. With one punch, crack, that kid's whole set of front teeth shattered. He Bao narrated vividly, swinging his fist for emphasis. Jin Bao looked puzzled. Front teeth? What kind of magical beast is that? Xiaobai explained seriously. It's a special type of human. If they lie and deceive a lot as kids, they'll grow a set of front teeth. He Bao nodded approvingly. Xiao Bei's got it right. Jin Bao's eyes darted mischievously, though he said nothing. Inwardly, he thought, He Bao and Xiao Bai still treat me like a kid. Who'd believe that nonsense? After the storytelling session ended, the dragons returned to their respective homes for their daily meditation. As He Bao walked, he muttered to himself, being the big brother is great, teaching the younger ones every day. I should read more books to expand my knowledge. Back in his lair, He Bao suddenly felt something was off. He paced around the cave before his gaze settled on his treasure hoard. Let's see, sapphire, 1, 2 black diamond, 1, 2, 3 ruby emerald. As he counted, his eyelids grew heavy, and eventually, he dozed off on the pile of gold and jewels. Meanwhile, Jin Bao sneaked out from the shadows, looking around slyly. Once back at his own cliffside lair, he confidently took out a ruby. Lying on his side, he bit into it with satisfaction. Not bad. Jin Bao muttered to himself. He Bao's such a fool with more wealth than sense. He'll never notice if I take a little. With that, he pulled out a sapphire and continued munching happily. Hehehe. Zhang Xing pondered for a long time before finally sorting out his thoughts. Unknowingly, he had wandered onto the bustling gambling street in the imperial capital. As night fell, the street remained crowded and lively. This place not only attracted young nobles, but also people from all walks of life, all hoping to strike it rich overnight. Zhang Xing decided to stroll around casually, treating it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. He walked along the street, his ears perked up, catching snippets of conversations around him. Did you hear? The Steele family made a massive purchase of raw stones from overseas. It took 6 days just to transport them here. Who doesn't know about that? The line of people gambling on stones grows longer every day. Some poor kid from the countryside bet 100 gold coins and ended up with a jade worth 100,000 coins. What incredible luck. Exactly. But there are also young nobles who spent $1 million and got nothing in return. Serves them right. At first, Zhang Xing paid little attention to these idle remarks. But suddenly, a name caught his ear: the Steele family. He recalled that the classmate who had been bullied by He Bao had also mentioned this family. Wasn't the mastermind behind it all a minter named Steel Horton? And the acting lord of Zijing City was also named Steel, going by the name Holly. A sudden realization struck him, and Zhang Xing's gaze landed on a tall storefront ahead. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Revenge was within reach. He silently vowed to make those who had undermined his achievements pay dearly. Finding a secluded corner, Zhang Xing summoned 3 dragons. Hey Bao, Jin Bao, and Xiaobai, we're going to cause some trouble, he murmured. Jin Bao, you're in charge of finding valuable gems. The other 2, you're my bodyguards. He Bao wagged his tail excitedly, while Xiaobai's grin grew even wider finally. An opportunity to have some fun. Jin Bao's small eyes darted around shrewdly, clearly calculating something. The 4 of them, appearing as refined young noblemen, stepped into the Steel family's store. Above the entrance, a striking sign carved from natural red jade read Kai Pin Gu Bao in bold characters. A shop attendant hurried forward with enthusiasm. Young masters, our store has just received a new shipment of premium raw stones. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Zhang Xing lightly fanned himself with a bamboo fan, exuding the demeanor of an aristocratic gentleman. Lead the way, he said coolly. The 3 dragons, clad in gold thread robes and each holding a small fan, carried themselves with an air of innate nobility. As they stepped into the inner hall, the space opened up dramatically. This was no ordinary shop, it was a luxurious garden spanning over 1,000 square meters. The wealth of the Steel family was evident at a glance. Feel free to browse, young masters. All prices are clearly marked, and no returns are allowed, the attendant said respectfully. Zhang Xing discreetly signaled to Jin Bao, whose eyes immediately gleamed with a mysterious light. Master, numbers 8 and 98 contain high-quality red rubies. The rest are low-grade junk. Jin Bao communicated telepathically. Cut those 2 stones for me, Zhang Xing ordered decisively, handing over 2,000 gold coins. The attendant skillfully operated the stone-cutting machine, quickly slicing through the 2 raw stones, each over a meter tall. There's something inside. High-quality red rubies. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, their envy plain to see. A faint smile played on Zhang Xing's lips. He thought to himself, the real show is just beginning. Zhang Xing pretended to carefully inspect each raw stone, pausing dramatically before shaking his head and sighing. None of these have any value. Buying them would be a guaranteed loss. Let's head to garden number 2, he decisively declared. The surrounding crowd, whether seasoned stone gamblers or curious onlookers, observed the confident young boy with amused expressions, clearly doubting his judgment. Upon arriving at garden number 2, Zhang Xing wasted no time and immediately selected 3 raw stones. When the stones were cut open, the crowd erupted in excitement. 2 emerald gems and 1 ruby were revealed. Unbelievable! Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Each raw stone in garden number 2 was priced at 10,000 gold coins, and these gems could sell for at least 50,000. In the blink of an eye, the young master had made a profit of 128,000 gold coins. This kid's got talent. He knows how to pick stones, someone exclaimed. Or maybe he just got lucky, another voice countered skeptically. Let's see if he can do it again. If he keeps hitting the mark, then he's the real deal. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Zhang Xing once again dismissed the remaining stones in garden number 2. Those who had been eyeing the stones hesitated, unsure whether to trust his judgment. Meanwhile, the shop assistant's face turned increasingly sour. Though customers were free to buy or comment as they pleased, Zhang Xing's remarks clearly ruffled his feathers. The group then moved on to garden number 3. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao, another young boy, began inspecting the stones with exaggerated gestures. Jin Bao secretly transmitted his thoughts. Master, out of the 300+ raw stones here, only 1 is worth more than its cost. What? Just 1? Zhang Xing was taken aback. The Horton family is really ripping people off. Only a 0.3 chance of profit. Or rather, a 0.3 profitability rate. As he calculated in his mind, he realized that the other stones would either break even or return only a third of their cost. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Tonight, he'll make sure this Epine pavilion goes bankrupt. Shopkeeper, they'll take raw stone number 38. Zhang Xing announced decisively. After paying 100,000 gold coins, he stood quietly, waiting. The crowd craned their necks, their eyes glued to the stone as it was gradually cut open. Look, it's green, someone shouted in excitement. Beads of sweat began to form on the shop assistant's forehead. Moments later, under the collective gaze of the crowd, a fist-sized green gemstone was revealed. My goodness, it's a top-grade emerald. The crowd erupted in cheers. A top-grade emerald of this size is worth at least 600,000 gold coins. He just made a 500,000 profit in one go. This kid's luck is unreal. 700,000. He'll buy it. An elderly man in a black robe stepped forward, his cuffs adorned with 5 golden laurels, a sign that he was an intermediate mage. the same level as Zhang Xing. 800,000. It's mine. Another 5th level mage joined the bidding war. This size and quality of top-grade emerald is extremely rare. 1 million gold coins, I'll take it. A deep, weathered voice cut through the commotion. The previous bidders immediately went silent. The speaker was a well-known senior mage within the community. Deal. Zhang Xing replied cheerfully, accepting a universal gold card and pocketing a clean profit of 900,000 coins. The crowd went wild. For those obsessed with stone gambling and dreaming of striking it rich, the scene was irresistible. They swarmed toward the stones they had their eyes on, hoping to find their fortune. But soon, all eyes turned back to Zhang Xing. Young master, could you take a look at this stone for me? Does it have anything inside? Please, check mine too.
And mine.
Zhang Xing clasped his hands behind his back, pacing leisurely in a calculated manner. After a moment, he began to give his assessments. Raw stone number 17 does have a jade stone inside, but it's only mid-grade at best. It's not worth 10,000 gold coins. Raw stone number 39 also has something a piece about the size of a fingernail. It's worth no more than 1,000 coins. As for raw stone number 66, he paused for dramatic effect. It's completely empty. Go ahead and try your luck with this last stone. It's decent, you'll at least break even. Zhang Xing casually commented after assessing 13 rough stones in one go, his tone light and confident. The onlookers, mostly gamblers, stared at him in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and skepticism. Zhang Xing saw through their thoughts and chuckled to himself. These people won't believe until they see it with their own eyes, he mused. Shrugging nonchalantly, he said, believe me or not, it's up to you. I'm just giving honest advice. If you don't listen, that's your loss. I'll take this one and open it now. One of the gamblers, eager after hearing the words, break even, couldn't hold back any longer. In no time, the rough stone was cut open, revealing a fine-quality amethyst. After an expert appraisal, it was determined that while the amethyst was not large, its value was still around 100,000 gold coins. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, and all eyes turned to Zhang Xing, their gazes now filled with astonishment and admiration. Incredible! Someone exclaimed, unable to hold back their amazement. Among the remaining dozen or so gamblers, 2 skeptics refused to believe in Zhang Xing's ability and insisted on opening their stones. The result? A total loss of 100,000 gold coins. Their faces instantly darkened with regret. This turn of events significantly boosted Zhang Xing's credibility. The crowd began casting sidelong glances at the store clerk, their expressions tinged with suspicion and latent anger. Zhang Xing, fully aware of their growing doubts, knew they were starting to piece things together but were hesitant to act, likely out of fear of the Steele family's powerful reputation. If that's the case, let's stir the pot a little more, Zhang Xing thought, formulating a plan to ignite their simmering frustration. Ah, he muttered just loud enough for the surrounding crowd to hear. The stones in garden number 3 are all garbage. Not worth buying. Maybe we should check out garden number 4 instead? The crowd, now intrigued, followed Zhang Xing to garden number 4. He paused in front of each rough stone, shaking his head and sighing every time. By the end of the circuit, he hadn't picked a single stone. The onlookers stared at him, puzzled by his behavior. Young master, why aren't you making a move? Someone finally asked, unable to contain their curiosity. Maybe he's out of tricks, another person quipped, their tone carrying a hint of mockery. That's right, out of tricks. Zhang Xing replied, feigning disappointment. The store clerk, observing this, felt a wave of relief. So he's not some legendary stone gambling master after all. Just a bit of showmanship, he thought, secretly reassured. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, thinking there was nothing more to see, Zhang Xing spoke up again. What I mean is, there isn't a single valuable stone in the entire garden number 4. What? That's impossible. The crowd erupted in disbelief. The further you go, the fewer stones there are, and the higher their prices. Gardens number 8 and 9 only have a handful of premium stones, and while they're outrageously expensive, people have opened top-tier emeralds from there before. Exactly. Just yesterday, someone opened high-grade Fengting purple-tier amethyst and Wenyu heart yellow sapphire from gardens number 4, 5, and 6. I saw it myself. They made over 1 million gold coins. The murmurs of doubt and debate surged through the crowd. Zhang Xing snorted, cutting through the commotion. Someone opened top-tier stones? Was it you? Or him? Has anyone here ever pulled a top-tier emerald? The crowd fell silent, his words striking a nerve. They exchanged uneasy glances, but no one dared to speak up. Zhang Xing didn't hold back, scolding them bluntly while hinting that the so-called lucky winners were merely shills. Look at you, your bad luck is written all over your faces. You are just here to be taken advantage of. Watch your words, young master, or you might end up swallowing stones instead. The store clerk finally stepped in, his tone carrying a veiled warning. Our steel family has been in this business for over a century, and our reputation is impeccable. Just look at the scale of our E-Pin Pavilion. All our stones are imported from overseas and handpicked by our expert appraisers. It's impossible for there to be no valuable stones among them. By now, the clerk had figured out what was going on. So these young masters are here to cause trouble, he thought, gritting his teeth. They must have been hired by competitors. No matter when it comes to dealing with troublemakers like this, the store's resident expert will step in. It's no longer my problem. Zhang Xing wasted no time and strode purposefully toward courtyard number 5. The shop assistant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, discreetly signaled to his colleagues inside the shop while closely following Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing's voice grew more brazen. Number 3, number 16, cut them open. The rest are worthless. The shop assistant's face turned ashen, and he silently prayed, Master, please hurry up and come. At this rate, I'm going to lose my job. 8,000 gold coins a year, plus commissions that could total nearly 20,000 gone. Zhang Xing casually waved his small fan and picked out 2 more raw stones. He whispered reassuringly to Jin Bao, who was salivating uncontrollably, don't get greedy over these small gains. Tomorrow, they'll take you to feast on the minds of these families. We're here for revenge, remember? Jin Bao nodded reluctantly, wiping the drool from his mouth. He knew full well that he couldn't reveal his identity in front of this crowd, and his cautious nature helped him resist the urge to devour the gemstones. When the raw stones were cut open, another wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Stone number 3 revealed a high-grade flame-radiant gold, essential for alchemist mages, which was immediately purchased by an unfamiliar mage for 2 million gold coins. Stone number 16 revealed a celestial thunderstone, which a forging master acquired for 2.2 million gold coins. Zhang Xing said no more. He quickly selected and opened more stones, then left without delay. He was fully aware that the upper echelons of Yipinga had already been alerted, and interference could come at any moment. Courtyard number 7, courtyard number 8, he moved swiftly until he finally stopped at courtyard number 10. Luckily, the courtyards were spacious enough. Otherwise, the crowd following him would have had nowhere to stand. Zhang Xing roughly calculated his total earnings. An initial investment of 6 million gold coins had turned into a net profit of over 60 million. Smirking to himself, he thought, Horton, this is the price you pay for twisting the truth. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached. The shop assistant's heart leapt with relief, and he exhaled deeply. Master Gil is here, he muttered to himself, suppressing a grin. You little brat, don't get too cocky. What you've earned so far doesn't count as real money, it's just temporarily sitting in your pocket. Master Gil will take it all back with interest. Master Gil. The crowd greeted him with the utmost respect, eager to witness the drama about to unfold. As Yiping's senior appraiser and a high-level mage, Master Gil was a renowned figure in the appraisal world, though his status was slightly lower than that of alchemists, blacksmiths, and beast tamers. Gil had initially assumed that the 4 young masters had come to cause trouble, which he welcomed as a chance to showcase his appraisal skills. But when he saw the 2 children standing at the center of the commotion, his expression darkened with irritation. 2 kids? How skilled could they possibly be? This could have been handled by another appraiser. Was all this fuss really necessary? The shop assistant leaned in and whispered the situation into Gil's ear. Gil's expression turned to one of surprise as he took another look at Zhang Xing. Could it really be this extraordinary? He wondered. But he still doubted that a child could possess any remarkable ability. At most, he could be at the level of an intermediate appraiser, Gil thought. But he's still a kid, how much could he possibly know? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gil came up with an idea. He turned to Zhang Xing and said, Kid, these raw stones here are nothing special. I happen to have some rare pieces in my collection, ones even I find difficult to evaluate. Why don't we go take a look together? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Master Gil had just issued a public challenge. The entire street was buzzing with chatter. The predicament of E-Pin Pavilion had become the hottest topic for gossip over tea and meals. At the Wan Shifeng shop, the clerk's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. He held up 3 fingers and whispered conspiratorially to an elderly customer. Ha, E-Pin Pavilion really took a huge loss this time. They were utterly humiliated by a kid. It's estimated that their losses are at least this much. 3 million? The elderly customer asked tentatively, his brows furrowing. The clerk scoffed and waved dismissively. Pfft, do you think 10 crates of goods are only worth 3 million? The customer, startled, pressed further. 30 million? The clerk shook his head again, his grin growing wider. Could it be 300 million? The customer shot up from his chair in shock, accidentally knocking over his teacup. The tea spilled across the table and formed a small puddle on the floor. The clerk chuckled gleefully. That's just a conservative estimate. Their stone yield rate is only 3 to 4%. Do you know what that means? The elderly customer suddenly understood. You mean Epine Pavilion is going out of business? Ha ha ha. The clerk laughed heartily and countered. With such a low yield rate, would you gamble there? While the street buzzed with rumors, Master Horton was passionately teaching a magic lesson to his students. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the classroom door, where he noticed the steward of Epine Pavilion pacing anxiously. Frowning, Horton thought to himself, did something major happen at Epine Pavilion? He set down his textbook and stepped out of the classroom. After hearing the steward's account, Horton's brows knitted tightly, and his tone carried a hint of skepticism. Two kids, two young men? Why come to me for this? Shouldn't a treasure appraiser handle it? The steward nervously whispered. I just wanted to be cautious. I thought I'd consult you for advice. Horton understood the subtext in the steward's words regardless of the outcome. He intended to deal with these four individuals. Handle it as you see fit, Horton replied, beginning to turn away. But then, as if struck by a thought, he turned back and asked, Did you find out where they're from? What do they look like? We looked into it. They're not from any family in the capital. Likely outsiders, the steward replied truthfully. Oh, Horton nodded in relief. But when the steward described the group's appearances, he suddenly froze. Are you saying the kid acts mature and always keeps his hands tucked in his sleeves? And there's a fierce-looking man with a dark face beside him? Horton's voice trembled slightly. The steward nodded repeatedly, puzzled. Why does this shock you so much, second master? This is bad. Really bad. Horton's expression darkened. It must be Zhang Xing and that black dragon of his, coming for revenge. I didn't expect that brat to hold such a grudge. I have to go check this out. Without another word, Horton left the bewildered steward behind and hurriedly descended the stairs, his footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing and his group arrived outside a spacious room. Gil ordered the four guards, bring out the raw stones inside. Soon, 6 massive raw stones, each as tall as a person, were carried out and lined up in the center of the room. Gil announced, the usual rules. Each of us picks one stone, and the one with the most valuable find wins. However, if you lose, you must return all the money you've won from our shop. Likewise, if I lose, they'll pay you the equivalent in cash or goods. If it's a tie, well, continue the contest. The previously silent shopkeeper added, of course, you can choose not to accept the challenge. But if you do, you'll be banned from this street, and we won't guarantee your safety anymore. Zhang Xing snapped his folding fan open with a sharp flick and gently waved it a couple of times. In a low voice, he asked, Jinbao, do you see anything suspicious? Jinbao replied, Master, there's no sign of cheating, but these 6 stones are completely empty. Empty? Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's impossible. Why would Gil, that old fox, use worthless stones as treasures? Jinbao explained, Master, you might not know this, but these 6 stones are semi-formed stones buried deep near the mining veins. From the outside, they appear extraordinary, and even the best appraisers wouldn't dare guarantee whether they contain priceless jade or not. And can you tell what's inside? Zhang Xing pressed on. Jinbao lifted his tiny head with pride. Master, are you doubting my treasure-finding abilities? Just follow my lead when it's time to choose. Young master, you go first. Our master Jill will follow right after. The shopkeeper spoke with unwavering confidence, his expression full of certainty. Zhang Xing, without hesitation, followed Jinbao's advice and decisively chose a stone. Master Jill had studied these stones day after day and already had a clear judgment in his mind. When he saw Zhang Xing pick the stone he considered the least valuable, his heart instantly settled. I'll take this one. Let's begin, Jill said, giving a reassuring glance to the shopkeeper. The tension in the air reached its peak. The spectators had already done their mental calculations. This round was worth a staggering 60 million. It had been years since the gambling street had seen such a massive wager, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Emotions ran high among the crowd. Some secretly hoped Zhang Xing would win, while others rooted for the prestige of Epine Pavilion. Most, however, wished to see Epine Pavilion lose, especially the gamblers who had been frequent victims of its sharp practices. After Zhang Xing exposed their schemes, many were simmering with anger but dared not voice it. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted from the stone-cutting area. Look, there's a glow, someone exclaimed. It was Master Jill's stone, radiating an orange light that promised something valuable. Master Jill is going to win, someone cheered. Not so fast, the kid's stone hasn't been fully opened yet, another countered. Come on, it's already halfway cut and hasn't shown a thing. There's no way it'll yield anything. Skeptical voices rippled through the crowd. The shopkeeper, along with his managers and staff, couldn't hide their excitement. Victory is ours. They cast disdainful glances at Zhang Xing, thinking, this brat, barely out of his diapers, dares to challenge Master Jill? How laughable. Master Jill's reputation as a treasure-appraising master was well-deserved. His calm demeanor showed he was more than capable of handling high-stakes situations like this. But just as they were basking in their confidence, a muffled poof sound interrupted the moment. The raw stone emitted a burst of orange energy, which quickly dissipated into the air. Master Jill's face fell. He stared at the fading energy in disbelief and muttered, "How could this be? This is preformation jade material." Shaking his head with a long sigh, he added, "No wonder I couldn't sense it properly, it's only a semi-formed stone." The shopkeeper and his team exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily stunned. Master Jill had actually miscalculated. The crowd, initially holding their breath, exhaled in relief. For a moment, it seemed like Yipin Pavilion's victory was certain. Now, all eyes turned to Zhangxing's stone. Those rooting for him grew increasingly hopeful. He only needed to reveal even a small gem to claim victory. However, as the stone was fully cut open, their hopes were dashed. It appeared to be empty. "Haha, young master, you didn't find anything either. This round's a draw. On to the next." The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, "Wait." Zhang Xing suddenly stepped forward, pulling a small folding fan from his sleeve. With a swift flick, the fan snapped open, and he strode confidently toward the stone. Using the fan, he picked out a palm-sized fragment from the raw stone and walked slowly to the crowd. "Who said it's a draw? I found a jade crystal. Take a look." Even Master Jill leaned in, along with everyone else, to inspect the fragment closely. "No way. That's a jade crystal the size of a soybean," someone exclaimed. "Does that even count?" Another hesitated. "Normally, when cutting stones, I wouldn't even bother looking at such a tiny piece." "Sure, it's jade, but it's practically worthless." Amid the murmurs, Zhang Xing smiled brightly and turned to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, tell me, how much is this little jade crystal worth?" The shopkeeper's face twitched, his muscles stiffening as he struggled to respond. After a long pause, he forced out the words, "Worth 1 gold coin. Great. As long as it has value, that's all that matters," Zhang Xing said with a grin. With a flick of his wrist, the fragment fell to the ground, and the tiny jade crystal popped out with a crisp sound. Then, with a flourish, he snapped his fan shut. "Sorry, but I win." Boom. The crowd erupted instantly. "Yipin Ge lost," someone shouted first, and soon more voices joined in, stirring up a commotion. The hall was filled with waves of cheers and jeers. Master Gil stood frozen on the spot, his expression a mix of emotions, part smirk, part barely restrained fury. The shopkeeper, on the other hand, blinked repeatedly, his face a picture of bewilderment, as if caught in a surreal dream. A sharp clack broke through the chaos as Zhang Xing tapped the fan handle against his palm and said calmly, "Shopkeeper, don't just stand there. Time to pay up, isn't it?" Those words hit the shopkeeper like a bucket of cold water, jolting him back to reality. With so many eyes on him, he dared not try any tricks. Today, Ipingu had not only lost an astronomical amount of gold coins, but also its hard-earned reputation, completely shattered by a mere child. It would take at least a year or two to recover, if at all. Cursing inwardly, the shopkeeper thought, where did this damned brat come from? Why did he have to target Ipingu? Trembling, he pulled out a universal gold card from his pocket and threw it at Zhang Xing with a venomous glare. "Take it. Let's see if you live long enough to spend it." Zhang Xing caught the gold card effortlessly between 2 fingers, unfazed by the shopkeeper's threat. With a smirk, he declared loudly, "Haha, thanks for Yipin Ge's generosity. A clean profit of 1,200,000,000 gold coins today. Oh dear, it's almost midnight, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hey Bao, Xiaobai, Jin Bao, let's go grab some late-night snacks. My treat tonight, order whatever you want." The crowd, hearing Zhang Xing's infuriatingly smug remarks, burst into laughter, some even doubling over. From this moment on, the hot topic of conversation would undoubtedly be how a 1 gold coin gamble led to a 6 million gold coin windfall. The story was bound to spark envy, jealousy, and plenty of laughs. Master Gil remained rooted to the spot, looking as if he felt the loss was somehow unjust and contemplating another round. Others glared at Zhang Xing with resentment, their eyes practically shooting daggers. The shopkeeper, in particular, stared at him with a chilling gaze, thinking darkly, "Enjoy your moment, you little punk. The second you step out of here, do you know how many people will be after those coins? But they won't get them, those belong to Yipingu. You're as good as dead." Just then, a cold voice echoed from the crowd. "Zhang Xing. So it is you." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the crowd was Horton, the second master of the Steel family, who had personally come to the scene. The crowd parted like waves, making way for him. Zhang Xing, who was just about to leave, locked eyes with Horton, their gazes clashing for a tense moment. Zhang Xing paused briefly but then turned nonchalantly to He Bao and said, "Hey Bao, what do you feel like eating later? 3rd tier magical beast or 4th tier?" He Bao scratched his head innocently and replied, anything's fine, but I really like the roasted kind you make, boss. Well, then, we'll have a barbecue in the wild sometime. For tonight, let's just make do, Zhang Xing said casually, continuing his banter with He Bao as he walked toward the exit, acting as if Horton didn't exist. Horton's anger flared. Zhang Xing, you've got some nerve pretending like this. You dare come to my territory and cause trouble? Watch how I'll deal with you. He was just about to lash out when the shopkeeper scrambled up from behind, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. Second master, forgive me for my incompetence. I've embarrassed the Steele family, the shopkeeper stammered, panting as he quickly recounted the events. What? Horton's face turned livid as he listened. Enraged, he slapped the shopkeeper hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. 1,200,000,000 gold coins. Are you trying to ruin me? Horton roared. So the Steele family's hard work for an entire month was just to line Zhang Xing's pockets, huh? Zhang Xing. Stop right there. Horton's furious roar pierced through the night, so loud it made Zhang Xing's ears buzz even though he was already 10 meters away. He instinctively rubbed his ears and turned to his companion, Xiao Bai, asking, Xiao Bai, who's yelling so loudly? Xiao Bai deliberately looked around, avoiding Horton's direction, and replied with feigned ignorance, Boss, I have no idea who's shouting like that. What kind of person yells in the middle of the night? No manners at all. Don't they know people have to work tomorrow? Zhang Xing shot Xiao Bai an approving look before casually turning his head back. Oh my, isn't that Minter Horton? Fancy seeing you here after class. Out for some fun, are we? Horton, a professor who taught the advanced magic class, essentially the equivalent of a senior graduating class, looked even more enraged at Zhang Xing's sarcastic remark. His face darkened, and his nose flared with anger. Fun? Do you think him like you little brats? Wasting time like this? Though he knew Zhang Xing was deliberately provoking him, the smug grin on the boy's face only fanned the flames of his fury. Zhang Xing, as a student of the Royal Academy of Magic and Combat, how dare you come to a place like this to gamble on spirit stones? The moment those words left Horton's mouth, the surrounding crowd erupted in shock. What? That kid's a student at the Royal Academy of Magic and Combat? Wait, did he just call him Zhang Xing? You mean the Zhang Xing? Oh my goodness. I can't believe it's here in person. Someone unfamiliar with the name asked, Who's Zhang Xing? A scoff immediately followed. You've been living under a rock, haven't you? Zhang Xing, the dragon mage. The first mage in the empire to have a dragon as his mount. Aside from Horton and a few others in Zhang Xing's group, everyone else's gazes turned fervent, their faces lit with admiration. Even the steward and shopkeepers of Yiping Pavilion shuddered at the sight of Black Bao standing menacingly beside Zhang Xing. They silently thanked their lucky stars. Thank goodness we didn't make a move earlier. That big guy would have torn us apart. Still wearing a mocking smile, Zhang Xing retorted. What's the problem? Students aren't allowed to gamble on spirit stones? I don't recall that being in the academy rules. Or are you saying, Minter Horton, that you've just invented a new rule on the spot and expect me to obediently accept it? Horton's face flushed with embarrassment, knowing full well what Zhang Xing was insinuating. He quickly changed his approach. Zhang Xing, this establishment belongs to my Steele family. Don't you think you're crossing the line? I'm well aware it's your family's business, Minter. That's precisely why I came. Zhang Xing's words were like daggers, each one stabbing deeper into Horton's pride. You. Horton was so furious he nearly spat blood. He tried a different tactic. Zhang Xing, you're still young. Carrying so much gold on you isn't safe. How about? Stop. Just stop. Zhang Xing cut him off mid-sentence. Minter Horton, I don't carry much money on me. Really. It's all gone in a matter of days. He began rattling off a list. Listen, I don't have a single academic credit right now, so I have to buy everything with gold. Herbalism formulas, ingredients for magic potions, rare metals for alchemido. You have any idea how expensive those are? And enchanting? That's a money pit. Then there's gem cutting for magic staffs. Do you know how much those gems cost? And don't even get me started on forging material. As Zhang Xing rambled on with his nonsensical complaints, Horton silently cursed him in his heart. No mage could possibly master more than 2 professions, but this brat acts like he's learning them all. Minter Horton, Zhang Xing continued. Just 2 professions alone would burn through all my gold. 1,200,000,000 coins aren't nearly enough. How about you lend me some? Thud. Horton nearly collapsed from shock. It dawned on him that this brat was dead set on opposing him, and no amount of reasoning would sway him. Fine. Fine. Horton fumed internally. 1,200,000,000 coins? They'll let you hold on to it for now, but mark my words, he'll get it all back someday. This humiliation. He'll endure it for now. Early the next morning, Zhang Xing climbed out of bed, ready to rush to class. Suddenly, he remembered it was Sunday. He paused in his tracks and recalled an ancient rule of the Tianqing Empire. Every Sunday, students were required to go out and do good deeds. This tradition was originally intended to encourage students to help the poor and demonstrate the emperor's care for his people. However, over time, this rule had become a mere formality, with even the empire's upper class paying it only lip service. After a moment of thought, Zhang Xing decided on his plan for the day. He would head to the Aotlan Mountains to assist the impoverished miners working there. Of course, he had another motive as well to collect interest from his second mentor, Xuelai He. Xuelai's status was even more distinguished than Horton's. He was a member of the imperial family, the brother-in-law of Emperor Keith. Whether he was the eldest brother-in-law or the eighth, Zhang Xing didn't know. But one thing he was certain of, Xuelai's family owned a mine, and not just any ordinary copper or iron minite was a precious mithril mine. Mithril was a rare metal widely used in the crafting of alchemical products and enchanted weapons. It was also indispensable in the construction of magic arrays and various magical experiments. Due to its unique properties and non-renewable nature, mithril was classified as a strategic resource on the Sacred Dragon continent. Whenever a mithril deposit was discovered, the Empire's military would immediately seize control and assign specialists to mine it. Emperor Keith had entrusted this lucrative venture to his brother-in-law, as imperial relatives in the harem were prohibited from holding high-ranking official positions. Granting them wealth instead became the ideal solution. In fact, nearly all of the Empire's critical mining operations were managed by members of the royal family. Zhang Xing calculated in his mind. Since he had collected 1.2 billion gold coins in interest from Horton, the interest owed by mentor Xuelai must not be any less. As for the third mentor, Bill, whose family didn't have significant assets, Zhang Xing would have to wait for a future opportunity to act. Riding his steed, Xiaobai, Zhang Xing arrived at the Aotlan Mountains after a few hours. This area not only contained rich deposits of mithril, but was also home to numerous third and fourth-tier bloodfang spiders. These terrifying creatures lived in the mithril mines and would swarm to attack any intruders they detected. Hiding in a concealed spot, Zhang Xing and Jin Bao observed the heavily guarded mithril mines. Outside the mines, groups of slaves wearing magical shackles struggled to drag heavy ore, their sweat soaking through their tattered clothes. Nearby, another group of impoverished laborers busied themselves with various menial tasks. Seeing the tight security, Zhang Xing thought to himself, "It seems I'll have to dig my way in from a secluded spot." That's Jin Bao's specialty. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a group of panicked slave miners suddenly rushed out of several mine shafts ahead. Bloodfang spiders. So many of them, one miner cried out, but before he could finish his sentence, a thin white strand of web shot out from the cave entrance, wrapping tightly around his neck. Help me! His scream was abruptly cut off as the web yanked him back into the cave. In an instant, he was devoured by a bloodfang spider, which revealed only half of its grotesque body. Immediately afterward, bloodfang spiders of various sizes began swarming out from the crevices. They moved with terrifying speed, spitting out thick, sticky webs. The slower reacting miners were quickly ensnared, unable to even struggle before they became the spider's next meal. The guards sprang into action without hesitation. Clad in full metal armor that left only their vigilant eyes exposed, they formed a tight defensive line with shields and spears in hand. Behind them, a dozen junior magicians simultaneously unleashed their spells, sending waves of searing flames roaring forward. The fire reduced the bloodfang spiders to charred remains. It was clear these soldiers were well practiced in dealing with bloodfang spiders. Faced with the intense fire assault, the second and third-tier spiders scattered in all directions. Their webs, fragile in the face of the flames, disintegrated like coarse fabric threads burned to ash. Zhang Xing keenly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Amid the chaos of the crowd, a small figure silently approached a mining tunnel nestled against the mountain and darted inside like a flash of lightning. A sly smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Xing's lips as he thought, "Go ahead and fight it out outside. I'll be the one reaping the real rewards." Leading He Bao, Xiaobai, and Jin Bao, Zhang Xing ventured deeper into the mine. The tunnel walls on either side were riddled with decrepit bloodfang spider nests, a quiet testament to the area's former glory. Occasionally, low-level spiders appeared along the way, but they posed no threat. He Bao dispatched them effortlessly. After descending diagonally underground for about 100 meters, they finally discovered a vein of mithril. Zhang Xing exclaimed in excitement, "Jin Bao, your feast is right in front of you. Dig in." Jin Bao, who had been in an exhilarated state since entering the mine, pounced on the mithril like a starving wolf, biting into the ore without hesitation. Crunch, crunch. The sound of Jin Bao devouring the ore echoed in the tunnel. The mithril, rich with unique energy, was quickly absorbed and converted into growth energy. Jin Bao's experience points surged rapidly. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, all the way to 500 points. A system notification chimed. "Congratulations! Your gem dragon has leveled up to tier 4. Current experience, 02500. Congratulations, Island Master, for acquiring the mining skill. Zhang Xing was ecstatic, and Heibao couldn't help but grin foolishly alongside him. Zhang Xing quickly checked the mining skills details and instantly grasped all the knowledge, though the skill level would still need to be upgraded from scratch. After finishing the mithril, Jin Bao had grown taller, now standing half a head above Zhang Xing. While not exactly handsome, he was starting to resemble a young man. Zhang Xing waved his hand and commanded, Jin Bao, let's find the next vein. The group followed Jin Bao as they navigated the labyrinthine tunnels. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious cavern where Jin Bao began carefully inspecting the area. He tapped on the walls with his hands, his eyes emitting faint, multicolored beams. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a corner at the deepest part of the cave. Zhang Xing approached and tapped on the solid rock. Jin Bao, is there a vein behind this? Jin Bao explained, yes, boss. Mining stopped here before because this wall is extremely hard and very thick. As he spoke, his hands transformed, revealing two massive dragon claws. Watch me, Jin Bao shouted, launching into action. The tough rock crumbled like tofu under his claws, and in no time, he had excavated a wide opening. With a loud crack, the shattered rock gave way to a shocking sight. An enormous swarm of bloodfang spiders and a substantial deposit of rich mithril ore. Zhang Xing examined the scene carefully, noting that most of the spiders were tier 2 or 3, with fewer than 10 tier 4 ones. A chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed, oh no, we've stumbled into the Spider Queen's lair. The commotion outside had alerted the bloodfang spiders. Swish. In an instant, all the blood-red eyes of the spiders inside the cave turned in unison toward the four figures outside. After a brief moment of suspicion, the swarm erupted into chaos, surging toward the cave entrance in a frenzy. To them, this was a rare chance for fresh prey. Heibao licked his lips and shot Xiaobai a provocative look. Rock, paper, scissors, one round to decide the winner. Xiaobai smiled faintly and agreed cheerfully. All right, they seem pretty impatient, let's make this quick. Erlong, pretending to be serious, turned his back and began chanting. Rock, paper, scissors. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao widened their eyes, holding their breath as they awaited the outcome. Heibao threw out rock, while Xiaobai revealed scissors. Haha, I win again. Heibao exclaimed triumphantly. Xiaobai, not to lecture you or anything, but you should read more books and study strategies like the 18 stratagems and 36 tactics. Only by learning can you sharpen your wits. Take me, Haibeoj. For example, I love learning, which is why I always win. Xiaobai maintained a humble expression and complimented. Haibeoj's words are pearls of wisdom. I'm enlightened, truly. Jin Bao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he suddenly chimed in. Xiaobai, you seemed a bit slow to make your move. Were you letting Haibeoj win? Heibao's eyes widened. Xiaobai, is what Jin Bao said true? Of course not, Haibeoj. We moved at the same time. Xiaobai replied, looking innocent as he spread his hands, his expression earnest. Heibao nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Bao. Jin Bao, don't jump to conclusions if you didn't see clearly. Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly. Jin Bao's attempt to stir up trouble had only earned him Heibao's irritation. Haibeoj, quick. The spiders are coming. Jin Bao hastily changed the subject. Heibao turned with a disdainful snort. A swarm of bloodfang spiders was surging toward them. Haha, I'll burn you disgusting pests to ashes. Before he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and unleashed a jet of ordinary flames. Though not true dragon breath, the power far surpassed a mage's magic of the same level. Whoosh! Wherever the flames reached, the bloodfang spiders were instantly incinerated, evaporating into the air. In moments, over half of the spiders pouring out of the cave had been burned away. The remaining ones continued their relentless charge, but their webs disintegrated upon contact with the fire, rendering their attacks useless. The last dozen or so fourth-tier bloodfang spiders fixed their eerie, glowing red eyes on the group. There was no fear in their gaze, only cruel intent. Swish! They moved abruptly, encircling the group with alarming speed. Heh, they've got a bit of intelligence, knowing how to use tactics, huh? Heibao remarked nonchalantly. He opened his mouth again and spun in a circle, releasing a torrent of flames. The fourth-tier spiders were instantly engulfed, thrashing briefly before disintegrating into nothingness. All done. Cleaned up, Heibao said with satisfaction. There are at least a dozen rich mithril veins in here, more than enough for Jin Bao to reach the 5th tier. I might as well practice my mining skills too. Zhang Xing didn't bother to stop Heibao from taking as much, or as he wanted. From the system shop, Zhang Xing exchanged for a mining pick and approached one of the rich veins. Clang! With a swing of the pick, he unearthed a piece of ore, and his mining skill increased by 1 point. After extracting 25 pieces, the skill points stopped increasing. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations, you've reached beginner mining skill. Current experience, 25100. Zhang Xing knew the next step was to exchange for a furnace to smelt these ores into ingots, an essential process for gaining experience points. Once smelted, the ores would be refined, with impurities removed, making them far more valuable. Zhang Xing spent 10,000 gold coins in the system stored to exchange for a bronze furnace, which he placed in the mine to begin smelting. As mithril ores were thrown into the furnace, his mining experience points began to increase slowly. Smelting 50 mithril ingots allowed him to advance to intermediate mining, but Jinbeo's experience points still had a way to go before leveling up. As the smelting process continued, Zhang Xing noticed that the experience point growth was slowing down. Initially, smelting one piece of ore would grant one experience point, but now it required 2 or even 3 pieces to achieve the same increase. When his experience reached 75 points, it completely stalled. Zhang Xing realized that to reach the maximum level in mining, he would need to find higher-grade ores. While waiting for Jinbao to level up, Zhang Xing reflected on his 3 dragons. Xiaobai exhibited the highest intelligence, adept at maintaining balance among the trio. Without Xiaobai's mediation, Heibao might spend all his time fighting with Xiaobai or bullying Jinbao. Even so, Heibao's simplicity made him easy to manipulate. A few sweet words from Xiaobai could leave him beaming with joy. By now, Xiaobai had clearly assumed the role of leader among the 3. Seeing them coexist peacefully brought a sense of relief to Zhang Xing. Half an hour slipped by quietly, and the system suddenly chimed in, "Ding! Congratulations! Gemdragon has advanced to Tier 5. Current experience, 010,000. Zhang Xing focused his gaze and saw that Jinbao now stood at just about 1.65 meters tall, with a lean frame, a sneaky grin, and shifty eyes that made him look rather untrustworthy. Although this appearance was far from human aesthetic standards, Zhang Xing could only accept it. After all, they weren't human. Realizing that smelting mithril ore here no longer granted any experience points, Zhang Xing decided to change tactics. For the rest of the time, let's start moving these ores to Dragon Island. Smelted mithril ingots are not only useful for us, but can also be sold to other mages. Jinbao, this is your food, so make sure to carry plenty. At his command, the 3 dragons immediately perked up and sprang into action with astonishing speed. Led by Jinbao, they zipped forward, their tails skillfully wrapping around mithril ores of various sizes and effortlessly tossing them onto Dragon Island. Zhang Xing followed leisurely behind, watching as the trio cleared out the entire area of ores. Hours later, Zhang Xing looked at the now empty mining site with satisfaction and praised the dragons. Well done, team. The 3 dragons puffed out their chests proudly, feeling immense pride in their master's approval. Just as Zhang Xing was preparing to move to the next location to gather more ore, the entire mine suddenly began to tremble violently. What's going on? His face darkened as alarm bells rang in his mind. He quickly realized that this wasn't a normal earthquake. The tremor seemed to originate from the spot where he had been smelting ores earlier. Team, conceal your presence and move quietly to check it out, Zhang Xing instructed in a low voice. Heibao took the lead, with Xiaobai covering the rear, as they cautiously crept toward the source of the disturbance. When they arrived, the scene before them was shocking. The previously flat rock surface was now shattered and jagged, as if some massive creature had burst out from underground. Zhang Xing quickly deduced, it's a giant beast likely above Tier 5. Judging by the sound, it seems to be heading toward the surface. We need to follow it and find out what's going on. After a brief discussion, the group decided to proceed carefully. Zhang Xing speculated, that beast might be the ruler of this area, the Bloodfang demon spider. But from the tracks it left behind, it seems to be in a hurry. What could have caused such urgency? As they moved forward, the rumbling noises grew more intense. The mine was left in complete disarray by the beast, as if it deliberately wanted to block their path. Zhang Xing pondered as he walked, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it have been scared off by Heibao and the others? Bloodfang spiders attacking miners was a common occurrence. After a fierce battle on the surface, the surviving spiders abandoned the corpses of their fallen companions and retreated in a panic. While the soldiers were directing the slaves to clear the battlefield, the ground suddenly trembled, and a deafening rumble echoed in their ears. Quick! Defensive positions, prepare for battle! The soldiers shouted as they swiftly formed ranks, bracing for what they thought was another wave of attacking spiders. However, with an earth-shaking boom, the entrance to the mine, over 10 meters wide, collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew in all directions, and a thick cloud of dust filled the air. As the dust began to settle, everyone froze in shock. Standing before them was a massive spider, its entire body shimmering with a metallic sheen. The creature stood over 10 meters tall, its 8 enormous legs lined with sharp bristles, and its eerie red eyes glowed ominously through the haze. My God! It's a Tier 6 Bloodfang demon spider, the king of the Bloodfang spiders, someone exclaimed in horror. How is this possible? After all these years, We had no idea a Tier 6 Spider King was lying dormant deep underground. Another voice stammered. This is highly unusual. Normally, when a Spider King awakens, there are signs. All the lower-tier spiders should have gathered around it, waiting to be devoured, not attacking us. Something must have disturbed it, forcing it to awaken prematurely. The two leaders quickly discussed the situation and, realizing they lacked the strength to confront such a powerful foe, immediately sent out a magical distress signal for reinforcements. The Bloodfang demon spider emerged slowly from the dust cloud, its massive body shaking as it moved. Its sinister red eyes scanned its surroundings, as though searching for an escape route. But before it could act, a barrage of spells from the mages descended upon it. Waves of scorching flames engulfed the spider, but to no avail. The creature remained unscathed, and the assault only served to enrage it further. To the Bloodfang demon spider, these tiny beings were nothing more than insignificant ants. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a colossal web, ensnaring the soldiers and mages who had dared to attack it. The web contracted swiftly, and the spider began devouring its prey on the spot. The truth was that the demon spider had been in a deep slumber underground when it was suddenly awakened by a pulse of energy that filled it with dread. Upon waking, it realized that the disturbance came not from one, but three overwhelming bloodline auras. From its ancient ancestral memory, it knew these bloodlines were insurmountable. Even as a Tier 6 being, it lacked the courage to confront such power. Once the Black Treasure 3 dragons had moved far enough away, the spider tore through the ground in a frenzy, desperate to flee. Now, the demon spider was not only terrified but also ravenously hungry. It hadn't intended to eat humans, but with so many presenting themselves as easy prey, it could no longer restrain itself. Gurgle, gurgle. The unsettling sounds from its abdomen echoed as it panted heavily from its frantic escape. Yet, its hunger drove it to continue. One bite at a time, it swallowed its victims whole, devouring over 30 people in mere seconds. As its strength returned, the demon spider prepared to resume its escape. However, the horrifying scene had already been witnessed by nearby soldiers, slaves, and civilians. Paralyzed by fear, some collapsed on the spot, while others scattered in all directions. Chaos erupted throughout the mining area as panicked screams and cries filled the air. The Spider King turned its gaze toward the mass of food before it. Its earlier meal had barely satisfied its hunger. Cruel desire gleamed in its eyes, especially as it spotted those who were too terrified to move. A few steps were all it needed to consume them as well. At that moment, the Spider King heard a noise behind it. Terrified, it pushed off with its 8 long legs and leapt over 10 meters in an instant. Turning around, its 8 compound eyes widened in shock. What it saw was a child and 3 adults. The Spider King quickly focused its senses and discovered that the ominous aura that had filled it with dread was nowhere to be found. Its demeanor changed dramatically, as though it had become a completely different spider. It raised its head high, and its 8 eyes once again gleamed with a disdainful arrogance. Tap, tap, tap. The Spider King strutted confidently toward Zhang Xing and the others, thinking to itself, perfect timing. I was still hungry, and now here are 4 more. I won't hold back. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao had no intention of dealing with such trivial matters themselves. He Bao and Xiao Bai, the 2 dragons, exchanged a glance. Xiao Bai spoke first. He Bao, how about you take this one, and I'll handle the next? Deal? He Bao tilted his head in thought and, finding the suggestion fair, nodded in agreement. He Bao stretched his body, the cracking of his joints echoing loudly. Huh, little spider, watch as Grandpa He teaches you a lesson. With that, he let out a deep growl roar. The Spider King saw a blur before its eyes as the black-faced man suddenly vanished. A blinding light pierced its compound eyes, nearly rendering it blind. When its vision cleared, it saw a massive dragon, 16 or 17 meters long, circling in the sky. Its jet-black, fearsome scales gleamed menacingly under the sunlight. Instinctively, the Spider King staggered back several steps, frozen in place. There was no mistaking this was the very aura that had driven it to flee in terror earlier. And now, it realized, it was coming from none other than the mighty black dragon. The Spider King instantly deflated, its once fierce gaze dulling, its head retracting. Its 8 long legs trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse to its knees. Xiao Bai shook his head from the sidelines, thinking, this Spider King's combat abilities are pathetic. It doesn't stand a chance against He Bao. Back in the trial grounds, He Bao fought 60 golden dragons every day. Even against other black dragons of the same tier, it was never a contest. Meanwhile, the slaves and peasants who had scattered earlier were now peeking out from behind distant rocks and hills. They, too, caught sight of the black dragon in the sky and immediately fell to their knees in reverence, praying fervently. O great dragon lord, Your devoted followers offer their prayers and blessings. Please drive away these dreadful beasts. Even some soldiers emerged from their hiding places, staring up at the sky in awe. This can't be real, can it? Am I actually seeing a dragon? Is it here to save us? In this remote mining district, news from the imperial capital rarely reached them, and daily life consisted mostly of drinking and gambling. Their monthly pay was decent, and life was relatively carefree. Situations like this were common, as bloodfang spiders were usually dealt with by mages and warriors. But the appearance of the Spider King was unprecedented. They had resigned themselves to certain death until the miraculous arrival of the dragon. Dragons had always been the stuff of legend, mere whispers passed around in taverns. These low-ranking soldiers never even knew that dragons truly existed on this continent. To witness one with their own eyes was nothing short of shocking. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "Long live the Black Dragon Lord!" The cry spread like wildfire, igniting the surrounding crowd. First a few people joined in, then dozens, then hundreds. In no time, the entire mining district reverberated with the voices of over 1,000 people chanting in unison, "Long live the Black Dragon Lord!" The already terrified demon spider was startled again by the shout, immediately turning to flee in panic. This unexpected scene left the onlookers stunned. Black Bao didn't chase after it right away, but instead struck a dramatic pose on the spot. "Master, what's Black Bao doing? It looks so strange," Xiaobai asked, puzzled. "Black Bao is showing off," Jin Bao blurted out, hitting the nail on the head. The crowd burst into laughter at this remark. Indeed, hearing so many people chant, "Long live the Black Dragon Lord," made it impossible for Black Bao not to bask in the glory. Spreading its 4 massive claws wide, each tip glinted with a sharp, icy sheen. Its enormous dragon head rose proudly, with its horns shining brilliantly under the sunlight. 2 eyes, as large as bronze bells, gleamed with intensity, while its long whiskers danced in the breeze. It deliberately turned sideways toward the kneeling crowd, striking in shaped pose that flaunted every shimmering scale on its body. The fleeing demon spider, after running over 100 meters, couldn't resist glancing back. Upon seeing this spectacle, it froze for a split second before breaking into a frenzied sprint. Meanwhile, Black Bao leisurely circled in the air a few times, letting out a thunderous roar before vanishing from sight in an instant. 500 meters away, the demon spider felt its 8 legs grow heavy as if filled with lead. It wished desperately for 8 more legs to aid its escape. The barren rocky terrain offered no place to hide. Just as panic gripped its heart, a massive dragon head suddenly appeared right in front of it. Seeing the amused glint in Black Bao's eyes, the demon spider trembled all over. Summoning strength from who knows where, it pushed off the ground with 7 legs, launching itself 50 meters forward like a spring. "Not bad, decent jumping skills. But do you really think you can outrun me?" Black Bao sneered, disappearing in a blur and reappearing ahead of the demon spider to block its path. The spider landed and found itself staring into Black Bao's eyes once more, sinking into utter despair. Though it couldn't speak human language, Black Bao understood its beastly plea. "Boss, stop messing with me. Just kill me already, make it quick." "Kill you? Of course. Have you ever seen a cat spare a mouse?" Before the words finished, Black Bao's razor-sharp claws slashed down. Boom. The demon spider was sent tumbling across the ground, rolling over a dozen times as 3 of its massive legs were severed. Without pause, Black Bao's second strike came roaring through, slamming the spider into a rocky cliff, shattering a tumter-high boulder. All its remaining legs were crushed, and a tumter-long gaping wound tore open across its abdomen. With one final blow, Black Bao smashed the demon spider's head, extracting a fist-sized magic crystal. Then, with a fiery breath, it reduced the lifeless body to ashes. Returning triumphantly, Black Bao proudly showed off its spoils to Xiaobai and Jin Bao. The successful hunt of the 6th-tier magical beast earned Zhang Xing 300 experience points. The updated stats were as follows. Intermediate Mage 49110000, Intermediate Warrior 49110000. Black Bao's experience reached 3411000, Xiao Bai's 4110000, and Jin Bao's 010000. Although the progress toward leveling up was slow, the expedition was still incredibly fruitful. Jin Bao successfully advanced to the 5th tier, significantly enhancing its ability to identify and locate treasures. Its skills now far surpassed those of most human appraisers, reaching an impressive intermediate level. Zhang Xing stood before the yawning mouth of the mine, his mind whirring with calculations. Today's haul had been descent a vein of mithril ore and some spoils of war, but it wasn't nearly enough to deal a significant blow to the Shuelai family. More importantly, his mining skill still hadn't reached its peak. "If Mentor Shuelai ever found out what kind of person I really am," he mused, perched atop Xiaobai's back, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, She'd probably think twice about teaming up with Horton to tarnish my name. He continued flying along the towering peaks of the Aotlan Mountains until a smaller mine came into view. This one, however, was far better fortified. The number of guards stationed there was significantly higher than before. Zhang Xing hovered in the shadows, biding his time, but no opportunity to sneak in presented itself. Jianbao, he called out to his trusted companion, find us a quiet spot and see if you can dig us a way in. No problem, boss. Jianbao replied, brimming with confidence. Following Jinbao's lead, Xiaobai landed in a secluded valley hidden from prying eyes. Jinbao surveyed the terrain with a keen eye and then exclaimed excitedly, boss, there's a rich vein of Kurgold, or just 200 meters below us. That's nothing for me, I'll have it done in no time. Before Zhang Xing could respond, Jinbao had already unsheathed his razor-sharp claws and started digging. Dust and debris filled the air as he burrowed into the rock with remarkable speed, vanishing into the depths. Half an hour later, Jinbao re-emerged, spitting out a stream of rubble that quickly formed a small hill. After 2 more trips back and forth, he emerged one final time, flashing an okay gesture with pride. Zhang Xing marveled at the sight before him, a tunnel over 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, plunging straight down 200 meters. To his delight, the tunnel connected directly to one of the Shuelai family's storage mines, where neatly stacked or awaited transport. Jinbao reported his findings with enthusiasm. The Kurgold or yield isn't great, they only ship it out once a month. The next pickup is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Perfect. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. You guys head back to the island and wait for me. They'll personally help with this shipment. Positioning himself outside the storage room, Zhang Xing peered through a tiny hole in the rock wall, observing the activity inside. Workers were still busy loading or into wooden crates. An hour later, the guards finally secured the room, locking the 2 massive 4-meter-high iron doors with a resounding clang. Right on schedule, Zhang Xing murmured, slipping effortlessly through the narrow half-meter-wide opening into the storage room. Many thanks to the Shuelai family for their generous contribution. They'll gladly accept this month's stock. Collect. In an instant, row upon row of Kurgold or began vanishing as if swept away by an invisible hand. Zhang Xing strolled leisurely through the storage room, his pace unhurried, his demeanor as casual as if he were browsing a library. To avoid alerting the guards outside, he deliberately slowed his movements. It took over an hour to clear out the entire stock pillar, a testament to the sheer volume of ore. Suddenly feeling a bit urgent, Zhang Xing muttered as he glanced at the now empty crates. A mischievous idea struck him, and his lips curled into a smirk. Might as well leave them a little keepsake. The sound of trickling water echoed through the chamber. Moments later, Zhang Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction. Well, that's that. Goodbye, and good luck. With a carefree wave, he disappeared into the tunnel, leaving behind a very unexpected gift. Early the next morning, senior members of the Shuelai family began arriving at the mining site one after another. Even the highly esteemed patriarch of the family came in person, ready to inspect the month's production results. The head of the mining site greeted the patriarch with a beaming smile and reported enthusiastically, Patriarch, this month's output has hit a record high 3 times the usual amount. The patriarch stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Well done. When I promoted you to manage the mine, it was because I recognized your sense of responsibility. You have truly lived up to my expectations. Hearing this, the manager immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, Patriarch, for your trust. These achievements are all thanks to your wise leadership. I dare not take the credit. You always know how to talk, the patriarch said with a hearty laugh. You never fail to say exactly what I like to hear. He was already calculating in his mind. A month's output equaling 3 months worth submitting just over a month's share would suffice, leaving the rest as pure profit. The emperor, upon seeing this overachievement, would no doubt be greatly pleased. Just as everyone was basking in the joy of the moment, the steward of the mining site suddenly burst in, stumbling as he fell to his knees. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he stammered, Patriarch, something terrible has happened, it's all gone. For a moment, the room fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had just heard something utterly unbelievable. The patriarch set down his teacup and spoke in a low, steady voice. Say that again? The steward trembled as he explained. Last night, after delivering the final batch of this month's ore, I personally inspected the shipment. But just now, when I went to the storage room and opened the door, all the crates were empty. Ridiculous! Several people exclaimed in unison. The storage room only has 1 door. What? Did the ore grow wings and fly away? Enough! The patriarch commanded, his tone firm. Follow me. Let's see for ourselves. The group made their way to the storage room, and the sight before them left everyone stunned. The once spacious storage room was now completely empty. Suspicious glances immediately turned toward the steward, whose face turned ashen as he knelt again in fear. The patriarch waved his hand dismissively. Stand up. You and a few others. Come with me to inspect the area thoroughly. With that, he led the way into the storage room and began a meticulous search. When he reached a corner of the room, he noticed a few damp wooden crates. Bending down to sniff them, his brows furrowed. What's this smell? Another senior family member leaned in to sniff as well. Patriarch. It smells like urine. Moments later, someone else called out, Patriarch, there's something strange about the rocks here. The patriarch quickly walked over and tapped on the rock wall, listening to the sound it produced. Everyone, step back, he ordered, his voice steady but commanding. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the wall. With a muffled thud, a hole about half a meter wide appeared in the rock face. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what use such a small opening could possibly have. The clan leader had a vague suspicion in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it yet. His clenched fists trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and struck the rock with two more powerful punches. With a thunderous boom, an even larger hole appeared before everyone's eyes. The light from the magical glowstones illuminated the opening, revealing a sloping passageway leading upward. A sharp clang echoed in everyone's minds, as though something had shattered. The clan leader's face turned ashen, and his furious roar reverberated through the dark passageway. Who has stolen my Kyrium ore? At the same time, a deafening roar erupted over the Shelley family's mithril mine. Who has taken my ore? The second-in-command of the Shelley family let out a howl of rage and frustration, his voice filled with indignation. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Xing, was calmly sitting in his classroom, attending a lecture. He had returned home late last night, yet he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, he was brimming with excitement. In the castle on Dragon Island, he had set aside a dedicated storage room to carefully store all the ores. Then, he took out his furnace and began smelting the Kyrium. By the time he had forged the 25th Kyrium ingot, a sudden flash of light enveloped him. His mining skill had reached its maximum level. To his delight, Zhang Xing discovered that feeding a smelted Kyrium ingot to Jinbao provided even more experience points than feeding raw ore. 3 ores could be smelted into 1 ingot, and each ingot granted 9 experience points, equivalent to the value of 9 ores. It was like a supercharged version of a calcium supplement. Overjoyed, Zhang Xing worked through the night, smelting a total of 300 Kyrium ingots before exhaustion finally forced him to rest. If the Shelley family knew he was using their priceless ore to feed his dragon, they would probably faint from sheer anger. Though Zhang Xing was well aware of the immense value of Kyrium ingots, he had his own mental ledger. While the ores in front of him were worth billions of gold coins, the higher Jinbao's rank became, the rarer the treasures he could find. In the long run, this investment was bound to yield even greater rewards. Jinbao's progress was promising, but the growth of Heibao and Xiaobai was lagging behind. Just then, the system shop updated with a new page, offering 2 alchemical recipes. One for dragon flame pills, meant for Heibao, and another for dragon snow pills, designed for Xiaobai. Each recipe required 108 ingredients, and each pill could grant 500 experience points. However, the challenge was formidable. 10 of the ingredients were so expensive it was almost laughable. Even if Zhang Xing sold all his ores, he still couldn't afford them. The 1 billion gold coins he had recently earned were barely enough to cover the cost of the remaining materials. Sitting in the classroom, Zhang Xing mulled over his predicament. While the new method offered a way forward, the difficulty remained high. He decided to pursue a dual strategy, hunting magical beasts while searching for rare materials. The Alchemist Guild was undoubtedly the best place to seek these resources. Although the Alchemist Guild in the Tianqing Empire was just a small branch of the greater Saint Dragon Continent network, it could still provide valuable information, even if it didn't have all the materials in stock. As Zhang Xing was lost in thought, his teacher's voice interrupted him. Class, the Spring Auxiliary Profession Certification exams are coming up. If you wish to register, please head to the Academy's External Affairs Department after class. The Academy will organize transportation to the guilds for the exams. Hearing this announcement, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the qualifications of an advanced alchemist, his chances of acquiring the materials would improve significantly. The moment the class ended, he dashed to the External Affairs Department to sign up. The instructor overseeing the registration process gave Zhang Xing a disdainful look and thought to himself, he can't even handle magic class properly, and he wants to become an alchemist? Zhang Xing paid no attention to the judgmental gaze. Inwardly, he shrugged and thought, let them think what they want. If anyone has a problem, they can take it up with my fists. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Xing walked slowly toward the dormitory, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of 2 figures quickly approaching from the left mentors Houghton and Shelley. Zhang Xing's heart sank. He knew that his appearance in the Shelley family's mining area would inevitably arouse suspicion, but he remained calm. After all, suspicion alone meant nothing. They had no evidence. Just like the rumors of him escaping on a dragon, no one could prove it. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Xing maintained a steady pace. Yet, inwardly he wondered, why was Minter Houghton tagging along? His family didn't even have a mine. Zhang Xing, stop right there. Minter Shelley's furious roar startled the nearby students, who quickly stepped aside. Zhang Xing, however, acted as though he hadn't heard anything and kept walking. Houghton and Shelley quickened their pace to catch up, while Shelley grew angrier at Zhang Xing's unbothered demeanor. The Shelley family had mobilized nearly all their resources to capture the notorious thief. Even Emperor Keith had flown into a rage, smashing his beloved agate goblet and issuing a deadline for solving the case. If the case remained unsolved, not only would someone have to take responsibility with their life, but the family would also have to pay a massive sum of gold to cover the losses. Over 6 billion gold coins. It was like carving out a piece of their heart. Finally catching up, Minter Shelley stepped in front of Zhang Xing, blocking his path. Zhang Xing, didn't you hear me calling you? Are you deaf? He demanded angrily. Zhang Xing looked up at Shelley's face, twisted with fury, and thought to himself that the expression was almost as menacing as black treasures. Slowly, he pulled 2 cotton balls out of his ears, gave his ear canals a deliberate cleaning, and then lazily asked, "What did you say?" Shelley was so enraged he nearly fainted. This kid was definitely doing this on purpose. Who walks around with their ears blocked? What reason could there possibly be for that? At that moment, he recalled Houghton's earlier warning. This kid Zhang Xing is extremely crafty and infuriating. Don't waste words with him, just get straight to the point. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Shelley demanded sternly, "Zhang Xing, I'm asking you, what were you doing in the Aochalan Mountains yesterday?" Houghton, standing nearby, groaned inwardly. That wasn't getting straight to the point. Why was Shelley beating around the bush? Sure enough, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up as if he had just been transported to a wide-open sky. The Aochalan Mountains are so beautiful, especially when viewed from above the rolling peaks, the lush green forests. Next time, if you have some free time, I'll take you both up on my dragon. Enough. Enough already. Shelley interrupted impatiently, cutting off Zhang Xing's endless rambling. What were you doing at our family's mining area? Your family's mining area? Zhang Xing blinked, feigning confusion. Seeing Zhang Xing's act, Shelley pressed further. Yes, the mining area where you and your black dragon killed the Spider King. Oh, Zhang Xing dragged out the syllable, pausing for a couple of seconds before continuing as though he'd just realized something. So that's your family's, huh? Wow, impressive. You have a mine. That's amazing, Minter Shelley. Cut the nonsense. What were you doing inside the mine? Shelley demanded, laying a trap. Zhang Xing replied leisurely, well, I was just passing by. I didn't plan on going down. Everything there is so barren, ruining the natural beauty. What's there to see? But just as I was about to leave, that Bloodfang demon spider suddenly appeared. It was a 6th-tier creature, and neither Black Treasure nor I could take it on. But for the sake of human lives, Black Treasure charged in without hesitation. As everyone saw, while we managed to kill the spider, Black Treasure was gravely injured on the brink of death, barely hanging on. Sigh. And now we can't even find anyone to cover the medical expenses. As he spoke, Zhang Xing's eyes suddenly gleamed with an idea. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned and asked, "Oh, by the way, Minter Shelley, would it be possible for you to provide some financial assistance? You know, just a little gold to buy medicine for Black Treasure?" Shelley and Houghton finally experienced Zhang Xing's silver tongue firsthand. Despite being seasoned and worldly mentors, who placed a 30-40 suspicion on Zhang Xing, they found no flaws in his expressions or actions. They were left puzzled. Either this boy was extraordinarily cunning, or someone else was behind it. With no other choice, they asked a few simple questions and left, clearly disgruntled. Zhang Xing, as usual, walked back to his dormitory at his leisurely pace. Shortly after, Shelley and Houghton emerged from the shadows and exchanged their thoughts. It doesn't seem like it was him. You're right. How could a kid pull off something so elaborate? Nevertheless, they decided to keep a close eye on Zhang Xing. As night fell, Zhang Xing entered the Dragon Island space, where mountains of ores were piled up in the warehouse. He set aside the kryptonite ore for Jin Bao and forged all the remaining mithril ore into ingots. Working tirelessly through the night, he produced 12,000 brick-sized mithril ingots, worth over 1 billion gold coins. He planned to head to Minai Port, the second-largest city in the Tianqing Empire, in 2 days to auction them off. Zhang Xing had a keen interest in alchemy, an auxiliary profession. Whether for cultivators or ordinary people, the assistance of alchemists was indispensable. While warriors and mages could also learn this skill, the best and most potent elixirs could only be crafted by professional alchemists. He noticed that these guilds seemed to establish themselves in coastal cities rather than the imperial capital, a decision that hinted at some unknown reasoning. As class time approached, Zhang Xing meditated briefly to restore his energy, then headed to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. Once he settled into his seat in the classroom, the mentor entered with a serious expression and announced that the dean wanted to see him. In the dean's office, Zhang Xing found Emperor Keith standing with his back to the door, gazing out the window. After saluting, Zhang Xing stood a step behind the emperor. A long silence followed before Keith, without turning around, asked in a calm tone, "Was it you who stole the Shelley family's ores?" Zhang Xing neither responded immediately nor showed any sign of grievance. After a few seconds, he calmly replied, "No." Another silence lingered. A minute later, Keith waved his hand dismissively. "Go back to class." Although his tone was composed, Zhang Xing knew the emperor did not believe him. Inwardly, Zhang Xing scoffed. "Believe me or not, it makes no difference. Anyone who dares to cross me will pay 100-fold, even if the heavens themselves intervene. I couldn't care less about your attitude when I, Zhang Xing, act. I owe no one an explanation." 2 days later, the port city of Mine welcomed a delegation from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Over 30 students, led by 2 instructors, arrived at the bustling harbor. The port was teeming with people, as aspiring candidates from all over Tianqing gathered, making the city livelier than ever. The group soon made their way to the headquarters of the Apothecary Guild, an imposing and grandiose structure. Above the main entrance hung a massive plaque with the bold and commanding words, "Apothecary Guild." On either side of the plaque were depictions of an herbal plant and a medicinal pill, symbolizing the core functions of this prestigious institution. After a brief wait in the spacious hall, the instructors distributed exam registration forms. Each candidate was required to head to their designated examination room based on the information provided. While most students were there to qualify as apprentices, the specific fields and levels varied. It was then that Zhang Xing realized the senior apothecary he had initially signed up for during school registration had been changed to apothecary apprentice on the form. He quickly understood why this professional examination system, much like those on Earth, required candidates to start from the most basic level. Entering the examination room, Zhang Xing was greeted by a sea of candidates, numbering at least 500. His small figure at the doorway immediately drew everyone's attention. A stern-faced invigilator frowned and barked, "This is an exam hall. No unauthorized persons are allowed. Kid, go find your parents and stop disrupting the examination." "I'm here to take the exam," Zhang Xing responded calmly. "Take the exam? Nonsense. What could a child like you possibly be testing for? Leave at once." The instructor stepped forward, intending to escort him out, but froze just as his hand was about to touch Zhang Xing's shoulder. Zhang Xing had silently pulled a form from his sleeve. The instructor, now suspicious, took the form and examined it. Zhang Xing, age 7, Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, exam subject, apothecary apprentice. His face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem. Find your assigned seat according to the number on the form. The exam is about to begin." This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. However, disdainful glances soon turned toward the young candidate. Whispers broke out among the crowd. "Does he really think qualifying as an apprentice is that easy? We've been preparing for this since enrollment, memorizing countless herbal names and their properties every single day. Even after graduation, passing this exam is no guarantee. Do you know how many herbs there are to memorize? 12,000. If you can't pass during your student years, you're pretty much out of luck for life," someone else added. Age and time are huge factors. Sure, there are rare cases of people passing in their 30s or 40s, but how many of those exist? After graduation, most people are too busy making a living to study. But if you do pass, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. From there, you can aim for junior, intermediate, and senior apothecary qualifications. Zhang Xing silently took his seat. Soon, a thick exam booklet was distributed, its heft rivaling that of a full-length book. The stern-faced invigilator made one final announcement: exam rules. If anyone is caught cheating, they will be immediately expelled from the examination hall and permanently banned from future exams. The questions are randomly selected from the field of herbal knowledge. To pass, you must achieve a score of 95 or higher. Begin. His eagle-like gaze swept across the room, sharp and penetrating, making every candidate feel as though it was fixed directly on them. Zhang Xing picked up his pen, his gaze sweeping over the exam questions, and he was immediately at a loss. He inwardly berated himself, realizing that the herbal medicine book he had purchased from the system store only covered basic principles and methods for refining pills, while the exam focused on the types and uses of herbs. The questions required detailed explanations of the types and effects of vine lotus, as well as whether Zhuxian could be combined with other medicinal ingredients, topics far beyond his preparation. Looking around, Zhang Xing saw other candidates fully absorbed in answering the questions, including students from the Royal Academy. He silently cursed, wondering whether the instructor had intentionally or unintentionally failed to inform him of the exam's scope. With no other choice, he decided to improvise on the spot. Opening the system store, Zhang Xing quickly navigated to the herbal medicine section. From hundreds to millions of types of medicinal herbs, The options ranged in price from 100 gold coins to tens of millions. Without hesitation, he chose the most expensive version, reasoning that after spending billions on raising his dragon, this small expense was negligible. Several proctors noticed Zhang Xing's unusual behavior. At first, they assumed he was just another privileged noble here to flaunt his status. However, as Zhang Xing began writing furiously, their expressions shifted from disdain to astonishment. In particular, Zaka, the stern-faced instructor, grew visibly more sullen. Zaka was a senior alchemist known for his strictness with apprentices. He smirked inwardly, convinced that Zhang Xing was a frivolous noble merely trying to glean insight into the exam format. He felt a sense of satisfaction, certain that these aristocratic dilettantes could never grasp the true depth of the questions. But Zhang Xing entered a peculiar state. As he read each question, the answers seemed to flow effortlessly into his mind. His hand moved swiftly, as if he wasn't writing answers, but sketching at a frantic pace. This scene left the proctors dumbfounded, their expressions shifting from contempt to shock, and finally settling into sheer disbelief. Zaka's face grew darker by the moment. He was convinced that no one without an intimate understanding of 120,000 medicinal herbs could score higher than 95 points. He sneered inwardly, confident that no pampered noble could ever comprehend the true depth of the exam. Otherwise, the Alchemist Guild would lose its exclusivity. Zhang Xing wrote furiously, his pen gliding across the exam paper like flowing water, smooth and effortless. In just an hour, he completed the entire test and stood up to hand in his paper. Zaka watched coldly from his seat, sneering inwardly, humph, scribbled nonsense and couldn't sit still any longer? Can't even bother pretending to put in effort. What a waste of time. He observed as Zhang Xing placed the stack of exam sheets on the desk without even a glance to review them. Around the exam room, other students shot astonished glances in Zhang Xing's direction, each harboring their own thoughts. Some speculated, handing in the paper so early? He must have no idea what he's doing and just gave up. Others muttered disdainfully, I've studied for 10 years and taken this exam 3 times without passing. How old is he? With such weak fundamentals, does he really think he can get lucky? Dream on. Zhang Xing stood outside, waiting for the exam to end, while inside, the teachers began grading the papers on the spot. Those who passed would move on to the practical exam, while those who failed would have to go home and prepare for the next opportunity. In the last half hour, many students, realizing they were out of time, reluctantly handed in their papers and left. The remaining students continued writing feverishly, hoping to squeeze in as much as they could. The 10 mentors responsible for grading dived into their work, their sharp eyes scanning the papers for errors with remarkable speed. Fail. Fail. Another fail, they declared as they flipped through the exams, the mistakes glaringly obvious. With a quick motion, they tossed each failed paper aside, the entire process taking mere seconds. When the time was up, the remaining 30-odd papers were reviewed in just 2 minutes. Zaka glanced at the other mentors, silently inquiring about the results. All 9 of them shook their heads in disappointment. He sighed inwardly, sighed just like last year. Not a single one passed. The question format changes every year, but isn't it always the same basic pharmacological knowledge? How can they still fail? Just then, the 10th mentor suddenly slammed the table and exclaimed, Excellent! Absolutely perfect answers. He held up a paper and called over the other mentors to take a look. They crowded around, nodding in admiration. Impressive. Not a single mistake. And the handwriting so elegant, like a dragon soaring through the sky. Remarkable. It's been decades since we've seen a perfect score. This young one is destined to become a pillar of our pharmacists' guild. Hearing such high praise, Zaka couldn't help but feel curious and walked over to take a look himself. His eyes immediately landed on the name, Zhang Xing. At first, he didn't think much of it, but as his gaze moved down the paper, his expression gradually brightened. Let me take a closer look. Zaka snatched the paper and carefully examined it. Concise and clear language, perfectly articulated points, a profound understanding of various herbs. Tis isn't just rote memorization. Clever. Truly clever. Zaka, who rarely showed any emotion, muttered to himself, a rare smile forming on his face. After finishing the paper, he immediately turned and headed for the door. The examinees fell silent as the mentor emerged, each one hoping to hear their name called. However, Zaka uttered only one name. Who is Zhang Xing? A stir spread through the crowd as everyone began searching for the person. Finally, a young child stepped forward and said calmly, I am Zhang Xing. All eyes, including Zaka's, turned to the boy in shock. After a few seconds, Zaka asked again, almost in disbelief, You are Zhang Xing? The boy nodded firmly. Zaka maintained his composure outwardly, but inside, he was overwhelmed. Clearing his throat, Zaka announced, Only one person has passed this exam, this student, Zhang Xing. An uproar erupted instantly, with students breaking into heated discussions. How is that possible? He's just a kid. How could he remember so much? No way. I thought I had a good shot at passing. Ugh, failed again. 4 years of trying, disappointment, frustration, doubt, tears, and stunned silence filled the air, casting a shadow of negativity over the entire waiting hall. Zaka suppressed his shock and led Zhang Xing into the practical examination room. Inside, 3 students who had already passed the other parts of the exam were waiting. Clearing his throat, Examiner Zaka gestured toward the 100 herbs arranged in front of them and announced the rules. Within half an hour, write down the names, properties, and uses of these herbs. The maximum score is 100, and a single mistake will result in elimination. Begin now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zaka's gaze instinctively fell on Zhang Xing. He wondered to himself, could this young child really possess such an extensive knowledge of herbs? Is he the legendary prodigy everyone talks about? I hope he can pass this challenge. Zaka was well aware of how difficult the test was. Memorizing information might come easily for a child, but identifying herbs required extensive hands-on experience. It involved observing real specimens in forests, on cliffs, and even in bustling herbal markets. Without sufficient financial resources, even the most gifted individual would struggle to thrive in this costly field. Zhang Xing quickly immersed himself in answering the questions. His pen moved swiftly, as if guided by an unseen force, and within 10 minutes, he had completed the answers for all 100 herbs. But instead of submitting his paper, he began carefully reviewing his work. His first review took 3 minutes, yet he still felt uneasy. Better check it again, he thought. This time, he slowed down, taking 5 minutes to go over everything. Even so, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Then, something extraordinary happened. The 100 herbs in front of Zhang Xing suddenly began to move without any wind, slowly lifting into the air and forming a rotating circle above his head. The herbs spun faster and faster, and just as the exam timer reached the final 10 seconds, they abruptly stopped. One particular herb Tianqing grass hovered directly in front of Zhang Xing's face. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself, "This isn't Tianqing grass. It's the seedling stage of Xingxing grass. They look similar, but their properties are completely different. Tianqing grass is cold and non-toxic, while Xingxing grass is fiercely poisonous, commonly used by toxin masters as a weapon on the battlefield." He quickly corrected his mistake, set down his pen, and finished just as the half-hour mark arrived. Reflecting on his earlier doubts, Zhang Xing realized that the system wouldn't have included 2 identical herbs. After a careful comparison, he confirmed that this herb was indeed the seedling stage of Xingxing grass, not the more common Tianqing grass. Zaka and the 3 examiners were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The other 3 students stared at Zhang Xing with a mix of confusion and annoyance. They couldn't help but think, what's wrong with this kid? While everyone else was quietly answering their questions, he made such a big scene in the last few minutes. Is he trying to show off his magical abilities? This is a pharmacist's exam, not a magic test. And to top it off, he had the audacity to change the common Tianqing grass to Xingxing grass, claiming it's some kind of deadly weapon used by toxin masters. What nonsense! Does he think this will impress the examiners? Ridiculous! Zaka cleared his throat and took Zhang Xing's test paper. His gaze fell on the question about Tianqing grass, and he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Zhang Xing got one question wrong. He failed, he announced. Meanwhile, the other 3 mentors had also finished reviewing the test papers of the other students. Ulin got everything correct, Zaka began. But before he could finish, Zhang Xing suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Mentor Zaka, are you talking about the question where I changed Tianqing grass to Xingxing grass? As he spoke, he picked up the Tianqing grass specimen on the table. Mentor Zaka, mentors, please take a look, Zhang Xing said with confidence. The appearance is identical, but the internal structure is completely different. Without hesitation, he snapped the Tianqing grass in half. With a crisp snap, everyone's eyes were drawn to the broken stem. A white liquid slowly oozed out, accompanied by a pungent, fishy odor. The 3 other students instinctively stepped back, covering their noses, their eyes filled with shock. The moment the white liquid appeared, the expressions of the 4 mentors changed dramatically. It was indeed Xingxing grass, not Tianqing grass. The mentors' faces flushed with embarrassment, especially Zaka, who had just confidently declared Zhang Xing had failed. He now looked utterly mortified. An awkward silence fell over the room. Everyone stared at the 7-year-old boy in disbelief, awed by his keen observation skills. This was my mistake. Zaka finally broke the silence with an awkward laugh. Zhang Xing, you got everything correct. You pass. The other 3 mentors exchanged resigned glances before turning to the remaining 3 students. As for you, better luck next time, one of them said. The words left the 3 students nearly collapsing in despair, their initial excitement replaced by utter hopelessness. The subsequent physical fitness test concluded quickly, with Zhang Xing passing with ease. Without waiting for the others, Zaka immediately took out an apprentice badge and, ignoring the protests of the other mentors, pinned it to Zhang Xing's chest. All right, Zhang Xing, congratulations on becoming an apothecary apprentice. From now on, you'll study under me. Just as Zaka was about to lead him away, the boy suddenly spoke up. Mentor Zaka, may I ask if our guild has Longyan grass or Longshue flower? He inquired tentatively, listing a few rare herbs. Zaka looked surprised. Yes, we do. But why are you asking? These were rare and precious herbs stored in the guild's treasure vault, long neglected due to a lack of understanding of their uses. Hearing that the guild indeed possessed these herbs, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up with excitement. Mentor Zaka, I'd like to purchase them for research, he said. Zaka nodded approvingly, assuming this was a sign of a diligent and curious student. Little did he know, Zhang Xing's true intentions were not to study pharmacology, but to prepare for his plan of refining pills for a dragon. A rare smile appeared on Zaka's stern face as he looked at the young apprentice in front of him, Zhang Xing. His tone carried a hint of guidance as he spoke. Zhang Xing, as an apprentice, you're not qualified to purchase 5th-grade herbs. It doesn't matter if you have the money. The Alchemist Guild doesn't lack funds. Zhang Xing froze for a moment, then quickly asked, what? An apprentice can't? Then what rank is eligible? Zaka thought for a moment before explaining. At the very least, you need to be a junior alchemist. Even then, it costs a fortune. Buying those herbs for research just isn't worth it. Not worth it at all. He shook his head, his tone tinged with a trace of helplessness. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Xing pressed further. Then how much would it cost for someone like you? A senior alchemist? Me. Jaka suddenly realized that chatting with this inquisitive child was unexpectedly enjoyable. The smile on his face deepened as he continued, as a senior alchemist, I wouldn't need to spend money, but I'd still have to exchange something of equivalent value. For example, refining potions, creating high-quality, high-grade elixirs, or completing certain tasks for the guild. Waving his hand, Jaka shifted the topic. All right, enough of that. Come with me to get familiar with the learning environment. Every year during the 2 holidays, you'll study under me. The rest of the time, you'll balance learning magic with delving into herbalism. These 2 subjects don't conflict. In fact, they're closely connected and can be widely applied in the field of magic. As he spoke, Jaka found himself surprised. Normally reserved and serious, he wondered why he was so talkative today. Taking advantage of a pause in Zaka's words, Zhang Xing suddenly blurted out, Master Jaka, I want to take the junior alchemist exam. Jaka abruptly stopped in his tracks, staring at Zhang Xing in disbelief. What? What did you just say? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xing repeated firmly, Master Jaka, I said I want to take the junior alchemist exam. Zaka's eyes widened as though seeing the boy for the first time. After a moment, his expression turned cold. Nonsense. What kind of crazy idea is that? You haven't even learned to walk, and now you want to run? No, not even run, you want to fly. You've barely become an apprentice, and you're already getting ahead of yourself? Do you even know what's required to pass the junior alchemist exam? Let me tell you, even apprentices who've been at it for 10 or 20 years wouldn't dare to casually claim they're ready for the exam. Zhang Xing said nothing, silently following Jaka to a spacious 3-story pavilion located behind the guild's assessment building. Pointing at the structure, Jaka said, This is where I work. Don't touch anything inside. His tone softened slightly. Jaka then gave a brief introduction to the various alchemy tools, but didn't go into detail about their usage. Zhang Xing listened attentively before taking his leave. As he walked away, Zhang Xing thought to himself, if you want tell me, I'll find out on my own. The assessment hall surely has someone who can answer my questions. Determined, Zhang Xing returned to the assessment hall and quickly located the reception desk. Sitting there was a young woman in her early 20s with a pleasant appearance. Excuse me, miss, what are the requirements to take the junior alchemist exam? Zhang Xing asked, tilting his head up to look at her. The receptionist, whose name was Lena, glanced briefly in the direction of the voice but didn't respond. Instead, she continued to use a bronze mirror to carefully refine her eyebrows. Lena had graduated from a 3rd-rate alchemist school. After failing to qualify as an apprentice, she had stayed on to work at the guild, hoping to catch the attention of an alchemist who might take her on as an unofficial apprentice. While this kind of apprenticeship didn't come with a badge, it offered better chances of eventually becoming a formal apprentice. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zhang Xing raised his voice, stepping back a few paces to compensate for his short stature. Lena shot him an annoyed look, her tone dripping with disdain. Shoo, go play somewhere else. Whose kid is this, causing trouble here? Zhang Xing walked into the pharmacist's guild, his heart brimming with anticipation. Approaching the reception desk, he saw a young woman adjusting her makeup in a small mirror. The receptionist, whose name tag read Lena, glanced at him dismissively and asked in an impatient tone, What do you want, kid? Zhang Xing politely inquired about the requirements for the junior pharmacist examination. Lena, however, sneered and suggested he find an adult to ask instead. Her condescending attitude annoyed Zhang Xing, but he chose not to argue. Instead, he looked around for any brochures related to the exam. Spotting some pamphlets on the counter, Zhang Xing reached out to grab one, only to be sharply reprimanded by Lina. Ignoring her, he used magic to summon the brochure into his hand. Lina was infuriated, her eyes widening with anger as she glared at him. Opening the brochure, Zhang Xing carefully read through the exam requirements. Candidates must hold an apprentice qualification, possess at least intermediate-level magic or warrior skills, pay an 8,000 gold registration fee, and successfully craft a basic magical potion or pill within 3 attempts. He silently noted that he met all the criteria. Just then, Lina stormed over, intending to snatch the brochure away. However, her eyes fell on the apprentice badge pinned to Zhang Xing's chest. Startled, she asked, "You're a pharmacist apprentice?" Despite her disbelief, Zhang Xing nodded affirmatively. Unconvinced, Lina insisted the badge must belong to his parents and assumed he was merely inquiring on their behalf. Zhang Xing simply replied, "I'm the one taking the exam," handed the brochure back to her, and walked away. Behind him, Lina muttered mockingly, "Kids these days always bragging. You take the exam?" "Yeah, right." Before long, Zhang Xing found the exam hall. Several apprentices, all in their 20s, were seated and filling out forms. Undeterred, Zhang Xing took a seat and began completing his own form. The others, noticing his young age, assumed he was just fooling around and paid him no attention. A moment later, a mid-level pharmacist and an apprentice emerged from a nearby room. Upon seeing Zhang Xing, the apprentice immediately scolded him. "Hey, kid, this isn't a place for you. Go find your parents." Zhang Xing explained that he was there to take the exam and handed over his completed form. The apprentice, examining the form, was taken aback to realize that this was Zhang Xing's only person to pass the apprentice qualification exam this year. However, the apprentice quickly regained composure and, with a condescending tone, advised Zhang Xing to study for another 10 years or so before attempting the exam. The pharmacist interrupted the apprentice's lengthy lecture, stating that as long as Zhang Xing met the requirements, he was entitled to take the exam. Begrudgingly, the apprentice muttered under his breath, overestimating himself. "Whatever, it's his reputation on the line, not ours." Zhang Xing glanced at the furious expressions of the examinees around him and couldn't help but shake his head silently. These people seemed like they had swallowed gunpowder, radiating intense pressure and ready to snap at anyone given the chance. But Zhang Xing didn't mind. His goal for being here was simply to find herbs for refining elixirs for Heibao and Xiaobai. The examination hall was modestly arranged. 5 low tables, each over 2 meters long, were neatly aligned, with an alchemy furnace provided at each station. Various herbs were scattered across the tabletops. A supervising intermediate alchemist announced the start of the test, instructing the examinees to refine a Jinyuan pill. They were free to select the required ingredients based on the provided recipe. Jinyuan pill, huh? Zhang Xing mused to himself. This was a commonly used spiritual restoration pill for beginner mages, more effective than Jinyuan potion and, naturally, more expensive. Given his prior experience refining the bloodline pill, this basic elixir shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing swiftly gathered the 8 necessary herbs. Then, to everyone's shock, he did something completely unexpected, threw all the ingredients into the alchemy furnace in one go. "What are you doing, Zhang Xing?" The intermediate alchemist's face turned pale with anger. "Refining medicine, of course." Zhang Xing replied innocently, even lowering his voice to add, "Sir, could you keep it down? This is an exam after all." You call this refining medicine? Who taught you this nonsense?" Utter recklessness. The alchemist was furious. "If you don't want to take the exam seriously, leave now and stop disrupting others. You don't even know the basic steps of alchemy, yet you're here to take the test? Fine. The entry fee of 8,000 gold coins won't be refunded. Do whatever you want." With that, he stormed off to supervise the other candidates. Zhang Xing scratched his head, completely bewildered. How was he supposed to know there were rules to alchemy? From his perspective, using spiritual power to control all the herbs at once seemed perfectly normal, especially with his max-level alchemy skills. Little did he realize that this method of using spiritual power to manipulate herbs simultaneously was something even master-level alchemists dared not attempt lightly. In fact, the senior alchemists of the Minai Port Alchemist Guild avoided it altogether, not only because of the high failure rate, but also due to the immense spiritual energy required. The other examinees couldn't help but snicker, their eyes filled with disdain. To them, this guy was clearly here to make a fool of himself. Zhang Xing, noticing their reactions, turned his attention to observing their refining techniques. The candidate next to him noticed Zhang Xing watching and smirked inwardly, thinking, too late to learn now. Sitting cross-legged, he carefully held 2 herbs, intently observing the melting process of the ingredients in his furnace. After a brief pause, he cautiously added new herbs, exuding an air of confidence, as if silently saying, "See that? This is the proper way to refine medicine. Not like you, tossing everything in like you're cooking porridge." Zhang Xing frowned as he glanced at the examinees around him, thinking to himself that this method of refining medicine was far too slow. He decided to follow his own approach, which immediately drew mocking laughter from a nearby examinee. "Kid, better check the herbs in your furnace. Careful, or they'll burn to a crisp." Unfazed, Zhang Xing remained focused on his refining process. Moments later, with a simple wave of his hand, 3 perfectly round and radiant essence pills flew out of the furnace, landing steadily in his palm. "I'm done," Zhang Xing said calmly. His words caused a sudden hush to fall over the examination hall. Almost everyone turned to look at him, their faces filled with disdain. The supervising mentor, Emo Shi, was so furious that his beard quivered. Turning to face the window, he thought to himself that if this boy continued spouting such nonsense, he would have no choice but to disqualify him. Then, Emo Shi suddenly remembered that Zhang Xing was supposedly Zaka's apprentice. He called over his own apprentice and instructed, "Go ask the receptionist, Lina, to invite Mr. Zaka over." After the apprentice left, Emo Shi began to feel something was off. While Zaka was known to be rigid, he wouldn't be so careless as to let something like this happen. Emo Shi concluded that Zhang Xing must have come to the examination on his own accord, and resolved to have Zaka take this embarrassing child away. Before long, Zaka entered the hall, looking puzzled, while Lina and the apprentice peeked curiously from the doorway. "Emo Shi, what's the matter?" Zaka asked. Emo Shi pointed in Zhang Xing's direction. "Take a look at what your apprentice is doing." Zaka turned and, to his astonishment, saw Zhang Xing sitting there, having actually entered the examination. Furious, he shouted, "Zhang Xing, come with me outside." Zhang Xing stood up, smiling. "Ah, Mentor Zaka, you've arrived. But first, let me show these pills to Mentor Emo Shi." He handed the 3 pills to Emo Shi. Both Emo Shi and Zaka examined them closely, their expressions gradually shifting to one of amazement. The pills were of exceptional quality, their refinement technique impressively advanced, and their size perfectly uniform, a level of precision that was almost unbelievable. The 2 mentors became so engrossed in admiring the pills that they nearly forgot Zhang Xing was even there. It wasn't until Zhang Xing politely asked whether he had passed that they snapped out of their daze and slowly turned to face the young man. Startled by their wide-eyed, astonished gazes, Zhang Xing thought to himself, "What the? Why are their eyes practically glowing green? They look like they're about to eat me alive. Did you really make this?" Zaka and Mosi asked in unison, their eyes glimmering with disbelief. Despite being completely sure, they still couldn't wrap their heads around the reality before them. "Yes, mentors, I just refined it." Zhang Xing's voice was crisp and resolute. As soon as he finished speaking, a dull thud echoed in the room. A nearby candidate, who had been sitting cross-legged, lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The other candidates stared wide-eyed, their gazes darting back and forth between Zhang Xing and the 3 perfect pills he had created, too stunned to speak. This is impossible." One candidate finally managed to stammer out, though his voice was shaky. "Are you kidding me? He just waved his hand and made 3 pills in no time at all? This is insane." Another candidate blurted out, unable to hold back his shock. The candidate who had fallen to the ground looked pale, his hands trembling slightly. His heart was filled not just with shock, but with deep fear. Just moments ago, he had been mocking this young boy, ridiculing him for what he thought was last-minute cramming, and even accusing him of copying his own techniques. Who could have guessed that while Zhang Xing seemed to be observing, he had already completed the refinement of the pills? How can someone be this ridiculously talented? This is beyond belief, he screamed internally. At that moment, a crisp clang came from the doorway. A copper mirror slipped from Lina's hand and hit the ground. Her mouth was agape, her face a picture of disbelief. This kid is still an apprentice and already passed the junior alchemist exam? I missed my chance to offer myself to him, she thought, filled with regret. The level of shock Zaka and Mosi felt far surpassed that of the candidates. They exchanged a meaningful glance, both fully aware of what the extraordinary talent of a 7-year-old like Zhang Xing could signify. Their minds raced with possibilities. Alchemy Emperor? Alchemy Sovereign? Alchemy Saint? Or even Alchemy God? The potential future achievements of this child seemed limitless. Mentor Mosi, did I pass? Zhang Xing's question interrupted the 2 mentors' thoughts. Pass, of course you passed. Mosi and Zaka replied in unison, then exchanged a smile. With a performance like this, if he didn't pass, then no one ever could. Half an hour flew by, and the other candidates also finished their refinements. Apart from Zhang Xing, only one other candidate managed to produce a single essence pill, but its quality and size were worlds apart from Zhang Xing's. Nonetheless, Mosi awarded both candidates their certificates and badges. Minter Zaka, you called for me earlier, what is it? Zhang Xing asked, not forgetting the prior arrangement. Zaka took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves of excitement in his heart. Zhang Xing, well, since we are both alchemists of the guild now, there's no need to call me Minter anymore. His tone carried a mix of emotions. Moments ago, Zhang Xing was just an apprentice, but now he was qualified to be a Minter himself. The world truly changes fast. It's nothing serious, Zaka continued. Oh, right. Now that you're a junior alchemist, you can accept guild missions to earn merit points. You can use those points to exchange for the herbs you need. Zhang Xing looked slightly puzzled, thinking to himself, didn't he already mention this several times in the office earlier? However, he didn't question it further. Instead, he nodded and replied, understood, Minter Zaka. Thank you for your guidance earlier, it was very helpful. Thank you as well, Minter Mosi. Goodbye. With that, he bowed respectfully to the two mentors and turned to leave. What an exceptional child, polite, humble, and composed, Mosi said with admiration as he watched Zhang Xing's retreating figure. Zaka, even though he was only your apprentice for a short while, he technically came from under your wing. This is definitely something to be proud of. Why don't I ever get this kind of luck? Mosi's words brimmed with envy, completely forgetting his earlier cold and dismissive attitude toward Zhang Xing. At this moment, the atmosphere in the exam hall had shifted from tense to one of astonishment and anticipation. Everyone realized they might have just witnessed the birth of a future master. As soon as he stepped out of the primary alchemist exam room, Zhang Xing heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw a fellow examinee rushing toward him. Zhang Xing, the mentor is looking for you, the classmate said breathlessly. Zhang Xing frowned slightly, his tone indifferent. What does he want? I'm busy. The classmate shook his head, a hint of annoyance on his face. How would I know? The mentor said that after the exam, we should return to our accommodations and not wander around. I've passed the message on to you, whether you go or not is up to you. With that, he shot Zhang Xing a cold glance and walked away. Zhang Xing muttered under his breath. What could it be? They never tell me what I need to know, but they're quick to scold. Whatever, I'll just go take on some tasks. I've got 3 days here anyway. He headed straight for the task hall. The hall was relatively empty, likely because most people were busy with invigilation duties. Only 5 or 6 people were gathered around the task board, while a few others were scattered around, handing in completed tasks. Zhang Xing quickly scanned the task board, skipping over the smaller tasks worth only a few dozen or 100 points. His focus was solely on the high-value assignments worth over 1,000 points. Suddenly, one task caught his attention. Refine 1 million batches of advanced yuan-boosting pills. Reward: 10 billion merit points. The task was issued by the military of the Tianqing Empire. This one's out of the question, it's clearly meant for the Alchemist Guild as a collective effort, Zhang Xing thought. Moving on. Aside from alchemy-related tasks, there were also healing assignments, with rewards ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of merit points. Zhang Xing recalled the rare herbs that Minter Zaka had mentioned, estimating that he would need roughly 3 to 5 billion merit points to obtain them. This meant that for each herb, he'd need at least 20 million merit points. At his current pace, it would take him at least 10 years to save up 5 billion. Of course, if he focused on refining yuan-boosting pills, he could probably earn the amount within a year and a half. But the problem was that every alchemist available would be working on it, and the 1 million batch quota could be completed in no time. Just then, his attention was drawn to a 5-star task. Search for a 10,000-year-old demon spirit Ganoderma in Qinshu Peak. Reward: 150 million merit points. Another task read, search for a 10,000-year-old thousand-leaf grass in the swamplands. Reward: 150 million merit points. These two look promising. Although they only add up to 300 million, it's a good start. Zhang Xing calculated silently before heading to the task window. Sir, I'd like to take on 5-star tasks number 1 and 2. Zhang Xing said to the elderly man behind the window, whose wrinkled face bore the emblem of an apprentice. The old man, leaning lazily on the counter, didn't even bother to lift his head. Let me see your identification token, he muttered. Zhang Xing handed over his primary alchemist token, only to have it immediately tossed back at him. Not good enough. You need to be at least an advanced alchemist, the old man said before slumping back onto the counter, half asleep. Oh, that's a hassle. All right, sir, I'll come back later. Zhang Xing replied without missing a beat, darting out of the task hall and heading straight for the intermediate alchemist exam room. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing emerged with a new emblem on his chest, signifying his status as an intermediate alchemist. Without wasting a moment, he rushed to the advanced alchemist exam room. Less than an hour later, Zhang Xing walked out, beaming with joy. He had officially become an advanced alchemist. Got my advanced alchemist certification. Time to take on those tasks, Zhang Xing said to himself cheerfully. Meanwhile, in the office of the Alchemist Guild President, Luo Lai, an eerie silence filled the room. Zaka, Mashi, and Jesse, the intermediate alchemist exam mentor, sat frozen in their chairs, their expressions of shock unchanged for nearly an hour. Luo Lai, looking weary, repeated the same question for the third time. Are you certain that Zhang Xing is only 7 years old? And he went from apprentice all the way to intermediate alchemist in one go? Just as the three alchemists were about to nod in response, a sudden, urgent knock on the door interrupted them. The door swung open, and senior alchemy examiner Alan burst in, his face alight with excitement. President, Alan said, panting heavily. A 7-year-old boy just passed the senior alchemist certification exam. President Luo Lai's brows furrowed instantly, his expression turning complex. He asked, another 7-year-old? What's his name? His name is Zhang Xing, Alan blurted out. With a loud clatter, everyone in the room, including the president, sprang from their seats, their faces filled with disbelief. What? Him again? Alan was startled by their intense reaction and asked in confusion, why is everyone so shocked? What do you mean by him again? President Luo Lai took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions, and explained, before you arrived, Zaka and the others just told me that Zhang Xing went from apprentice to intermediate alchemist today. And now you're telling me he passed the senior alchemist exam as well? Is today some special occasion? Are you all conspiring to play a prank on me? The president's sharp gaze swept over everyone present, as if trying to read their thoughts. Alan quickly waved his hands, his face full of helplessness. We would never joke about something this big. It's true. Why don't we invite Zhang Xing here? Luo Lai nodded, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Yes, we should bring him over. I need to see for myself, does this Zhang Xing have more than one brain? Not long after, Luo Lai's assistant came rushing back, out of breath and drenched in sweat. President, Zhang Xing has already taken on the 5-star Task 1 and Task 2 and left. With a thud, everyone sank heavily back into their chairs, their faces a mix of shock and resignation. Even I wouldn't dare take on Task 1 or 2, Luo Lai muttered to himself, his mind buzzing. Good grief. I'm starting to think everything that happened today is just a figment of my imagination. Meanwhile, back at the academy, a student handed Zhang Xing's leave request to the supervising instructor. The instructor unfolded the note, which simply read, I, Zhang Xing, am leaving to complete an Alchemist Guild mission. Duration of leave unknown. After reading it, the instructor tore the note into shreds in a fit of rage, gritting his teeth. Last time, he ran off alone in the Magic Beast Forest, and now he's leaving the team without explanation. Unbelievable. When we return, I'll recommend to the vice principal that he be expelled. At that moment, Zhang Xing was racing toward his first destination, the Qinshue Peak mountain range. He was in high spirits, delighted that passing the senior alchemist exam had earned him a 40% discount on resource costs. The 20 types of herbs he needed originally cost 5 billion merit points, but now he only needed 3 billion. Completing the task would just cover the expense. Trading 2 types of herbs for 20 felt like a jackpot to him. The Qianshue Peak mountain range forms a natural barrier between the Tianqing Empire and the Leiwu Empire. Covered in snow year-round, and with temperatures plunging to extreme lows, it is impassable for ordinary armies. To make matters worse, the region is home to numerous Tier 3 and Tier 4 magical beasts, particularly the snow apes. These creatures are not only abundant, but also highly intelligent. Even elite warriors and mercenary groups from both nations rarely venture into this treacherous region. Any misstep could lead to losing all supplies to the snow apes or worse, becoming their next meal. As Zhang Xing entered the range and stepped out of the last small town, he wasted no time summoning Xiaobai. In an instant, the boy and his dragon vanished into the swirling snow, blending seamlessly into the white expanse. For ordinary people, temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees would be fatal. But for Xiaobai, it was the perfect environment. Thanks to Xiaobai's ice attribute abilities, Zhang Xing, though still somewhat unaccustomed to the cold, was not afraid of the harsh conditions. According to the task description, the Millennium Demon Lingji grew on cliffs at altitudes above 10,000 meters. Ordinary flying mounts couldn't survive in such extreme environments and would likely freeze solid before reaching the summit. But for Xiaobai, this was no challenge at all. Riding on Xiaobai's back, Zhang Xing scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. Each time they approached a towering peak, they would circle its summit, meticulously searching for any potential growth sites. In this vast, snowy wilderness, they were like tireless explorers, pressing forward relentlessly in pursuit of their goal. Day 1 ended fruitlessly. Zhang Xing wasn't discouraged, though. He continued deeper into the mountains, following their natural contours. By midday on the second day, he was hovering in midair when his gaze fell upon a colossal, awe-inspiring mountain. The towering peak pierced the clouds, its summit completely out of sight even from his elevated position. On the mountainside, clusters of snow-white figures rolled massive snowballs. These were the rulers of Qinshue Peak, the snow apes. Zhang Xing paid no attention to these highly reproductive, social, omnivorous creatures. Instead, he directed Xiaobai to ascend further. As they climbed higher, the cold became increasingly biting. This is ridiculously cold. Even I can barely handle it with my small frame. Better put up a heat shield to stay warm, Zhang Xing muttered to himself as he quickly conjured a barrier of warm, swirling air around him. Hailstones, some the size of fists and others as large as small watermelons, rained down from the sky. Yet Xiaobai seemed to revel in the extreme weather, gracefully weaving through the icy barrage. Breaking through a dense layer of clouds, the view suddenly opened up before them. Though the cold remained bone-chilling, the wind and snow had vanished, as if they'd entered a world frozen in time. At the peak of the clouds stood a jagged, blade-like, snow-covered mountain. The snow, hardened over millennia, was as solid as steel. Xiaobai, let's head down. I have a feeling this place is extraordinary. There's bound to be something exciting waiting for us. Zhang Xing said with enthusiasm. Got it, master. Xiaobai responded. The dragon's serpentine body twisted gracefully, and within moments, they landed on the hardened snow below. Before them stood a small snow-covered peak about 20 meters high, surrounded by nothing but emptiness. Zhang Xing and Xiaobai began meticulously searching around its edges. As they circled to the back of the snow mound, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Xiaobai, look. Haha, I see it. Judging by its appearance, it matches the description from the mission. This must be the demon spirit mushroom. Xiaobai replied. Just as they were about to approach and harvest it, the snow mound trembled slightly. The next moment, a roaring avalanche of snow and ice cascaded down from the peak. Not good. Dodge. In an instant, both man and dragon vanished from their spot, retreating 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. As the cloud of snow settled, Zhang Xing was stunned by the sight before him. No way. Is that Tarzan? No, it's even bigger and stronger than Tarzan. Emerging from the snow was a massive snow ape draped in long, snowy white fur. It rose slowly to its full height, shaking off the snow that clung to its body. Beneath its thick coat, its enormous eyes and nostrils were visible, while its slightly upturned jaw and tightly shut mouth exuded an air of disdain. Its limbs were as thick as towering pillars, firmly planted on the snowy ground. The giant ape's gaze swept past the diminutive Zhang Xing and locked onto Xiaobai. Though Xiaobai's dragon form was barely a third as thick as the ape's torso and several meters shorter in length, the moment their eyes met, the atmosphere crackled with the unmistakable tension of an impending battle. If I'm not mistaken, that's a 7th-tier snow ape. Xiaobai, be careful, this won't be easy. Zhang Xing warned, quickly retreating to give them space. He knew all too well that this was a showdown between two kings, and no outsider could interfere. The snow ape was the sovereign of the mountain, and any creature that dared step into its domain would face its wrath. Intruders were given only two choices: be mercilessly slaughtered or retreat in submission. Not even the dragon race was exempt from this law. Xiaobai could sense an aura from the giant ape that rivaled that of the golden dragon. After countless days of intense battles with the golden dragon in the trial grounds, his combat experience had grown significantly. Although he still ended up battered and bruised every time, he could now hold his ground much longer. Facing the imposing and majestic giant ape, Xiaobai was brimming with fighting spirit, showing no trace of fear. He silently felt relieved. While the giant ape possessed immense strength, it couldn't fly. The giant ape began striding towards Xiaobai with heavy steps, its pace gradually quickening. After 3 steps, it suddenly accelerated, pushing off the ground with all 4 limbs. Ice and snow shattered like fireworks behind it as the giant ape leaped into the air, lunging at Xiaobai. In midair, the ape stretched its limbs wide and let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the forested mountains. Xiaobai reacted swiftly, shooting upward into the sky and passing over the giant ape's head in an instant. He spun around midair, his tail snapping like a whip toward the ape's back. With a loud thwack, the blow landed squarely. However, the giant ape barely flinched, as if it had been tapped lightly with a twig. Its body wavered slightly in the air before it came crashing heavily to the ground. The giant ape turned around, glaring at the airborne Xiaobai with disdain. The ancient memories inherited in its mind reminded it that adult dragons were indeed lords of the skies, but this young dragon was far from being a threat. It scoffed inwardly. Dragons only have the advantage of flight. Watch how I'll bring you down. With a mocking expression, the giant ape strode toward an enormous icicle, more than 10 meters long. Its thick hands gripped the icicle tightly, its fingers sinking deep into the ice. With a low growl and a loud crack, the icicle was wrenched free from the ground. The ape tensed its powerful arms and hurled the icicle like a javelin towards Xiaobai, leaping after it in hot pursuit. Xiaobai twisted his body nimbly to dodge the incoming icicle, but what followed was the giant ape's lightning-fast punch. With a resounding boom, Xiaobai failed to evade in time and took the hit head-on, his body hurtling toward the ground like a cannonball. Zhang Xing, witnessing the scene, felt his heart tighten. Although he was used to seeing Xiaobai beaten black and blue by the Golden Dragon during their training, watching him take a direct hit from an outsider ape filled him with discomfort. Clenching his fists, he silently cheered Xiaobai on. Damn it, Xiaobai. Hit him back hard. For every punch he lands on you, give him 10 in return. The moment Xiaobai hit the ground, he sprang back into the air. Behind him, the snow erupted with a thunderous crash as the giant ape's fists slammed down, missing Xiaobai's tail by just a meter. Xiaobai twisted his body painfully midair, clearly shaken by the blow. After 2 rounds of exchanges, both had taken a hit, but it was clear Xiaobai was at a disadvantage. They now had a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. A hint of surprise flickered in the giant ape's eyes. It hadn't expected the young dragon to endure its punch so well. The attack had been delivered with 80% of its power, yet the dragon emerged unscathed, not even shedding a single scale. The giant ape mused to itself, acknowledging the formidable nature of the dragon race. It had assumed that, with its 2-tier advantage, it could end the fight in a few moves and force the young dragon to submit. But now, it seemed the battle would not be so straightforward. As a 7th-tier creature with intelligence rivaling that of humans, the giant ape knew better than to provoke rare and powerful species lightly. Unless absolutely necessary, it would avoid killing the young dragon to prevent incurring the wrath of the entire dragon clan. Hearing Zhang Xing's encouragement, Xiaobai felt his fighting spirit reignite, eager to charge at the giant ape and strike it down. However, he knew better than to engage in close combat. The disparity in strength was too great, and getting too close would only lead to humiliation. He had to devise another strategy if he hoped to gain the upper hand in this fierce battle. The snow ape noticed that the icicle attack was quite effective and prepared to strike again. However, just as it bent down to launch its attack, Xiaobai seized the opportunity. With a swift dive, it unleashed a chilling breath of frost from its mouth. In an instant, the massive snow ape was frozen solid, transformed into an ice sculpture. Xiaobai used the momentum to glide onto the giant ape's head, its tail whipping down like a lash. A sharp crack echoed as the icy layer shattered, and the tail strike landed squarely on the back of the ape's head. The blow was heavy, causing the snow ape to grimace in pain and roar with fury. By this point, Xiaobai had already leaped into the air, safely out of reach. Thus, the dragon and the ape became locked in a tense battle. Every time the snow ape showed the slightest lapse in focus, Xiaobai would freeze it with another icy breath, followed by a ruthless tail strike. Enraged by being toyed with, the snow ape roared furiously, but it was powerless to touch Xiaobai in the sky. Frustrated and helpless, the snow ape finally opted for negotiation. The 10,000-year demon Lingji is mine. Don't even think about taking it. Leave this place at once. Leaving is out of the question. That herb is something my boss absolutely needs, Xiaobai responded from a safe distance, remaining vigilant against any tricks the snow ape might attempt. Your boss? You mean that tiny human child? The snow ape glanced at Zhang Xing in disbelief. Zhang Xing stepped forward slowly, fully aware that the battle had reached a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. The snow ape's wisdom lay in recognizing the need for negotiations, as continuing the fight would only prolong its suffering and deepen its humiliation. Snow ape, I'm taking that Lingji. But I won't take it for free, you'll trade something for it. Zhang Xing stopped about 20 meters away, a distance just right for conversing with the towering creature. A child like you? What could you possibly have to trade? No deal. Take your dragon and leave. The snow ape scoffed, its expression full of disdain. Take a look at this and see if it's of any use to you, Zhang Xing said as he pulled out a small pill from his pocket and tossed it over. The snow ape caught the pill carelessly, but as it sniffed it, its expression suddenly changed. It examined the tiny pill closely before exclaiming in shock, This is a bloodline pill? That's right. It's just a basic bloodline pill. Try it, Zhang Xing explained. This was one of the 3 levels of bloodline pills he had crafted for Heibao in the past. While refining his herbalist skills, he had ended up making extras, and he still had a decent stock of intermediate and advanced pills. The snow ape wasted no time swallowing the pill. As it melted in its mouth, it felt a faint stirring in its blood. The change was small, but it was enough to leave the snow ape astonished. After all, its purpose in guarding the 10,000-year demon Lingji was to awaken its ancient bloodline. At the 7th tier of its cultivation, further advancement was nearly impossible without relying on rare treasures or enduring endless years of slow progress, risking death by old age. In a world dominated by humans, such treasures were scarce, and without reaching the 8th tier, the snow ape dared not venture far from its territory. Even though the basic bloodline pill had a modest effect, it gave the snow ape a glimmer of hope. Desperation filled its voice as it asked, Kid, do you have more? From the hopeful look in the snow ape's eyes, Zhang Xing felt confident about the deal. He could tell there was potential for negotiation. so he immediately took out over 100 bloodline pills from his pouch, most of which were mid-level and high-level. Take these for now. They should last you a month or two. Remember, no more than 2 pills a day. I'll bring you more in a few days, Zhang Xing instructed carefully. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that if the snow ape knew Black Treasure used to consume 5 pills a day, it might just devour the entire batch in one go. But now that Black Treasure and Little White no longer needed these lower-tier bloodline pills, the system store had started displaying higher-grade ones, though they were not yet unlocked. The magic Lingji for you, the bloodline pills for me. The snow ape's breathing quickened as it licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement. The trade was a great deal. Exchanging a few thousand gold coins for a 10,000-year-old snow Lingji was absolutely worth it. After carefully storing the snow Lingji, Zhang Xing waved goodbye. The snow ape, now showing a respectful attitude and a wide grin, waved its massive hands repeatedly, exuding an air of reluctance to part. Big guy, I'll come back in 2 months to check on you. Make sure to ration these pills. Zhang Xing called out. Hearing this, the snow ape tightened its grip on the bloodline pills and turned to run toward its snowy cave. This trip was a win-win. Zhang Xing not only acquired the snow Lingji at a low cost, but also built a connection with the snow ape. 2 months later, once Black Treasure and Little White advanced to the 6th level, he would keep his promise and deliver newly refined pills to the snow ape. The next destination was the Swamplands. 3,000 miles from the St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts lay a mist-covered, muddy marsh. Although adventurers ventured there each year to hunt magical beasts and gather herbs, its danger was on par with the magical beast forest. The area was teeming with poisonous creatures, truly a haven for venomous life forms. A few days later, Zhang Xing arrived at the swamp's edge with Black Treasure, Little White, and Golden Treasure in tow. After taking a homemade antidote pill, he led the 3 dragons into the misty area. The gray fog occasionally carried streaks of black gas, while bubbles rose incessantly from the muddy ground, releasing a foul stench. Though the fog had little effect on the dragons, Little White and Golden Treasure clearly disliked the smell, while Black Treasure remained indifferent. Golden Treasure, however, succumbed to its occupational habit, its small eyes darting around, scanning for poisonous frogs and black spot snakes. Following a trampled path, it became evident that this area had already been thoroughly scavenged. There wasn't even a trace of ordinary herbs. The group made their way through the outer edge without incident, eventually reaching the middle of the swamp. Here, they encountered low hills and unfamiliar plants scattered throughout the landscape. Nearby, several groups of people were searching for herbs along branching paths. When they spotted Zhang Xing and his companions, a flicker of hostility flashed in their eyes. However, with the intimidating presence of Black Treasure, no one dared to make a move. Zhang Xing paid them no attention and continued deeper into the swamp. After he and his group moved on, the others pretended to act nonchalantly, but from different directions, they discreetly followed behind. As Zhang Xing was walking, he suddenly heard the sound of a fight not far away. The commotion sounded oddly familiar, piquing his curiosity. He quickened his pace and approached the source of the noise, only to see 5 familiar figures locked in an intense battle with a venomous crocodile over 10 meters long. The scene was perilous. The 5 were steadily retreating, clearly at a disadvantage. Zhang Xing immediately recognized them. It was Salina, Mintertina, Zhantian, Saya, and Kairdu from the St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Zhang Xing, come help us. Salina was the first to spot him, her voice filled with a mix of relief and urgency. The 4th-tier venomous crocodile had tough scales, could spit poison, and had kept them on edge for nearly 10 minutes. Their stamina was almost depleted, and without assistance, they were on the brink of being devoured. The others turned at Salina's call, momentarily distracted. In that split second, the crocodile seized the opportunity, lunging towards Saya with its massive jaws wide open. Saya froze in terror as the sharp teeth closed in on her waist. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shut them tightly in despair. Yet, the excruciating pain she anticipated never came. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and was greeted by a familiar smiling face. Zhang Xing, she gasped, stunned, her mind going blank as she stared at the younger student she once mentored. Saya, step back a bit unless you want to get splattered with blood, Zhang Xing said casually, holding the crocodile's massive jaws open with both hands. It was only then that Saya snapped back to reality, but her legs had turned to jelly, refusing to move. Seeing this, Salina quickly rushed over to pull Saya out of harm's way. What happened next left them all in utter disbelief. With a powerful twist of his arms, Zhang Xing tore the crocodile's head apart with a sickening crack. Blackish-yellow blood spurted into the air, but before it could splash, it froze solid, along with the crocodile's shattered body. One freezing spell and done, Zhang Xing remarked nonchalantly, as though he'd just completed an insignificant chore. The 5 stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Jean Tian, in particular, felt a storm raging in his heart. He had once dreamed of surpassing Zhang Xing someday, but now, that hope had been completely extinguished. All right, it's over, Zhang Xing said, breaking the silence. He turned to the mentors. Mentor Salina, Mentor Tina. What brings you to such a dangerous place? Mentor Tina's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she explained. I asked them to accompany me. I needed some venom for a potion. So, Zhang Xing nodded knowingly but refrained from calling out their curiosity. He quickly located the venom sac inside the crocodile's frozen head. Perfect timing. The venom sac is intact thanks to the freezing. I'll help you extract it. As Tina reached out to take the venom sac, a cold, menacing voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there. Tina heard a sound and turned around cautiously. She saw 3 groups of people rushing toward them from behind. Their attire clearly marked them as members of a mercenary band. Drop everything and hand over your valuables. The mercenaries quickly surrounded Zhang Xing and the others. Zhang Xing smirked inwardly, realizing that this was a gang of more than 30 bandits. They had disguised themselves well before, making it impossible to tell they were together. Without hesitation, he passed the poison sac to Mentor Tina. Tina was startled to find something in her hands. When she looked down and saw it was the poison sac, she gave Zhang Xing a grateful smile. Seeing Tina's smile, the mercenaries immediately became lecherous. Wow, what a beautiful smile. One of them whistled. Come on, give us a smile too. The others burst into laughter. Jean Tian stepped forward, trying to intimidate the mercenaries. We're from St. Roland Academy of Magic and Combat, and these 2 are our mentors. If you know what's good for you, you'll back off now. Otherwise, our academy won't let you off the hook. However, the threats of a 13-year-old boy carried little weight. The mercenaries mockingly pretended to be terrified, some even kneeling exaggeratedly. Oh, beautiful mentor, please spare us. We promise we won't do it again. Another round of laughter erupted. A mercenary who looked like a lieutenant leaned close to the leader and whispered, Boss, why don't we keep the 2 women and take care of the others? He made a slicing motion with his hand. The leader hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. That's not a good idea. We can't afford to mess with St. Roland Academy. The lieutenant persisted, trying to persuade him. What's there to be afraid of? We can do this cleanly. In this swamp, who would ever find out? Besides, even if we let them go, those old geezers at the academy won't spare us. Haven't we already lost enough brothers to them? The leader's gaze shifted between the 2 female mentors and the poison crocodile they had just defeated. Finally, gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. The lieutenant grinned with excitement, licking his lips. All right, boys, let's move. The women stay, and the rest? Feed them to the beasts. The mercenaries drew their weapons, and those who could use magic began preparing their spells, ready to attack at any moment. Salina and the others turned pale. Their battle with the poison crocodile had drained their strength and magic. Seeing the mercenaries' cruel and greedy expressions, Salina felt despair. These men were no different from wild wolves. Just then, Zhang Xing's voice rang out. Ah, some people just don't know how to live. Always looking for trouble, walking straight into their own doom. Salina and Jean Tian's eyes lit up, suddenly remembering Zhang Xing's hidden trump card. Jean Tian quickly shouted, Zhang Xing, summon the dragon. Take them out. Dragon? What dragon? The mercenary leader looked at his lieutenant in confusion. The lieutenant gestured as he explained, Boss, I think he means one of those massive creatures with giant wings, fur claws, and the ability to fly in the sky. The leader waved impatiently. All right, stop talking nonsense and get out of my face. Dragons are just legends. They're dreaming of miracles when they're about to die. If they can really summon a dragon, they'll chop it into pieces myself, 1 cut at a time. Just as the mercenary leader gestured with his hand, mimicking how he would hack a dragon to pieces, a sudden boom echoed through the air, and the sky abruptly darkened. The mercenaries immediately grew alert, gripping their weapons tightly and crouching low as they cautiously looked up. What they saw left them utterly stunned. A massive black dragon hovered overhead, blotting out the sun. The mercenaries blinked and shook their heads, repeatedly confirming it wasn't a hallucination. The leader's face turned ashen as he cursed himself inwardly for running his mouth. Moments ago, he had boasted about slicing up a dragon, and now, one had actually appeared. In his mind, he frantically prayed to the god of war, hoping the dragon hadn't heard his reckless words. The dragon, Black Bao, fixed its gaze on the mercenary leader, its tone laced with mockery. Didn't you say you'd chop a dragon into 108 pieces? With a loud thud, the mercenary leader dropped to his knees, trembling all over. His voice quivered as he begged for mercy. Mighty Black Dragon, it was just a joke. I didn't even say 108 pieces. Please, forgive a lowly man like me, and don't take it to heart. Black Bao smirked, clearly amused. A man should keep his word. Well, here I am. Go ahead, chop me up. The leader repeatedly kowtowed, slapping himself across the face as he pleaded, "Great Black Dragon, I deserve to die. He'll never dare to speak such nonsense again. Please, have mercy." After 3 hard slaps, his cheeks were swollen and bright red. Black Bao nodded approvingly. "Not bad, your attitude is improving." Then, the dragon brought its enormous head down, stopping just an inch away from the leader's face. "Now tell me who else here wanted to kill us?" The small leader and the other mercenaries, hearing this, immediately threw down their weapons and knelt, begging for their lives. In their desperation to survive, some quickly shifted all the blame onto the leader and a few others in charge. "Mighty Black Dragon, we were forced into this. The leader gave the orders, and we didn't dare disobey. Please, just punish the main culprits, spare us underlings who had no choice." Zhang Xing watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in silence, unwilling to pass judgment on human nature. Instead, he urged Black Bao to end the confrontation quickly. To his dismay, Black Bao seemed to be relishing the fear and submission he was eliciting. The dragon circled the cowering mercenaries, his tone dripping with disdain. "Your groveling doesn't even come close to your leaders. Look at him's been slapping himself non-stop. And you? All you do is shift blame. Pathetic." When the small mercenaries heard that Black Bao might kill them, they froze in terror before frantically mimicking their leader, slapping their faces as hard as they could. Each one hit themselves with all their strength, terrified that any lack of effort might provoke the dragon's wrath. At this moment, they had only one thought: survival at any cost. But survival was not an option. Those who planned to kill must also be prepared to be killed. Saya waved goodbye to Zhang Xing reluctantly, her heart inexplicably filled with a mix of emotions. She reflected on the 3 encounters she had with this young boy: the trial tower at St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, the 6 Academies competition, and this time when he saved her from the brink of death. What were once vague impressions had now become vivid memories, and Zhang Xing's image in her mind had subtly transformed. When Zhang Xing announced his decision to leave, Saya felt an unexpected pang of loss and longing. As the daughter of the Lord of St. Roland Castle, she had always carried herself with pride and had never felt this way about any boy. Yet at this moment, she realized she had developed feelings for this boy who was 5 years her junior. The budding emotions brought a flush to her cheeks and a secret thrill to her heart. Zhan Tian, noticing the way Saya gazed at Zhang Xing with infatuation, felt a flicker of jealousy ignite within him, his fists clenching unconsciously. According to the accounts of Serena and Mintertina, there was a fabled area deep within the swamplands shrouded in black mist, rumored to contain rare and precious plants. Zhang Xing decided not to waste time searching step by step and instead mounted his black dragon, heading directly toward the depths. After flying for 4 or 5 hours, the dark region still did not appear. The true expanse of the swamplands and the time required to traverse it were mysteries no one could answer. Serena's information had come from Dean Jagger, but even the Apothecary Guild's mission details lacked clear records. Zhang Xing had no choice but to press forward. Another 3 hours passed, and although he had yet to find the legendary dark region, a peculiar stretch of land came into view. It was a barren, pitch-black patch of ground roughly the size of a football field. Zhang Xing halted and began to scrutinize the strange area. The ground was utterly lifeless, devoid of even the smallest insects typically found in the swamp. As Zhang Xing circled around 2/3 of the area, he suddenly felt as though the land beneath him shifted slightly. "Boss, I saw it too, but I can't sense any signs of life," Black Treasure said, his tone heavy with unease. Zhang Xing stopped in his tracks, fixing his gaze on the scene before him. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then an hour. Suddenly, the ground moved again. He continued to observe, waiting patiently as the skies began to dim. When the last rays of sunlight disappeared over the misty swamp, a dense black mist erupted from the center of the land, engulfing the entire area within moments. Could this be the legendary dark region? Zhang Xing and Black Treasure stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Then, about 7 or 8 meters from the center of the land, a silver light flashed. Within the glow, a plant that looked as though it came from a fantastical world appeared amidst the darkness. "It's thousand-leaf grass," Zhang Xing exclaimed in shock. "Black Treasure, this is what we came for. Let's check it out, but stay alert, this place is far too strange. Danger must be near." Black Treasure carried Zhang Xing cautiously into the black mist. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the silver glow of the thousand-leaf grass guiding their way. "Boss, this mist reeks of death. I hate it." Black Treasure snorted repeatedly, trying to minimize his breathing. "If my guess is right, this unpleasant aura is the same as what we encountered in the Forest of Magical Beasts." Zhang Xing had barely finished his sentence when a chilling, sinister laugh echoed from the darkness. "Hee!" A familiar laugh suddenly echoed through the air, and Zhang Xing immediately recognized the voice of that necromancer. Well, we meet again, little one. This time, You've walked right into my trap. Fate is on my side. Heh. You and your dragon shall become my puppets. Feigning composure, Zhang Xing retorted casually, keep dreaming. With a face like yours, you shouldn't expect things to go your way. Despite his confident words, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This elusive figure was a master of dark magic, likely of Grand Magus level. Even more troubling was his mastery of sinister summoning techniques. Remaining vigilant of his surroundings, Zhang Xing slowly approached the mystical thousand-leaf grass. At the same time, a question lingered in his mind. Wasn't this ghostly figure supposed to be hiding in the magic beast forest? Why would he appear here? Then it dawned on him cunning creatures often have multiple dens, and this necromancer, craftier than any fox, would surely have more than one hideout. Perhaps this environment was even better suited to his needs. The necromancer's voice echoed again, seemingly coming from all directions. Little one, it appears you're desperate for that magical thousand-leaf grass. Let me guess you're doing a mission for the Alchemist Guild, right? Planning to use it against me? What a joke. I've been guarding this place for years, and the area is surrounded by my dark devouring array. You've walked into a dead end. Heh. Zhang Xing ignored the necromancer's threats, focusing instead on getting closer to the thousand-leaf grass. However, just as he was within 10 meters of his goal, a massive skeletal frame suddenly materialized in front of him. The skeleton glowed faintly, and its lantern-sized eyes flickered with an eerie red light. It's a ghost dragon. Zhang Xing and He Bao exclaimed simultaneously. The necromancer's voice brimmed with smugness. Exactly. You have a dragon, and so do I. Yours is 5th tier, and so is mine. But I have an entire army at my disposal. What do you have? Soon, you'll be beaten to your last breath, and I'll claim your souls as my own. Yet, his laughter abruptly stopped. No, this is impossible. How do you have 2 dragons? A person can only form a contract with one magical beast in their lifetime. How could you possibly have 2? The necromancer's tone shifted, his prior confidence replaced by a trace of panic. Zhang Xing replied calmly, Oh, I really don't have much, just 2 dragons, that's all. Xiaobai, He Bao, take down that pile of bones for me. The 2 dragons eagerly leapt into action at his command. The ghost dragon, shrouded in deathly energy, stood no chance against their onslaught. With a sharp crack, Xiaobai shattered one of its ribs with a single claw swipe. He Bao followed up with a powerful tail strike, landing squarely on the ghost dragon's leg. The skeletal creature wobbled unsteadily before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. The necromancer began calculating his next move. This brat was relying solely on his 2 dragons. If he could just kill the boy, wouldn't the dragons die along with him? Then they'd become his undead dragon minions anyway. What the necromancer failed to realize was that Zhang Xing's bond was a mutual contract of equals, and he had yet to witness Zhang Xing's terrifying combat prowess. He still thought of him as just a child, easy to defeat. With this plan in mind, the necromancer extended his withered hands, quickly forming intricate gestures to manipulate the devouring array. Zhang Xing immediately felt the dark energy around him surge violently. Moments later, numerous green lights appeared, and hordes of zombies emerged. Clutching bone clubs, they dragged their stiff bodies forward, limping and lurching as they closed in on him. This was a tier higher than the skeletal Soldiersa battalion of zombie warriors. Zhang Xing's gaze swept over the densely packed horde of undead before finally landing on the bone dragon. That was the 5th and highest tier of soldiers that a necromancer could summon. The swamp was damp and eerie, with a pervasive stench of decay, an ideal environment for creating zombie soldiers. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of Zhang Xing's lips. Heh, a necromancer too ashamed to show his face? Perfect timing. I've been wanting to stretch my muscles. Thanks for bringing so many sparring partners. Zhang Xing began calculating in his mind. He knew that many support spells in the 5 schools of magic were ineffective against undead creatures, such as blindness. However, offensive spells should still work. Just as he channeled his mental energy to cast Fireburst, he suddenly realized his magic wasn't working. What's going on? Zhang Xing frowned, deeply puzzled. Kihi. As if sensing his confusion, an eerie laugh echoed through the air. The necromancer's sinister voice followed. Did you really think stepping onto this blackened land would be so easy? This ground is cursed by me. All magic above level 1 is completely nullified here. And with my heaven-devouring array, these soldiers are continuously replenished with dark energy. Even if you fight till exhaustion, you'll never finish them off. Zhang Xing shrugged nonchalantly, smirking. Heh, no problem. If I get tired, we'll just take a break and then come back for more. He thought to himself, I just need to grab the thousand-leaf herb and make a run for it. Who has time to waste fighting this guy? Meanwhile, Xiaobai and He Bao were locked in battle with the bone dragon. Though they appeared to have the upper hand, the bone dragon kept reassembling itself after being torn apart, relentlessly continuing the fight. Zhang Xing realized he had to end this quickly. Otherwise, the battle would drag on endlessly. If magic's out, then let's try Dragon Fist. Zhang Xing's eyes narrowed as he gathered his strength. Sky-shattering punch. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Xing's fist shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, a massive pathway was blasted through the zombie horde, scattering flesh and fragments everywhere in a gruesome display. However, the gap closed up almost immediately as more zombies swarmed in to fill the void. Hidden in the shadows, the necromancer couldn't help but gasp at Zhang Xing's raw power. Damn it, I underestimated him. This kid's a monster. Even if he started training in the womb, there's no way he should have such terrifying strength. I can't let him live if he grows any stronger. There'll be no place for me on the sacred dragon continent. The necromancer's rage boiled over. First, he messes up my plans in the magical beast forest, and now he's here to steal my thousand-leaf herb. I spent years cultivating that herb to refine an array capable of resisting holy magic. If the Alchemist Guild gets their hands on it, they could even counter my summoning spells. Damn brat. The necromancer wasn't having an easy time either, constantly channeling his mental energy to maintain the array. The two dragons and Zhang Xing wreaking havoc inside were straining his control. If this dragged on, he might collapse before his enemies did. Seeing his initial attack wasn't enough, Zhang Xing launched 6 consecutive punches in rapid succession. The zombies could no longer keep up with his assault, and the 10-meter gap was cleared in the blink of an eye. The thousand-leaf herb was within reach. Just as Zhang Xing extended his hand to pluck it, a massive, gaping maw suddenly emerged from beneath the herb.
Snap.
A ferocious bite missed its mark, leaving the necromancer in shock. The fifth-tier venomous crocodile had snapped at thin air. Zhang Xing had vanished. The surrounding zombies, now without a target, aimlessly milled about, while the venomous crocodile cautiously emerged from the shadows, scanning its surroundings. Even the necromancer, using his array, couldn't detect a trace of Zhang Xing's presence. Damn it, that brat must have some kind of invisibility artifact. Fine, hide all you want. Let's see who outlasts who, the necromancer fumed. Suddenly, a small hand shot out from the darkness and snatched the thousand-leaf herb. In a flash, it disappeared into the sky. Hey Bao Xiaobai, let's get out of here. Zhang Xing's voice rang out. His body, now enveloped in battle aura, moved like lightning. With a light step on a zombie's head, he leapt out of the encirclement in a few quick strides. He Bao and Xiaobai followed suit, streaking through the darkness like shooting stars. Give me back my thousand-leaf herb, you little brat. Give it back. The necromancer's desperate cries echoed into the night, fading as Zhang Xing and his companions disappeared into the shadows. A few days later, Zhang Xing appeared in the mission hall of the Pharmacists Guild. His steps were light, and a confident smile lit up his face. Old man, I'm here to submit the mission. Zhang Xing's clear voice echoed throughout the hall. The elderly apprentice, who had been dozing behind the counter, lazily lifted his head and casually accepted 2 wooden boxes, each over a foot long. As he glanced down at the mission log, his entire demeanor changed. He suddenly sat up straight, his cloudy eyes widening in astonishment. A 5-star mission? You completed it? The old apprentice stared at the young man before him in disbelief. He vividly remembered how, half a month ago, this inexperienced boy had come to take on the mission. At the time, he had secretly mocked him. What kind of beginner pharmacist would dare to take on a 5-star mission? Truly overestimating himself. Even though the boy later obtained his advanced pharmacist badge, the apprentice remained skeptical. After all, even the guild president and a group of senior veterans had failed to complete this mission. How could this young upstart possibly succeed? Over the years, many powerful warriors had attempted this mission, only to return empty-handed. It wasn't just a test of skill, it was a life-threatening 5-star mission. What could a young man, no matter how talented, possibly do? The old apprentice carefully inspected the 2 herbs inside the boxes, then abruptly stood up. Follow me. This mission requires evaluation by the guild elders. I don't have the authority. As they left the mission hall, they ran into Zaka. Zhang Xing, you're finally back. Zaka hurried over, reaching out to grab Zhang Xing's arm. Come with me. The guild master wants to see you. Mentor Zaka, I need to submit my mission first. Zhang Xing deftly dodged, but Zaka impatiently waved him off. Forget the mission. If you couldn't complete it, there's nothing to submit. The guild master knows you're back and is already discussing your situation with the elders. Zhang Xing thought for a moment. Since he'd have to meet the elders anyway, he decided not to argue further. The old apprentice silently followed with the wooden boxes in hand, while Zaka, too preoccupied to notice him, hurriedly led Zhang Xing toward the high-level meeting room. Inside the meeting room, 13 white-haired elders simultaneously turned their gaze toward Zhang Xing as he entered. They began praising him one after another. Impressive, impressive. So young, and already so accomplished. You can tell he's no ordinary talent. Our Pharmacists Guild has found itself another rising star. Come, Zhang Xing, greet the elders." Feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Zhang Xing awkwardly bowed to each elder in turn, all while inwardly lamenting the situation. The elders' names were strange and hard to remember, and their endless pleasantries made him feel like this ordeal would never end. Their kind, grandfatherly demeanor reminded him of family elders, but the constant bowing was wearing him out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, their chatter subsided, and Zhang Xing seized the opportunity to speak. "Honorable elders, I'm actually here to submit my mission." "Ah, if you couldn't complete it, there's no need to submit anything," one elder said dismissively, waving his hand. "I'll make sure they cancel the mission for you." Zhang Xing seems like a very honest young man. Another elder chimed in, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He knows he couldn't complete the mission, so he came back right away. That kind of truthful attitude deserves recognition. These old fellows kept going back and forth, chattering away for another half an hour. Zhang Xing stood to the side, his head spinning from all the talk. He had intended to explain why he was there, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Finally, during a brief pause when everyone took a sip of water, Zhang Xing seized the moment and blurted out, "I'm here to report the task is complete." "It's done." Worried they might not fully understand, he quickly added, "I've finished it. I brought back the demonic Lingji and the thousand-leaf grass." "What?" The words landed like a bomb. The dozen or so elders simultaneously spat out their water, spraying it all over the table. Wide-eyed and in utter disbelief, they stared at Zhang Xing, speaking in unison. "What did you just say?" Seeing their reaction, Zhang Xing hurriedly clarified, the task is done, sir. Could you please bring my task items over?" He was anxious to avoid another long-winded discussion and hoped the items would do the talking for him. At that moment, the apprentice by the door stepped in, respectfully holding 2 wooden boxes. In a clear voice, he announced, "Honorable Guildmaster, esteemed elders, Zhang Xing has completed both the number 1 and number 2 5-star missions he accepted half a month ago. He has returned today to submit them for verification." With that, he placed the boxes on the table, bowed, and exited the room. The meeting room fell into a stunned silence, as if time itself had stopped. The elders exchanged incredulous glances. Someone couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Impossible! Completing this in half a month? Just traveling back and forth would take longer than that. What did you do? Grow wings and fly there?" Finally, one of the elders seated closest to the boxes reached out with trembling hands and opened one. It's the demonic Lingji," he stammered, swallowing hard, his voice hoarse. The rest of the elders swarmed around him. "It really is the demonic Lingji, and it's in even better condition than the mission described. Judging by its size and aura, it's at least 10,000 years old. The color and vitality suggest it was just harvested recently, no more than a month ago." As they marveled at the demonic Lingji, someone opened the second box. Gasps filled the room. "Oh my goodness, such a tall thousand-leaf grass. This is incredible. The quality is outstanding. Look at the leaves. Not only are they thick and lush, but the veins are far more intricate than anything documented." Meanwhile, Zhang Xing stood off to the side, completely ignored. He muttered to himself, "These old guys are so obsessed with their treasures they've forgotten I exist. At this rate, they'll probably study these things until dawn." Suddenly, a loud sneeze shattered the silence, shaking the table. The elders snapped out of their trance and finally turned their attention back to Zhang Xing. The guild master straightened up and said gravely, "Zhang Xing, explain in detail how you managed to collect these herbs." The other elders sat up as well, their expressions serious, as if preparing for a formal interrogation. Zhang Xing shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I rode my dragon there. It wasn't a big deal, I just grabbed them and came back." His casual remark struck like a bolt of lightning. The elders froze, utterly dumbfounded. The room fell silent once again, as if the air itself had been sucked out. "What? You are the fabled Dragon Knight from the Imperial capital?" Guildmaster Lu Olai shot up from his chair, staring in disbelief at the young man before him. Though Mineport was thousands of miles away from the Imperial capital, news of a Dragon Knight's appearance in Tianqing Kingdom had already spread far and wide. As elders of the Alchemist Guild of St. Dragon Continent, they usually immersed themselves in the study of medicine and paid little attention to politics or military affairs. After all, how could a small empire compare to the continent-spanning Alchemist Guild? Their research often involved rare and exotic creatures, and they were well-versed in dragon legends. Yet, none of them had ever imagined encountering a real Dragon Knight here. No wonder this man had completed a 5-star mission so swiftly riding a dragon. He could cover tens of thousands of kilometers in a single day. Zhang Xing had carefully concealed the matter of the snow ape, unwilling to cause trouble for a friend. However, he spoke in detail about the threat of necromancers beings akin to terrorists on Earth, capable of launching devastating attacks on cities at any moment. Such a menace was not to be taken lightly. After hearing the full story, The elders unanimously decided to reward Zhang Xing with double the usual compensation, a monumental 600 million contribution points. Overjoyed, he used just 300 million to exchange for 2 rare medicinal ingredients. His worries about not having enough materials to refine sufficient pills were now completely alleviated. That night, in the luxurious guest room arranged by the guild, Zhang Xing entered the Dragon Island space and began the arduous process of alchemy. Handling such a large quantity of materials at once was far more challenging than the Advanced Alchemist certification exam. Yet, with spiritual power approaching that of a high-level archmage, he managed to handle it with ease. 2 hours later, a deafening open echoed as the lid of the alchemy furnace burst open. 20 golden, radiant dragon flame pills flew neatly into a medicine box with perfect precision. After a brief rest, Zhang Xing immediately began refining the second batch dragon snow pills. Another 2 hours passed, and 20 shimmering silver pills were successfully created. 4 hours of intense alchemy left Zhang Xing utterly exhausted, but the sight of the successful pills filled him with uncontrollable joy. He Bao and Xiao Bai could finally advance. The 2 divine dragons, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, could no longer contain their excitement. They soared into the air, unleashing deafening roars. With the system's enhancements, they had already completed in a few days what would normally take a young dragon 10 years. Now, they were about to surpass the 20-year threshold of their juvenile stage. Once they reached the 6th tier, they would ascend to the adolescent phase. At that point, not only would their size rival that of adult dragons, but their power would also skyrocket, and their understanding of ancient heritage would deepen significantly. The air above Dragon Island echoed with laughter and joy. Zhang Xing and the 2 divine dragons laughed heartily, while the gemstone dragon lounged lazily against a nearby rock, one leg crossed over the other, casually chewing on a chunk of mithril or with an air of indifference. Is it really that exciting? It's just advancing a rank. I'm on the path of advancement every single day, the gemstone dragon scoffed, rolling its eyes dismissively. As the laughter began to fade, Zhang Xing solemnly handed 2 wooden boxes to He Bao and Xiao Bai. 3 pills a day, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 at night. In 7 days, you'll ascend to the next level. Eagerly, the 2 dragons each took a pill and swallowed it. Almost instantly, a look of pure bliss spread across their faces. The night passed quietly, and as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, Zhang Xing was startled by a knock at the door. He quickly left Dragon Island, feigning grogginess as he went to answer. Standing outside was an unexpected group of visitors: President Luo Lai, Zaka, Mintermashi, and 2 elder council members Zhang Xing had never seen before. Haha, Zhang Xing, I made sure I was the first to arrive. President Luo Lai declared triumphantly. Let's grab breakfast together and chat a bit while we're at it. First or second? What's the difference? We all arrived within minutes of each other. One of the elder council members chuckled. The few of us oldtimers joining you for breakfast is a bit of a send-off in itself. Mashi chimed in. Why not stay an extra day? We could prepare something grand, maybe set up 15 or 20 banquet tables. Banquet? What banquet? Zaka immediately cut in. Zhang Xing's still a kid. No drinking. As elders, we should know better than to suggest that. Zhang Xing quickly declined their kind offers with a polite smile. Thank you, President and everyone, but I really need to get back to school. It's been over 2 weeks since I last attended, and any longer would just feel irresponsible. I'll head out after breakfast. You all must have your own busy schedules to attend to. However, the breakfast gathering turned out to be more elaborate than Zhang Xing had anticipated. Every elder, alchemist, and apprentice from the guild was present. President Luo Lai scanned the room, his tone carrying a sense of significance. This is the largest gathering in the history of the Minor Port Alchemist Guild, and the first time we've ever held a breakfast event to see off an alchemist. What's more unique is that this particular alchemist has shattered numerous records, the youngest in our history, advanced from apprentice to senior alchemist within a single day, and broke the record for fastest promotion. And if that weren't enough, he completed the first 2 parts of a 5-star mission in just half a month. The president paused for dramatic effect, prompting a flurry of whispers from the crowd. Those who were unaware speculated wildly about the identity of this mysterious individual. Some guessed it might be a mage of great renown, perhaps even someone at the level of a battle king. President Luo Lai cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. That person is none other than Zhang Xing, Alchemist Zhang. Let's invite him to say a few words. Zhang Xing had already realized this was shaping up to be the equivalent of an Outstanding Achievement Award ceremony back on Earth. Reluctantly, he rose to his feet. As the room turned to see who was speaking, a collective gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd. Standing before them was a child no older than 7 or 8. Those who hadn't known beforehand were all struck by the same incredulous thought. Could this really be true? Zhang Xing had left the Pharmacists Guild an hour ago, yet the thunderous applause from earlier still echoed in his ears. Shaking his head, he tried to brush off the overwhelming enthusiasm of those old folks. Although the guild's harmonious atmosphere was appealing, the same could not be said for the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Zhang Xing couldn't help but wonder. If the academy were like the guild, perhaps the conflicts between him and the mentors wouldn't exist. With a mix of emotions, Zhang Xing began his journey back. 3 days later, as soon as he stepped through the gates of the academy, he was immediately escorted to the vice principal's office. The vice principal wore a grave expression and got straight to the point. Zhang Xing, your unauthorized absence for nearly 20 days is a serious violation of academy rules. Several mentors have reported that you're insubordinate and have requested strict disciplinary action. Zhang Xing listened in silence, his thoughts swirling. Am I really such an eyesore to them? As if my existence threatens their wealth and status as nobles? The vice principal continued, after careful deliberation, the academy has decided to give you one last chance. If you can rank in the top 10 in this semester's final exams, you may continue your studies here. If not, you will be sent back to St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Steeling himself, Zhang Xing accepted the challenge. He requested 3 months of self-study in the dormitory, and after some consideration, the vice principal agreed. Freed from the monotonous magic classes, Zhang Xing walked across the campus with a light heart. He decided to reward He Bao and Xiao Bai, as their efforts in obtaining the thousand-leaf herb had been invaluable. The three of them headed to the Imperial City's famous food street, where Zhang Xing planned to keep a low profile and sample dishes from one stall to the next. By the 4th stop, Zhang Xing was already full and could only watch as the 2 gluttonous dragons continued to feast with abandon. Just then, a commotion broke out on the street. At first, Zhang Xing paid no mind, but as the noise grew louder, he caught a familiar voice. You're lying. We didn't steal your pills. Startled, Zhang Xing froze. Was that Xuer's voice? What was she doing in the Imperial City? Something must have happened. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing stood up, ready to investigate. Zhang Xing hastily instructed, Hey Bao, Xiao Bai, take your time eating here. Don't wander off. If you finish, order more food, but don't cause any trouble. They'll be right back. He thought to himself, I have to warn them. These dragon brothers get reckless when they're drunk. Their innate combative nature is no joke. He quickly headed downstairs and squeezed into the crowd of onlookers. Through the gaps, he spotted familiar figures Xuer and Feier, along with a man who appeared to be in his 50s, presumably Xuer's father. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man dressed as an apothecary. The apothecary spoke loudly. While I was eating, I left my bottle of pills on the table, and now it's gone. You 3 were the only ones nearby, and this young lady was the closest. She must have stolen it. Xuer's face turned red with anger, her eyes wide open as she retorted, I didn't steal it. I didn't even see any pills. Her father hurriedly explained, Master Apothecary, my daughter would never take your pills. Even though our family has fallen on hard times, we still hold a baron's title. How could we possibly do something so disgraceful? Zhang Xing felt puzzled. Why were they here? Were they looking for him? He did recall telling them to visit if they had the chance when he last left the territory, but that was merely to deter troublemakers from bothering them. The apothecary suddenly pointed at Xuer's backpack with a sinister grin. Young lady, you're not being honest. Open your bag, and we'll find my bottle of pills hidden inside. Xuer's father froze. If he hadn't realized they were being blackmailed by now, he would have lived his years in vain. The apothecary's eyes roved greedily over Xuer and Feier. It's obvious you are just a bunch of impoverished rural nobles. Coming to the food street and only ordering 3 bowls of noodles? You must be dirt poor. I've had my eye on your 2 daughters. A little trickery, and they'll be mine. Even if you figure it out, there's nothing you can do about it. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Why not just open the bag and see if she stole it or not? That man's the manager of the Apothecary Guild's Imperial branch. He wouldn't falsely accuse someone, but that girl doesn't look like a thief at all. Huh, you never know. If they've fallen that far, who's to say what they do? Tears shimmered in Xuer's eyes as she stubbornly said, Fine, I'll open it and show you. I didn't steal anything. She reached for her bag. Her father's face turned pale, his heart racing. He thought to himself, this is bad. We've fallen into a trap. At this critical moment, the crowd suddenly caught sight of a child appearing in the center of the scene. Xuer, it's really you. Why didn't you come find me when you arrived? Zhang Xing exclaimed, feigning surprise. Zhang Xing Xuer's voice trembled with emotion, unable to say more. Zhang Xing naturally took hold of Xuer's back. No one noticed his fingers subtly moving, quietly swapping the pill bottle inside. Feier's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope when she saw Zhang Xing. She silently prayed, a savior has arrived. If we can ask Zhang Xing, the city lord, for help, maybe he'll lend us the funds we need. Then we wouldn't have to close our family's only shop, and my sister and I wouldn't have to serve as maids for father's marquee friend. The apothecary impatiently waved his hand. Who's this kid? Go play somewhere else. Your Xuer sister here is a thief. Zhang Xing turned around and smiled calmly. Oh, A thief? What did Schwerer supposedly steal from you? The apothecary sneered disdainfully. Ha! A little brat trying to play the hero? She stole my pills. The apothecary declared. Zhang Xing asked casually, what grade of pills? Didn't expect it, young man. But you seem to know your stuff. The pharmacist raised an eyebrow in surprise, but his expression quickly darkened. She stole a bottle of my level 1 spirit restoration pills. These are specially crafted for mages, made from over a dozen rare ingredients. Just one pill can restore 50% of your mental energy, far superior to the high-grade potions mages brew for themselves. He puffed out his chest and pointed at the badge on it, a single star engraved on a simple emblem. I am a registered apprentice pharmacist of the Pharmacists Guild. A 1-star? Zhang Xing glanced at the badge and chuckled inwardly. Show off. My advanced pharmacist badge has 3 stars. But outwardly, he remained calm and asked, are you sure it's a level 1 spirit restoration pill? Of course. The pharmacist thumped his chest confidently. I made it myself, no doubt about it. He waved a hand dismissively. Enough talk. Open the bag. Zhang Xing smiled silently, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Nearby, Schwerer rolled her eyes at the pharmacist and muttered under her breath, accusing innocent people. As the bag was opened, Schwerer, Fair, and their father froze in shock. A small, standard issue, blue porcelain bottle used by pharmacists was lying conspicuously among the items. This isn't mine. Schwerer's eyes widened in confusion. How did this bottle get into my bag? The pharmacist seized the moment to stir up trouble. See that, everyone? Proof she stole it. And she had the nerve to deny it earlier. A chorus of accusations erupted from the crowd. Shameful. So young and already stealing things. Exactly. I really misjudged her. I thought such a sweet, lively little girl wouldn't stoop to something so low. Shows you can't trust appearances. Schwerer stood there as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down her face. She murmured repeatedly, I didn't steal it, I didn't steal it. The pharmacist smirked triumphantly. The evidence is right here. What more do you have to say? He sighed and feigned pity. We'll give you 2 choices. First, we report this to the authorities, and you'll be charged with theft. Second, he paused dramatically, then added, I'm not a heartless man. I can't bear to see someone so young ruin their life. You and your sister can come work as my apprentices at my residence. With my guidance, you'll learn to walk the right path. Zhang Xing sneered inwardly. You sly fox, so this was your plan all along. I thought you just wanted to scam a couple of coins, but you've really got some nerve. What a cunning old scoundrel. Pointing at the translucent porcelain bottle, Zhang Xing feigned curiosity. You're saying this is a spirit restoration pill? Doesn't look like it to me. The pharmacist scoffed. What would a kid like you know? Don't talk nonsense if you're clueless. Why don't you open it and take a look? Zhang Xing insisted. I'm telling you, this isn't a spirit restoration pill. Irritated, the pharmacist strode over, grabbed the bottle, and poured the 3 pills into his palm. With his head held high, he proudly displayed them to the crowd, oblivious to what he was holding. The mages in the crowd, though not highly ranked, had all seen or used spirit restoration pills before. They knew that a single pill could sell for 40,000 gold coins, far surpassing the 8th Sandcoin high-grade mental recovery potions they could concoct themselves. Yet, the 3 pills in the pharmacist's hand looked nothing like spirit restoration pills. Spectators were simply there for the show, and those who didn't recognize the Huishan pill pretended to be experts, nodding along foolishly. Suddenly, a mage in the crowd couldn't hold back and blurted out, this doesn't seem like a Huishan pill? The statement was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The alchemist finally turned his attention to the pill in his hand. When he got a good look at it, his face froze as if he had been turned to stone. He shook his head vigorously, then examined it again, and a chill ran down his spine. Damn it! I clearly put in a bottle of Huishan pills. How did it turn into this unknown pill? He thought to himself. Judging by its quality, this pill isn't ordinary. It could sell for at least 500,000 or 600,000 gold coins. 3 of these would be over 1 million. He glanced at the father and daughters, clearly realizing they had no clue about the pill's origin. Greed flickered in his eyes, and he quickly hatched a plan. Ahem. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ah, my bad memory. I carry so many pills around that I got them mixed up. Erase the Huishan pill. With that, he pulled out a bottle of genuine Huishan pills from his pocket. The onlookers suddenly understood, with a hint of envy flashing in their eyes. An alchemist is truly impressive, pulling out rare pills like it's nothing. Just as the alchemist was about to pocket both bottles, Zhang Xing's voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Hold it. Be careful what you claim. If this pill is yours, then tell us what's its name? How many ingredients does it contain? What are its effects? And how exactly did you refine it? The alchemist's hand froze for a moment, but he pretended not to hear Zhang Xing. He quickly stuffed both bottles into his pocket and arrogantly declared, I'm the only alchemist here. If I say it's mine, then it's mine. What can a brat like you do about it? Turning to Feyer and Schwer, he sneered coldly. Huishan pill or not, it doesn't change the fact that the three of you conspired to steal my pills. I've given you two choices, make your decision. Schwer's father panicked, but the thought of handing his two daughters over to the alchemist was something he could never agree to, even if it cost him his life. The two sisters looked at their father with tearful eyes, bracing themselves for the cruel fate awaiting them. Schwer stole a glance at Zhang Xing, sighing inwardly. The imperial capital truly is a den of vipers. Even the lord of Zijin City is a nobody here. Just as Schwer's heart filled with despair and indignation at the unfairness of it all, a cold, sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. Pick your sister, you bastard. What happened next left everyone in the crowd utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Xing strode forward in a flash and delivered a resounding slap across the alchemist's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed, and a bright red handprint immediately appeared on the alchemist's cheek. Schwer was so shocked she forgot to wipe her tears, while Feyer gasped, her small mouth agape before she quickly covered it with her hands. The alchemist stood there, stunned by the unexpected blow, staring at Zhang Xing in disbelief. This little runt dared to hit me? How could he hit me? I'm an alchemist, a high-level mage. The alchemist's thoughts churned in outrage. Though not a prominent figure in the imperial capital, his status as an alchemist usually earned him respect, even from nobles and aristocrats. You little brat, you've got a death wish, daring to hit me. The pharmacist was seething with rage, his face still stinging from the slap. I don't care whose child you are today. You're getting a lesson you'll never forget. He began chanting a spell, preparing to cast magic on Zhang Xing. However, before he could finish, a sharp smack echoed through the air. The pharmacist's vision darkened as the other side of his face flared with pain. Dazed and disoriented, blood trickled down his nose. You little bastard, you're asking for it, the pharmacist roared. As a high-level mage and a junior pharmacist, being slapped twice in public by a mere child on the streets of the imperial capital was utterly humiliating. Schwer stood frozen in shock, as if transported back to the intense scene at the Zijing City Tavern. Feyer and her father, on the other hand, trembled in fear, their faces twitching. This kid's got guts, Feyer's father muttered in disbelief. That's a one-star pharmacist he's messing with. A guy like that just needs to wave his hand, and a whole squad of warriors and mages will show up to back him up. As they worried about the situation spiraling out of control, the sound of marching footsteps grew louder in the distance. The patrol guards had arrived. The pharmacist immediately shouted, Captain Ferry, arrest this brat right now. Not only did they conspire to steal my elixirs, but they also assaulted me. Lock them all up in the dungeon. Captain Ferry recognized the pharmacist as a familiar face from the guild and surveyed the scene in astonishment. What's going on here? Who's bold enough to assault someone in broad daylight? Following the pharmacist's pointing finger, his eyes widened further. Unbelievable. A high-ranking mage beaten to a pulp by a child. Seeing Captain Ferry hesitate, the pharmacist bellowed again. What are you waiting for? Arrest this kid already. Just as the words left his mouth, Zhang Xing stepped forward and delivered another rapid series of slaps to the pharmacist's forehead. Each time the pharmacist tried to lift his head, Zhang Xing smacked him back down, repeating the process dozens of times until the man no longer dared to look up. Arrest me? You disgrace to the pharmacist guild, Zhang Xing said coldly. The one who truly deserves to be locked up is you. Each strike disrupted the pharmacist's attempts to secretly chant spells. Enough. Captain Ferry finally shouted angrily. How dare you act so brazenly in my presence? Do you think I'm invisible here? He turned to his men. Seize him. The patrol guards immediately moved in to apprehend Zhang Xing. A glint of icy determination flashed in Zhang Xing's eyes. Damn it, he thought, jumping to conclusions without even asking what happened. Looks like you all need a good beating. I don't care if your patrol guardsiery all going down today. The patrol captain drew his broadsword and charged furiously at Zhang Xing. He bellowed, You insolent brat. How dare you hit someone right in front of me? Do you even know who I am? You've got some nerve. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream interrupted his roar. An ice spike struck the captain's chest plate with precision, sending him flying backward from the immense impact. His body flailed like a kite with a snapped string and crashed through the window of a nearby tavern with a resounding bang, scattering shards of glass in all directions. Captain! The patrol guards stood dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in shock. The faces of Schwer and her sisters, along with their father, were etched with terror. They thought to themselves, this boy is too reckless. Striking patrol guards in the imperial capital? He's courting death. No one who dared to do such a thing has lived to tell the tale. Even a warlord-level fighter wouldn't escape being hunted down, let alone here in the capital. The army will arrive in no time, and there will be no chance of escape. The patrol guards snapped out of their stupor, their outrage boiling over as they charged at Zhang Xing. You little bastard. You're asking for death. Do you realize you're defying the Empire? They raised their spears, ready to skewer Zhang Xing on the spot. But before they could get close, a series of sharp whoosh sounds filled the air. More ice spikes struck each soldier's armor with pinpoint accuracy. The air was soon filled with cries of pain as they fell one after another. The apothecary, witnessing the scene, contorted his already swollen face into a twisted grin. He gritted his teeth and spat. You're dead, kid. Huh? Attacking the Empire's patrol guards? The Emperor himself will have your head cut off. Zhang Xing fixed the apothecary with a cold, piercing stare. Still running your mouth at a time like this? Looks like you're not hurting enough yet, he said sharply. With that, he stepped forward and delivered a swift series of slaps to the apothecary's face, each one landing with a resounding smack. The apothecary finally broke down, collapsing to the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. The humiliation, coupled with his seething resentment, overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly shattered. Just then, Zhang Xing's voice rang out again, filled with an unprecedented authority. Stop your crying. You're a disgrace to the Apothecary Guild. As a member of the Elder Council of the Manai Harbor Apothecary Guild, I hereby order you to hand over your identification token and return to the guild for a year of suspension and reflection. The apothecary's head shot up, disbelief etched across his face. When his eyes landed on the 3-star emblem gleaming on Zhang Xing's identification token, his expression turned ghostly pale. 3-star apothecary, he stammered, his body crumpling to the ground. In that moment, the apothecary finally understood everything. Why his bottle of spirit-recovering elixir had been swapped for a third-ear pillet was the work of the young man standing before him. And yet, blinded by greed, he had pocketed the third-tier pill without a second thought. Regret consumed him as he thought, damn it, if only you'd shown your token earlier. Whether you're on the Elder Council or not, just being a 3-star apothecary is enough to make anyone think twice before crossing you. Zhang Xing looked down at the pitiful apothecary and said icily, hand over my pill. Greed will only get you so far. That high-grade bloodline pill isn't meant for consumption, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out even if you tried to study it. Watching the apothecary's pathetic state, Zhang Xing felt an urge to kick him a couple more times, but ultimately restrained himself. The pharmacist nervously pulled a vial from his pocket and handed it over with both hands, his fingers trembling slightly. His darting eyes betrayed his overwhelming fear. Zhang Xing took the vial, his gaze sharp as a blade, and asked coldly, explain yourself. What exactly happened? Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the pharmacist dared not reveal the truth. Stammering, he muttered, They didn't steal, I must have made a mistake. His words landed like a bomb, causing an uproar among the crowd. People began murmuring. So, it turns out this pharmacist falsely accused those young girls. And he wanted to take them as apprentices? Clearly, his intentions weren't pure. Despicable. A hypocrite through and through. Someone in the crowd noticed Zhang Xing and asked in astonishment, who is this kid? Is he really a third-level pharmacist? Unbelievable. So young, yet he's already passed the third-level exam. He must have an extraordinary background. Amid the commotion, Captain Fairy of the patrol squad finally snapped out of his daze. Surveying the scene, he saw his entire team sprawled on the ground, and a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. Fury bubbled within him. This boy is utterly brazen, knocking out the entire patrol squad in front of everyone and standing there as if nothing happened. Ed has no regard for the imperial authority. Just as Fairy was about to pull out a magic communicator to call for reinforcements, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw his older brother, the captain of the palace guard. Fairy, what's going on here? What happened? His brother asked, striding over and helping him up. Fairy, seething with anger, replied, Big brother, someone's causing trouble, refusing to cooperate, and even took down our entire patrol squad. His brother's expression darkened. Oh, so brazen, who dares to act so recklessly? His eyes scanned the scene. Fairy pointed at Zhang Xing, his voice filled with spite as he shouted, Big brother, it's that kid. Hurry and arrest him. Lock him up and interrogate him properly. Let him learn the consequences of defying imperial authority. After shouting for a while, Fairy noticed that his brother wasn't reacting. Confused, he tugged on his brother's sleeve. Big brother, what's wrong? His brother's face grew serious. Fairy, are you saying that kid is the one who attacked you? Do you even know who he is? What's his name? No idea. Why? What's the big deal, big brother? Fairy asked, baffled. His brother's tone turned grave. That's Zhang Xing of the Royal Magic and Martial Academy. He's a duke of the first rank, personally appointed by His Majesty. And he's a dragon knight. Have you lost your mind, picking a fight with him? Fairy felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. Panic washed over him. What? That's Zhang Xing? Oh no, oh no, I've really messed up this time, big brother. You know him, don't you? Please, go say something on my behalf. The brothers huddled together, whispering anxiously. Fairy was filled with regret. Normally, he strutted around as a proud captain of the patrol squad, but now, faced with someone truly powerful, he was reduced to a quivering mess. Zhang Xing had the emperor's ear. A single word from him could not only cost Fairy his position but also jeopardize his brother's role as palace guard captain or even their lives. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing ignored their hushed conversation and turned his attention back to the pharmacist. His voice was icy as he commanded, "Go apologize to Schwer. Compensate her for the damage to her reputation." Emotional distress, he listed 7 or 8 forms of compensation before pointing to the fallen soldiers and the wrecked tavern. "And all of Physio responsible for it. You'll pay for everything." Hearing this, the pharmacist's face turned ashen, and his lips quivered. Despite his inner despair, he could only lower his head and accept his fate. After all, when under someone else's roof, there's no choice but to bow. The pharmacist fumbled around in his robes for quite a while before finally pulling out a gold coin card. Just as he was about to step forward and apologize, Zhang Xing stopped him. Narrowing his eyes with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, Zhang Xing said, "That's it? After everything I just told you, it's only worth 10,000 gold coins." The pharmacist's face was filled with anxiety, and his voice trembled slightly. "Master Zhang Xing, how much should I give then?" Zhang Xing's lips curled into a meaningful smirk. "You decide. An apology needs to be sincere. The more you give, the more it shows your sincerity." Sweat began to bead on the pharmacist's forehead. With trembling hands, he pulled out another 10,000 and cautiously glanced at Zhang Xing. Seeing no change in Zhang Xing's expression, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly produced another 10,000. Zhang Xing's face suddenly darkened, his gaze becoming sharp and penetrating. The pharmacist's heart sank, cursing silently. "What bad luck today trying to extort, only to be extorted myself." Restraining his frustration, he pulled out a single card worth a hefty 100,000. His voice shaking, 200,000, will that do?" Zhang Xing's eyes widened suddenly, and the pharmacist felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs nearly gave way, and he almost collapsed. Internally, he groaned, "All right, you win. Ruthless and cunning, I admit defeat." Clenching his teeth, he reluctantly brought out a second 100,000 gold card. Zhang Xing waved impatiently, his tone icy. "It seems you lack even a shred of sincerity. Forget it, just leave. They'll make sure to stop by your branch later and review the accounts. Let's see how much profit you've raked in for the guild over the years in the imperial capital." With a loud thud, the pharmacist dropped to his knees, his body drenched in cold sweat. As the manager of the guild's branch in the imperial capital, he had indeed amassed a fortune over the years, an amount only he truly knew. Though he believed he had covered his tracks flawlessly, he was well aware of the devastating consequences if an investigation were to be launched. The pharmacist cursed inwardly. Damn it, this isn't a kid at all, a sly old fox through and through. He found himself in a predicament. Giving too much would look suspicious, but giving too little might provoke Zhang Xing. After hesitating for a moment, he swiftly produced 300,000 gold cards, his voice trembling. "Master Zhang Xing, this is everything I have. I swear I have no more." As he spoke, he quietly slipped a card into Zhang Xing's hand. Zhang Xing caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was momentarily stunned. A 1,000,000 gold card? With a flick of his wrist, the card vanished in an instant. "All right, that'll do. 50,000 for Schwer's family, and 10,000 for the soldiers," Zhang Xing said casually. Hearing that Zhang Xing was finally letting him off the hook, the pharmacist felt a wave of relief wash over him and exhaled deeply. When Schwer received the 50,000 gold card, she was utterly dumbfounded. For a baron's family with an annual income of only 2,000 gold, this unexpected windfall left her momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Thayer and their father were equally stunned, as if they were in a dream. Initially, their plan for this trip was to offer their 2 daughters as maids to a family friend in exchange for a loan of 10,000 gold to keep their household afloat. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine receiving 50,000 in compensation. The drastic turn of events left them in disbelief. The pharmacist briefly explained the reasons for the compensation: mental anguish, loss of reputation, and so on, leaving Schwer's family dizzy with confusion. They had thought a few 100 or 1,000 gold coins would already be a blessing. Such a massive payout made them wonder if the empire had passed some new compensation laws. "Hurry, go thank Master Zhang Xing," Schwer's father exclaimed, pulling his 2 daughters along as he prepared to kneel in gratitude. Zhang Xing quickly stopped them and instead asked, "Schwer, was there something you came here for? Tell me, maybe I can help." Schwer's family suddenly felt embarrassed. They had just received 50,000 gold coins out of the blue, and now Master Zhang Xing was even offering to assist further. His generosity overwhelmed them. What shocked them even more was the sight of the patrolling soldiers Zhang Xing had scolded earlier silently slinking away without a word. Clearly, Zhang Xing's influence was not to be underestimated. Fei felt a wave of gratitude. If her younger sister hadn't spoken up for Zhang Xing back then, they wouldn't be experiencing such good fortune now. She cast a thankful glance at Shuer, her heart brimming with hope for the future. All right, Master Zhang. Shuer's father bowed respectfully once again, expressing his gratitude. Our little family business ran into some trouble, but with this 500,000, we'll be able to manage. We wouldn't dare trouble you any further. Shuer and Fei followed suit, offering their heartfelt thanks to Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing waved his hand dismissively and smiled. No need to be so formal. Just call me Zhang Xing. What's with all this master business? I'm still a kid, you know. It feels weird to hear that. With a casual wave of his small hand, he led the father and daughters back to the tavern. As they reached the second floor, Zhang Xing's expression suddenly changed. There, a young nobleman dressed in extravagant attire was waving a fan dangerously close to Xiao Bai's face, almost poking him. Smile? How dare you laugh? The young nobleman roared in anger. Everyone says this green outfit and headscarf look great on me, and yet you mock me? Do you even know who I am? Beside him, a group of henchmen dressed as warriors banged their fists on the table menacingly. Stop laughing. Our young master is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? Xiao Bai, with his naturally cheerful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, He Bao sat there calmly, savoring his food and wine, completely unbothered by the commotion around him. Xiao Bai, have a drink, He Bao said leisurely. This tavern's atmosphere isn't great though. Looks like some locusts have crawled up to the second floor. Xiao Bai chimed in with a grin. Haha, you're right, He Bao. Not just locusts, there are even a few green flies buzzing around. Hearing their banter, Zhang Xing couldn't suppress a laugh. The nobleman in his all-green outfit, surrounded by henchmen in lighter green, did indeed resemble a locust leading a swarm of green flies. What did you just say? The young nobleman was furious, pointing his fan at He Bao. Who are you calling a locust? Who are you calling green flies? Without even glancing at him, He Bao downed his bowl of wine and praised, good wine, excellent wine. Come on, Xiao Bai, have some food. Then he called out to the waiter, bring 2 more jars of wine and a couple of roast lambs. The onlookers began to stir, egging on the scene. Young Master Hill, he's disrespecting you. Teach him a lesson. Yeah, young Master Hill. Who in the capital would dare not give you face? Didn't you beat up that academy dean's grandson last time? He even had to apologize to you. Enough talk. Just go for it. Hill's expression darkened at the crowd's encouragement. He roared in anger. Damn it. It's the first time in the capital I've encountered such insolent fools. Beat them up. Make them beg on their knees. At his command, the henchmen charged at He Bao and Xiao Bai. However, with just a few loud thuds, the so-called elite warriors inexplicably found themselves kneeling on the floor, looking bewildered. Hill frantically looked around, shouting, Who? Who the hell dared to interfere? Show yourself. Xiao Bai couldn't hold back his laughter. This clueless young master's reaction was just too funny. Hill, now red with embarrassment and rage, locked his gaze onto Xiao Bai's beaming face. Was it you? Not me. Xiao Bai shook his head, pointing to He Bao. Hill turned to He Bao. You big guy. Was it you? He Bao, still engrossed in expertly carving the golden roast lamb, sneered, Do you even need to ask? I thought you all saw it happen. Honestly, you people have terrible eyesight. Are those bulbous eyes of yours only good for breathing? Hill, a mid-level mage in his 20s, had secured his position thanks to being the grandson of Jason, the deputy headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Had he been born into an ordinary noble family, he would have been no more than a mid-tier magician. At this moment, being blatantly ignored by He Bao, Hill was seething with rage and began casting an earth element spell. O great deity of the mountains, your humble servant. Hill chanted slowly, his voice filled with forced reverence. He Bao glanced at him dismissively, elegantly speared a piece of meat with his fork, took a sip of wine, and then casually raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the dining hall. Hill's cheek burned with pain, and he nearly bit his tongue. Furious, he roared, How dare you hit me? I am Jason's grandson. My grandfather is a primary mage emperor. You better cut off one of your hands and kneel to beg for forgiveness right now. Otherwise, I'll have your entire family thrown into prison to suffer daily lashings. He Bao lazily picked at his ear and grumbled impatiently, If you're going to fight, just fight already. What's with all the chatter? With that, he stood up, grabbed Hill by the collar, and dragged him toward the window. Hill's confidence crumbled in an instant. Panicking, he screamed, What are you doing? No. Stop. My grandfather is a mage emperor. He'll kill you. Let me go. The onlookers were stunned. whispering among themselves. This Heibao guy has guts, doesn't he know the kid's grandfather is a mage emperor? In the Tianqing Empire, aside from the 6 headmasters of the magic academies who are high mage emperors, there are only a handful of primary and intermediate mage emperors, plus a few martial emperors. These people are the top figures in the empire. Any matter involving them is a big deal. And this guy's about to toss the mage emperor's grandson out of a window? Even if the fall doesn't kill him, just attempting it is enough to get him executed a dozen times over. He's really done it this time. No matter who he is, he's not walking away from this alive. Heibao remained expressionless as he reached the window. Without hesitation, he shoved Hill out. Down you go. Ah! Hill's scream pierced the air. Thud. A dull crash followed as Hill landed face first in the middle of Gourmet Street, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The street erupted into chaos. Look! Someone fell from the building. Quick, let's see what happened. Another fight? Things are lively today. Must be those spoiled noble brats again, fighting every 3 days and brawling every 5. As the crowd gathered, some recognized the bloodied and disheveled Hill struggling to stand. Isn't that young Master Hill? Huh. He actually got beaten up? Now that's a first. Look at him's in a bad way. Knocked a tooth out too. Sure. Keep it down. If he hears you, you're in trouble. Hill wiped his face with his sleeve, spitting out blood and broken teeth. He had never been humiliated like this before. When he fought with other noble heirs in the past, it was always their subordinates who clashed, while they hurled insults from the sidelines. No one ever escalated things to physical violence. Unspoken rules ensured no one crossed that line and risked repercussions at home. The noble circles had their hierarchy, and Hill often bullied those beneath him. But now, a crowd had completely surrounded him, buzzing with chatter. Hey, you brat. Just you wait. Hill roared up at the window on the 2nd floor, his toothless mouth making his threats sound comical, drawing muffled laughter from the bystanders. Seething with rage, Hill stormed down the street, muttering, "Just you wait," under his breath, with his lackeys trailing behind and shouting curses of their own. Zhang Xing discreetly signaled Heibao to go easy. After all, Hill was the grandson of the deputy dean, and some face had to be given. Even so, Hill couldn't escape a good beating, though luckily for him, it stopped short of broken arms, legs, or ribs. Schwer, Fair, come and sit, Zhang Xing said with a smile after the commotion had settled. He gestured them to the table and added, "You know these two already, no need for introductions." Schwer and Fair greeted Heibao and Xiaobai politely, calling them big brother in sweet voices, which sent Heibao into a delighted daze. Meanwhile, the other diners on the 2nd floor had quietly slipped away, not wanting to get caught up in trouble. Still, curiosity got the better of them, and many lingered nearby, eager to witness what might happen next. About 15 minutes later, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. Zhang Xing smirked. That was quick. Perfect timing, we've just about finished eating. Let's go take a look. As they were about to descend the stairs, Hill's raspy voice bellowed from outside. You brat. Pretty boy. Get your asses down here. Zhang Xing paused, a sly glint in his eye. Heibao, Xiaobai, you two go out first. Keep it quiet if you can, but if you must fight, just don't kill anyone. Schwer, Fair, let's just watch from the doorway. At Zhang Xing's command, Heibao and Xiaobei's eyes lit up with excitement. They strode outside with purpose, where Hill stood flanked by 5 burly warriors in battle gear and 4 black-robed mages, all glaring menacingly at the duo. Hill launched into a tirade, boasting loudly about his strength and recounting exaggerated tales of the miserable fates of those who dared cross him. His arrogant demeanor, coupled with the spray of spit flying from his mouth, left Heibao and Xiaobai momentarily stunned. Finally, Xiaobai couldn't hold back and interrupted. Are you gonna fight or not? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Hill, his flow broken, turned red with anger and barked, "Get them!" The 5 warriors immediately drew their broadswords and charged forward, while the mages began casting spells. The formation was as well coordinated as a small battlefield unit, and against 2 individuals, it should have been an overwhelming advantage. A cruel grin spread across Hill's face as he imagined the 2 young men groveling for mercy. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 broadswords struck Heibao and Xiaobai with lightning speed, aiming for their heads, necks, waists, and legs. Yet, after the crisp sound of impact, every single sword shattered into pieces. To Hill's horror, not only were the 2 men completely unharmed, but even their clothing remained perfectly intact without so much as a tear. The 5 warriors froze on the spot. They weren't just ordinary soldiers, but elite high-ranking battle spirits with formidable strength. Yet, even with a combined attack using 80 of their power, they couldn't so much as phase the 2 figures before them. Instead, their weapons shattered. What did this mean? A chill ran down their spines, and cold sweat drenched their backs. It would take at least a mid-level battle king to effortlessly withstand their assault like this. What made the situation even more alarming was that their 4 accompanying mages were equally powerless. One cast a slow spell, another used an ensnare spell, while the other 2 unleashed lightning bolts. Yet all magical elements vanished into thin air the moment they approached the pair. The mages exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend. Could these 2 possess immunity to magic? Or were they equipped with some kind of powerful anti-magic artifact? As the group hesitated in shock and confusion, the warriors suddenly felt a jarring impact, their vision went dark, and they were sent flying like severed kites. With heavy thuds, they crashed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. At that moment, He Bao and Xiao Bai revealed their predatory, wolf-like gazes as they slowly advanced toward Hill. Panicking, Hill shouted, "Quick! Use magic on them! Don't come any closer!" Before he could finish, a massive fist stopped just a hair's breadth from his nose. Simultaneously, a flash of white light streaked past him, heading toward his rear. A series of dull thuds followed, and then silence. Hill stood frozen, too terrified to even breathe, as cold sweat poured down his face. Without turning around, he knew the 4 junior mages had likely met the same fate as the warriors. He Bao sneered, "Hey, the people you brought are pretty useless. Got anyone tougher at home? If not, why don't you call your grandpa?" This remark landed like a bomb, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Everyone present knew that Hill's grandfather was none other than the vice dean of the Academia Bona Fide Junior Magic Emperor. Was this young man truly provoking a magic emperor, or was he deliberately humiliating a prestigious magical family? Hill instantly deflated, realizing that calling his grandfather for help would only bring disgrace. Having the vice dean personally step in to settle a fight for his grandson? If word got out, not only would the academy's reputation suffer, but his grandfather's dignity would be in tatters. It was fine to use his grandfather's name to intimidate others on ordinary days, but for a trivial matter like this, he didn't dare bother him. However, an idea struck Hill: there were other options. In a capital city this vast, he could surely hire a couple of battle kings from the mercenary guild with enough money. With that thought, he began retreating cautiously and said, "Don't make a move. Let me go find someone, and we'll fight again." He Bao was about to agree when Zhang Xing's voice sounded in his mind. "Stop wasting time with him. Finish this and let's go. We don't have all day to mess around with these spoiled brats." "Got it, boss. Watch me teach him a lesson," He Bao responded. Hill, seeing that the towering figure hadn't attacked immediately, thought he might genuinely have a chance to call for reinforcements. Just as he turned to flee, a resounding thud echoed as a heavy fist landed squarely on his left eye socket. This pampered mage, unused to any real physical hardship, crumpled to the ground instantly. "Ow. Why do you hit me? You said you wouldn't." "You're not keeping your word," Hill wailed. "Keeping my word? I never agreed to anything," He Bao retorted disdainfully. He grabbed Hill, delivered a flurry of slaps across his face, and then casually tossed him to the ground before walking away. The onlookers stared at the now swollen, pig-faced Hill in horror. Something strange was definitely happening on this street today. 2 people had been beaten into unrecognizable states back-to-back. What an uncanny day. After bidding farewell to Xuer and her family, Zhang Xing returned to school. Night had already fallen, and the campus was eerily silent. Only the library remained brightly lit. Might as well go read for a bit, Zhang Xing thought to himself. In 3 months, there's an exam. I can't afford to lose face no matter what. He headed to the library and handed over his student card. The one handling the borrowing system was the same senior archmage, Moore, who had a strong impression of Zhang Xing. Moore mused silently, "This kid is back at it again. Rumor has it he's trying to self-study. If he doesn't make it into the top 10 at the end of the semester, he'll have to return to his original academy. What arrogance! Magic knowledge can't simply be self-taught." Clearing his throat, Moore sternly warned, "Zhang Xing, you must remain quiet while reading and not disturb others. Any violation will result in immediate removal and the cancellation of your borrowing privileges." Without even turning his head, Zhang Xing grabbed his borrowing card and walked off. What nonsense rules, he thought disdainfully. Why am I always the one being singled out? I'll read however I want. He quickly gathered a stack of over 10 books and headed to the most secluded corner of the library, the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Starting with intermediate-level magic courses, he dove into the books with intense focus. Moore's face darkened with anger at being ignored. Just as the other instructors said, "He's defiant and unruly," Moore thought, clenching his teeth. "Fine, I'll keep an eye on him tonight. The moment I hear a sound or see a single smudge on those pages, he's out." The library of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts was renowned for housing the most extensive collection of books in the entire Tianqing Empire, including rare and out-of-print tomes. Some even contained fragments of ultimate forbidden magic spells. However, these valuable texts were only accessible to graduates. Moore paced back and forth near Zhang Xing, unable to shake his unease. Although the second floor was warded and inaccessible to regular students, he seemed both concerned and, frankly, irritated by Zhang Xing's presence. Unbothered by the old mage's surveillance, Zhang Xing rapidly flipped through the books. Moore's eyes narrowed as he noticed the speed. This kid's just skimming through without actually reading, he thought. Ignoring my warnings again? I should just kick him out. But just as Moore took a step forward, he froze. There was no sound at all. Squinting for a closer look, Moore nearly had a stroke from sheer frustration. Zhang Xing had enveloped himself in a magical shield, completely muffling the sound of flipping pages. This is outrageous. Moore fumed internally. A mage's most critical quality isn't just raw magical power or mental strength, it's focus. Casting spells requires concentration and adaptability to the environment. But this kid, running a shield while flipping through books like a maniac, is just mocking me. Zhang Xing had cleverly sidestepped Moore's rules. No noise? Use a shield. No dirtying the pages? His hands never even touched the books. The thick, oversized volumes nearly a foot thick and 2 feet long flipped effortlessly under his gestures, turning dozens of pages at a time. His pace quickened, finishing a book in under 15 minutes. Moore, now red-faced with rage, paced in circles, his beard practically standing on end. But he quickly calmed himself, thinking, flipping through books that fast must be draining his magic reserves. Plus, maintaining that shield takes mental energy. There's no way he can keep this up for more than 2 hours. The following hours were pure torment for Moore. He watched helplessly as Zhang Xing tore through book after book, the boy's small figure showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, he looked even more energized as time went on. You little brat, Moore muttered under his breath, seething. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Can't even take a bit of advice without acting out, huh? 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye as Zhang Xing eagerly absorbed every bit of the intermediate mage course material. Carefully, he dismantled the protective barrier around him and returned the hefty magical tome to its place on the shelf. Around him, other students in the library began to rise, handing back their borrowing cards before leaving in an orderly fashion. Moore stood to the side, his gaze complicated as he watched Zhang Xing's departing figure. This young boy had managed to focus entirely on his studies for a full 2 hours, emerging without a hint of exhaustion. Moore couldn't help but recall his own experience as a 7-year-old novice mage, and the comparison left him feeling inadequate. He thought to himself, if someone were to properly guide Zhang Xing, this child could one day become the pride of the empire. But the reality was far less optimistic. Zhang Xing was fundamentally at odds with the aristocracy, one might even say in opposition to them. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to nurture his potential? Moore was perplexed by Emperor Keith's actions, sending Zhang Xing to the Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, then neglecting him entirely. The emperor neither intervened when the nobles suppressed Zhang Xing, nor allowed him to be expelled outright. Instead, he gave Zhang Xing a mere 3 months. What could anyone possibly achieve in 3 months? Especially when not a single mentor was willing to lend him a hand. As one of the staunch old guard within the aristocracy, Moore was naturally disinclined to offer any assistance. To them, Zhang Xing was nothing more than a dragon-taming broody, uncultured, unrefined, and lacking in character. Despite receiving recognition from the emperor, his humble origins as a commoner rendered him unworthy in their eyes. As night fell, Zhang Xing quietly entered Dragon Island. Moving with care, he took a quick survey and saw that He Bao and Xiao Bai were deep in meditation, while Jin Bao was already fast asleep. Not wanting to disturb them, he slipped into the castle, sat cross-legged, and began to rest. For the next 3 days, Zhang Xing spent all his time in the library. He devoured advanced mage courses, beginner magister courses, and intermediate magister courses, eventually even tackling advanced magister materials. Moore, however, had grown indifferent to Zhang Xing's behavior. Read whatever you like, he thought dismissively. In 3 months, you'll still amount to nothing. On the 5th day, Zhang Xing was conspicuously absent from the library. Moore's disdain for him deepened. He sneered inwardly. Humph, just a fleeting enthusiasm. I thought you might actually persist. And yet, here we are quitting after just a few days. Typical impatient child. But for Zhang Xing, this day was anything but ordinary. He Bao and Xiao Bai were finally on the verge of a long-awaited breakthrough. This was the most critical stage in their growth. Ascending to the 6th tier meant they would officially enter the ranks of juvenile dragons. Their power would multiply exponentially, potentially rivaling the 6 great mage emperors and 6 great martial emperors of the Heavenly Star Empire. While they were still no match for the 6th tier golden dragons in the trial grounds, their combat endurance had increased significantly. More importantly, another portion of their inherited memories had been unlocked, granting them fresh insights into various domains of knowledge. Zhang Xing had entered Dragon Island the previous night, waiting patiently as the 2 dragons consumed the last 3 experience pills. With 2 earth-shaking roars, the entire island trembled. In the sky above, a black and a white dragon, each measuring over 26 meters in length, soared into the air. They flew freely, their roars echoing continuously. At that moment, He Bao and Xiao Bai had successfully ascended to the 6th tier, attaining immense power. The two juvenile dragons hovered in the air, facing each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. They were eager to fight, both to release their energy and to satisfy an instinctual urge. They were friends, brothers, rivals, and teachers to one another. The sky became a blur of black and white as a deafening boom shattered the air. Bang! The two dragons clashed with full force for the first time, holding nothing back. Boom! Xiao Bai was sent flying by a swipe of He Bao's claw, but it quickly regained its balance and retaliated with a fierce tail strike. The battle raged from the skies to the ground and back to the heavens, their fierce combat a spectacle of raw power and adrenaline. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Xing felt his blood boil with excitement. Beside him, Jin Bao, who had also ascended to the 6th tier, casually gnawed on a chunk of mithril, the crunching sounds oddly satisfying. It seemed thoroughly entertained by the epic showdown between the two dragons. Zhang Xing gazed into the distance, where an intense battle raged on. The figures of He Bao and Xiao Bai intertwined against the night sky. He knew this clash between dragons would likely last until dawn. Pulling his thoughts back, Zhang Xing checked his attribute panel. His excitement was evident. This was the second great surprise of the day. His dragon companions had grown into their adolescent stage, bringing unexpected benefits to him as their master. His dual mastery of magic and martial arts had both advanced by one level, from intermediate warrior to advanced warrior, with a current experience value of 0.25,000, and from intermediate magician to advanced magician, also with a current experience value of 0.25,000. The rest of his attributes remained unchanged. He Bao and Xiao Bai's experience values were both at 0.25,000, with combat power reaching 9,900 and 9,600, respectively. Jin Bao's experience value was also 0.25,000, with combat power at 5,000 and an impressive defense stat of 12,000. The bloodline purity of all three dragons was at a remarkable 99,100. Zhang Xing thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before he could defeat that 6th-tier golden dragon in the trial grounds. Next came the third great surprise of the day, a chance to draw a dragon egg. For Zhang Xing, the three greatest joys in life weren't promotions, wealth, or losing a spouse, but leveling up, making money, and drawing dragon eggs. Holding his breath, he pressed the draw button, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning marker. A few seconds later, with a crisp ding, his smile froze on his face. Didn't win. Just then, the system emitted another ding, and a side quest was unlocked. Lead the three young dragons to visit an elder dragon still living on this continent, humbly seek their guidance on dragon combat techniques, and listen to their stories of the past. Zhang Xing was momentarily dumbfounded. He thought to himself, the sacred dragon continent is vast. Where am I supposed to find an elder dragon? There isn't even a hint. What am I supposed to do? The only consolation was that the quest had no time limit. He sighed and reassured himself, it'll take my time. After all, I was planning to explore this world eventually. Tianqing Empire is just a small waypoint. Moving on, Zhang Xing began expanding the lairs for He Bao and Xiao Bai. Their current lairs could no longer accommodate their growing bodies. He quickly made a decision. Upgrade the castle to level 2, costing 1 million gold coins. Build a level 3 black dragon lair, costing 100,000 gold coins. Build a level 3 white dragon lair, costing 100,000 gold coins. Build a level 3 gem dragon lair, costing 100,000 gold coins. The system chimed repeatedly, confirming the completion of each construction task. Next, Zhang Xing upgraded the trial grounds and began crafting second-tier bloodline pills. Gold coins flowed out like water, but this amount of money was insignificant to Zhang Xing now. After all, he had already sold mithril ingots worth over 1 billion gold coins and was starting to run out of ways to spend it. Besides, with Jin Bao the treasure detector by his side, there was nothing to worry about. Now at the 6th tier, Jin Bao's ability to locate treasures had multiplied several times. Zhang Xing was more concerned about how to spend his wealth than accumulating it. He couldn't help but recall his previous life on Earth, where he had struggled to make ends meet with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. If he could return to Earth with his current fortune, anyone daring to flaunt their wealth in front of him would be met with a casual toss of 1 billion gold coins, leaving them utterly speechless. Shaking his head to dismiss these whimsical thoughts, Zhang Xing opened the herbalism section and began studying second-tier herbalism. The field was divided into 4 tiers, each with 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. After mastering the 2nd tier, he identified more than a dozen herbs required for crafting second-tier bloodline pills and immediately started refining them. According to the Apothecary Guild's classification of pills levels 112, second-tier bloodline pills fell under the domain of a 4th-level alchemist. This meant that Zhang Xing's current alchemy skills were already on par with the highest level in the Tianqing Empire. rivaling the guildmaster of the Apothecary Guild. However, Zhang Xing wasn't satisfied. Out of 12 levels, being at level 4 still felt too low to him, barely worth mentioning. It was like being a village doctor who might not even qualify to practice medicine outside their hometown. After more than 2 hours, Zhang Xing maxed out his second-tier herbalism skills, equivalent to a 6th-level alchemist. He successfully refined over 300 second-tier bloodline pills, more than enough for his 3 dragons to complete their next level. With everything accomplished, Zhang Xing sat down, closed his eyes, and began meditating to consolidate the power gained from his recent upgrades. After a fierce battle that lasted all night, the 2 dragons finally settled down at dawn. Exhausted, they dragged their weary bodies back to their newly upgraded lairs and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing hurriedly finished his breakfast and once again stepped through the doors of the library. Initially, he hadn't planned to come, but then he reconsidered why not take this opportunity to complete all the Archmage courses. That way, he could free up over 2 months for travel and exploration. Upon returning, he could go straight into the exams, followed by a relaxing holiday. If all went well, he might even qualify to take the graduation exam and obtain his diploma. With that, he wouldn't only avoid wasting time but could confidently claim to be an educated man when handling matters in the future. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xing completed all the Archmage courses at an astonishing speed. That very evening, he quietly left the campus alone, embarking on a 2-month journey of self-discovery and adventure. His first destination was the Swamplands. The memory of being trapped in the undead army by a necromancer last time still sent chills down his spine. This time, he was determined to make that necromancer pay if their paths crossed again. But there was also a secret thought lingering in his mind. Could there really be dragons in the Swamplands? If the necromancer could summon a bone dragon, didn't that imply the existence of real dragons that had perished there? Zhang Xing didn't plan to venture too far on this trip. Besides the Swamplands, he intended to visit the magical beast forest and finally make a stop at Thousand Snow Peak to catch up with the giant ape. Familiar with the terrain, Zhang Xing arrived at the outskirts of the swamp without hesitation and headed straight into the dark depths. He reasoned that the necromancer wouldn't be foolish enough to remain in the same place and had likely relocated to a new hiding spot. Sure enough, when he reached his previous destination, all that remained was a blackened patch of land roughly the size of a soccer field. There was no trace of the necromancer. Jinbao, come and check this out. See if there's anything unusual beneath the surface. Zhang Xing waved his hand, summoning Jinbao. The 6th-tier Jinbao hadn't changed much in appearance, though its gaze had grown more profound. It carefully searched the area for over 10 minutes before stopping at the spot where the Chiba grass had appeared last time. Boss, there's an energy fluctuation beneath here, likely a magic array. Jinbao reported. Dig it up. Let's see what's down there. Zhang Xing stomped on the ground, noting that it was even harder than typical rock. Got it. Jinbao responded cheerfully. Its arms transformed into massive dragon claws, and with a few swift movements, it dug a wide tunnel that extended rapidly into the depths. Half an hour later, Jinbao had excavated a passage 500 meters deep, reaching the outer edge of an underground magic array. Before them was a glowing barrier about 3 meters wide. Zhang Xing casually tossed a magic arrow at it, but as soon as the arrow touched the barrier, it dissolved instantly, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. Jinbao, can't your eyes see through and find the flaws in any array? Can this one be broken? Zhang Xing asked. Boss, let me give it a try. This is a new talent I've just unlocked, so I haven't tested it yet. Jinbao replied. Its eyes shifted from a kaleidoscope of colors to an empty void-like state, gradually revealing the full structure of the magic array. Boss, it's a hemispherical energy shield. I can't see what's inside, but I found a weak point in the array we can get in, Jinbao explained while digging toward the left. A few minutes later, they arrived at a spot that looked no different from the rest of the barrier's edge. Boss, this is it. Let's go in, Jinbao said, raising one of its massive claws and slamming it down on the barrier. Crack. The barrier vanished instantly, and the magic array ceased to function. Wow, that actually worked. Zhang Xing exclaimed in amazement. Breaking the array with a single strike, Jinbao, your talent is incredible. On second thought, it made perfect sense to him. After all, how could a treasure-hunting dragon not understand magic arrays? Otherwise, its talent would be useless. It would see treasures, but never be able to retrieve them. What would be the point of that? As the man and the dragon stepped inside, Zhang Xing was utterly stunned. Before him lay an enormous underground tomb, so vast it was 2 to 3 times larger than the dark land above. From the entrance, looking down, a weathered golden stone stele stood solemnly at the forefront of the tomb. The surface of the stele appeared both corroded and battered, as if tainted by a black, viscous substance, rendering any inscriptions invisible. Behind the stele, a colossal dome-shaped structure sat silently in the depths of the earth. The once radiant golden building had lost its former brilliance, now shrouded in thick layers of black sludge. Only a small patch of gold remained at the very top. The entire space was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere of deathly stillness. Jinbao had unknowingly fallen to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Adhering to the Dragon Clan's ceremonial rites, he began a slow descent down the stone steps, kneeling every 3 steps and bowing every 5. At the same time, an inexplicable sorrow surged within Zhang Xing, as if his entire being was overwhelmed by grief. Large teardrops fell uncontrollably to the ground, producing crisp sounds upon impact. Fighting back the sadness, Zhang Xing solemnly approached the steel step by step. He reached out to wipe away the black, greasy marks on the surface, only to discover they had fused with the stone and could not be removed. Left with no other option, he performed 3 deep bows, in accordance with Earth's traditions for honoring the deceased. Black Bao, Xiaobai, come out, Zhang Xing softly called, summoning the other 2 dragons before stepping aside. As soon as the 2 dragons appeared, they too dropped to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. The sorrowful aura within the tomb grew even heavier, and the black, oily deathly energy seemed to thicken further. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the entire tomb. The small patch of golden material at the top of the structure burst into radiant light. Moments later, a massive, ethereal silhouette emerged in the air above. It was a golden dragon, over 30 meters in length. Zhang Xing stared in awe at the scene before him. The golden dragon's projection, though imposing, had clearly lost its former majesty and appeared so frail it seemed it might dissipate at any moment. From its profoundly deep and ancient eyes, Zhang Xing could tell this was an extraordinarily old dragon, perhaps over 1,000 years old, though its exact age was uncertain. One thing, however, was clear. The dragon was clinging to its last breath. When that final breath was gone, it would rest in eternal slumber. Little ones, your arrival is the greatest surprise of my life. A voice, aged yet filled with joy, echoed from the air as the golden dragon spoke. Greetings, Elder Golden Dragon. The 3 dragons chorused, bowing their heads in unison. Ah, very good, very good, the old dragon said, his voice brimming with relief. The Dragon Clan has successors. This is more than I could have hoped for. I thought I'd never see my kin again in this lifetime, and yet, at the moment of my death, I meet not 1 but 3 of you. Gratifying, truly gratifying. The old dragon turned his gaze to Zhang Xing, his eyes filled with gratitude. Young human friend, thank you for nurturing these children of my clan. I am deeply thankful. Zhang Xing quickly responded, Elder, there's no need to thank me. We've simply formed an equal bond. The friendship we share as brothers far outweighs any master-servant relationship. Rest assured, we'll continue to grow and improve together. The old dragon nodded, his gaze sweeping across the tomb. I know you have many questions, so let me explain briefly, he said, his voice growing solemn. The events I speak of occurred 1,000 years ago. I've been trapped here for 800 years, 200 of which were spent fighting the Dark Legion. That army was filled with countless undead soldiers, puppets, and even dragons that had been corrupted. The battles were unimaginably brutal. In a few succinct sentences, the old dragon recounted the harrowing war that had raged for a millennium. Every word carried the weight of his anguish and weariness, as if transporting those present into the heart of that era of bloodshed and fire. The old dragon continued his tale, his voice calm and steady as everyone held their breath, knowing this would be their last chance to hear the stories of this venerable elder. He recounted in detail the history of this place. This was the very site where, 1,000 years ago, a necromancer had laid down a great dark spell. As the first general of the Golden Dragon clan, the old dragon had been ambushed and tragically trapped here. At that time, the old dragon said, his voice carrying a trace of the resoluteness he had felt back then, I thought I would rather self-destruct than become a puppet of the necromancer. But strangely, ever since I was imprisoned here, I have never seen him again. Zhang Xing picked up the conversation. Elder, we've heard some stories. It's said that a holy dragon knight appeared, defeated the necromancer, and dispersed the dark army. The old dragon fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to the 3 young dragons. You 3 little ones, he said, his voice now gentler yet solemn. My time is running out, and I can no longer teach you all that I've learned. But I have a few pieces of advice that I hope you'll remember. The 3 young dragons immediately perked up their ears, listening intently. First, take on the responsibility of protecting humanity. We share a bond with humans that is deeper than family. The old dragon's eyes glimmered with steadfast determination. Second, continuously train and strengthen yourselves. Always remain vigilant against the return of the Dark Army. Third, seek out more of our kind and find a suitable land for us to thrive. Ensure our lineage endures, and do not let the dragon race vanish from this world. Fourth, the old dragon's form began to fade as he struggled to say more, but time would allow no further words. In his final moments, he cast a deep, reassuring look at Zhang Xing and the three young dragons, a smile of contentment gracing his face, before he gently closed his eyes. As the old dragon's figure dissolved, the dark spell outside also lost its power. The entire underground realm began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself mourned the passing of this great dragon warrior. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao stood atop He Bao's broad back, bowing deeply toward the massive collapsing pit before them to pay their respects. He Bao and Xiao Bai circled above the pit, their mournful cries piercing the sky, their sorrow raw and unrestrained. The grief of dragons was deeper and more poignant than that of humans, as if their mourning could tear through the heavens. Zhang Xing couldn't help but wonder. In the long years ahead, in countless silent nights, would these young dragons meet the old dragon again in their dreams? Would they dream of a miracle, where the old dragon survived? Perhaps they would once again hear his teachings, learn battle strategies, and converse joyfully with their elder. Or perhaps they would relive this very moment in their dreams, feeling the same heart-wrenching sorrow. And when they woke, realizing it was only a dream, would the joy vanish and the grief linger? How would this loss shape their understanding of life? Zhang Xing didn't know. Perhaps the minds of dragons were more resilient than humans, free from such complex emotional entanglements. As the sky darkened, He Bao and Xiao Bai still refused to leave. They descended into the pit, curling their massive bodies tightly, their heads pressed against the ground, their eyes vacant and hollow. In that moment, Zhang Xing could feel the overwhelming sorrow emanating from the three young dragons. They were like children who had just lost their parents, unable to accept it, unwilling to let go. They buried their heads in the earth, as if trying to burrow into the embrace of their mother. That night, even the dense swamp mist seemed to thin out. A faint, ethereal moonlight broke through the veil of time, illuminating the sorrowful land. In the gentle moonlight, it was as if the old dragon's spirit had reassembled, silently comforting the young dragons. The small dragons seemed to sense this warmth from the depths of their souls. Their eyes grew heavy, and at last, they drifted into a deep sleep. It was the first night the three little dragons slept outside their familiar environment. Zhang Xing chose not to disturb them and quietly stayed by their side. By the next morning, the three dragons seemed to have calmed their sorrow. They affectionately rubbed their heads against Zhang Xing's hands, as if transferring the emotions they had for their lost loved ones to this human who was both their master and their friend. Zhang Xing gently comforted them, softly stroking each dragon's head. In return, the dragons extended their tongues to lick his palms, silently expressing their trust and affection. "All right, let's go," Zhang Xing said. He placed Xiao Bai and Jin Bao into the Dragon Island and mounted He Bao, heading towards the magical beast forest. Along the way, he was surprised to discover that a side quest had been completed so quickly, but he decided to stick to his original plan. Zhang Xing focused his mind into the system space, ready for the long-awaited lottery draw. Suddenly, the system emitted a rapid alert sound. Beep, 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 beep. "Congratulations, you've won an Yinglong egg." What kind of dragon is an Yinglong? Zhang Xing wondered, as it was his first time hearing of such a dragon. However, he quickly set his curiosity aside, deciding to wait until the egg hatched to find out. Following the detailed instructions provided by the system, he swiftly built a level 1 nest and planted fruit trees, preparing for the arrival of the new life. Just one day later, the Yinglong hatched. To everyone's amazement, it turned out to be a female dragon. In her dragon form, the Yinglong was distinct from He Bao and the others. She had a pair of wings, only 2 legs, and her body was covered in bronze-colored scales. The rest of her appearance, however, perfectly matched the mythical image of an Eastern dragon. Curious, Zhang Xing opened the Yinglong's attribute menu and found the description: Yinglong, also known as Feilong or Huanglong. Talent attributes: speed, dragon breath, bite, magic immunity levels 14. So it's a flying dragon, and a female one at that, Zhang Xing thought. What name should I give her? He looked at the Yinglong, who had transformed into a human-like form. She was wearing a yellow dress, her large, glistening eyes full of curiosity as she quietly nibbled on pieces of her eggshell. "How about we call you Long Wenjing? Your nickname can be Jingjing or Xiaojing, and when you grow up, you'll be called Wenjing," Zhang Xing suggested. The little Yinglong blinked her big eyes and shyly nodded in agreement. Before Zhang Xing could give any further instructions, He Bao took on the role of the eldest brother. "Xiao Bai, you need to take good care of our little sister Jingjing. Make sure you leave no detail unattended, understood?" "Don't worry, He Bao. She's our little sister, and I'll definitely take good care of her," Xiao Bai replied enthusiastically, clearly overjoyed by the addition of a new family member. He Bao continued, "And you, Jin Bao, decorate Jingjing's room a bit. Take out some of your gold and jewels to contribute." Not to be outdone, Jin Bao pulled out a golden agate necklace from his collection and carefully placed it around Jingjing's neck. "Hey Bao, you don't even have to tell me. It's no big deal, I'm not just rich. I'm a little too rich, he said smugly, glancing at He Bao and Xiao Bai. Caring for a sister isn't just about words. It requires action. Pearls, agates, and saffron, that's true love. His words left He Bao and Xiao Bai momentarily speechless. Jingjing, however, beamed with delight. Hey Baijej, Xiao Baijej, the necklace Jean Baijej gave me is so pretty, she said, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Jingjing looks the best wearing it. He Bao awkwardly chimed in, not wanting to fall behind. Xiao Bai flipped his wrist and produced a multicolored gemstone bracelet. He gently placed it on Jingjing's wrist. Wow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violets, even colors combined. It's so beautiful, Jingjing exclaimed, admiring the gifts her older brothers had given her. He Bao looked at the bracelet and scratched his head. I think I have one of those too, but I can't seem to find it. After a moment of thought, he finally pulled out a fist-sized multifaceted ruby and handed it to Jingjing. Wow, such a big ruby, it's gorgeous, Jingjing exclaimed in surprise. Receiving such precious gifts right after being born filled her with excitement. After leaving Dragon Island, Zhang Xing arrived at a small town near the outskirts of the Magic Beast Forest. As he stepped out of the inn where he had been resting, the scene before him caught him completely off guard. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, townsfolk ran in terror, and panicked shouts echoed from every direction. At first, Zhang Xing thought the forest might be on fire. However, as he moved closer to investigate, he realized it was a house engulfed in flames. Strangely, instead of attempting to extinguish the fire, the nearby townspeople were fleeing in the opposite direction. Suddenly, the dense smoke parted, and a ferocious, lion-like magical beast emerged, its face twisted in a menacing snarl. Close behind it was a man in his 30s, dressed in a gray robe. He shouted urgently, "Get out of the way, kid! That's a Tier 4 Firecloud Lion. I'm trying to subdue it." Before the man could finish his warning, the Firecloud Lion lunged toward Zhang Xing, closing the distance to less than 3 meters. Its massive jaws opened wide, and a burst of fiery flames shot directly at him. The onlooking townsfolk, witnessing this terrifying scene, believed the boy was doomed, silently lamenting his fate. But to everyone's astonishment, when the flames cleared, Zhang Xing stood there completely unharmed. Even more shocking, the once fierce Firecloud Lion now cowered on the ground like a frightened puppy, trembling all over. Zhang Xing, calm and composed, was casually patting its head as if nothing had happened. The sight left everyone, including the gray-robed man, utterly speechless. The man's name was Yale, a beast tamer from the Beast Taming Hall, an organization on the Sacred Dragon continent dedicated to taming and selling magical beasts. The hall traced its origins back to the ancient Six Tower Association, whose founders had developed methods to communicate with magical beasts in order to explore perilous ruins, thus creating the profession of beast tamers. Yale had been under immense pressure to complete his task. He hadn't captured a single magical beast in the first half of the year, and with the assessment period fast approaching, he had no choice but to take the risk of venturing deep into the Magic Beast Forest. He had finally encountered a young Firecloud Lion, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't subdue it. And now, a mere child had accomplished it effortlessly. Yale stared in disbelief, his mind racing with questions. How had this boy done it? Why had the beast, so aggressive just moments ago, become so docile in an instant? Could it have been frightened? But that didn't make any sense. Everyone was left bewildered. What secrets lay hidden within this seemingly ordinary boy? The flames spewed by the Firecloud Lion posed no threat to Zhang Xing. As the dragon energy within him surged, he prepared to throw a punch. However, before he could act, the ferocious and imposing Firecloud Lion suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. It seemed to sense some terrifying presence, plummeting from the air and crashing heavily to the ground. It lay there trembling, completely subdued. Zhang Xing was taken aback. He stared at his fist in confusion, muttering to himself, "Huh? What's going on? When did I become this powerful?" He frowned in thought for a moment before realization dawned on him. Ah, it must be the dragon energy. All 3 dragons have reached the 6th tier, so the dragon energy in my body has grown several times stronger. Forget a 4th tier magical beast, even a 6th tier one would have to bow down before me now. At that moment, Zhang Xing noticed Yale standing nearby, dumbfounded. He turned to him and asked casually, "Hey, big brother, why do you want to subdue it? To make it your battle beast?" Yale snapped out of his stupor, stammering, "Well, yes, that's the plan. My name is Yale, and I'm a level 1 beast tamer from the Beast Taming Hall's Tianqing Kingdom branch. I'm here on a mission to tame this magical beast." He scratched his head awkwardly, puzzled by why he felt so nervous in front of a kid. Zhang Xing pondered for a moment, then decided to lend a hand. He turned to the Firecloud Lion and spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. "Firecloud Lion, from now on, you will follow Big Brother Yale. He will treat you well, do you understand?" The fire cloud lion seemed to comprehend Zhang Xing's words. It let out a low whimper, then carefully stood up. With shaky steps, it approached Yale and lowered its front paws to the ground in a gesture of submission. Yale was utterly stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. It submitted just like that? I've been chasing it for over 10 days. If it wasn't setting me on fire, it was clawing at me. And now this kid settles it with a single sentence? Seriously? How is this even possible? He shouted internally, don't forget, this is a 4th-tier magical beast. Only a level 3 beast tamer from the Beast Taming Hall could normally tame something like this. Yale recalled the risks he'd taken to pursue this mission. Taming the Fire Cloud Lion would fulfill his yearly quota. Not only was the Fire Cloud Lion twice as fast as ordinary flying mounts like griffins, but it also boasted formidable combat capabilities. Many mercenaries from guilds coveted such a beast not just because of its rarity, but also because it was a powerful ally in battle and a reliable means of escape. On top of that, riding a Fire Cloud Lion was a status symbol. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel envious. Although the lion wouldn't belong to him personally since the mission was for the Beast Taming Hall, successfully taming it would earn him recognition from the elders. Suppressing his excitement, Yale politely asked, "May I know your name, young brother?" "Big brother Yale, just call me Zhang Xing." Zhang Xing replied cheerfully. Yale nodded repeatedly, gratitude written all over his face. "Zhang Xing, my young friend, thank you so much. I don't have anything valuable to offer as thanks, but how about this? Let me treat you to a meal at the Beast Taming Hall. We keep some incredibly delicious fat rabbits. They're the kind you can't find in any city or town. They're exclusive to us." He extended a warm invitation, looking at Zhang Xing expectantly. Of course, Yale also had another concern in mind. He was worried the Fire Cloud Lion might escape on the way back. With his current level of taming skills, he knew he couldn't fully control such a wild and powerful beast yet. Zhang Xing considered the offer for a moment before nodding. All right, they'll come and see what the Beast Taming Hall is like. Although he had heard of the beast tamer profession before, this was his first time meeting one in person, and he was curious to see their living and working environment. The 4th-tier Fire Cloud Lion stretched over 6 meters in length. Aside from its lion-like face, the rest of its body resembled that of a mighty eagle. Zhang Xing and Yale rode atop this majestic magical beast, soaring through the skies for most of the day. Finally, under Yale's guidance, they passed through winding mountain paths and arrived at the concealed entrance of a secluded valley. Zhang Xing asked curiously, "Why not just fly straight in? Walking from here will take more than half an hour, won't it?" Yale, with an apologetic expression, explained, "That's the rule of the Beast Taming Hall. No matter who visits, they must land outside the valley and enter on foot. Our designated landing points are all outside as well, so—" Zhang Xing interrupted him with a smile. "It's fine. Every guild has its own rules, and I understand. There's no need to feel bad about it, brother Yale." With that, he stepped forward and continued walking. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered the silence. "Stop right there." The two turned toward the sound and saw a group of people approaching from the hillside to their left. Leading them was a young man with an imposing presence, already at the level of an advanced warrior, followed by several junior warriors. Yale snorted coldly, his expression showing disdain. Young Master Norris is here to catch magical beasts again?" Although Norris wasn't a member of the Beast Taming Hall, his uncle was a Tier 3 beast tamer elder within the hall. Over the years, Norris had learned quite a bit about beast taming from his uncle and was eager to pass the apprentice taming exam. However, he had repeatedly failed. Meanwhile, Yale, though performing poorly within the hall and often hovering near the bottom of annual assessments, sometimes even facing the risk of demotion, had become a frequent target of Norris's ridicule. Norris's eyes lit up as he circled the Fire Cloud Lion, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Yale, this Fire Cloud Lion of yours is impressive." Yale's tone carried a hint of pride. "What does that have to do with you? Step aside. I need to turn in my mission." But Norris pressed on. "Yale, how about we strike a deal? Transfer this Fire Cloud Lion to me, and I'll give you gold coins and even guarantee to help you complete the task of taming 3 magical beasts within 2 months. Yale shook his head vigorously, as if it were a drum. "Are you kidding me? This is a wild magical beast, not yet tamed. It seems obedient now only because Zhang Xing is here. If I hand it over to you, and you can't control it, what if it throws you off midair and you end up as a smear on the ground? Your uncle would skin me alive. Besides, my entire year's worth of missions depends on this lion. There's no way I'd give it away." Then, with a sly grin, Yale added, "Young Master Norris, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but if you can make it obey your commands, I'll hand it over." Hearing this, Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly. Who would have thought that seemingly honest and straightforward Yale had a few tricks up his sleeve? Norris, however, was overjoyed. Assuming Yale wanted to curry favor with him and earn some praise in front of his uncle, he pulled out a plump, golden roasted rabbit and, making strange noises, approached the Fire Cloud Lion with a cheerful expression. This was a common trick for building rapport with magical beasts. While the beast might not immediately accept the gesture, it usually wouldn't lash out either. But what happened next was entirely unexpected. The Fire Cloud Lion suddenly raised its razor-sharp claws and swiped fiercely at Norris. Completely unprepared, Norris was sent flying by the blow, and the roasted rabbit tumbled to the ground, covered in dirt. In terms of raw strength, Norris was indeed 2 minor levels above the Fire Cloud Lion. However, this rare beast possessed the ability to fight beyond its level, making it a formidable opponent. If they were to truly clash, Norris would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Defeating the Fire Cloud Lion would already be a challenge, let alone capturing it. Norris's goal on this trip was to tame the Fire Cloud Lion, so resorting to force was out of the question. Suppressing his frustration, he pulled out all the stop singing, dancing, and showering the lion with flattering words. Yet, the Fire Cloud Lion remained utterly unimpressed by his antics. "You can't tame it, and there's nothing I can do about it either," Yale said with a helpless shrug, shaking his head. Norris knew full well that even Yale couldn't completely subdue this untamed, wild creature at the moment. Glaring at the Fire Cloud Lion in frustration, Norris stormed off toward the valley, already blaming Yale for the failure and plotting how to get even with him in the future. Zhang Xing and Yale, accompanied by the Fire Cloud Lion, made their way into the valley as well. The moment they entered, Zhang Xing felt an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy. It was as if he had stepped into a hot spring, his pores opening up as he greedily absorbed the energy in the air. "Huh, let me show you something," Yale said proudly. "Brother Zhang Xing, the entire valley is filled with spiritual herbs and flowers, and we've set up a spirit-gathering magic array here. It's not only beneficial for humans, but also a favorite spot for magical beasts to settle." The Beast Hall, with its immense resources, had arranged numerous magical arrays throughout the valley. Most of the beast tamers here were warriors, with very few magic users among them, a reflection of their profession. The development of warriors followed 3 stages. The initial 3 levels required little spiritual energy. The warrior stage demanded more spiritual energy to convert into combat power. And breaking through to the spirit warrior level was an arduous task in a small region like the Tianqing Empire, primarily due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. Zhang Xing, however, was an exception. He possessed a unique constitution that allowed him to absorb any beneficial energy, whether it was dragon energy, spiritual energy, or magic. As he liked to put it, his body had a system constitution, a rarity even among the so-called rare constitutions of this land. The dense spiritual energy of the Beast Hall had nurtured a group of powerful beast tamers. With the assistance of their battle beasts, their strength was effectively doubled. While beast tamers might not hold the same status as alchemists or formation masters, their combat prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. After walking along the stone path for about 10 minutes, the landscape suddenly opened up. What lay before them was a town comparable in grandeur to St. Roland Fortress. The buildings were arranged harmoniously, and the streets buzzed with activity. Many women and children could be seen walking their pet beast, small creatures about the size of dogs, while shopping or leisurely strolling, creating a lively and vibrant scene. "I never expected to find such a town in this desolate valley," Zhang Xing exclaimed in amazement. Yale chuckled and explained. "After a century of development, and with the financial backing of the Beast Hall, this place naturally flourished. Many members of the Beast Hall grew fond of it, settled down, started families, and began living alongside magical beasts." Zhang Xing nodded in agreement. Once people established routines, they were hard to break, especially after starting families. Even in challenging environments, they would find ways to adapt and survive. Judging by the attire and the smiles on the faces of the members' families, their lives had significantly improved, filled with comfort and contentment. The Beast Hall's task lobby was bustling with activity, packed with people coming and going. The hall was divided into several rooms, each with long queues outside. Some were there to pick up tasks, others to submit completed ones, while a few were undergoing apprentice assessments. The scene was livelier than a marketplace. Staff members weaved through the crowds, barely keeping up with the demands. Yale walked briskly over to Zhang Xing, holding a small card he had just collected. "Brother, let me take you to the beast stables. First, we register here, then hand over the magical beast, and after that, the taming process begins. It'll take about 10 days before my task is officially complete." "All right, let's check it out." Zhang Xing nodded in agreement. At the stables, Zhang Xing noticed a line of people standing in front of magical crystal spheres, each accompanied by a magical beast. "They're taking the level 1 beast tamer test," Yale explained. "After training a magical beast, apprentices must test their compatibility with it. To qualify as a level 1 beast tamer, the compatibility score must be at least 10 points. 10 is average, 20 is excellent, and 30 is considered perfect." Zhang Xing nodded thoughtfully. "This is similar to alchemy. Even among beginner alchemists, The quality of the pills they produce can vary greatly. When it was Yale's turn to submit his task, a man who appeared to be in his 50s glanced up at him. Yale, is this Firecloud Lion your catch? Reporting to Elder Mo Feng, this was actually captured with the help of Brother Zhang Xing, Yale admitted honestly. You know the rules, don't you? Mo Feng said coldly. I do, and I'll tame it as soon as possible, Yale replied nervously. If you know, then why break them? Elder Mo Feng pulled out a magical crystal sphere. Test the compatibility. If it doesn't reach 10 points, the task won't count as complete. The people around them began murmuring. So it wasn't him who caught the Firecloud Lion? No wonder it keeps its distance from him. Magical beasts that aren't captured personally are much harder to tame, especially flying ones. It might even lash out and injure someone. If sold, the rider could end up falling from the sky. People like him, cutting corners, should have been demoted to apprentices long ago. He probably got lucky when he passed the level 1 beast tamer test. Only now did Zhang Xing understand why Yale was so insistent on bringing him to the beast hall. Along the way, Yale had been constantly trying to win over the Firecloud Lion, eager to establish compatibility as quickly as possible. However, Zhang Xing felt that Yale's idea of a perfect 30-point compatibility was far too low. In his opinion, raising a beast companion should be like his bond with He Bao and Xiao Bai, connected in mind and spirit, truly in sync. Without a compatibility score of at least 90 points, there was always a risk of the beast going berserk, endangering its owner. Of course, beasts bound by a contract were a different matter altogether. The magical beasts sold at the beast hall were more like cars on Earth. Pick one, pay for it, and take it home. But a beast tamer was responsible for the magical beasts they personally tamed. Seeing the reassuring look in Zhang Xing's eyes, Yale felt slightly calmer. Elder Mo Feng took a drop of blood from both Yale and the Firecloud Lion, dripping them onto the magical crystal sphere. The scale on the sphere began to rise slowly. Yale stood in front of the magic orb, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his nervousness palpable. The crowd around him murmured in hushed tones, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Look at Yale, he's sweating like crazy, someone whispered mockingly. With a beast companion someone else caught for him, the compatibility score will be at most 5 or 6. He's in for it this time. Serves him right, another chimed in. He's always so stubborn and bad-tempered. Now he's getting what he deserves. But just as the crowd's laughter grew louder, the magic orb suddenly emitted a crisp crack. All eyes instantly turned to the scale on the orb. 10 points? A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. How is this possible? Hadn't Yale said the Firecloud Lion was freshly caught? How could the compatibility score be so high? What shocked everyone even more was that the scale kept climbing. 11, 12, 13. It didn't stop until it reached 20. Elder Mo Feng abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes wide as he stared at the orb, as if he had just witnessed something beyond belief. As a seasoned beast tamer, he knew exactly what such a number signified. This is impossible, Mo Feng exclaimed, his voice trembling. Even if Yale had caught it himself, there's no way the compatibility could reach 20 overnight, let alone when he didn't catch it himself. The people who had been mocking Yale moments ago fell silent, their faces frozen in disbelief as they exchanged stunned glances. Yale himself looked utterly bewildered. He replayed the events from the day before in the magical beast forest and the Firecloud Lion's dismissive attitude toward him that very morning. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't connect this unprecedented compatibility score to himself. Elder Mo Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Turning to Yale, he forced a kind smile, though his voice carried a hint of urgency. Yale, where is that young friend of yours, Zhang Xing? Could you introduce him to us? Scratching his head, Yale turned around and pointed behind him. This is Zhang Xing, he's the one who helped me catch the Firecloud Lion. All eyes followed Yale's gesture, landing on a boy who looked no older than 10. The crowd was stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Elder Mo Feng cleared his throat, attempting to maintain his composure. So Zhang Xing, is it? Did you really catch the Firecloud Lion? What level of beast tamer are you? Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Zhang Xing remained calm and unbothered. A faint smile appeared on his face as he replied, yes, I caught it, but I'm not a beast tamer. I don't know the first thing about taming beasts. His words sent ripples of shock through Elder Mo Feng's mind. Internally, the elder speculated. This boy must come from an incredibly powerful family to be so composed. The thought made Mo Feng's demeanor even more deferential. Young Master Zhang, you're too modest, Mo Feng said with a laugh. At your level, you could easily qualify as a level 2 beast tamer. Of course, I wouldn't dream of prying into your background. I understand the rules. As he spoke, Mo Feng gave Zhang Xing a knowing look, as if to say, I get it, I totally get it. In his mind, befriending this mysterious, noble young master might just open doors to unexpected opportunities for his career. Zhang Xing was utterly baffled. unable to comprehend why the elder before him, who suddenly treated him with such reverence, was acting this way. Before he could even ask, the man who had introduced himself as Imo Feng, the elder of internal affairs of the Beast Hall's Tianqing branch, began showering him with effusive praise. Young Master Zhang, your esteemed presence graces us all. I, Imo Feng, am truly honored to host you. What an unprecedented privilege. To witness your youthful brilliance in person is a blessing beyond measure. Today, it is my responsibility to ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality. The people around them stared in stunned silence. Imo Feng, notorious for his cold demeanor and aloof pride, was now fawning over a mere boy? Even if this kid truly had the ability to tame the Firecloud Lion, surely that didn't warrant such sycophantic behavior. Just as Imo Feng was rambling on, a familiar voice cut through the air. Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing. A group of people dressed in mercenary gear approached with cheerful smiles. Brother Dashi. Sister Meili. Zhang Xing exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Zhang Xing, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? Meili asked with concern. Dashi chuckled warmly. I recognized you from far away, but Meili didn't believe me. I'll take my exams in 2 months, so I'm just having some fun right now, Zhang Xing explained with a grin. Noticing this interaction, Imo Feng quickly interjected. Dashi, you know him? Dashi bowed respectfully. Elder Imo Feng, this young man is none other than our savior. As a member of a mercenary team that often sold live magical beasts to the Beast Hall, Dashi was well acquainted with most of those present. Imo Feng forced a stiff smile. I heard young Master Zhang is still studying? May I ask which academy? At a magic and martial arts academy in the Tianqing Kingdom. Zhang Xing replied with an easy smile. Tianqing Kingdom? You're from there? Imo Feng's tone noticeably cooled. Yep, born and raised. Zhang Xing said casually. You mean you're not a disciple of the Beast Hall? Imo Feng's expression darkened. When did I ever say I was? Zhang Xing replied with an innocent smile. Imo Feng nearly choked on his own breath, his face cycling through a series of mortified expressions. The surrounding tamers struggled to contain their laughter. It all made sense now. Imo Feng had mistaken Zhang Xing for the heir of some influential family and had gone out of his way to ingratiate himself, only to make a fool of himself. This was sure to become a legendary anecdote within the Beast Hall. The more Imo Feng looked at Zhang Xing's smiling face, the more infuriated he became, convinced the boy had deliberately humiliated him. Desperate to salvage his pride, he sneered. Zhang Xing, you claim to have captured the Firecloud Lion yourself? I doubt it. Could it be that you are colluding with Yale in some underhanded scheme? Believe what you want. It's none of my business, Zhang Xing replied nonchalantly, clearly unbothered. None of your business? Imo Feng's anger erupted into a cold laugh. I am an elder of the Beast Hall, a level 3 beast tamer, and speaking to you is a courtesy you don't deserve. How dare a wet-behind Thier's brat like you speak so insolently? I'll give you one chance. If you can tame a 4th-tier magical beast right here and demonstrate a compatibility level of at least 20, they'll believe you, and he'll even consider Yale's mission fulfilled. Zhang Xing gazed indifferently at Imo Feng's sinister expression and asked, or what? Imo Feng sneered menacingly, or Yale will revoke your beast tamer apprentice qualification, and you'll never be accepted again. As for you, we'll lock you in the beast pen and wait for your academy to come and claim you. Zhang Xing sighed inwardly. This tactic was indeed ruthless. Taming a beast on the spot with a compatibility level of 20 or higher was a feat even the hall master would struggle to achieve. Being thrown into the beast pen would be an unbearable humiliation, one that would make it impossible to hold his head high in the academy ever again. But for Zhang Xing, none of this was a real problem. He replied coldly, why should I follow your orders? Then, turning to Yale with a tone of disdain, he said, Yale, this beast hall isn't worth staying in. Just look at these pupils self-serving, sycophantic, and endlessly making life difficult for their colleagues. Staying with this bunch of losers won't do you any good. Trust me, let's leave. The moment those words left his lips, the entire beast hall erupted into chaos. Angry voices rose in waves. What? Did he just call us self-serving? Did he just call us losers? Who is this kid? Does he have a death wish? Get his parents here. Even the apprentices taking the level 1 beast tamer exam were drawn by the commotion and surrounded Zhang Xing. Someone shouted furiously, you little brat, say that again if you dare. Go on, I dare you. Over 100 voices cursed and jeered in unison, spittle flying everywhere, seemingly about to drown Zhang Xing. Yale, standing to the side, turned red with anxiety and shouted, come at me instead. A bunch of grown men bullying a child, what kind of men are you? But no one paid him any attention. All their anger was directed squarely at Zhang Xing. Amid the crowd, the loudest and most provocative voice belonged to Norris. Dashi and Meili, still confused about what was happening, could only watch as the tension between the two sides escalated rapidly. Someone yelled, You little brat, kneel and kowtow. Crawl to each of us and apologize. Mei Li frowned deeply, thinking, these people are really piling on, picking on a kid like this. Shameless. Little do they know, the weak child they see is the most dangerous beast of all. Let's just hope Zhang Xing doesn't lose his temper otherwise. They're all doomed. As the situation spiraled further out of control, teetering on the edge of violence, Norris suddenly threw a punch amid the chaos. His warrior's battle energy surged outward, striking the ground several meters in front of Zhang Xing. Take Team Norris' words were abruptly cut off as he felt his entire body seize up, unable to move or speak. The next moment, his body flew through the air like a broken kite and landed heavily at Zhang Xing's feet, his head plunging straight into the dirt crater he had just created. Zhang Xing calmly withdrew his magic, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Seeing his nephew struck down, Mo Feng exploded with rage. You little punk! How dare you make the first move? Are you looking for death? Lightning Hawk, bring him to me. As his words fell, a streak of silver lightning tore through the sky, heading straight for Zhang Xing. Gasps filled the air. A Tier 5 Lightning Hawk. Elder Mo Feng's battle beast. Mei Li exclaimed in shock. That's a Tier 5 battle beast. Its strength surpasses what it was before taming it, could even hold its own against a mid-level human battle spirit. Mo Feng smirked with satisfaction. My Lightning Hawk is leagues ahead of that Fire Cloud Lion. Its speed is unmatched. Let's see how a mere child could possibly. But before he could finish the thought, the sight before him left everyone utterly stunned. Zhang Xing raised his fist and began pummeling the Lightning Hawk without hesitation. As everyone stood in stunned silence, speculating about Zhang Xing's strength, the fallen Lightning Hawk suddenly trembled and sprang to its feet. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, this majestic magical beast slowly crawled toward Zhang Xing. Finally, it prostrated itself at the feet of this young boy, as submissive and docile as a well-behaved house cat. The surrounding apprentices and first-tier beast tamers were utterly dumbfounded, their minds flooded with countless questions. Some rubbed their eyes, others pinched themselves, trying to confirm whether this unbelievable scene was real. Mo Feng, a third-tier beast tamer with strength at the battle spirit level, immediately recognized that Zhang Xing's power far surpassed that of the Lightning Hawk. He even faintly suspected that he himself might not be a match for this child. But what shocked him even more was that his beloved battle beast had submitted. He called out to the hawk twice, yet it acted as if it hadn't heard him. What? What did you do to my battle beast? Mo Feng roared, his voice filled with disbelief and rage. What kind of wicked trick did you use? His mind was in turmoil. This Lightning Hawk was not just any beast, it was the result of 3 years of painstaking effort to win its favor. He had poured half of his fortune into nurturing it, raising it from Tier 4 to Tier 5. Not long ago, the hawk had finally acknowledged him, and their compatibility had reached a solid 30 points. Mo Feng had been so overjoyed that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. In the Beast Halls division, achieving such a compatibility score with a battle beast or pet was a feat only the Hall Master could boast of. What did this mean? It meant that aside from the Hall Master, Mo Feng was qualified to challenge anyone, and might even have a shot at replacing the Hall Master himself. But now, his cherished battle beast was bowing at someone else's feet. Zhang Xing gently stroked the Lightning Hawk's head, his tone calm and unassuming. Didn't you just say I should tame a magical beast and achieve a compatibility score of 20? Well, I've done it. Go ahead and test it. Mo Feng watched as the Lightning Hawk enjoyed Zhang Xing's touch, its demeanor utterly relaxed. His eyes were practically bleeding with anguish. In his heart, he screamed, "That's mine. Give it back. Damn it, give it back." Yet, he held onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps the hawk was only temporarily under some sort of spell and hadn't truly formed a bond. With a mix of dread and desperation, Mo Feng retrieved the magic orb and watched Zhang Xing approach. When 2 drops of blood fused into the orb, Mo Feng's heart felt as though it was about to leap out of his throat. Everyone else in the Beast Hall craned their necks, nervously fixating on the orb's scale. As soon as the blood merged, the scale began to climb rapidly. Whoa! It hit 10 points instantly, someone exclaimed. What the hell? It's already at 20, another shouted in disbelief. 30. This can't be real. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Then, Mo Feng staggered, his legs buckling beneath him as he and the table crashed to the ground. His eyes were vacant, and he muttered incoherently, "This can't be. How is this possible? It's fake. It must be a dream." Suddenly, Mo Feng sprang to his feet and slapped himself across the face 3 times. The onlookers winced, their mouths twitching at the sight. Geez, Mo Elder really isn't holding back. His face is already swollen, someone thought to themselves. Mo Feng widened his eyes and glanced at the magic orb again, his body freezing in place. F50, he choked out, barely managing to utter the word. Then, as his vision went black, He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. The rest of the beast hall stared in shock, their eyeballs practically popping out of their sockets. Someone couldn't help but silently grumble. Seriously? He didn't even capture it himself, just snatched it from someone else and beat it into submission. Can we not make this sound so absurd? Is there any sense of fairness left? Another person, unable to resist their own wild imagination, thought, damn it, maybe I should just go find a magical beast and beat the crap out of it too. Zhang Xing was originally using magic to fiercely battle the Thunder Eagle. After a few exchanges, his eyes lit up with a sudden realization. Why not use dragon energy to subdue it? He thought to himself. If I take Imo Feng's battle beast, that old man will be devastated. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing channeled his dragon energy, preparing to unleash a heaven-shattering fist on the Thunder Eagle. However, before he could strike, the massive bird suddenly dropped to the ground with a swoosh, bowing in an incredibly reverent manner toward him. Ha ha, the power of bloodline suppression truly is overwhelming. Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly. He recalled the ancient times, when only a handful of magical beasts could rival the dragon clan beasts like the behemoth, titan ape, hell demon, and fire phoenix. All others were insignificant in comparison. Even though Zhang Xing's own dragon energy wasn't particularly strong, simply opening a small spatial rift to summon the aura of any dragon would be enough to make the Thunder Eagle submit. Zhang Xing's cold gaze swept over the crowd in the beast hall. Instinctively, the onlookers took a step back, but they quickly remembered this was their territory and that their opponent was just a kid. They puffed out their chests and stepped forward again. Just as tension filled the air, a deep and authoritative voice rang out. What are you all crowding around for? No assessments to take? No tasks to complete? Hall Master, Lord Hall Master, Master Yuz. The crowd parted like a wave, creating a path. The Beast Hall Master, Yuz, strode in confidently, followed by a girl of about 18 or 19. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates about a commotion in the beast pens, Yu's curiosity was piqued. This was a rare occurrence, and he decided to investigate personally. As he walked in and took in the scene before him, his confusion only deepened. What's going on here? Yuz asked, not addressing anyone in particular. Immediately, two beast tamers rushed forward, eager to curry favor, and briefly explained the situation. A compatibility score of 50? And still beaten this badly? Elder Imo Feng fainted in anger? He even called the Beast Hall members useless? And the one who said those arrogant words is Zhang Xing. Yuz rubbed his fingers together, a habitual gesture whenever he was faced with a tricky problem. This was indeed a difficult situation. Elder Imo Feng had been eyeing the Hall Master's position for a long time, constantly scheming and currying favor with higher-ups while neglecting his responsibilities and forming cliques. The fact that such a major incident had occurred in Tianqing Kingdom without Imo Feng's knowledge, let alone his failure to recognize Zhang Xing, was a disgrace. If that black dragon had appeared, the disciples of the Beast Hall present would likely not have survived. But Zhang Xing had openly criticized the Beast Hall in front of so many disciples, tarnishing its reputation. Punishing him? There was no guarantee of success in a confrontation. Letting it slide? How would the disciples perceive the Hall Master's authority? How would the higher-ups judge him? Disciples might think him weak, and superiors might see him as incompetent. Just as Yuz felt the weight of the dilemma pressing down on him, a sudden idea struck him. If Zhang Xing were an insider, this would be much easier to handle. It would become an internal matter. His eyes brightened. Yes, why not bring Zhang Xing into the fold? Ahem. Yuz cleared his throat. Zhang Xing, it seems there's been a misunderstanding about our Beast Hall. Elder Imo Feng's actions reflect his personal conduct and do not represent the Hall. In light of his misconduct, I hereby announce that Yale has met his annual task quota and will be rewarded accordingly. As for Elder Imo Feng, for his failure to distinguish right from wrong and his deliberate troublemaking with the beast tamers, I am suspending his position as elder. He will be sent to the back mountain to guard magical beasts for 1 year. Zhang Xing, are you satisfied with this Hall Master's resolution? The moment Yuz finished speaking, the hall fell into a stunned silence. The disciples of the Beast Hall stared at their Hall Master, their minds racing with questions. What was happening? The Hall Master was appeasing a kid? Wasn't this Zhang Xing just a student? Unbelievable. And the punishment for Elder Imo Feng, wasn't it too harsh? Guarding magical beasts was essentially cleaning up their waste. That kind of dirty, grueling work was always assigned to apprentices. To make an elder do it? This was simply. Master Yuz wore a broad, warm smile on his square face, but inwardly he sneered. How could he let go of the golden opportunity that Elder Imo had practically handed to him? As a Hall Master, it would be a waste of his position to pass up such a godsend. Zhang Xing listened to Yuz's words with apparent satisfaction, but deep down, he was puzzled. Anyone capable of becoming a Hall Master was undoubtedly a shrewd individual, so Zhang Xing decided to continue observing Yuz's next moves. Haha, Master Yus is indeed fair and impartial. Admirable, truly admirable, Zhang Xing said with a deliberate air, nodding slightly. I have some matters to attend to, so will take my leave now. Wait, Yus called out immediately. Your talent for taming beasts is extraordinary, Zhang Xing. Would you be interested in taking a test? With your ability, earning a first-level beast tamer certification would be a breeze. Once you pass, you'll enjoy insider prices for riding birds or purchasing magical beasts at any beast taming hall. Plus, there are plenty of simple yet highly rewarding tasks available in the hall. Take a beast taming test? Not interested. Zhang Xing shook his head decisively. Only taming dragons is impressive. Who cares about training chickens, ducks, geese, or dogs? Yus quickly tried to persuade him. Most people would do anything for the chance to take the test. Passing it means piles of gold coins at your fingertips. Warriors and mages alike need substantial funds to enhance their strength. Tame one and it's yours. Tame 10 and you get 10. If you don't want them, you can exchange them for gold coins. Yus's words left everyone present stunned. Considering the speed Zhang Xing had demonstrated in taming beasts earlier, wouldn't this policy bankrupt the Beast Hall? Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Now that's an interesting proposal. Yus's heart sank as regret immediately set in he had spoken too hastily. Before he could say anything further, Zhang Xing solemnly declared, Master Yus, you're a man of your word. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll agree to it. As Yus awkwardly scrambled for a solution, his daughter stepped in just in time to defuse the situation. Hehe, brother Zhang Xing, don't overthink it. The Beast Hall's rules for the test are simple. For the first level, you only need to tame a magical beast that's one level stronger than yourself. Exactly. My daughter is absolutely right. Yus quickly latched onto her explanation, stroking his beard with satisfaction while looking at his clever daughter with pride. He thought to himself, this child really has quick wits. Zhang Xing was taken aback by Yusi's words, his face filled with awkwardness and helplessness. He was completely unaware of the rules of the assessment and had assumed that his easy path to wealth was within reach only to have it abruptly cut off. However, he understood the importance of integrity and knew he couldn't go back on his word, no matter how frustrated he felt. Sigh, I guess I'll just wing it and take the test, Zhang Xing thought to himself, casting an annoyed glance at Yusi's daughter. Her sharp little features and calculating expression suggested she was someone who always had a trick up her sleeve. Around them, the Beast Hall disciples looked at the clever young girl with admiration, as if she had just resolved a major crisis. Meanwhile, Mo Feng, who had quietly regained consciousness, slinked away unnoticed to avoid attention. All right, let's get this over with, Zhang Xing said impatiently. Yusi's face lit up with joy. Great. Who's in charge of the apprentice assessment? Go get a test paper, he exclaimed, inwardly thrilled. He had successfully lured Zhang Xing to the Beast Hall. Recruiting someone with a dragon companion would be a huge boost to his reputation. His promotion was practically guaranteed. Two apprentices quickly brought over a table, a chair, and a test paper. Yusi beamed as he said, Please, Zhang Xing. Haha, this is the first time I, as the hall master, am personally overseeing an exam. Zhang Xing stood there awkwardly, ignoring the subtle undertones of Yusi's words. Wait, there's a theory test too? I don't know any of this stuff. I haven't even read a single book, he admitted. The hall fell silent. Yusi froze mid-smile, his daughter stared wide-eyed, and everyone else in the Beast Hall looked utterly dumbfounded. Desi and Meili blinked repeatedly, as if trying to confirm they had heard correctly. A flood of questions ran through everyone's minds. Wait, what? You don't know anything about magical beasts, their types, habits, temperaments, or bloodline branches, so how did you even manage to tame one? Care to teach us your secret? Would love to skip the theory too. Seriously, how are you able to tame beasts without any knowledge? Are you some kind of natural-born beast whisperer? Dude, I've been studying beast theory since I was a kid, and even after more than a decade, I still haven't passed the apprentice exam. Can you teach me your practical skills instead? Zhang Xing felt even more embarrassed under their stunned gazes. He turned to Yusi and tentatively asked, Hall Master Yusi, do you have any books I could look at? He thought to himself, this is just like taking the alchemist exam. There's both theory and practice involved. I've got herbalism knowledge from the system, but nothing on beast taming. This is going to be tricky. Still, I can't just give up now. I'd be a laughingstock after showing off so much earlier. I have to save face. Yusi and the others were floored by his request. What? He wants to read books now? Is this kid for real? Does he think studying beast taming is as simple as glancing at a couplet and memorizing it? Most of us have spent 3 to 5 years minimum, and some over a decade, studying this stuff and still haven't passed the apprentice exam. And now he wants to start from scratch? What a joke. Despite their disbelief, Yusi ordered someone to bring over a stack of books, more than a dozen in total. He thought to himself, this kid's not going to pass the theory section, that's for sure. Who knew he didn't know anything at all? If worst comes to worst, I'll just take him on as my personal student. After a year, he can automatically be promoted to apprentice. As Hall Master, I have that privilege, though I can only use it once. But when Yusi glanced back at Zhang Xing, his face immediately darkened with disbelief. Zhang Xing was flipping through the books at an astonishing speed, his eyes scanning the pages like lightning and his fingers turning the pages so quickly it was dizzying to watch. Zhang Xing noticed that his reading speed had improved again. Since advancing to a high-level magus, his mental strength had increased significantly. If he focused entirely, he could read at least twice as fast as before. Clearing his mind of distractions, he threw himself wholeheartedly into the books. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xing had finished an entire beginner-level beast taming theory book. Within an hour, he had gone through all 12 books. Picking up the pen, he began writing furiously, the pen gliding across the test paper with a steady rhythm. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing stood up and handed the completed test paper to Yusi. I'm done. Hall Master Yusi, please review it. Yusi took the test paper nonchalantly, scanning the first 10 or so questions without much expectation. To be honest, he had no confidence in Zhang Xing's performance at all. But as he glanced over the answers, he was utterly stunned. The first 10 questions were all correct. As Yusi's gaze traveled further down the paper, the shock and excitement in his heart grew stronger. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably as he carefully placed the test paper on the table. His daughter, noticing her father's unusual behavior, couldn't resist leaning in to see what was going on. This can't be possible. A perfect score. Yusi muttered in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. To think someone could achieve such an astounding result after merely reading for an hour and answering the questions in half that time was an unprecedented display of talent. While the world is not short of intelligent individuals or those with photographic memories, encountering someone like Zhang Xing, who could fully grasp the content of a book just by flipping through it, was a first for Yusi. Unable to comprehend it, he decided not to dwell on it further. As long as he could recruit Zhang Xing into his ranks, everything else was secondary. Taking a deep breath, Yusi announced, I hereby declare Zhang Xing's theoretical exam score 100 points. Next up, the beast taming practical exam. Post Zhang Xing's theoretical results on the public board. If anyone has questions, they can go check. With that, Yusi led the relevant personnel to the practical test location. He was well aware that since Zhang Xing had managed to tame a 5th-tier lightning eaglean in an instant, no less it was clear he already possessed the skills of a second-level beast tamer. The practical test was essentially a formality. After all, the goal wasn't to award him a bag of coins. Arriving at the facility where magical beasts were kept in the back mountains, Yusi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Zhang Xing, everyone knows about your extraordinary abilities. Honestly, I think we can just consider you as having passed the practical test. However, Zhang Xing ignored the comment and got straight to the point. By the way, Hall Master Yusi, how much would a 5th-tier lightning eagle be worth in gold coins? Yusi answered truthfully, well, at an auction, it could sell for about 1 billion gold coins. Rare flying mounts like this are incredibly scarce, and with its powerful attack capabilities, it's well worth the price. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up at the response. That valuable, huh? In that case, I'll stick to the rules for the test. We can't skip regulations. Rules are rules. Do you have any flying magical beasts above the 6th tier? I'll tame one. Yusi was taken aback and momentarily at a loss. This kid clearly wasn't going to miss the chance to make a fortune. He sighed inwardly, thinking, my love for talent has backfired. Love's wealth just as much. We do have magical beasts above the 6th tier, but none of them are flying types. Those are extremely rare right now. As soon as we catch one, it's sold immediately, sometimes even pre-ordered. Yusi explained. Zhang Xing looked a bit disappointed, thinking that land-based mounts wouldn't fetch the same price as flying ones. The group continued up the mountain slope toward the summit, passing numerous magical beasts in cages along the way, most of them 4th or 5th tier. Zhang Xing showed little interest. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a massive bird lounging lazily on the grass, completely indifferent to the people around it. Hall Master Yusi, isn't that a winged magical beast over there? Why isn't it in a cage? Zhang Xing asked curiously. Yusi, with a sense of pride, introduced it. That's the treasure of our beast hall, the Tianpeng bird, a creature with ancient bloodlines. Its power rivals that of a demon emperor or a battle emperor. It's also the reason our beast hall has been able to thrive peacefully without being invaded. As he spoke, he bowed respectfully to the Tianpeng bird. Zhang Xing studied the bird closely, recalling what he knew about magical beasts. He speculated, an ancient bloodline? It should be at the peak of the 6th tier, just shy of breaking through to the 7th, right? Yusi nodded approvingly. Exactly. You're spot on. While 6th tier magical beasts are just a step away from advancing, it's no easy feat, especially for ones with ancient bloodlines like this. Most of them are stuck at this bottleneck their entire lives and never manage to ascend to the 7th tier. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up with determination, and without hesitation, he walked toward the Tianpeng bird. I'll choose this one. Yuxi's face turned pale with panic as he hurried to stop him. Wait, what? No, Zhang Xing, you can't use this one for the test. This is our sacred guardian beast, it's off limits. Why not? Zhang Xing asked with a puzzled expression, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yu sighed deeply at the question, momentarily speechless. After taking a breath, he patiently explained, Are you kidding me? The mountain guardian beast is practically half the owner of this place. Its intelligence rivals that of human show. Could it possibly let you tame it? If you're not careful, it might even take a bite out of you. Seeing Zhang Xing's bewildered look, Yu's daughter had a mischievous glint in her eye. Flashing her small tiger-like teeth, she came up with an idea and suggested slyly, Well, if little brother Zhang Xing wants to give it a try, let him. But this won't count as part of the assessment, okay? If you really manage to tame it, we'll give it to you as a gift. Father and daughter seemed to read each other's minds. Yu's eyes lit up as he thought to himself that teaching this arrogant boy a lesson might not be such a bad idea. Feigning seriousness, he said, This is the sacred beast of our beast hall. Its temper is not the best, so be careful not to get hurt. With the hall master's approval, Zhang Xing stepped forward. He stopped when he was about 3 meters away from the massive bird known as the Skyrock. The creature lazily turned its head to glance at the young boy, then disdainfully looked away, uninterested. Zhang Xing pondered to himself, wondering, what kind of ancestor does this Skyrock have? Could it rival the Dragon Clan? Better check with He Bao, and the others first can't act recklessly. With that thought, he activated his spiritual consciousness and entered his internal space. He Bao, how much do you know about the Skyrock outside? Zhang Xing asked. After observing for a moment, He Bao chuckled. Boss, that guy is a descendant of the ancient Kuan Pong, but its bloodline has become very diluted over time. It's no match for us. Understanding dawned on Zhang Xing. He reasoned that even among 6th-rank magical beasts, true adversaries were rare in ancient times, let alone now. However, dealing with a creature like this required finesse rather than brute force. He decided to appeal to its desires. Reaching into his space, he retrieved a first-grade bloodline pill and began tossing it lightly in his hand. The Skyrock immediately perked up, its feathers bristling as its lazy demeanor transformed into full alertness. It snapped its head around, its sharp eyes locked onto the pill flipping in Zhang Xing's hand. Without hesitation, the Skyrock let out a piercing screech and lunged forward, beak wide open, aiming to snatch the bloodline pill. Whoa, aren't you a bit too shameless? Zhang Xing exclaimed. Just snatching it without even negotiating first? The Skyrock paid him no mind, its focus entirely on the pill. This was a rare treasure capable of improving its bloodline, enhancing its purity, and even offering a chance to ascend to a higher rank. As for the little boy holding it, completely insignificant. If he dared to stand in its way, the bird might even consider eating him. Seeing this, Zhang Xing quickly withdrew the pill and dodged to the side. This bird is a total bandit. No manners at all, he muttered to himself. No wonder people say not a good bird, this must be what they mean. Realizing he couldn't handle the creature alone, Zhang Xing called out, Hey Bao, come out and deal with this bird. In a flash of shadow, a towering, muscular man appeared before the Skyrock. Without a word, He Bao launched a barrage of powerful punches at the bird. Initially, the Skyrock was defiant, its ancient pride compelling it to challenge the Black Dragon. But within mere seconds, it realized it was completely outmatched. The oppressive dragon aura overwhelmed it, and it could only muster a fraction of its usual strength. Facing He Bao, who had already advanced to the 2nd-tier bloodline, the Skyrock was utterly dominated. How dare you try to steal from my boss? Do you even know who my boss is? He Bao roared, punctuating each sentence with a heavy punch. Bang! Bang! The Skyrock was pummeled into submission, lying trembling on the ground with its beak crooked and feathers disheveled. He Bao sat triumphantly on its back, raining down punches like a relentless storm. Please, please, the Skyrock whimpered, its voice quivering. Dragon Master, how was I supposed to know that kid was your boss? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to touch his stuff even with 100 lives. I'm sorry, Dragon Master. Please stop hitting, might really hurts. What you feared most had come to pass. He stared intently at the battle unfolding in front of him. Each time He Bao's fist landed on the Tianpeng bird, Yuz couldn't help but flinch, his face twitching involuntarily. It's like the pain is hitting me instead of him, he sighed inwardly. Originally, Yuz had planned to step in and play the role of the good guy once Zhang Xing started to struggle. But Zhang Xing's unexpected move producing a pill that sent the Tianpeng bird into a frenzy completely derailed Yuz's plan. Before he could react, Zhang Xing had already summoned the fearsome Black Dragon. Plans never keep up with changes, do they? What a mistake. What a miscalculation. Yu's thought bitterly. Even his clever and resourceful daughter had stumbled this time. At that moment, realization dawned on Yusi, finally understood why Zhang Xing was able to tame magical beasts so quickly. Who wouldn't shiver at the sight of a dragon? This isn't taming. It's sheer intimidation. Yus indulged in a brief fantasy. If I had a dragon, I could tame every magical beast in the entire forest and march them straight to the guild's headquarters. I'd be the guild master in no time. But he quickly shook himself out of it, regaining his composure. He began to analyze the situation carefully. The Tianpeng bird was beaten by the black dragon, not Zhang Xing. It shouldn't form any bond with him, right? After weighing his thoughts for a while, he felt slightly reassured. Things shouldn't be too problematic. Turning to his daughter beside him, he noticed her wide-eyed expression, mouth agape with confusion and shock. Only then did Yus realize his oversight. Ah, I should have told her about the dragon earlier. Now look at this mess, she came up with such a lousy idea because of me. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to observe the situation a little longer before explaining anything. The rear mountain, being a restricted area, had only a few beast hall elders and apprentice attendants present. At that moment, they were all staring at He Bao with disbelief and growing anxiety. One of the elders cautiously spoke up, "Hall Master, this is getting out of hand. The Tianping bird's already in terrible shape. If this continues, it might die." Yus put on a facade of calmness, replying nonchalantly, "No need to worry. Just watch. It won't die." But internally, he was panicking. Are you kidding? Why don't you try stopping that big guy? If you provoke him, he might transform and level the entire rear mountain. All the magical beasts we've painstakingly raised could end up as his snack. He consoled himself. Besides, Zhang Xing is here. He wouldn't be foolish enough to let the black dragon run wild and make an enemy of the entire beast hall, right? Just as Yus thought this, Zhang Xing spoke up. All right, He Bao. With a cheerful smile, he approached the Tianpeng bird. Haha, Tianpeng bird, looks like we've gotten to know each other the hard way. Let's make a deal, shall we? I'll help you improve your bloodline, and in return, you'll submit to me. Just make sure the magic orb shows a compatibility level of 30 or 40%, and that'll do. Zhang Xing communicated his terms telepathically to the Tianpeng bird. Though it couldn't speak human language, the Tianpeng bird understood Zhang Xing's words. Its eyes filled with grievance as it nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. Zhang Xing pulled a small vial of pills from his pocket, gripping it tightly. These pills are incredibly hard to make. The ingredients are rare and ridiculously expensive. I've only got 3 left, and am giving them all to you. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring everyone present could hear. Then, Zhang Xing launched into an exaggerated display of internal conflict. With a pained expression, he gritted his teeth, extending and retracting his arm over and over. The Tianpeng bird watched anxiously, its pupils dilating and contracting, its neck stretching and shrinking in rhythm with Zhang Xing's movements. Its heart felt like it might leap out of its chest at any moment. Come on, big guy, stop messing with me. The Tianpeng bird wailed internally. Are you giving it to me or not? Hurry up, I'm so nervous I might keel over. Finally, Zhang Xing let out a long sigh, his face full of reluctant resignation. Fine, a promise is a promise. What's said is said. Integrity first, here you go. The Tianpeng bird, hearing this, collapsed in relief. Using the last bit of its strength, it grabbed the small vial with its beak and slumped to the ground. It thought to itself, this is going to be the death of me. That was more exhausting than getting beaten up. Zhang Xing added, don't worry, you'll make more of these later. I won't forget about you. With a soft clink, the pill bottle fell from the Tianpeng bird's beak. Tears welled up in its eyes as it rubbed its head against Zhang Xing's pant leg, overwhelmed with gratitude. Bang! A thunderous crash shattered the silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. With just 3 bloodline pills and a few persuasive words, the once proud Skyrock had displayed an affectionate demeanor, bowing in submission. The onlookers were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the ground. Yus's emotions were a tangled mess. On one hand, he was pained by the thought of the fortune he was about to part with. On the other, he secretly rejoiced at finally pulling Zhang Xing into the Beast Hall's camp. But deep down, he thought to himself, after braving countless storms, how could someone like me be outwitted by a mere child? Zhang Xing turned around, a subtle, enigmatic smile on his lips. Hallmaster Yus, how about testing the compatibility with a magic orb? No need for a test, Yus exclaimed, glancing at the black dragon standing by Zhang Xing's side and recalling those mysterious pills he had never heard of before. This was clearly a classic case of the Karatanstic approach. Who would dare argue? Putting on a facade of magnanimity, he announced, I can see it clearly, the Skyrock has already submitted to you. You've passed the examination. No, scratch that. Your performance was so outstanding. I'm promoting you directly to a level 1 beast tamer. You may take the guardian beast with you. Zhang Xing saw through Yu's ploy instantly. It was obvious he didn't want to pay and was trying to brush it off with the system binding. Zhang Xing smiled faintly. Thank you for your generosity, Hall Master. However, as a member of the Beast Hall, how could I take the guardian beast away? I still have urgent matters to attend to, so will be taking my leave. With that, he turned and walked off. Just as Yuz was about to feel smug about his maneuver, he noticed the Skyrock happily trotting after Zhang Xing. Shoo shoo. Go back. Stop following me, or I'll give you a good kick. Zhang Xing turned around, making a mock-kicking motion with an expression of disdain. Please, boss. Take me with you. I can level up by staying with you, please. I'm begging you. The Skyrock's beastly plea left Yuz utterly crestfallen. This was a scenario he had never imagined. The once proud divine bird with ancient bloodline was now groveling to follow someone. I've taken care of you for years, and you've never shown me a shred of respect. Ungrateful bird. Yuz muttered bitterly. He glanced at the black dragon nearby, which still exuded an aura of unapproachable dominance. The other members of the Beast Hall were left utterly stupefied. Today, they had truly witnessed the extraordinary. Zhang Xing's expression turned serious. No, you can't come with me. Your duty is to guard the Beast Hall and protect the lives and property of its people. If you leave, what happens when the magical beasts in the back mountain revolt? What about when enemies attack? The Beast Hall would lose billions of gold coins, not to mention the irreplaceable lives of countless beast tamers. You're old enough to understand this, aren't you? The crowd immediately caught the underlying message and turned their gazes to Yuz in unison. The Hall Master's face darkened like a storm cloud. This wasn't the voice of a 7-year-old child. It was the cunning rhetoric of a 70-year-old fox. The message was clear. Pay up, or I'll really take the guardian beast. Damn it. You're such a drama king. Yuz roared internally. Zhang Xing spoke firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. With a dramatic flick of his sleeve, he declared, Tianpeng bird, this is the last time I'm saying this. Stop following me. With that, he strode decisively down the mountain. The Tianpeng bird remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Seeing this, Hall Master Yuz felt a wave of relief wash over him. He patted his chest and muttered to himself, thank goodness, at least the Tianpeng bird knows how to behave, and Zhang Xing seems to understand the bigger picture. But his moment of joy was short-lived. Before he could fully savor it, his heart sank to the depths. The Tianpeng bird had paused for barely 5 seconds before tiptoeing after Zhang Xing. It wagged its tail like a playful puppy, trying to curry favor. Tianpeng bird, get back here. Yu shouted, his voice tinged with both anger and desperation. But the bird paid him no mind. Great. I get it now. This is all a setup. The two of them, man and dragon, are in cahoots to mess with me. Yuz fumed as he watched the Tianpeng bird wagging its tail at the black dragon. His frustration boiled over. You're a bird, not a dog, for heaven's sake. As the scene unfolded, Yuz's anxiety grew. If he didn't take drastic measures today, that foolish bird might actually end up being lured away. And when his superiors demanded an explanation, who would believe that the Tianpeng bird left of its own free will? Zhang Xing, wait a moment. I just remembered something. Yuz called out, waving his hand to stop him. Zhang Xing halted and turned back, his expression calm and composed. What is it, Hall Master? He asked nonchalantly. Seeing Zhang Xing's indifferent demeanor made Yuz grit his teeth in frustration. You were personally recruited by me as a beast tamer, and your exam results broke historical records. You deserve a reward. Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly. With how stingy you are, how much could you possibly give me? I'd be lucky to get 1,000,000 gold coins. Outwardly, however, he maintained a humble facade. Hall Master, you're too kind. As a member of the Beast Hall, how could I possibly accept any reward? I couldn't possibly take it. Cut the act. Isn't it money you're after? Yu snapped, striding forward. He pulled out a gold card and shoved it into Zhang Xing's hand. Hey, raise 5 million as a reward. Take it, no arguments. Only 5 million? Zhang Xing blurted out. Realizing his slip, he quickly tried to backtrack. I mean, wow, that's so generous. I really can't accept this. Huh. Yuz let out a dry laugh, thoroughly exasperated. What could a kid like you possibly need so much money for? 5 million is already a fortune. Don't be so greedy. Just as Zhang Xing was about to turn and leave, Yuz ground out through clenched teeth, 10 million. This is my personal contribution. If you're willing to consider me a friend, Zhang Xing, then take it. Before the words had fully left Yuz's mouth, Zhang Xing appeared in front of him like a bolt of lightning, clasping Yuz's hands tightly. Hall Master, how could I refuse such a gesture of friendship? If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I won't make any grand promises, but here in the Tianqing Kingdom, I can guarantee it'll be of help in any situation. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. A mere child. Speaking so boldly in front of the hall master, it was unheard of. If such words had come from Use himself, they might have been believable. But this absurd scene left everyone feeling uneasy. Sure, you're talented, with an exceptional memory, a unique beast-taming method, and a powerful black dragon at your side. But in the upper echelons of the Tianqing Kingdom, how many people do you even know? And yet you dare to claim you're well-connected? Ridiculous. Yale initially intended to host Zhang Xing, but when the Beast Hall Master Yushi personally stepped in to welcome him, Yale was more than happy to join the feast. After the meal, Yushi personally arranged a top-tier guest room for Zhang Xing. Though losing 10 million gold coins made Yushi toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep, upon deeper reflection, he felt the investment was well worth it. If other guild leaders learned that investing a mere 10 million gold coins could secure a connection with a dragon, they would likely compete to shower Zhang Xing with money, even if it cost them 100 million. As night fell, Zhang Xing entered Dragon Island, and the sight before him left him awestruck. Yinglong Wenjing had grown into a graceful young lady, her extraordinary and ethereal temperament far surpassing that of any beauty Zhang Xing had ever encountered, even those from his past life memories. Now a fifth-tier dragon, Wenjing greeted Zhang Xing sweetly with a soft master, which instantly filled his heart with joy. He Bao, Xiao Bai, and Jin Bao eagerly followed behind Wenjing, vying for her attention. This scene of opposite genders attracting each other seemed natural enough. However, Wenjing appeared to view the three dragons with only familial affection, showing no particular preference for any of them. After some brief pleasantries, the four dragons returned to their respective training, while Zhang Xing settled down to concoct second-tier bloodline pills. These were specially prepared for Wenjing, as they would significantly ease her path to advancing to the sixth tier. Reflecting on the past, Zhang Xing remembered how he had been unable to produce second-tier bloodline pills and had to rely on system-provided recipes to help He Bao and the others advance. Beasts with ancient bloodlines have a high chance of breaking through to higher tiers by gradually purifying their bloodline. This explained why the 7th-tier Snow Mountain Giant Ape and the 6th-tier Sky Rock treated Zhang Xing so warmly. Although 1st and 2nd-tier bloodline pills had limited effects on high-tier beasts like the Giant Ape, Zhang Xing was currently incapable of crafting 3rd-tier pills. For now, he could only produce more 2nd-tier pills to win over the Giant Ape, as he held a certain fondness for it. After all, he had watched plenty of movies in his past life where humans and apes, like Tarzan, became close friends. After refining over 200 bloodline pills, Zhang Xing rested for 2 hours. When he stepped out of his room, daylight had already broken. He originally planned to bid farewell and head to the magical beast forest, but noticed a crowd gathered not far away. Curious, he approached and, through the gaps in the crowd, saw a peacock-like magical beast lying weakly on a carpet, its eyes rolling back as it clung to life. Nearby were 2 stunning women, one crouched beside the beast, anxiously comforting it, while the other, the hall master's daughter, focused intently on refining a pill. Zhang Xing, you're up? A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Meili and Desi. Brother Desi, sister Meili, what's going on here? Zhang Xing asked, puzzled. Desi gave a brief explanation. The girl beside the flower spirit finch is our Thunder Empire's second princess, Zhan Wu. She bought the beast yesterday morning, but it fell ill for some reason. She rushed back overnight from the magical beast forest to confront the hall master. The hall master's daughter, Yali, is trying to save it. As Desi finished speaking, a loud boom echoed. The furnace exploded. The refinement failed. The crowd gasped in shock. Yali, a first-tier alchemist, had actually made a mistake. Well, the flower spirit finch is a 5th-tier magical beast and requires a 2nd-tier pill. It's no surprise that Miss Yali failed, someone whispered in the crowd. At that moment, second Princess Zhan Wu abruptly stood up and angrily pointed at Yali, shouting, "Does your beast hall even know how to do business? In less than a day, my spirit finch is on the brink of death. Are you trying to scam me? Who would dare buy magical beasts from you after this? You must give me an explanation today, or the Thunder Empire will immediately cut off border trade with your beast hall." The Beast Hall branch of the Leiwu Empire was located far from the imperial capital, strategically situated in an area teeming with magical beasts. This location facilitated frequent trade with the Beast Hall of the Tianqing Kingdom. However, if this trade route were to be severed, the Beast Hall would suffer catastrophic losses. Yali stood up, her face apologetic. Princess Zhan Wu, this was indeed our oversight. Please accept our apologies. We will compensate you for your loss and prepare another flying mount for you. Her words carried sincerity while subtly highlighting the Beast Hall's sense of responsibility. As a gifted healer, Yali was not only skilled in pharmacology but also an exceptional veterinarian. Having grown up in this environment, she was well-versed in diagnosing and treating a variety of magical beast ailments. Her gaze swept across the surrounding herbs as she began calculating potential treatment plans in her mind. However, Princess Zhan Wu was not appeased. She let out a cold laugh, her voice laced with anger and disdain. Oversight? Spare me your excuses. You deliberately sold me a dying magical beast, taking advantage of me because I'm just a weak woman. Her eyes sharpened as she continued. I'm traveling to the magical beast forest on an urgent mission. If I fail to gather green spirit mushrooms in time to treat my father's illness, can your beast hall bear the consequences? The princess's demands left everyone present gasping in shock. You either compensate me with 10 billion gold coins, or you gather the green spirit mushrooms for me today. Yali and Yuz, standing nearby, turned pale at her words. 10 billion gold coins? That was outright extortion. While the Hualing sparrow was admired by nobles for its dazzling feathers, its market value was no more than 2 billion at best. The princess's demand was nothing short of daylight robbery. As the tension in the room reached a breaking point, a young yet confident voice broke the silence. Step aside, I can heal this magical beast. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, and there he was, Zhang Xing, the boy who had drawn so much hostility the day before. Despite his outstanding performance in earning a level 1 beast tamer qualification, his precocious talent had only fueled jealousy and resentment among his peers. Many Beast Hall disciples looked at him coldly, refusing to make way. They still harbored resentment over Zhang Xing's earlier comment calling them fools, feeling deeply insulted. Zhang Xing, seeing their reluctance, waved his hand impatiently. Move aside. Before his words had fully landed, a sudden gust of wind swept through, forcing those blocking the path to step aside involuntarily. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Zhang Xing strolled leisurely to the Hualing sparrow, pretending to examine it carefully. In truth, he had no experience in treating magical beasts. However, he was well-versed in herbal medicine and had memorized numerous remedies. More importantly, he knew that Miss Yali already had a suitable formula. It's treatable. Nothing too serious, Zhang Xing remarked with an air of authority. He was already calculating his next steps. Even if Yali couldn't prepare the medicine, he could use a bloodline pill as a backup. While it wouldn't cure the Hualing sparrow immediately, it would buy them some time. Princess Zhanwu eyed Zhang Xing coldly, her gaze filled with contempt. I'd like to see what tricks your beast hall has up its sleeve. But let me make it clear, if you fail to heal it, you'll still have to compensate me. Yali, as if grasping a lifeline, grabbed Zhang Xing's small hand. Zhang Xing, can you really heal it? Tell me how. Zhang Xing smiled faintly, placing his other hand gently over Yali's, feeling the smoothness of her skin. Alchemy, of course. Yali's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing slightly as she thought to herself, this little rascal dares to take advantage of me at a time like this. But her concern for the treatment outweighed her embarrassment. Who's going to refine the pill? The only beast master in the hall capable of crafting a tier 3 pill is out gathering herbs, and the alchemist guild is too far away, we don't have enough time. Zhang Xing, brimming with confidence, replied, Sister Yali, just show me the formula and gather the ingredients. His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Everyone stared at the young boy in disbelief, thinking, is this some kind of joke? What kind of pill can a child possibly refine? Zhang Xing was about to speak when Yali hastily interrupted him. Don't joke around with your sister. That's the second princess of Leiwu Kingdom. Before she could finish, Zhang Xing decisively cut her off. Yali Jia, stop wasting time and just do as I say. Yali met Zhang Xing's firm and confident gaze, and an inexplicable sense of trust welled up inside her. Without saying another word, she handed him the pill formula and a bundle of herbs. As Zhang Xing prepared to take out the pill furnace and start refining, the nearby Princess Zhangwu suddenly spoke up. Hold it. What's going on with your beast hall? You're letting a kid refine pills? Are you not taking me, a princess, seriously? My beast companion is on the brink of death, and instead of coming up with a solution, you're joking around? I don't have time to waste with you people. Get me a flying mount immediately. Once I'm done, they'll come back to deal with all of you. She shot Zhang Xing a sharp glance before turning her piercing gaze to Hall Master Yuz. Yuz, noticing her disdain, also doubted Zhang Xing's abilities. How could a child possibly refine pills? However, with no better options at hand, he could only stand there awkwardly. Princess Zhanwu waved impatiently. I don't care if the mount is trained or not. I need one right now, this instant. Doesn't your elder have a lightning eagle mount? Tell him to take me. Yuz looked troubled and replied, well, the lightning eagle has already been handed over to Zhang Shi for taming. You'll have to ask him for it. Who's Zhang Shi? Call him here. Princess Zhanwu demanded arrogantly. Yuz had no choice but to point at Zhang Xing. This here is our beast hall's level 1 beast tamer, Zhang Xing. Princess Zhanwu stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief. What? Him? A little brat? No wonder the beasts your hall sells are such poor quality. With taming skills like this, you dare to refine pills too? The management here is a mess. I'll report this to your superiors and make sure this is dealt with seriously. Turning to Zhang Xing, she ordered, Hey, kid, summon the lightning eagle and take me to the magical beast forest. Stop wasting time pretending to refine pills. Unfazed, Zhang Xing casually scratched his ear and shot back. Hey, little miss, you're already this naggy at such a young age. Who's ever going to marry you? When you're older, won't you nag your family to death? The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter, with Meili and Desi practically doubling over. Zhang Xing, undeterred, began tossing the herbs into the pill furnace while continuing with the joke. There once was a super chatty monk who got kidnapped by two magical beasts. The monk was completely powerless, but in the end, he came out unscathed while the two beasts ended up dead. Guess how the beasts died? Princess Zhanwu, still fuming, found her curiosity piqued and asked, how did they die? Zhang Xing replied nonchalantly, wow, you're slow. Obviously, they were nagged to death. A few seconds later, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the hall. Zhang Xing, do you have a death wish? The fiery princess Zhanwu resembled a feisty little hen ready for battle. With her hands on her hips, she pointed her whip repeatedly at Zhang Xing, her words firing off like a machine gun. In this tense standoff, Zhang Xing calmly patted the alchemy furnace, and 6 black pills floated out like lively little spirits. Feed these to the flower spirit sparrow, Zhang Xing said nonchalantly. What? Princess Zhanwu's furious rant came to an abrupt halt. She stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief. You've already finished refining them? Yali stood there, her small mouth agape in shock, staring at the smooth, glossy pills in her hand. She murmured to herself, how is this possible? Even though she had witnessed Zhang Xing's incredible beast-taming skills just yesterday, she still struggled to believe what she was seeing now. Watching him earlier, casually refining pills as if he were playing around, coupled with his unconventional methods, she had assumed he was just goofing off. Who would have thought that, in the blink of an eye, he had successfully refined second-tier pills? Such speed was beyond even the capabilities of the president of the Alchemist Guild. Master Yuz, on the other hand, was utterly shaken. To produce second-tier pills with such ease and speed, and to do it after just glancing at the formula on the spot, this was at least the skill of a third-year alchemist. He silently praised his own decision to recruit Zhang Xing yesterday, and a flame of ambition began to burn brightly in his heart. The surrounding crowd, who had been laughing moments ago, now stood frozen, staring at the scene in stunned silence. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and feed the pills to the flower spirit sparrow. Zhang Xing's words snapped everyone back to reality. Yali quickly stepped forward and fed the pills to the flower spirit sparrow. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd held their breath in anticipation. 5 seconds passed, then 10, 30, a minute, 2 minutes. The flower spirit sparrow remained motionless, showing no signs of waking up. Zhang Xing, you killed my beast companion. You have to compensate me for my flower spirit sparrow wa. Princess Zhanwu burst into tears, her grief pouring out as she gazed at her lifeless pet. The Beast Hall disciples around them immediately broke into mocking whispers. So it was all for show, huh? I knew it. No alchemist could refine pills that quickly. Alchemy is complicated. The order of the herbs, the fusion of their properties, the precise control of temperature clearly skipped all the basics. Now look what happened. Who knows what kind of nonsense he concocted? He went and killed the prince's pet. Serves him right for showing off. He brought this on himself. Better get ready to pay up. The sudden turn of events left Yuz and his daughter completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Yuz had been silently praising his own foresight, and now he was being metaphorically slapped in the face. Trying to defuse the situation, he said, Princess Zhanwu, don't worry. The Beast Hall will take full responsibility for this. This has nothing to do with Alchemist Zhang. No way. Princess Zhanwu wiped her tears and demanded fiercely, you're all responsible. He has to compensate me with 10 billion, and so do you. None of you are getting out of this. Zhang Xing was stunned too, thinking to himself, what the heck? Turns out treating humans and magical beasts really is different. That Beast Hall formula wasn't reliable at all, and now I've embarrassed myself. What do I do now? Just then, a soft and gentle voice echoed in his Mindit Wazing. Master, just channel a bit of dragon energy into it. That will definitely work. Does my dragon aura work on it? Zhang Xing asked curiously, glancing at the barely breathing flower spirit sparrow lying on the ground. He turned his head, puzzled. Around him, the magical beasts trembled uncontrollably, as if faced with their natural predator, sensing the dragon aura emanating from him. When Jing explained, Master, your dragon aura is unique. It's not only effective against magical beasts, but also equally powerful on humans. The aura you possess is pure. After merging with the battle energy and magical elements of this continent, it has evolved into something one of a kind. This aura is incredibly powerful, but its specific abilities will require you to explore and discover over time. My memory contains only this much information. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Xing still felt a bit doubtful but decided to give it a try. He approached the flower spirit sparrow, only to realize he had no idea how to transfer his dragon aura. Just as he was about to ask Wen Jing for guidance, a memory of taming the lightning hawk flashed through his mind. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhang Xing raised his small hand and delivered a crisp slap to the flower spirit sparrow's face. Smack! What are you doing? Princess Zhanwu shrieked. My sparrow is already dying, and you're still hitting it. You're so cruel. They'll fight you for this. Originally thinking Zhang Xing was coming to apologize, Princess Zhanwu was instantly furious. She began chanting a spell. O great water god, heed my call. In the blink of an eye, an ice spear materialized above Zhang Xing's head. Zhang Xing, watch out! Yali cried in alarm. Yu's face turned pale, and just as he was about to intervene, Zhang Xing casually waved his hand, causing the ice spear to dissipate instantly. Princess Zhanwu, seething with anger, unleashed a continuous barrage of magical attacks. Zhang Xing dodged and deflected them effortlessly, while pondering whether his approach to transferring the dragon aura was correct. Perhaps he hadn't used enough force? Swiftly evading another attack, he seized an opening and gave the flower spirit sparrow a slightly harder slap. Smack! This time, Princess Zhanwu was utterly enraged. Tears streaming down her face, she choked out, "They'll fight you to the death. You're so cruel. You little brat." Her words trailed off as she broke down into sobs. But just then, something unexpected happened. It moved. Look, the flower spirit sparrow moved, someone exclaimed. Princess Zhanwu froze mid-cry, staring in disbelief at the sparrow on the ground. It first twitched its legs gently, then flapped its wings with a fluttering sound and took to the air, chirping joyfully as it affectionately nuzzled its owner's cheek. The entire crowd was stunned into silence. 2 slaps were all it took to revive a dead bird? This completely defied all logic. Princess Zhanwu's tear-streaked face lit up with a radiant smile, as if the storm had cleared, revealing a sky of endless sunshine. Good, good, good. Yusi, the hall master, repeated 3 times, his face beaming with joy. The beast hall's reputation was preserved. Now, all that remained was to offer some compensation to Princess Zhanwu, and this storm would pass. As Yusi pondered what gift to prepare, a familiar voice interrupted him. Master Yusi, what happened here? Turning around, Yusi's face lit up with excitement. Pharmacist Boyer, you're back. Boyer was the beast hall's expert veterinarian, a 50-year-old Tier 3 alchemist with profound knowledge of veterinary medicine and a high-ranking magic master. After Yusi gave him a brief explanation of the situation, Boyer walked over to Princess Zhanwu with a puzzled expression. Your Highness, may I examine your beast companion? Boyer asked. Being the most renowned healer in several neighboring empires, Princess Zhanwu naturally trusted him and readily agreed. After a moment, Boyer frowned as he inspected the medicinal pill. He explained, it seems your beast companion was poisoned by accidentally eating food contaminated with mushroom flower pollen. However, its strange-walling sparrows normally don't consume that plant, and this commonly used detoxifying pill shouldn't work on them. Yet not only was the poison neutralized, but the sparrow appears even healthier than before. Before he could finish, Princess Zhanwu let out a startled cry, her face turning slightly red. She awkwardly admitted, Master Boyer, it was my fault. I accidentally fed the Hualing sparrow with hands covered in pollen. She quickly hid her hands behind her back and wiped them on her clothes. The crowd collectively realized the truth. It was the princess herself who caused the issue. Boyer nodded, his earlier suspicion confirmed. He had noticed the strong scent of flower pollen on the princess the moment he arrived. However, he was more intrigued by how the poison had been cured. As for the mysterious dragon aura and Zhang Xing's earlier actions, he seemed oblivious. With the matter resolved, Princess Zhanwu declined any compensation and hastily left the valley, with Zhang Xing following closely behind. Sensing someone behind her, Princess Zhanwu turned to see Zhang Xing annoyed. She threw out a curt, annoying, before mounting her Hualing sparrow and taking off. Zhang Xing was left bewildered. I cured your beast companion. Not even a thank you. And now you're giving me the cold shoulder? 2 minutes later, the sound of rushing wind reached Princess Zhanwu's ears. She secretly guessed, it must be that brat riding his lightning eagle. Humph, he'll ignore him. Though she had a vague feeling that Zhang Xing was the one who healed her Hualing sparrow, his behavior still irked her. Suddenly, her body jolted, and she nearly fell off her beast companion. Hualing sparrow, what are you shaking for? Trying to get me killed? She scolded. Before she could finish, a shadow caught her eye, and she froze in fear. Gah! Her mouth hung open as she struggled to find words. What is that dark, massive thing? She quickly turned her head for a better look and was utterly stunned. Oh my goodness! She gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was a black dragon, 14 or 15 meters long. But what shocked her even more was the sight of that annoying boy perched triumphantly on the dragon's back, one hand gripping its horn, chest puffed out, exuding an air of supreme confidence. The black dragon, not to be outdone, glided gracefully through the air, like the legendary dragons of old. In truth, many people were now aware of the black dragon, especially necromancers, who knew that Zhang Xing possessed 2 Tier 5 dragons. To avoid unnecessary attention and remain cautious, these dragons typically stayed in their Tier 5 state, only revealing their true power in critical moments. The black dragon's movements were mesmerizing as it twisted its body, soaring high and diving low, weaving effortlessly through the clouds. Princess Zanwi's Hualing Sparrow chirped excitedly, obediently following the dragon's path. To fly alongside a legendary dragon? It was as if the sparrow's ancestors were smiling upon it. Princess Zanwi's mind was flooded with questions. Is this how dragons usually fly? Then it dawned on her. That brat is showing off. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.